My girlfriend just dumped me, and the company fired me. The landlord thought I was unlucky and kicked me out of the house. I squatted on the bridge eating instant noodles and felt that my life was completely over. The next second, my mother called and said, "Wang Chung, you are actually a second-generation billionaire, the heir to the Wang family. Your grandfather is the head of a world-class consortium. My fiancée is a top female star." I thought she was crazy until I received that text message. Money deposited into the account, 1 million yuan. I took my bank card to the ATM to withdraw cash. The moment the banknotes came out, I realized. It turns out that I am not a waste, but a hidden king. My ex-girlfriend said that I couldn't give her the life she wanted and left with another man. Now she doesn't know that I can buy her husband's company with just one phone call. Chapter 1. I got dumped in a cafe. The woman in front of him broke off the 4-year relationship with just one sentence. "Wang Chung, we are not suitable. Let's break up." I was stunned and lowered my voice. "There must be a reason, right?" She sneered, her eyes cold. "You can't give me what I want, and I can't wait." After saying that, she walked out without looking back. I subconsciously wanted to chase her, but through the glass window, I saw her hugging another man, getting into a BMW, and kissing him on the cheek. My heart felt like it was being pressed to the ground. I sat back in my seat and drank the coffee in front of me in one gulp. I have no right to blame her for being realistic. I am too poor. He has no house or car, was fired by the company, and now he can't even keep a woman. Before he could recover from his shock, his phone rang again. It was the landlord yelling, "Wang Chung, if you don't pay the rent, I'll throw all your stuff out." I got so angry that I lost all my dignity. "Go ahead and throw it away. Whoever throws it is a grandson." After hanging up the phone, I leaned back in my chair and sighed, feeling like my life was a complete failure. Broken heart, unemployment, homelessness. Isn't this plot too bloody? It was getting dark and I was walking on the street. The lights were bright and the crowds were indifferent. Every light was reminding me that I was nothing. 3 years after graduating from college, I have been struggling to survive in this city. But the reality is that I tried my best, but ended up being a joke. I walked to the bridge over the river, holding a can of beer in my hand, and guzzled it. It tasted bitter and astringent. This is the 5th can tonight. The wind blew over the bridge railings, and the alcohol took its toll on my head, making my mind a little fuzzy. For a moment, I really had the urge to jump down. But what came to my mind were my parents' faces, their calloused hands, and that shabby house. I cursed myself in a low voice. What a coward. I haven't been home for 3 years, and I was working even during the Chinese New Year. I once thought that as long as I worked hard enough, I could take root in this city, marry Lin Qianqian, and bring honor to my parents. Now it seems that I was just dreaming. I was just about to call my parents to ask about the situation, but the phone rang first. It was my mom. I quickly calmed down and answered the phone. "Mom, I'm fine. I'm going to be promoted. My boss said he wants to promote me to director." My mother smiled and said, "Can you handle it?" "Actually, we have been hiding something from you." I was stunned. "What happened?" She whispered, "Our family is not poor. You are a rich second generation." I almost dropped my phone as I couldn't catch my breath. "Mom, stop teasing me. I have something else to do. I'm going to hang up now." "Don't hang up. What do you want me to do to make you believe me?" She was so anxious that her voice choked. I smiled helplessly. "If you really have money, just give me 1 million and I'll believe it." After I hung up the phone, I looked up at the darkness and smiled like a madman. 1 million? They probably never saw that in their lives. I sighed and prepared to leave, but saw a text message pop up on my phone. Account number ending in 5682, received 1 million yuan. I was stunned and my mind went blank. What a joke. Did the money really arrive in my bank card? I confirmed again and again that it was my card whose balance had never exceeded 5 digits, and 1 million really came in. I was standing on the bridge holding my cell phone. My legs felt weak and I almost fell to my knees. Is this a scam? Or was it a wrong transfer? Or, the phone screen lit up, and that string of 6 digits flashed in my eyes like a thunderclap. 1 million yuan. I stared at the text message. My head was dizzy. What my mom said, could it be true? Reason grabbed my last nerve. I couldn't get excited just based on the text message. I had to check it out. I ran as fast as I could, aiming for the nearest bank ATM. With trembling hands, I inserted the card and input the password, and the balance popped up on the screen, 1,531.18 yuan. I gasped. Is it really 1 million, and even a little extra? To make sure this wasn't an illusion, I clicked withdraw and withdrew 5,000 yuan. The moment the banknotes came out, my heart was pounding. This was not a dream, it was reality. After 3 consecutive operations, I withdrew 20,000 yuan. My palms began to sweat when I touched the banknotes in my hands. I called my mother immediately and asked, "Mom, did you sell the house in your hometown?" She smiled on the other end of the phone. "Silly child, actually, our family is very rich. Your grandfather is the head of the world's top financial group, and your father's company is one of the top 50 companies in the world." I froze, my mind went blank, and my mouth opened, but I couldn't utter a word. She continued, "I deliberately raised you in poverty since you were young in order to temper your character." I was speechless. This was not training at all. It almost pushed me under the bridge. My mother broke out more explosive news in one breath. "Your father's company has a branch in Qingshui City. The person in charge is Chun Haoqing, who is your personal assistant. You also have a fiancée, Xiao Mayan, the daughter of the Xiao Group and a top female star." This series of information made my head buzz so much that I almost couldn't stand. What fiancé? Even my girlfriend was stolen by someone else. What personal assistant? I was almost kicked out of my rental apartment yesterday. "By the way," my mother added, "a few days ago I sent you a black gold SVIP card. It has an unlimited credit limit and can only be activated with your fingerprint." My legs went weak and I almost fell to the ground. What kind of magical script was this? After hanging up the phone, I leaned against the wall and gasped for breath. Am I really a super rich second generation? This reversal is so exciting. My heart is beating in my throat. I looked at the banknotes in my hand and suddenly raised my lips. "Wang Chung, you have turned over." "Lin Qianqian, the biggest mistake you made in your life was turning around and leaving the coffee shop today." The name Xiao Mayan flashed through my mind, and it sounded 100 times more noble than Lin Qianqian. I gathered my emotions and suddenly remembered something important. My mother sent the black gold card to the address of my old house. I immediately called a taxi and rushed to Qingtian apartment. I had to get that card. That is the key to my destiny. If someone throws it away like trash, I won't even have time to cry. Room 411 on the 4th floor of Qingtian apartment, where Lin Qianqian and I once rented together, but now I am the only one left. The elevator door opened, and I ran to the door in one breath. The corridor was relatively clean, and there was no luggage piled up. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, a familiar yet annoying voice rang out. "Hey, the poor boy is back." I looked up and saw it was the landlady, wearing gold and silver and smiling in a sarcastic and piercing way. "Your girlfriend found a rich guy and paid your rent arrears. I'm too lazy to throw away your luggage." I sneered. "Who paid for me? Tell me clearly." She raised her eyebrows and curled her lips. "Who else could it be? That BMW man. Lin Qianqian knows more about goods than you do now." My eyes turned cold, and my mind immediately started to work. "Are you sure that person said he would pay the rent for me?" The landlord snorted. "He said he was your girlfriend's new boyfriend, and told me not to be so heartless." My heart was filled with waves, and I suddenly felt something was wrong. The BMW guy will pay my rent? Doesn't he want me to get out of here? Unless he didn't pay it on my behalf. He wanted to break into my room and look for something. I had just opened the door, and before I had time to say anything, the landlady pointed at me with disgust on her face and started talking. She curled her lips in disdain and said that someone had paid my rent for me, and sarcastically said that person was my ex-girlfriend's new boyfriend. Her tone was so sour, as if she came out of nowhere to humiliate me. I stopped her, looked at her calmly, and said, "I will pay for my rent myself and return the money to him." She immediately got angry and raised her voice a few notches, saying that I was extremely poor and had no nerve to show off, and asked me whether I could afford the money. To be honest, I'm tired of hearing her words, but I'm just too lazy to care. I was about to speak when I heard footsteps in the room. I knew who it was without turning around. Lin Qianqian walked out of the room with Zhang Haodong on her arm, looking arrogant. The guy had a pale face and empty eyes, a typical example of someone who had been drinking too much and was just a show-off. It was obvious that they came to pick up her luggage, and the landlord probably just happened to run into them and started to cause trouble. Lin Qianqian sneered, glanced at me, and said that I didn't even have a job now, but I was still trying to save face and suffer. I was pretending to be so noble even though I had someone to help me. I just smiled and didn't respond to her sarcasm. I pulled a wad of cash out of my pocket and threw it directly into the landlord's hand. 10,000. It's considered the rent I owe you. No one else needs to interfere. My tone was flat, but extremely firm. This 10,000 yuan is just a drop in the bucket for me now. But the landlord was stunned, and his face changed as he weighed the money in his hand. Lin Qianqian also fell silent instantly, as if she couldn't believe that I would take out such a large sum of money, and her face was filled with embarrassment for a moment. I looked at the landlady and reminded her, "You know what to do, right?" The corner of her mouth twitched, and she nodded quickly, returning the 3,000 yuan that Zhang Haodong had given her, her face full of flattery and embarrassment. Zhang Haodong's face turned pale. He didn't expect to be slapped in the face, especially with his girlfriend watching him. He gritted his teeth and sneered, saying that I was just good at pretending and trying to save face. I only had that little money, but I still dared to show off. In order to save face, he suddenly told Lin Qianqian that he would buy her a house in Oak Bay tomorrow. He said it casually, as if he was sprinkling sugar. When Lin Qianqian heard this, she immediately smiled and seemed like a completely different person, with admiration in her eyes. She glared at me again, as if to say, "Look at others, then look at yourself." I stood there, not rushing to respond, just smiling slightly. Of course I know who owns Oak Bay. It is a real estate project of my Dingha group. Zhang Haodong keeps saying he wants to buy it, so I want to see how he goes about doing it. He couldn't even afford a single house, but I could get two to give away in a place they said you can't afford even if you work hard all your life. Lin Qianqian continued to mock me, saying that the money must have been borrowed, and asked me how I planned to survive after losing my job, her tone full of superiority. I was too lazy to explain anymore. I just found her sarcasm ridiculous. She always thought she was superior to others, but she didn't know that the person standing next to her was nothing at all. I looked at her back and said calmly, "Qianqian, I hope you don't regret your choice today." She looked back and smiled contemptuously, and said that the best decision in her life was to leave me. After saying that, she took Zhang Haodong's arm without looking back and left with her luggage. I stood there, watching their backs as they left, feeling no ripples in my heart, and even feeling a little relieved. I have given everything for her and been heartbroken for her, but now, I have let it go. Compared to her, I am more looking forward to the appearance of another person. That big star who is admired by countless people is now my fiancé. After returning to the rental house, I immediately searched through the boxes and cabinets to find a package sent by my parents. That was what they said, a gift for turning over a new leaf. I remember that the express delivery had always been placed on the shoe cabinet. After rummaging through it for a few times, I finally found the SF Express document bag. It was light, and I touched it with my hand. There was indeed a card inside. I immediately opened the bag and pulled out the black and gold card with the SVP logo printed on the corner and a chip. I was excited. My mother didn't lie to me. This was the unlimited limit bank card she mentioned. With this card, you have the capital to spend whatever you want. The first thought that came into my mind was not to enjoy myself, but to reclaim the career that had been taken from me. Wu Yong, you old thing, you fired me in the first place. Now that I'm back, I want you to give me back everything I lost, bite by bite. The story began a few months ago. At that time, I was still the department manager, but I accidentally saw Wu Yong molesting a female subordinate in the bathroom. I punched him, but it turned out that I was beating my boss and was fired directly. Complain? No use. His uncle was a member of the board of directors. He kicked me out of the company with just one phone call and deducted my salary to pay Wu Yong as medical expenses. I was really desperate at the time and could barely pay the rent. But now I have money and more than I can spend. I decided to acquire the company first and see if Wu Yong still has the nerve to stay. Of course, I also have to find a decent place to live. This shabby rental house doesn't give me a sense of belonging, and the ceiling is dripping. I can't live in it at all. I remembered there was a 20 million Purple Crown villa in Oak Bay with a good location and luxurious decoration, so I chose that. I curled the corners of my mouth and decided to go find Chun Haoqing the next day. My father arranged for him to be the assistant to the general manager of Dingha Group and also my exclusive assistant. After breakfast the next day, I took a taxi straight to the Dingha Group headquarters. Although Dingha is just an ordinary subsidiary under my father's name, it is also a top enterprise in Qingshui City, and its status cannot be underestimated. The company is involved in many industries including real estate, entertainment, and hotels. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a leader. It was almost 10 o'clock when I arrived, just in time to avoid the rush hour, so there weren't many people, but the security was still as strict as ever. I was dressed casually, in a t-shirt and jeans, but as soon as I stepped through the door, I was stopped by the security guard. "Hello, who are you looking for?" His tone was not very friendly, and it was obvious that he treated me as an outsider. "Looking for your Mr. Chun," I said very naturally and in a calm tone. When the security guard heard this, his expression changed immediately. He pouted and said sarcastically, "Mr. Chun, you want to see me too? You're dreaming." I knew he was just doing his job, but I still reminded him. "Give him a call and ask him if he knows who I am." This made another young security guard unhappy. He came up to me provocatively, staring at me with disdain on his face. "Who do you think you are? I really don't believe you can see Mr. Chun." I suppressed my anger and looked at him. It's still not too late for you to let me in. He sneered and cursed. If I don't let you in, what can you do to me? Just when the situation was at a stalemate, a beautiful woman in red high heels came over. She had a hot body and a strong aura. What's going on? She looked at me, frowned slightly, and asked. The young security guard immediately greeted him with a smile. Director Liu, he said he wanted to see Mr. Chun. We suspected he was a courier, so we didn't let him in, so he started making a fuss. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I walked over and said, "You're the one delivering the package." I turned to the beautiful director and said, "I am Mr. Chin's distinguished guest. My name is Wang Cheng, and I have something important to discuss with him." This beautiful lady was obviously more rational than the two security guards. She looked me up and down, and although she still had doubts, she did not directly refuse. "Do you have an appointment?" she asked calmly. "I don't need an appointment. Just tell him my name is Wang Cheng, and he will understand." I answered directly but politely. Director Liu obviously didn't believe me. She nodded and said, "Then I'll make a phone call to confirm." She dialed the number and explained the situation to Chun Haoqing in a nonchalant tone. But just a few seconds after the phone rang, her face changed. Her originally calm expression gradually froze and turned into surprise and shock. At this time, in the conference room of Dingha Group, Chun Haoqing was presiding over a high-level meeting. He looked focused and his tone was always serious. But when he answered Lu Xiaoxiao's call, his face suddenly changed. He could not hide his excitement at all, and his voice was several degrees higher than usual. "Arrange the highest level of reception. I'll go down and greet him in person." He immediately put down the pen in his hand, stood up, and left. After saying this, he ignored the surprised expressions of other executives and left the table directly, walking and running, with a brisk step and an anxious face. He straightened his collar and suit while jogging, as if he was going to greet some important guest. Everyone in the conference room looked at each other in bewilderment. The agenda hadn't even finished yet, but Mr. Chun actually left in the middle? This was simply unimaginable in the past. They even began to wonder who made Chun Haoqing so nervous. The person who could make this cold-faced general manager personally greet him must be extraordinary. At the same time, Lu Xiaoxiao at the door of the building had not yet recovered from the shock. She never expected that Mr. Chun would entertain Wang Cheng, a young man dressed casually, with the highest etiquette standards. At this moment, the young security guard, who was still immersed in the thought of exposing the scam, pointed at me triumphantly and continued to speak rudely. "You've been discovered. Go back and deliver the package and stop pretending here." As soon as the words fell, Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly turned around and shouted angrily, "You are fired." The security guard was stunned for a moment. His expression changed from arrogance to astonishment, and then to disbelief. I was fired? What?" He muttered something. His eyes drifted towards me, and his expression gradually became stiff. He seemed to finally realize that things were far more complicated than he had imagined. The older security guard breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he didn't jump too much. I ignored the young security guard's regretful look and walked straight towards the hall with steady, unhurried steps. Lu Xiaoxiao's attitude changed 180 degrees at this time. She bowed and whispered, "Master Wang, please follow me. Mr. Chun will come down to greet you in person." I was not surprised by her respectfulness. After all, there were no more than 10 people in Dingha Group who could be personally received by Chun Haoqing. These 10 people are all top figures. Along the way, the two security guards looked at Lu Xiaoxiao's posture with their eyes wide open the whole time, especially when they heard the words, "Mr. Chun will come to greet you personally." Their faces almost twitched into a ball. The young security guard lowered his head completely, looking as pale as a withered vegetable. He probably didn't realize how big a mistake he had made. I didn't even glance at them and followed Lu Xiaoxiao into the building and into the VIP reception room on the first floor. I am very familiar with this place. It is specially used to receive top-level guests. The decoration style is grand and elegant. Even the deputy mayor of Qingshui City may not be able to enter. A well-dressed receptionist was about to come up to serve, but was stopped by Lu Xiaoxiao herself. "I'll do it." Her tone was gentle, but with unquestionable authority. The lady at the front desk was a little stunned, her eyes full of confusion. Who on earth could be the person who could make the human resources director come out in person to receive her? Before she could react, she heard hurried footsteps. When she looked up, she saw Chun Haoqing jogging towards her. His suit still untied, he was panting, a rare look of anxiety on his face, and he almost ran into the reception room. The lady at the front desk was stunned. Mr. Chun has always been steady and calm, but today he was so flustered. And I was slowly drinking the dahongpo that Lu Xiaoxiao had just brewed, too lazy to even raise my eyes. "Young master." I've finally seen you here. Chun Haoqing rushed in and walked towards me first, with a smile on his face and holding my hands tightly with both of his hands. He called him young master all the time, and his expression was as enthusiastic as if he was meeting his real father. This scene made Lu Xiaoxiao dumbfounded. She had never seen President Chun like this before. The president who used to be as cold as an iceberg now looked like a bootlicker. Chun Haoqing seemed to realize that he was too excited and immediately put away his smile, returning to his usual calm and serious appearance. Xiao Xiao, I'll be the receptionist here. Go to my office and bring over that bottle of Lafite. That bottle of Lafite that has been treasured for many years. Lu Xiaoxiao asked subconsciously, and then reacted a second later and nodded immediately. Okay, I'll go right away. Her heart was once again in turmoil. That bottle of red wine was Mr. Chin's treasure that he had collected for 5 or 6 years. He was reluctant to open it even when important people from the city came. And today, he actually opened a bottle of wine and treated Wang Chung to a meal. This is not just respect, but top-level attention. Lu Xiaoxiao now completely understood that she almost offended a real big shot. She couldn't help but feel a lingering fear, and was glad that she had been more careful before and didn't give him a cold shoulder, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. After sending Lu Xiaoxiao away, Chun Haoqing's smile deepened, and his eyes were full of eagerness and excitement. Master, you finally came to see me. I have been looking forward to it these days. I was a little surprised at his enthusiasm at first, but then I understood. Everything he has now in Dinghe Group, after all, is built on my family's business, so he naturally has to be respectful to me, the prince of the Wang family. After all, the Wang Group is one of the top companies in the world, and I am the only son in 3 generations. In the future, I will have to take over the entire empire. Chun Haoqing is 45 years old and has reached a bottleneck in his career. His only way out now is to stand firmly on my side and fight for a future. Ever since the chairman called him and asked him to assist me in Qingshui City, he has been waiting for me to come to him. Now that the wait has finally come, he naturally has to show that he will do his best. As soon as I opened my mouth to call him Mr. Chun, he quickly waved his hand to correct me. Master, don't call me Mr. Chun, just call me Assistant Chun. You must have some instructions this time, right? I nodded, not bothering with all the formalities, and got straight to the point. I have 2 things I want you to help me with. Chun Haoqing immediately patted his chest and said, just give me your orders. There is nothing I can't handle in Qingshui City. Seeing that his tone was confident, I felt more at ease and made my first request. I want to acquire Hongfeng Culture and Entertainment Company and kick Wang Donghui out of the board of directors. This Hongfeng is where I worked before, and Wang Donghui was the mastermind behind my dismissal. He must get out. After hearing what I said, Chun Haoqing's eyes lit up and he immediately nodded in agreement. This is a simple matter. Our group already holds shares in Hongfeng. We can arrange for someone to take over, and I will handle the rest. I didn't expect that Hongfeng has already been a part of our Dinghe industrial chain. If that's the case, then the problem will be easier to solve. Once I felt better, I told him the second thing as well. My original rental house is too shabby. Please help me move to another place. That's easy. There are still 2 villas unsold at Purple Crown and Oak Bay. How about I leave one for you? He felt a little embarrassed when he said this, as he felt that the place was not worthy of my status. But I don't care. The location there is good and the environment is quiet, which is just right for my current state. Just stay there. I'll pack my luggage and move over later. Master, I'll take you there. Don't send it off. It's not good to be too high profile. Just arrange a house for you. Having said this, I walked to the door and suddenly turned back to remind him. My current identity is not suitable for public disclosure. Please keep it secret for the time being. I understand, young master. He then left me his phone number and said it was available 24 hours a day and I could be called at any time. After I left the building, I didn't ask him to take me there, and I called a car myself. When the old security guard at the door saw me, his expression changed 180 degrees, and he came up to me and spoke to me with a flattering look on his face. My lord, I am so sorry. I just followed the rules. Please be magnanimous. I waved my hand and replied with a smile. It's okay. It's all my duty. As for that arrogant young security guard, he was fired long ago, and I am too lazy to say anything more about him. I got in a taxi, returned to my original rental house, and started packing my things to prepare for moving. After a busy morning, I was feeling hungry and was about to go out to find something to eat when there was a knock on the door. Who comes to see me at this hour? I opened the door with some doubts and saw a familiar fat face. Fatima? Why are you here today? Fatima is my college classmate. His real name is Ma Dadong, and he is one of my best friends in Qingshui City. He is usually very busy at work, But today he came to see me and even took a day off. He put his arm around my shoulders and said proudly, "Today I'm treating you. We're going to have some drinks and eat some skewers. I have to accompany you to relax." I was immediately touched. He must have heard about Lin Qianqian and I and came to comfort me, a heartbroken person. "Let's go. I'm really hungry today. It's a rare treat for you, so I have to eat my fill." We went to the food stall downstairs and ordered a few bottles of wine and a bunch of skewers. While we were eating and chatting, he suddenly spoke. "Brother, I've noticed something's wrong with Lin Qianqian. It's a good decision. This kind of woman isn't worth it." I smiled and nodded, indicating that I no longer cared about it. Suddenly, I remembered something, so I asked him with concern, "How is your girlfriend?" His face looked a little gloomy, and he picked up the bottle and took a few sips. "Uremia. The doctor said a kidney transplant would cost at least $300,000. Where's her home?" People in rural areas all took out student loans to go to school, and they only paid it off last year. How could they have the money? Hearing him speak so bitterly, I felt a little uncomfortable. "So what are your plans?" "I've only recognized her for my whole life. My family doesn't agree with us continuing our relationship, and they won't give me money. I can only rely on myself. I know in my heart that he is a sentimental person, and there is no way I can persuade him about this kind of thing. Dadong, tell me how much is missing and I'll make it up for you." He smiled bitterly and waved his hands. "You don't have a job now. Where will the money come from? Just keep it to yourself to live." "I mean it. I recently won the jackpot." "Come on, you can win 300,000 yuan in a lottery? Who are you kidding?" I was too lazy to explain anymore, so I just took out my phone, opened Alipay, and transferred the 300,000 to him. 300,000 has been credited to my Alipay account. The next second, his cell phone rang and he was stunned. He quickly picked up the phone and took a look. His eyes widened like bells, his expression froze instantly, and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. When Ma Dadong heard the notification tone of 300,000 yuan arrived on his mobile phone, he was completely stunned. He saw that it was me who paid the bill, and he couldn't hide the surprise on his face. "Brother, you are not really seeing a ghost, are you?" I grinned and responded casually. "It's not a ghost, it's a lottery win." I'm so excited that I can't speak clearly. "How much did you win?" "Just 500,000, not much." I made up a number casually, but I couldn't really tell him that my bank card had an unlimited limit for fear of scaring him. Ma Dadong's eyes widened, and he suddenly raised his glass and said with a smile, "Although you are heartbroken, you are still lucky. Come on, drink it up." With this money, Lu Henin's treatment was settled, and he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He picked up the wine, took a big gulp, and the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. "Wang Chung, I will definitely return the 300,000 to you. Brothers are brothers, and money cannot be taken for nothing. You should get treatment first. This money is nothing to me." He looked at me with eyes full of gratitude and said nothing more. The two were drinking beer and chatting when Ma Dadong suddenly remembered something and slapped his thigh. "By the way, we have a class reunion this weekend. I heard that Lin Qianqian will also be there. Are you going?" Of course, why not? I had seen the message in the group a long time ago, but I didn't respond before because I was in a bad mood. Now, my identity and status are different, and I really want to show up. Has the location been decided? Xintai Hotel. I heard that the class beauty He Xiaoyan has returned from abroad and will also attend this time. The key is that she is still single now. Ma Dadong looked at me as he spoke, and the little thoughts in his eyes could not be hidden. Of course I understood what he meant. I pursued He Xiaoyan when I was in college, but unfortunately she went abroad to study, so I turned to be with Lin Qianqian. Don't think too much. This is not my focus right now. I smiled and shook my head. What I care more about is Xiao Mayan. After all, she is my real fiancée. No matter how beautiful other people are, it is meaningless. After dinner, I went back to my rental house to pack my things and dragged 2 large suitcases to prepare for the move to Oak Bay. I called a car with my cell phone, and the driver took me to the Oak Bay Service Department, which was the place arranged by Chen Haoqing. Oak Bay is divided into 2 areas, ordinary apartments and top-level villas. The area of villas is called Purple Golden Crown, and each villa is worth more than 20 million. Those who live there are either rich or noble. When I got off the car, I stood at the door dragging my luggage, feeling a little confused and not knowing where to go to register. Fortunately, the community service department was not far away, so I walked in to ask about the situation. But as soon as he entered, he ran into 2 acquaintances, Lin Qianqian and Zhang Haodong. They had just finished the formalities when they saw me coming in with my luggage. I can't describe the expression on their faces. "Wang Chung." Lin Qianqian frowned, looking incredulous. Zhang Haodong spoke first, with a familiar sarcastic smile on his face. "Hey, how come we meet again? Are you here chasing after Qianqian? Don't think too much. I'll move here, I said lightly, not bothering to pay attention. Lin Qianqian's eyes moved between me and the luggage, and her expression changed slightly. You're not moving here to rent a house, are you? The rent here is ridiculously expensive. You don't have a job, can you afford it? I looked at her and said calmly, does it have anything to do with you whether I can afford to live here or not? Humph, I'm just reminding you not to think about me anymore. We are no longer in the same circle. As she spoke, she deliberately shook the LV bag in her hand and raised the house purchase contract. A bag worth 28,000 yuan and a house worth 1.8 million yuan. You can't afford this kind of life. Zhang Haodong was so happy standing beside him, as if he had found a sense of superiority again. Did you hear that? This is what life is all about. You dare to come out and embarrass yourself without money. After saying this, they prepared to leave triumphantly. But at this moment, Lin Yang, the manager of Oak Bay Community Services Department, walked out quickly, glanced at me, and immediately locked his eyes on me. He came forward excitedly, his tone respectful. Prince Wang, I am the manager of the Community Service Department. Your villa has been arranged. Please follow me. Yeah. I nodded and responded calmly. This reaction was like a bolt from the blue to Lin Qianqian and Zhang Haodong. He calls him Prince Wang, villa, and a purple gold crown. Lin Qianqian's face turned green. Zhang Haodong was also stunned. The smile on his lips froze. He couldn't believe this was true. I ignored them and followed Lin Yang out. When I reached the door, I suddenly stopped, turned my head to look at Lin Qianqian, and said lightly, by the way, I agree with what you just said. Which one? She asked subconsciously. We are indeed no longer people from the same world. After saying that, I turned and left, leaving her standing there with empty eyes and a confused expression. How can he afford to live in Zijingwen's villa? This must be fake. Lin Qianqian was full of disbelief and spoke in a firm tone. She could not associate a villa worth 20 million yuan with Wang Cheng, a pauper. Unless he is acting. Zhang Haodong had a gloomy face. He thought he had won the game just now, but ended up getting slapped in the face again. This slap in the face was so humiliating that he couldn't swallow it. I guess he paid someone to act here, and he came here just to show off for you. Yes, that must be the case. Lin Qianqian nodded repeatedly, repeating Zhang Haodong's guess as if to comfort herself. They could never have imagined that Wang Cheng could really afford to live in the purple gold crown. Isn't there a class reunion? Take me with you, and I'll make him reveal his true colors right on the spot. Let's see how he can pretend again. There was a gleam of cruelty in Zhang Haodong's eyes. This time he wanted to make Wang Cheng lose face in front of all his old classmates. Okay, I was just thinking of introducing you to them. Lin Qianqian's mood immediately improved, and she was ready to take this opportunity to show off her love. At this time, under the guidance of Lin Yang, I had arrived at the Purple Gold Crown Villa District in Oak Bay. This place is indeed different from the apartment area outside. It is full of single-family garden houses, each with a swimming pool and lawn, and is extremely private. The access control here is extremely strict, and ordinary people can't get in at all. Fortunately, I followed Lin Yang, so I had a smooth journey. Looking at this wealthy area, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. This is a real luxury house. In the past, I would never have dared to dream that I could live in a place like this. But now, I am standing here with my feet firmly on the ground. Soon, we stopped in front of an exquisite white European-style villa. Lin Yang pointed at the villa and said, Prince Wang, this is your future home. The front yard is lined with green plants and colorful flowers, and it is obvious that it has been carefully maintained. The swimming pool is 100 square meters in size, the water is crystal clear, and there is a fully automatic purification system. It's so comfortable. I couldn't help but praise it. Lin Yang walked to the door and said to me, this is the face recognition door opening system. Stand here for a moment, and I will help you enter the number. I stood as he said, and with a click, the door opened automatically. Okay, Mr. Wang, you can enter the house by scanning your face when you go home next time. I nodded, opened the door, and walked in. As soon as I stepped into the house, I was shocked by the decoration in front of me. The European-style decoration is matched with crystal chandeliers, leather sofas, spiral staircases, and every detail reveals a sense of luxury. There are even copies of several world-famous paintings on the wall. This is too luxurious. I stood in the middle of the living room. My eyes could hardly take it all in. Lin Yang said respectfully, Mr. Wang, Mr. Chun has specially arranged an all-round maid who will come over and help you take care of your life. Okay, that's a good arrangement. I waved him to go first, and then started to walk around the villa. The villa has 2 floors and more than a dozen rooms, each of which is beautifully decorated. The entertainment room is fully equipped with a ping pong table, a VR game kit, and a set of professional esports equipment. I'm itching to get my hands dirty just by looking at it. It turns out that being rich is so great. I couldn't help but sigh. I played VR for a while and sweated a little, so I changed my clothes and went upstairs to the master bedroom to rest. The bed is a custom-made soft bed from Europe. As soon as I lay down, my whole body sank into it. It was so comfortable that I didn't want to get up. Just as I was about to fall asleep, the doorbell rang. I sat up suddenly. Who would come at this time? Suddenly remembering the maid Lin Yang mentioned, he hurried downstairs to open the door. As soon as the door opened, I was stunned. Standing in front of me was a beautiful girl in a maid outfit. She had fair skin, a slim figure, and a pair of big, clear, lively eyes. She looked like a character from a comic book. Hello, young master. My name is Ning. From today on, I will take care of everything in your life. The girl in a maid outfit bowed slightly to me. She looked so cute, like a character from an animation, that I was stunned for a moment. Just thinking about having such a beautiful and sweethearted maid accompany me every day makes me feel that my life will become happy. Come in. I'm hungry. Let me see how your cooking is. I invited her into the house, and after putting down her luggage, she immediately ran to the kitchen. I could tell that she was a capable and obedient girl. I leaned on the sofa, took out my phone out of boredom and browsed Weibo, and searched for my legendary fiancée, Xiao Mayan. Has she released any new songs recently? I just clicked on it, and her homepage popped up immediately. Her number of fans has already exceeded 10 million, but this is the first time I have carefully read her Weibo content. As I scrolled through the feed, I discovered that most of her updates were food, daily selfies, and clips of her singing practice recordings. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Although she was born into a wealthy and beautiful family, she became a popular female singer through her own efforts without any scandals. This is the national goddess who is truly capable of fighting. To be honest, it seems like my fiancé does have something special. I smiled slightly and continued to scroll down, and suddenly saw a latest update that attracted my attention. I will hold a solo concert in Qingshui City next month. I immediately became interested. This might be our chance to meet officially. After all, we were engaged, but we hadn't even met in person yet. We had to get in touch first. Just as I was thinking about it, I smelled a fragrance from the kitchen and Ning came over with food. Master, the food is ready, please enjoy. I sat down at the dining table and looked at the 3 dishes and 1 soup she had prepared, and my appetite immediately whetted. Sweet and sour spare ribs, braised carp, dry pot cabbage, and a bowl of tomato and egg soup. The food is so delicious and tasty that it makes your mouth water just by looking at it. Not bad, I'll try it. I picked up a piece of pork ribs and put it in my mouth. It was sweet and sour, melted in my mouth, and even better than those cooked in restaurants outside. This craft is not simple. While I was eating, I asked her to join me, but she shook her head and declined, saying that a maid could not eat at the same table with her master. Okay, I won't stop you if you behave yourself. I was indeed hungry, so I ate heartily without caring about my image. And Ning watched from the side and smiled secretly with her hands covering her mouth. By the way, Lin Yang said that you are an all-round maid. Is that true or false? I looked up and asked, and she immediately nodded seriously. I stood out from thousands of professional maids. I was picked by Mr. Chen himself. I can meet all your needs in life. She said it very seriously, and I was a little surprised. It turned out that this girl was extremely capable and was carefully selected. What exactly can you do? Cooking, laundry, gardening, antique care, massage, musical instruments, 3 foreign languages. I can basically arrange anything you need. After saying that, she lowered her head again and added in a low voice. I don't have much experience in some areas, but I will work hard to learn. I almost spit out my food. This skill list is too long. It really is the legendary all-rounder. Okay, then I'll give you your first task. Help me get a ticket for Xiao Mayan's concert in Qingshui City next month. No matter how much it costs, you must get it. Got it, master. She nodded immediately, looking meticulous and reliable. I leaned back in my chair, looking at this responsible and cute maid, and felt inexplicably comfortable. For the first time in my life, I felt that the life of rich people is really good. The next morning, after eating the hearty breakfast prepared by Ning, I prepared to go out to buy a car. In the past, I was short of money and had to think twice before buying a used car. Now that I have money, I have to buy a decent luxury car. I don't ask for the most low-key one, but it must be cool enough. Zhang Haodong is so arrogant just because he drives a BMW. I need to at least get a Ferrari to suppress him tenfold. What's more, there will be a class reunion tomorrow. Driving a luxury car there at a time like this will be worthy of my status as Wang Cheng. I took a taxi straight to the largest luxury car 4S store in Qingshui City, which specializes in top-of-the-line sports cars, and planned to buy one at once. But I was dressed quite casually today, a t-shirt from a street stall and a pair of old shoes that cost a few dozen dollars. I really didn't look like someone who could spend millions to buy a car. Several salespeople in the store saw me come in, but no one paid any attention to me and just ignored me. I felt a little angry. As the prince of the Wang family, there would actually be a day when I would be ignored. I looked at the salesman standing and chatting and shouted coldly, "Do you have any cars for sale? I want to buy the most expensive one." Finally, a young male salesperson came over with obvious disdain on his face. "The most expensive car here costs over 6 million. Are you sure you can afford it?" I gave him a cold look and said, "Who cares if I can afford it or not? Ask your professional people to handle the reception, and don't force me to complain." He was choked by my words and walked away with his head down. Other salespeople were unwilling to take on this troublesome, poor customer and were discussing passing this hot potato of mine to the newcomer Tang Mingqi. She just came back from the bathroom. I don't know if this person is a troublemaker. Let her take care of the reception. Anyway, her performance is terrible. The few of them hit it off immediately, and Tang Mingqi happened to come out of the lounge, so they immediately went over to her and started to talk to her enthusiastically. "Mingqi, I'll give this client to you. It just so happens that you haven't opened the store yet this month, so work harder." Tang Mingqi smiled sincerely, carefully adjusted her professional dress, and then walked towards me in high heels. "Hello, sir. Are you looking at cars? Do you like any model?" I was looking at a white Ferrari intently. When I heard the sound, I turned around and was stunned. The beautiful girl in front of me is wearing a black professional skirt. She has a gentle and capable temperament and looks particularly familiar. She was also stunned for a moment, as if she recognized me, and whispered tentatively, "Excuse me, are you Wang Cheng?" I smiled and nodded. "Are you Tang Mingqi?" She smiled even more brightly when she heard it. "It's really you. What a coincidence, meeting you here. We had a good relationship in college. We participated in literary clubs together and often talked about writing, dreams, and the future. We could be considered close friends. Aren't you an editor at a magazine? Why are you selling cars?" I was indeed quite surprised. She smiled bitterly. "Nowadays, everyone watches short videos on their phones. Who still reads magazines? It's just to make a living." I was shocked. She was clearly a girl with artistic dreams, but now she had to bow her head and compromise with reality. "What about you? Have you become an ace producer?" She remembered that I once vowed to change the environment in China where bad films are rampant. I smiled bitterly and shook my head. I also lost to reality. After 3 years of hard work, he finally got promoted to a supervisory position, but he was kicked out for offending the higher-ups, and everything started from scratch. "Don't be discouraged. People who have dreams always have hope." She encouraged me softly, but there was helplessness in her eyes. "By the way, are you here to see the car?" She finally asked the key question. "Yes, I want to buy a Ferrari. How much is the most expensive one in your store?" I answered subconsciously, and Tang Mingqi opened her mouth slightly, obviously shocked by what I said. She didn't expect that her old friend had become so rich, and her tone suddenly became more serious. "You still say you're not doing well? You can even afford a Ferrari, so why are you still pretending to be poor?" Tang Mingqi looked at me half-jokingly, unable to hide her smile. I smiled awkwardly. "Hey, it's for the boss, not for me. I'm just an employee doing errands. Of course, I have no intention of revealing my true identity. Now is not the right time. It is safer to keep a low profile." She felt relieved after hearing this. Compared with her current situation of selling cars, running errands to buy luxury cars was not bad. We had just chatted for a few words when the veteran salesman not far away started whispering, "Did you see that? The newcomer is indeed a greenhorn. It's obvious that the boy is here to watch the fun, and she's chatting with him quite enthusiastically. Let her be. She's the one who received us anyway. If she really wants to complain, it's not our turn. Yes, it saves trouble. Hey, here comes another true master." As they were talking, they saw a middle-aged man with extraordinary temperament walked in from the door. He was wearing a suit and a famous watch, and was accompanied by a sexy beauty. "This client belongs to me. Get out of here. My performance hasn't reached the target yet." Several salesmen were arguing with each other, their faces flushed, as if they had seen the god of wealth. I glanced at them, too lazy to pay attention to these snobs, and turned to Tang Mingqi. "Mingqi, didn't you just say you forgot to introduce the car? Which is the most expensive Ferrari in stock in your store? I want to drive to a class reunion tomorrow, but it's too late to make a reservation." "Oh, that's right. We were so happy chatting that we almost forgot about the important matter. Come with me." She took me to a black Ferrari F12 and introduced it with a smile. "This is an F12 supercar, priced at 5.5 million. It's the most highly equipped Ferrari in the store. I nodded. Okay, I'll take this one. Do you have any more expensive models? You can reserve one, too. I'll buy another one. Huh? Are you sure? She was so shocked that she could hardly speak, her eyes full of shock. I remained calm and said, Boss, listen to me. Budget is not a problem. As long as it's the most expensive, it's fine. Her eyes widened. Does your boss really trust you so much? He gave me the power to buy the car, and I have the final say. She nodded and directed me to another white Rolls-Royce. This is a Rolls-Royce Phantom. It costs 9.2 million. It's the most expensive car in the store, but you need to make a reservation. You can make a reservation, just buy it now, no discounts, pay in full. I took out the black and gold SVIP card from my pocket and handed it to her. She was stunned, and it took her a few seconds to come back to her senses, her eyes already evasive. Wang Chung, you are? I really can't recognize you now. At the moment I swiped my card, the middle-aged man at the store door quietly left with his heavily made-up female companion, not even bothering to go through the formalities of a test drive. Several salesmen watched them leave with somewhat embarrassed faces. It was obvious that no deal was made, and the air was filled with a sense of loss. They looked around and found that Meng Qi and I, whom they had just looked down upon, had disappeared, and they immediately started to murmur. That guy must have given up because he knew it was difficult. He is so poor. Why is he still trying so hard to hold on? Yeah, you have no self-awareness at all. Do you really think you can afford a Ferrari? Several people were talking to each other. They said they were relaxed, but they were annoyed and unwilling in their hearts. Just then, several office staff came out from the back hall, talking and laughing, their tone full of shock. That young man who looked the most ordinary actually bought 2 top-of-the-line cars. Meng Qi has made a fortune this time. The commission alone is almost equal to my annual salary. These words exploded in the salesmen's ears like thunder. The expressions on their faces froze instantly, and their eyeballs almost popped out. Did you hear that? The one he was talking about. Wasn't that the kid from before? Impossible. Where does he get the money? Go find Sister Chun to confirm. A group of people rushed to the front desk and just happened to run into Meng Qi and I walking out of the payment area. Several people who had been full of sneers on their faces just now suddenly changed their expressions, forced out a bunch of fake smiles, and took the initiative to come forward. Meng Qi, is the customer satisfied? Can we help in any way? Meng Qi, on the other hand, said sincerely, Thank you, seniors. Mr. Wang just paid in full for 2 supercars. You have worked hard. As soon as the words fell, the air around them seemed to freeze. Their faces turned pale, and the corners of their mouths twitched in disbelief. I didn't look at them. I just smiled, and the anger in my heart finally came out. From childhood to adulthood, there are too many people like this who are arrogant and look down on others. I have long been used to it. Now, I just want to test drive my first Ferrari in my life as soon as possible and feel the real speed and freedom. Meng Qi also seemed very excited. She opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, her face full of satisfaction and joy. Where are we going for a ride? I started the engine and felt the power building up. Do you remember the Xiangjiang restaurant where we had club dinners in college? She looked at me with a smile while fastening her seat belt. Of course I remember. That's the memory of our youth. As soon as the accelerator was stepped onto the bottom, the black Ferrari was like a cheetah out of a cage, roaring along the main road of the city, attracting countless people to turn around and look sideways. The wind was howling in the car, and Meng Qi suddenly asked me, When are you and Qian getting married? We broke up a long time ago. I replied nonchalantly. She thought I was poor, so she chose a tall, rich and handsome guy instead. Meng Qi seemed relieved after hearing this, and snorted nonchalantly. That's because she's blind. What about you? You're so beautiful, but no one has caught up with you yet. She was slightly stunned, and smiled a little bitterly. I like the kind of people who are spiritually compatible, but there are not many. I remember that when she was in college, she was always writing poems and novels, and she even thought the guys who pursued her were too superficial. Meng Qi, do you want to change your job? Her eyes lit up, but she hesitated. Change what? I'm working on a show, and I'm in need of a screenwriter. I was deeply impressed by the novel you wrote when you were in college. Meng Qi didn't speak for a moment, as if she was hesitating, or as if she was holding back her excitement. Can I? The inexperienced kind. I'll take you on the road. Everyone starts from scratch. She finally smiled, even happier than when she got a commission of 100,000 yuan from selling the car just now. Then I won't be polite, screenwriter Wang. The sunlight shone on her face through the glass, and I had the illusion that I was back in the clean and pure time in college. That afternoon, Meng Qi and I sat in the Xiangjiang hotel for a long time, talking about everything from literature to youth, from memories to reality, and the atmosphere unconsciously became ambiguous. At dusk, I sent her to the gate of the residential complex where she lived. She hesitated for a moment and asked me softly, "Do you want to come up for a cup of coffee?" I smiled and shook my head, but my heart was slightly moved. This invitation was too ambiguous, and I didn't want to make the relationship complicated. "No, you should go to bed early. It's a bit cold tonight." I waved my hand, got into the car, and left. From the rearview mirror, I saw her standing there, watching me leave. Her eyes were filled with reluctance. I didn't dare look back, for fear that I would waver. But at this moment, my life could no longer tolerate too many emotional ties. The next morning, I drove my Ferrari straight to Qingshui City Union Hospital. Today was the day for a class reunion, and I had to pick up Ma Dadong first. But before that, I want to go and see his girlfriend Lu Henin, who has been lying in the hospital bed waiting for a kidney. Carrying a fruit basket and flowers, I walked into the hospital, but I felt uneasy. Are these star-crossed lovers doing well? As soon as I entered the ward, I saw Ma Dadong carefully feeding me porridge, while Lu Henin was leaning on the pillow, her face pale, but her eyes gentle. I coughed lightly to break the atmosphere. "Okay, you're so good, showing off your love so early in the morning. Aren't you afraid that I, a single dog, will lose my mentality?" Ma Dadong stood up with a smile and gave me his chair. I put my things away and sat down to ask about Lu Henin's situation. "Hasn't found a kidney source yet?" I frowned. "Well, there has been no match, but the doctor said to wait a little longer." Her voice was very soft, but her eyes were full of stubbornness. Ma Dadong had already told her that I had borrowed 300,000 yuan to help them with the medical expenses. She had always wanted to thank me. "Henin, don't be polite. We are brothers. Saving you is also saving him," I said, but my eyes looked out the window. After a few small talk, I made an excuse to go to the restroom, quietly walked to the end of the corridor, took out my cell phone, and dialed a number. "Chen Haoqing, I have a friend whose condition is very urgent. He suffers from uremia," I whispered in an unyielding tone. "I understand. Please send me the patient's information and I will immediately arrange a kidney and surgery, using the best resources." He did not dare to delay. "Remember, don't let them know that I arranged this. No one can tell anyone. I will ensure that the task is completed." He agreed immediately. After hanging up the phone, I stood against the wall for a few seconds with a heavy heart. Then I calmed myself down, returned to the ward, and continued to play the role of an ordinary friend. Soon, Lu Henin's mother came, and I took the opportunity to suggest taking Ma Dadong to a class reunion. Lu Henin also encouraged him to go out and relax. After leaving the ward, Ma Dadong had a silly smile on his face until I took him to the parking lot. The Ferrari in front of him made him freeze as if he was struck by lightning. "Holy crap, did you rob a bank?" I smiled calmly and said, "I rented it. I cooperated with a friend's company, and they have an internal price." As Ma Dadong got into the car, he smacked his lips in envy. "You are so pretentious. Those classmates will probably all be on their knees today." I didn't say anything, just looked at the reflection outside the car window, but a person came to my mind, He Xiaoyan. The most beautiful girl in my class in college. She disappeared after studying abroad. I heard that she will come to the party when she returns to China this time. I wonder how much she has changed. Ma Dadong sighed in the car. "You are more stylish now than the school idol back then." I just smiled and said, "It's just the appearance. The key is the core." The engine roared, and the Ferrari rushed out of the corner like a black panther in the sun, speeding at a very fast speed, but I became calmer in my heart. Today's gathering is not just about reminiscing about the past. I want to see what those high and mighty people in the past can still use to suppress me. Let's go. It's time to go to the class reunion, otherwise they will be waiting anxiously. I smiled slightly. For the class reunion, the person I most wanted to see was He Xiaoyan, the most beautiful girl in our class. I didn't know what she has become after returning from abroad. The Shintai Hotel was brightly lit, and as soon as I walked into the lobby, I felt a hot atmosphere. More than 30 old classmates have basically arrived, each one dressed more exquisitely than the other, and they all seem to be trying hard to show off their glamour over the years. Class monitor He Quan organized this party, ostensibly for reminiscing about the past, but everyone could see his real agenda, to welcome He Xiaoyan, the class beauty who had returned from abroad. This party was quite high-end. They rented an entire buffet hall, with the cost starting at 500 per person. There was wine, seafood, and fruit. Lin Qianqian was showing off to a group of girls in a high-profile manner with Zhang Haodong, a man who looked very rich. The second young master of Mingyang Group. Her tone was as if she wanted to print a business card and stick it on people's faces, for fear that others would not know that she had hooked up with a tall, rich, and handsome man. The girls exclaimed in amazement and envy. The scene was very lively, and her vanity was greatly satisfied. I can understand that your boyfriend owns a villa, but you are the owner of a holiday resort. Awesome. Zhang Haodong was not polite and generously invited them to visit his villa. The female classmates were more excited than each other. Just as she was feeling smug, someone suddenly mentioned me. Qianqian, didn't you talk to Wang Cheng? Will he come? Lin Qianqian's face immediately changed, and she began to belittle me. He couldn't make it a long time ago. He couldn't even pay the rent. I broke up with him a long time ago. She said it with such certainty, as if I had become a dark part of her life's history, and she wanted to erase me completely. As soon as he finished speaking, a male classmate ran in from outside, as excited as if he was on a Hot Wheels. Guess who I just saw at the hotel entrance? Someone shouted, He Xiaoyan is here. No, it's not her, it's Wang Cheng. And he's driving a Ferrari F12. This sentence exploded in the hall like a thunder, and everyone was shocked. You must be kidding. That car starts at 5 million. Didn't they say he was unemployed and broke? How is that possible? Zhang Haodong originally looked relaxed, but now his face turned gloomy. I calmly walked into the venue with Ma Dadong, and all eyes were instantly focused on us. He Quan pretended to greet him enthusiastically, but his tone was inquiring. I heard you drove a Ferrari. I nodded. Yes, F12. His tone was as calm as if I had said that I bought an electric car. A group of male classmates immediately surrounded him, their eyes full of questions. Wang Cheng, where are you going to make a fortune? Take the brothers with you. I just smiled and didn't elaborate. If I really told them that I inherited a hidden fortune, they would probably be furious. However, compared with the enthusiasm of the male classmates, the eyes of the female classmates were really burning. The way they looked at me, it was as if my whole body was glowing with gold. Some of them even came closer to me eagerly. Wang Cheng is becoming more and more manly. Someone whispered, with unstoppable admiration in his eyes. As for Lin Qianqian, her face had already turned from red to blue. She had just boasted about marrying well, but now she wished she could crawl into a crack in the ground. Honey, don't be angry. Zhang Haodong leaned over to comfort her, and at the same time, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. I'll go and show him his true colors. He suddenly said loudly. Since Wang Qingdu came in a Ferrari, shouldn't you pay for the party? He Quan was the first to start a quarrel. Yes, let's not get hurt over these few $100s. It's quite appropriate that you pay for the meal. When the other students heard this, they also joined in the excitement, and the whole place suddenly became lively. Some people really wanted to get free food, some came just to watch the fun, and some were just jealous of my sudden comeback. I didn't express my opinion, so Ma Dadong quickly pulled me aside and whispered, Brother, don't fall for it. You still have 200,000 yuan left, and this meal will cost at least 30,000 yuan. It's a big loss. I already had a plan in mind, so I just smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I know what to do. I didn't expect that our conversation was overheard by Zhang Haodong. You won the lottery? It turns out you were lucky enough to pick up a windfall. There was a hint of pride in his eyes. How long can you keep pretending to be a rich man? I turned back to the hall, raised my glass, smiled and spoke. Since we are all reunited after a long time, I will treat you to a meal. The price per person will be raised to 1,000 yuan. Please feel free to ask for anything you want to eat. The scene instantly became boiling. Some people exclaimed, some applauded, and more people were surprised at my generosity. Zhang Haodong's eyes changed, and before he could speak, I added, However, this Mr. Zhang is not our classmate, and his expenses are to be paid by himself. I smiled slightly and said, If you dare to play with me, I will make you call me daddy soon. Zhang Haodong didn't expect that I would double the cost of the dinner from 500 to 1,000. 30 people means 30,000 yuan. I said it lightly, turned around, and took out the card without even blinking. He originally wanted to embarrass me, but who knew that I would steal the limelight and make him lose face instead? But what really embarrassed him was that I changed the subject and directly asked him to get out. It's our media college party, and it's not your turn as an outsider to come and eat for free. Please leave. The hall suddenly became quiet. The air seemed to be frozen, and everyone was shocked. I wasn't making a veiled sarcasm. I was blatantly slapping him in the face. I kicked the second young master of Mingyang group out in front of so many classmates. Zhang Haodong's face suddenly turned gloomy, and he couldn't suppress his anger. I am a guest brought by Qianqian. Why are you chasing me away? He growled through gritted teeth. I shrugged and said calmly, I don't care who invites you. We can vote on the spot. As long as half of the people think you should stay, I will shut up immediately. Seeing this, Lin Qianqian also jumped out and screamed, Wang Chung, don't be so arrogant. Haodong is from Mingyang Group. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? The other students became silent spectators. No one was willing to get involved, and no one wanted to offend Zhang Haodong. I just sneered. A second-rate group? I really don't take it seriously. Zhang Haodong was so angry that his veins jumped. He suddenly raised his voice and said, "Since you are so arrogant, I will let everyone see your true face today." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's attention was focused on him again. There are some things I must say about Wang Chung. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere at the scene was ignited again. I looked at him with the look of accusation on his face, but I felt nothing inside. This kind of person will sooner or later put himself in an embarrassing position. Zhang Haodong smiled, his eyes showing satisfaction. Do you think he is really rich? He just got lucky and won a lottery ticket worth 500,000 yuan. That Ferrari is probably rented. He can't even pay the rent, and he's relying on lottery tickets to get by today. As soon as these words came out, the place went into an uproar, and the looks that were originally filled with curiosity and admiration for me instantly changed. So you won the lottery. No wonder you've been so flamboyant lately. Borrowing a car to show off is too cheap. The voices in the crowd were no longer flattering, but contempt and sarcasm. Everyone's eyes were avoiding me, as if they were afraid of being tricked by me. Class monitor He Quan saw the opportunity and quickly jumped out to add fuel to the fire. Wang Chung, it's okay, even if you don't do well, why bother lying to your classmates? There's really no need to borrow a luxury car to show off. Wouldn't it be better to be more practical? Lin Qianqian stood aside, looking extremely smug, as if she had finally seized the opportunity to give me a hard step. I've long said that you were just pretending to be poor. Now that you've been exposed, it's good. I sneered in my heart, but my face remained calm. Just as I was about to speak, Ma Dadong stood up. You guys are too snobbish, aren't you? What happened to Wang Chung? Are you turning hostile just because of a few words from someone? Before he could finish, He Quan shouted back impatiently. Shut up, you fat guy. What does it have to do with you? Say it again. Ma Dadong's face turned red. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to take action, scaring the group of people so much that they stepped back. I patted his shoulder and whispered, Don't be anxious, give me some face. Then I turned to look at Zhang Haodong and said calmly, You said I rented my car? Why don't I call that luxury car shop and ask? After I finished speaking, the atmosphere became tense again. After all, no one could be sure whether it was true or not. Zhang Haodong snorted coldly and took out his phone directly. Okay, don't beg for mercy. He dialed the number of the luxury car dealership, turned on the speakerphone, and turned up the volume. The call was connected quickly, and the person on the other end was a customer service lady from a luxury car sales store. Zhang Haodong pretended to be calm, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then asked directly, Has anyone named Wang Chung bought a Ferrari in your store recently? Because the speakerphone was on, everyone at the scene could hear it clearly. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Everyone is waiting for an answer, waiting to know whether I am really rich or just pretending to be rich. Zhang Haodong raised the corners of his mouth, looking determined to win, and he had already prepared a scenario in his mind where I would fail. Ma Dadong stood aside, his face full of anxiety, almost covering his face, and secretly sweating for me. With just these tricks, you still want to hold your head high in front of your classmates? How will you end up? Zhang Haodong snorted coldly, enjoying the fun. But the customer service lady's next sentence directly blew up the whole audience. Prince Wang, he just paid in full yesterday for a Ferrari F12 supercar and a Rolls-Royce Phantom from our store. This sentence was like a loud slap in the face, which made everyone's scalp numb and their faces changed on the spot. You didn't rent it? Not only did you buy a Ferrari, you also bought a Rolls-Royce. Is this true? These are two top-notch luxury cars. Zhang Haodong's face turned from red to white in an instant. He could hardly hold the phone in his hand and hung up the call in panic. But it was too late. The customer service's words were heard clearly by dozens of pairs of ears in the audience. Those who had originally believed that I was borrowing my car to show off were all stunned, as if they had recognized the wrong person. Not only was I not exposed, but I slapped them in the face with the facts, and that was a whole group of people's faces. He Quan was originally waiting to kick someone when he was down, but now he couldn't even open his mouth and stood there with a stiff expression. Lin Qianqian was completely dumbfounded. Her mind went blank for a moment, and her face showed impossible. He is obviously a poor guy. How can he afford a Rolls-Royce? She whispered through gritted teeth, almost on the verge of collapse. Instead, Ma Dadong breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that I had arranged customer service in advance, and couldn't help but give me a thumbs up. I smiled slightly and said in a relaxed tone, I wanted to keep a low profile and drove a cheap Ferrari to the party, but I didn't expect it to cause so many misunderstandings. Saying this made the person who had just questioned me even more embarrassed. What is a cheap Ferrari? This is obviously true, but it makes them feel like they have been stepped on. There was silence at the scene, and then a classmate immediately reacted and ran over with a smile to smooth things over. Wang Chung, it was just a misunderstanding. We are classmates after all. Don't take it to heart. After the first apology, the second and third followed. I smiled and responded, "It's okay. It's just a small incident between classmates." Changing the subject, I pointed at Zhang Haodong and said, "However, the atmosphere is like this because of this outsider." As soon as he finished speaking, the attitude at the scene changed immediately. Several students stood up and spoke tentatively. "This is our class party. It's not appropriate to let outsiders participate, right? Zhang Haodong, please leave for a while. We want to get together by ourselves." Zhang Haodong was so angry that his face turned blue, his fists were clenched, and hatred was surging in his eyes. But after looking at Ma Dadong beside me, he could only endure it. "Wang Chung, remember, I will get back what I owed you today sooner or later." He said this viciously, turned around and left. Lin Qianqian hesitated for a moment, then quickly followed him. I guess in her mind, I must have used some tricks to get the customer service to cooperate like that. As soon as the two of them left, the atmosphere suddenly became much more lively. The classmates gathered around me again and started talking to me enthusiastically. But I had no interest in dealing with these people, so I just chatted with them for a few minutes and then got by with it. If I wasn't still waiting for someone to show up, I would have left long ago. About half an hour later, a familiar and moving figure finally appeared at the door of the activity hall. She was wearing a white dress, elegant and clean, and as soon as she opened her mouth, she spoke in that familiar, heart-throbbing voice. "Everyone, I'm sorry I'm late." Her appearance shone into the venue like a ray of light. I looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman in a white dress slowly walking towards the door. She had a cool temperament, a gentle expression, and a pair of long legs that were particularly eye-catching. That person was He Xiaoyan, the recognized beauty in class during our 4 years in college and the white moonlight in the hearts of the boys in our class. She has long hair and wears a simple white gauze dress with a thin shawl on the outside. She has a gentle temperament and a bit of intellectual charm. Compared to her youthfulness back then, she is now more mature and is the focus wherever she goes. She walked to the beverage counter, poured herself 3 glasses of orange juice, and drank them all in one gulp. "Sorry, there was a traffic jam on the road. I'll drink 3 glasses as punishment." As soon as she said this, the whole audience was attracted by her, and several male classmates immediately surrounded her. Some people greeted her, some asked about her study abroad experience, and some asked for her contact information in a roundabout way. And I just sat quietly by the side, holding a glass of water in my hand, watching her being surrounded by people, and always responding with a smile on her face. Ma Dadong, who was standing next to me, couldn't stand it anymore. He glanced at the squad leader, He Quan, who was trying his best to show his courtesy, and whispered to me, "Wang Chung, why don't you go and say hello as well? After all, you two used to have a good relationship. Maybe there's still hope for you." I smiled faintly and shook my head. It's impossible to rekindle our past relationship. This time, I just wanted to see if she was doing well. Judging from the state of her smile, she should be living a good life, so I felt relieved. "Then you should at least go and say hello. We haven't seen each other for 4 years." "That's not necessary. I don't think she needs anything. It's time to go." I stood up and was about to leave, but at this moment, He Xiaoyan took the initiative to walk over to me. Her voice was still so gentle and familiar. "Wang Chung, long time no see." I stopped and turned back to smile. "Yeah, long time no see. Is everything going well for you abroad?" She nodded and said jokingly, "I heard from my classmates that you are very successful now. You have a Ferrari and a Rolls-Royce. You have a very successful career. It's okay, just trying to make a living. You seem to be doing well, so I feel relieved." After saying that, I was about to turn around and leave, but she grabbed my wrist. "Are you still mad at me?" I was stunned for a moment, then I chuckled and shook my head. "We weren't a couple at that time. How could we be so angry? I'm just tired and want to go back early." But she didn't let go. Her eyes suddenly became serious. "This time when I came back, the person I wanted to see most was you. Since you are also single, can we start over?" As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent again, and the eyes of the students around all turned to look over. I looked up at her, a complex emotion flashing across my eyes. It would be a lie to say that I haven't wavered, but some feelings, once missed, are missed forever. I sighed softly. Some things, once they are over, can never be returned. Ma Dadong was stunned, and He Quan, who was standing in the crowd, suddenly looked ugly. He pursued He Xiaoyan for 3 whole years, but the first thing she said to me after returning to China was this. You pursued me so passionately before, but now you say you want to let me go? I don't believe it. He Xiaoyan stared at me closely, with unwillingness in her eyes. I'll wait for you at 8 o'clock tonight at the place we used to go. I'll tell you the truth about my sudden departure 4 years ago. I frowned slightly, and my heart moved slightly. After accepting He Xiaoyan's invitation, I didn't stay any longer. I paid the bill for the class reunion and left. Since I said I would treat you, I can't go back on my word. This amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for me anyway. I first sent Ma Dadong back to Union Hospital, and after confirming that Lu Henin was fine, I drove to the old place. That old place is actually Shina Park, where He Xiaoyan and I met most often when we were in college. In the past 4 years, I have hardly been there again, but that corner has always remained deep in my memory. In the evening, there were not many people in the park, and it was particularly quiet. I parked my car on the side of the road and walked slowly along the path. As I walked and recalled the past, I found that this place has not changed much. The familiar green plants, walkways, wooden chairs, and even the trees next to the flower beds all seemed to be the same as they were 4 years ago, without any growth. When I saw the familiar pavilion from afar, I couldn't help but smile. We have chatted, daydreamed, and watched the sunset there countless times, as if that time had stopped there. I walked to the pavilion and leaned against the railing, looking at the setting sun in the distance, immersed in my memories, when suddenly my cell phone vibrated. When I clicked on it, it was Lin Qianqian's message. She said tomorrow was her birthday, and she wanted to invite me to a party at Jinhai Bar. I looked at the time and thought to myself that it was indeed her birthday. Although she was just an ex-girlfriend now, it wasn't too much to say happy birthday to her. Okay, I'll be there tomorrow night. I replied to her simply, with a hint of coldness on my lips. If Zhang Haodong really dares to play tricks again, I'd like to see how many tricks he has left. At this time, Lin Qianqian, who was in the KTV box, immediately looked happy when she saw my reply. Haodong, he agreed, and will come tomorrow night. She almost shouted with excitement. Zhang Haodong leaned back on the sofa and sneered. Humph, this time it's our territory. Let me show you how I can make him look bad in public. In his eyes, I was just a poor guy who was lucky enough to win the lottery, and I relied on bragging and acting to keep up appearances. Those luxury cars he bought must have been bought in collusion with the people at the sales store just to show off. Tomorrow I will show his true colors and let everyone see what kind of person this so-called prince is. Lin Qianqian also nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I will call a few more sisters tomorrow to let them see this liar clearly. Zhang Haodong was not only thinking about how to humiliate me, he also had a deeper plan. Call He Xiaoyan as well. When he said this, there was a meaningful look in his eyes. Isn't she the one Wang Chung has always been thinking about? Let her see him flip out with her own eyes tomorrow night, and it would be best if she could slap him in public. Lin Qianqian was startled at first, but then she reacted and nodded. This is really cool. But she didn't know that Zhang Haodong had other selfish motives. I heard that He Xiaoyan is extremely beautiful and has more temperament than Lin Qianqian. If I could take this opportunity to hook up with her, it would be a win-win situation. Wang Chung, you are pretending to be very great, aren't you? Tomorrow night, I will make you fall into the mud and let you see clearly who you really are. If you dare to come, I will be ruthless. There was a gleam of ruthlessness in Zhang Haodong's eyes. He not only wanted to humiliate me, but also wanted me to be unable to hold my head up in this circle. At this moment, I am still standing in the pavilion of Xinhe Park, looking at the setting sun, with a lot of thoughts in my mind. No one noticed that I was no longer the poor student I was 4 years ago. The sky gradually darkened, and the surroundings gradually became quiet. I sat in the pavilion, leaning against the wooden railing, watching the last ray of light in the sky being swallowed up by the night. After waiting for almost an hour, she finally showed up. He Xiaoyan changed into a red halter dress, put on a white shawl, and wore high-heeled shoes, and walked towards me gently. In 4 years, she has become more charming and elegant, with a hint of sexiness in her maturity, but I still can't take my eyes off her. Sorry to have kept you waiting. She walked over and sat down next to me, with a faint smell of alcohol and a familiar, fresh body odor. I smiled and looked back at her, and said seriously, You look better than you did 4 years ago. Her cheeks were slightly red, and she smiled gently, but her eyes were fixed on me. Suddenly, she asked in a low voice, Wang Chung, do you still like me? Her question gave me pause. If I didn't have a fiancé, maybe I would nod without hesitation, but reality is reality after all. I thought about it, and finally chose a tactful way to reject her. The luxury car you saw was actually borrowed from a friend. Tangminchi, do you remember her? She works in a car dealership now, and I asked her for help. As for me, I've been unemployed for a long time. I can't even pay the rent. I'm a complete pauper. I turned to look at her and asked calmly, do you still like me the way I am now? I wanted to use self-deprecating words to get her to give up those thoughts, but unexpectedly she laughed. Do you think I said those things to you because you bought a luxury car? You underestimate me. I was stunned and smiled bitterly. Indeed, He Xiaoyan is not like Lin Qianqian. She comes from a wealthy family and never relies on charity from others. She took out a letter from her bag and handed it to me. This is the reason why I left suddenly that year. It's actually related to you. I took it subconsciously with a puzzled look. There was only a piece of paper in the envelope with a few words on it. Leave Wang Chung for 4 years. Otherwise your parents' hotel will go bankrupt. I was completely stunned and my head exploded. This was clearly a threat, forcing her to leave me. The first person I thought of was my parents. My mother once said that she wanted to raise me in poverty, and that only by experiencing hardship can one understand the weight of life. If I were with her family background, I would never have to suffer and would probably be able to live a high-paying life right after graduation. Are they afraid that I will lose the opportunity to grow because of this? Is it my parents who did this? I felt a little pain in my heart. Yi Xiaoyan nodded gently. Her eyes dimmed. I was sent abroad the day after I received the letter and was told not to contact you ever again. In fact, I was ready to agree to your request that night, but I said this 4 years late. Her voice was as soft as the wind, but it penetrated into my heart immediately. I stared at the letter, speechless for a moment. Wang Chung, I don't blame you, not at all. But now, for years have passed, can we start over? She held my hand and looked at me tenderly. I didn't respond, but I didn't shake her off either. I felt mixed emotions and didn't know whether I should accept her or not. I was indeed shaken. That familiar tenderness made it hard for me to refuse. Seeing that I was silent, she changed the subject. I heard that you were going to Lin Qianqian's birthday party tomorrow? I came back to my senses and nodded. Yes, she invited me. She smiled and said, she invited me too. How about we go together? I didn't object, but I was a little confused about what she wanted to do. She blinked and said, tomorrow, I will suffer a little and be your girlfriend for a day. Qianqian will be furious when she sees me holding your hand. Don't pretend to be a rich man in front of her anymore. People like her are not worth your attention. I was stunned and couldn't help laughing. It turned out that she thought that Zhang Haodong and I were fighting each other just to get back at my ex-girlfriend. Okay, then I'll take you to try it out. I held her hand tightly, and suddenly I was no longer so conflicted. She is not a replacement or an excuse. She is He Xiaoyan, the purest part of my youth. Chapter 21, Beautiful Bodyguard. After parting with He Xiaoyan, I drove directly back to the villa. After arriving home, I sat down on the sofa, feeling extremely tired. The maiden Ning came over to give me a massage. She kneaded my thighs with skillful techniques and relaxed my whole body. Master, I got you the ticket for Xiao Mine's concert. I nodded, feeling relieved. Well, I'm glad I got it. Thank you for your hard work. I closed my eyes and enjoyed the peaceful massage, feeling the comfort from her fingers and gradually relaxed. Before I knew it, I fell asleep. I had a dreamless night, and when I woke up, it was already the next morning. The morning sun shone into the room through the glass window. The air was filled with warmth, and the whole villa looked particularly comfortable. And Ning prepared breakfast early: millet porridge, eggs, fruit salad, and pancakes. These were all made by her and looked very tempting. Master, you are awake. Breakfast is ready for you. As she spoke, she handed me the water for washing my face and a towel. Everything was ready. I nodded, washed up and sat down to eat. The taste was good, comparable to the breakfast in a 5-star hotel. It was obvious that Ning's cooking skills were really amazing. But halfway through the meal, the doorbell suddenly rang. I frowned, wondering who came to disturb me so early. And Ning, go see who it is? Yes, master. And Ning nodded and quickly went outside to check. After a while, she came back. Master, there is a beautiful woman outside. She said she is the bodyguard arranged by Mr. Chen for you. Bodyguard? I put down my chopsticks, feeling a little surprised. Mr. Chen actually cared so much about me that he even arranged a bodyguard. Send her in. And Ning responded and invited the beautiful woman in. After a while, the beauty stood in front of me and said with a smile, hello, Mr. Wang. My name is Lin Jingya, and I was sent by Mr. Chen to protect your safety. I looked up at her and saw that she had an outstanding appearance and a well-proportioned figure, especially her long legs, which were the most beautiful of all the women I had ever seen. She had a ponytail, bright eyes, and was wearing a black tights that perfectly set off her figure, making people take a few more glances. What's your background? Have you learned Taekwondo or Sanda? I asked with interest. I studied martial arts and fighting techniques, and my teacher was Yao Jinzong, the master of Taishan Hungardu. You will be the first person I will protect after I come down the mountain, and I will do my best to protect you. Lin Jingya said seriously. They are learning martial arts and fighting techniques. Not bad, I smiled. Chen Haoqing is indeed a man of vision. He even invited the disciple of the Taishan Honchuan Dao master, which is really generous. You will live here from now on. When I move around, you follow me. When you are not needed, you can stay in the villa. I don't want to be followed by her 24 hours a day. After all, I don't have any privacy at all. Okay, Prince. She agreed, appearing very obedient. Well, but you have to go to the Jinhai bar with me tonight. It's a bit complicated there, so it's safer to take you with me. When we go out, just say I'm your cousin. No need to call me Prince Wang. I thought about the Jinhai bar we were going to tonight. It was a mixed place, and Zhang Haodong might be there, so taking Lin Jingyao with me was just to be on the safe side. Okay, Prince Wang, everything is up to you. Her heroic demeanor gave people the feeling of a heroine. I nodded, thinking that she was indeed capable. With her by my side, he Xiaoyan, and I wouldn't have to worry too much. Moreover, if Zhang Haodong dared to cause trouble, I could teach him a lesson and let him know the seriousness of the consequences of provoking me. Chapter 22. Why are you here together? In the evening, I took Lin Jingya, the beautiful bodyguard, and drove the Ferrari straight to the high-end apartment where he Xiaoyan lived. Huadianjiayuan is an upscale apartment complex in Qingshui City. It is close to her workplace, so He Xiaoyan chose to live here alone. When I arrived, He Xiaoyan was already waiting downstairs. She was dressed up especially charmingly today, with light makeup and a white off-shoulder chiffon dress. Her collarbone was faintly visible, and her long legs were also particularly charming. Her hair was loose, and the combination of pink high heels and a handbag made her look gorgeous. I was a little stunned, thinking that she was so beautiful, even more beautiful than Xiao Mayan. How about it? Am I beautiful today? He Xiaoyan sat on the passenger seat with a smile on her face, seeming very proud of my dullness. It's beautiful, but is it appropriate to expose so much? I subconsciously pulled her shoulder straps, trying to cover some of her exposed shoulders. She looked at me and suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? I asked puzzledly. I remember a saying. A man can wear as many clothes as he wants with his own woman, but he can wear as many clothes as he wants with other women. He Xiaoyan joked, but she was actually secretly happy in her heart. After all, Wang Cheng still cared about her. I felt a little embarrassed when I heard it. Although what he said was true, I still felt a little ashamed. By the way, this is my cousin, Lin Jingya. She wants to go to the Jinhai bar tonight to have some fun, so I brought her along. After I introduced her, she noticed that there was a beautiful woman sitting in the back seat. Lin Jingya looked cold and a little distant. It's my cousin. She's so beautiful. He Xiaoyan greeted her with a smile, and Lin Jingya just nodded. She is like this usually. She has a cold personality. I explained awkwardly, and He Xiaoyan was relieved. Soon, we drove to Jinhai Bar. Jinhai Bar is a high-end place in Qingshui City, mainly frequented by rich second generations and ruffians. There are many people here, and if Lin Jingya wasn't here, I would be a little worried about bringing He Xiaoyan here. But with her here, I feel much more at ease. When I got off the bus, there were many luxury cars parked in the parking spaces. Basic models like Mercedes-Benz and BMW were not worth mentioning, but there were also many Land Rovers, Porsches, etc. My Ferrari was one of the high-end cars. This is my first time in Jinhai Bar, let's go in. He Xiaoyan took my arm, and her little bird-like appearance made me happy. Well, let's go. I also enjoyed her dependence. We walked into the bar together, and Lin Jingya followed us silently. There weren't many people in the bar, some were sitting in groups chatting and drinking, and there were also beauties drinking alone at the bar. A few people had already started having fun on the dance floor. Wang Cheng, let's go to the private room. It's too noisy here. He Xiaoyan seemed not used to the noise in the bar, so she suggested going to the private room reserved by Lin Qianqian as soon as possible. Okay. I nodded, took her hand, and walked quickly towards the box. Soon after, we arrived at box 1024. Lin Jingya was guarding outside the door, while He Xiaoyan and I went in. There were already quite a few people in the box. Zhang Haodong and Lin Qianqian were sitting in the middle, along with a few classmates I knew and some of their friends. As soon as we entered the door, everyone's eyes were focused on He Xiaoyan, especially the boys, whose eyes were almost burning with anger. Zhang Haodong stared at He Xiaoyan, obviously stunned by her beauty. Wang Cheng, Xiaoyan, why are you here together? Lin Qianqian was a little surprised. Seeing He Xiaoyan holding my arm, she seemed a little surprised. I am Wang Cheng's girlfriend. Thank you, Qian. Otherwise I would not have the chance to be with him. He Xiaoyan smiled and leaned her head on my shoulder in a pretendingly intimate manner. Lin Qian's face turned ugly in an instant, and Wang Chung smiled bitterly to himself. He didn't expect that He Xiaoyan would deliberately make her angry. This trick was surprisingly interesting. Chapter 23, Still Trying to Trick Me. I looked at Lin Qian, whose face turned blue with anger. She simply couldn't accept that I, who was worthless in her eyes, was actually together with a rich and beautiful woman like He Xiaoyan. Especially since He Xiaoyan was better than her. What she couldn't stand was that after the breakup, I was actually living a better life than her and found a better woman. Yeah, he's just trash that I don't want. But you treat him like a treasure. Lin Qian's voice was cold, but there was a hint of jealousy in her heart. Really? Wang Chung drives a Ferrari and a Rolls-Royce. Do you still think he is rubbish? Then your Zhang Haodong drives a BMW X Series. Isn't he even worse than rubbish? He Xiaoyan raised the corners of her mouth slightly, not showing any weakness. I knew she said this to attack Lin Qian. Although they didn't know that my car was borrowed, it was a clever little counterattack by He Xiaoyan. At this time, Zhang Haodong's face changed immediately. How could he admit that he was worse than a poor boy like me? But he didn't dare to talk back to He Xiaoyan. He was very angry in his heart, but he still endured it. If it were someone else, he would have exploded long ago. Wang Chung is just a poor bastard. How can he compare with Haodong? Lin Qian said unwillingly. Only you can treat this insignificant man as a treasure. He Xiaoyan sneered, with a strong provocation in her words, which instantly made Lin Qian's face turn ugly. I couldn't help but secretly admire that He Xiaoyan was really a powerful character. Not only did she respond to Lin Qian's words, but she also made Zhang Haodong look insignificant. She winked at me secretly, which was really naughty. I silently gave her a thumbs up and secretly praised her in my heart. Wang Chung, since you drive a Ferrari, let's play a game. Zhang Haodong didn't dare to refute He Xiaoyan directly, but he took his anger out on me, obviously wanting to cause some trouble for me. Zhang Haodong's plan was clear. He intended to use up all my lottery winnings through this game and put me back into poverty. He also wanted to expose my Ferrari scam and let He Xiaoyan see through my pretentiousness. Play games. Okay, come on. I smiled slightly, and it seemed that he had fallen into my trap. Seeing that I was fooled, Zhang Haodong sneered and Lin Qian also snorted coldly, as if they were waiting to see the show. Do you know how to play guessing? Zhang Haodong took out a few dice, put them in the cup, and shook them. I frowned. Of course I know how to roll the dice, but I can't beat him in terms of skills. After all, he is a frequent visitor to such occasions, so he must be good at rolling the dice. He Xiaoyan saw that I was hesitating and whispered in my ear, Wang Chung, don't agree. He might play tricks on you and steal your money. What, you don't dare? Or you don't know how? Seeing that I didn't respond, Zhang Haodong continued to provoke me. Lin Qian also looked down on me, and the other people in the box also looked at me with contempt. If I follow his tactics, I will definitely lose. Thinking of this, I decided to fight back with a more direct method. What's the point of rolling the dice? You just want my money, right? How about this? If you drink a bottle of wine, I'll give you 10,000 yuan. If you drink yourself bankrupt, I'll consider you the winner. How about this? How about this game? I smiled slightly, intending to make him suffer a loss directly. As soon as I said this, everyone in the box was stunned. Even Lin Qian and Zhang Haodong were stunned. They didn't expect that I would actually propose such a condition. However, He Xiaoyan was anxious at this time and whispered, Wang Chung, stop playing. Such a big bottle of wine costs 10,000 yuan. It's too much. Zhang Haodong sneered. He felt that getting me drunk by drinking was really underestimating me. He often went to bars and had a good alcohol tolerance, but he still decided to teach me a lesson. Wang Chung, you drive a Ferrari. How can you drink alone? How about we drink together? Can you accept it? Zhang Haodong suggested. He had already calculated that Wang Chung had spent most of the remaining money from the 500,000 yuan he won in the lottery. He had spent at least 50,000 yuan on renting a car and hiring actors, so he had about 100,000 yuan left. If he spent 100,000 yuan on 10 bottles of wine, he could bring me back to poverty. Okay, as long as they are all willing and drink a bottle of wine, I will give you 10,000. I said calmly, not caring about this little money at all. Now everyone in the box was stunned, as if they couldn't believe that I was so generous. That's what you said. When Zhang Haodong saw that I agreed, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. He was about to ask the waiter to bring some wine, but I stopped him. Why? You want to go back on your word? I raised my eyebrows. How could I go back on my word? There has to be some stakes in playing games. I responded with a smile. Today I will teach Zhang Haodong a lesson and let him know that I am not so easy to bully. Chapter 24. You are too young to play with me. Zhang Haodong looked at me confidently and said that if he wanted to play some games, he could bet on anything. I knew what he was thinking. There were 11 people in the box, and he thought that as long as each of them had a bottle of wine, he could make me drink myself out of money. Then I would be embarrassed, and he could expose my so-called disguise. I smiled and said, "If you really want to make me go bankrupt, then I'll pay for all the drinks in this room today. But if you can't make me go bankrupt, then it's your turn to pay. My cousin Lin Jingya and her friends are drinking outside, and you'll pay for all their expenses." I deliberately only mentioned cousin and friends, without mentioning the number of people, because I had already planned to let him fall into this trap. Zhang Haodong was overjoyed when he heard it, thinking that how many friends could my cousin have? Even if he paid the bill, it wouldn't cost much, so he immediately agreed. "Okay, then everyone be a witness. Don't cheat," he shouted to the waiter. "First, give me 20 bottles of Royal Salute. Each bottle costs 2,000 yuan, and we ordered 40,000 yuan worth of goods at once, and the table was immediately filled." He Xiaoyan sat next to me, looking at the wine with some anxiety, and asked me in a low voice if I was crazy. I knew the other party was setting a trap, but I still jumped into it. I shook her hand and whispered to her, "Don't worry, the fun is just beginning." She was stunned for a moment, but didn't say anything else. I guess she was thinking that if she really couldn't hold on any longer, she should transfer some money to me first, so as not to embarrass me too much. Zhang Haodong shouted, "Let's drink," and picked up a bottle of Royal Salute and started drinking it. Several men followed suit. The girls were still a little hesitant until Lin Qianqian opened the bottle and drank it first, and then the others followed suit. A bottle of wine costs 10,000 yuan, and they drank enthusiastically. It was much easier than working. I didn't stop them. I watched them drink one by one, and I felt very calm. But He Xiaoyan was obviously getting more and more uneasy. Zhang Haodong finished his drink first and shouted for me to pay. I immediately opened Alipay and scanned the QR code to transfer 10,000 yuan. When he saw the account, he smiled and said, "Great. More." I was happy to cooperate and transferred money one by one. The more they drank, the more excited they became, as if this was the easiest way to make money in their lives. But Royal Salute is not water. After 2 bottles, some people started to feel dizzy. Some girls poured half a bottle of wine when I wasn't paying attention, but I didn't care at all. Anyway, the outcome of this game had already been written. Lin Qianqian's face turned red from drinking. She gritted her teeth and drank another bottle without forgetting to yell at me. I finished it too. I smiled and transferred the money to her, watching her sway and fall on the sofa with a satisfied and sarcastic expression on her face. Some people couldn't hold on any longer. Some fell drunk, some vomited, but Zhang Haodong was the only one who persisted. He could drink a lot. He drank 3 bottles in one go, and was still asking for the 4th bottle. I transferred another 10,000 yuan, but he suddenly froze, his face full of surprise. "How do you still have money?" I raised my eyebrows. "I still have some money. It depends on whether you can hold on." He hesitated a little, touched his forehead, and his face began to turn red. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, you win." He admitted defeat, and I didn't intend to embarrass him anymore. I smiled and stood up. "Then don't forget to pay the bill outside. I have to say hello to my cousin and her friends." Zhang Haodong followed me out of the box, his face starting to become serious. I knew he already had a bad feeling in his heart. I walked straight towards the stage in the middle of the bar, sneering as I walked. If he dares to play with me, I will let him know what a bottomless pit is. When I got to the stage, I stuffed a few bills into the sound engineer's pocket and asked him to turn off the music. Suddenly, the whole place went quiet, and the dancers became dissatisfied and started to shout loudly. I picked up the microphone and said calmly, "Everyone, my cousin and I are here at Jinhai Bar for the first time tonight. We want to make some friends. Your spending tonight will be counted on my cousin." Nearly 100 people in the audience were instantly excited, screaming and cheering. Zhang Haodong's face suddenly changed. At this time, he finally understood that the few friends he thought were actually the entire bar. His face flushed red, and he gnashed his teeth in anger. "Wang Chung, you are trying to trick me." He immediately took out his cell phone and started calling, probably to get someone to come. After all, it was a multi-million-dollar order, and if he didn't acknowledge it, I would have to resort to violence. Unfortunately, he had already fallen into the trap I had set up. I stood in the center of the stage, looking at the cheering crowd below, then looking at Zhang Haodong's distorted face, and there was only one sentence in my mind: I won this round beautifully. Chapter 25. It's still unclear who will be defeated. Zhang Haodong never thought that I would lie in wait here and set a trap for him. He would definitely not be able to swallow this humiliation, and he would have to teach me a lesson and trample me under his feet to vent his anger. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and took out his phone to call for help. I had already walked down from the center stage. As soon as I landed, He Xiaoyan hurried over to me, her face full of worry. She whispered to me, "Wang Chung, let's go quickly. He won't let it go after you've screwed him over like this." I was not panicked at all. I walked towards the bar, smiling and saying, "Don't worry, I have to tell the bar owner, otherwise they will think I am going to run away with the bill." As I was talking, the bar manager came towards me. He looked to be in his 20s, well-dressed, handsome, and professional. He asked me politely, "Sir, are you sure you will pay for all the expenses tonight?" I nodded and added with a smile, "That's right, but I made a bet with Zhang Haodong. If he loses, he has to pay for me. All the expenses in the hall and the private room tonight will be charged to him." This Jinhai bar is not an ordinary place. The consumption standard is above average. A rough calculation shows that it must start at 2 million. This order is likely to make Zhang Haodong lose a lot of money. The manager was stunned for a moment, then raised his eyes and asked, "Zhang Haodong? Is he the second young master of Mingyang Group?" I nodded and smiled, then raised my hand and pointed to Zhang Haodong, who was standing not far away. "He's right there, go check with him." Before I could finish my words, Zhang Haodong came over with a gloomy face and a sarcastic smile. "Okay, I admit it. I'll pay for tonight's meal," he said, but his tone was so cold that it made people shudder. "But, Wang Chung, don't think you can walk out of this bar safely." As soon as he finished speaking, 4 burly men appeared behind him. They seemed to have been arranged in advance. They did not look like ordinary characters, and their eyes were frighteningly cold. I glanced at them and knew what was going on. Zhang Haodong had already made up his mind to take action. However, I was not panicking, because Lin Jingyao was right beside me. With her by my side, I would not be afraid of 10 people, let alone 4. I smiled as if nothing happened and took a step forward. Since he is willing to pay, then I am fine. But Zhang Haodong stopped me and stared at me with sinister eyes. "You want to run away after I cheated you? It's not that easy." He shifted his gaze to He Xiaoyan again, and the evil fire in his eyes could hardly be hidden. "Xiaoyan, what's the point of following this loser? Why not follow me? I can give you whatever you want. It's 100 times better than following him." Hearing this, I couldn't help but frown, and He Xiaoyan beside me blushed with anger. She gritted her teeth and retorted, "Stop being so shameless. My father is He Yang. If you dare to touch me, he will never let you go." She spoke toughly, but her body leaned towards me nervously, and there was obvious panic in her eyes. After all, the 4 strong men standing there looked too scary. Zhang Haodong laughed after hearing this, and his laugh was particularly cold. "He Yang? That's even better. I'll get you first, then go and propose marriage, and see what else he can say." He Xiaoyan's face turned pale, she bit her lips, and was so angry that she almost cried. I stood in front of her with a smile in my eyes. "Zhang Haodong, are you too naive? Are you sure that you won't suffer a loss if we fight tonight?" As I was speaking, I caught a glimpse of Lin Jingya standing silently beside me. Her eyes were cold, staring at the opposite side like a poisonous snake, ready to attack at any time. Zhang Haodong laughed contemptuously. "Just you few? Do you know who these people behind me are? Have you heard of Brother Long from Jinhai? They are Brother Long's men. Touching you is as easy as stepping on an ant." His face was filled with pride, and his tone became more and more arrogant as he spoke. "Wang Chung, I'm telling you, don't think you're great just because you won a small lottery ticket. I can crush a poor bastard like you to death with just one finger. Brothers, take action. Destroy this bastard, knock out that woman, and take her away." He waved his hand, and 4 strong men immediately rushed towards me. Their movements were so swift that it made people feel nervous. He Xiaoyan turned pale with fright and turned around to escape, but I grabbed her. I smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. Don't run. The fun has just begun." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Jingyao moved. Her figure flashed, and she punched the sturdy man in the face, who was rushing in front. The guy was knocked to the ground, covering his face and screaming. This scene shocked Zhang Haodong so much that his eyes almost popped out. He didn't expect that this beautiful cousin was such a good fighter. But this is not the end yet. What shocked him even more was yet to come. Chapter 26, A Real Slap in the Face. Lin Jingya is worthy of being the direct disciple of Taishan Hung, Gar, Doom Master Yao Jinzong. Every move she made was filled with murderous intent. After knocking down the front fighter with one punch, she did not give the opponent any chance to breathe and knocked down the second fighter with another straight punch. I was a little worried at first. After all, it was 4 against 1, and she was a girl, so she might not be able to hold on physically. But now it seems that I was totally overthinking. She was simply dominating the opponent. I couldn't help but feel relieved. It was a good thing that I brought Jingyao with me tonight. Otherwise, if I had really been tricked by Zhang Haodong, It would have been a very bad ending. He Xiaoyan, who was standing next to me, was also so surprised that her mouth opened slightly, with an expression of disbelief on her face. She asked me softly, "Isn't your cousin really amazing? Has she ever practiced martial arts?" I nodded, lowered my voice, and smiled. "Yeah, it seems I've learned it. It's really fierce when I fight." On the other side, Zhang Haodong's face was not right. He could never have imagined that my poor cousin could beat 4 thugs by herself without them even having the strength to fight back. Damn, who is this woman? He gritted his teeth. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was starting to get scared. But he still refused to accept it. He yelled angrily, "What are you still standing there for? Beat her up. You can't even handle a woman. What are you doing here?" The 4 thugs gritted their teeth and rushed forward again after hearing his roar, but I could see that they were actually getting nervous. Jingya's eyes turned cold, and her voice was as cold as ice. "Since you still want to attack me, I will show no mercy." With a click sound, a strong man who rushed up had his arm broken on the spot. He rolled on the ground in pain, and his wailing was deafening. The remaining 3 surrounded her and blocked her retreat, trying to suppress her with human wave tactics. But Jingya slipped slightly, and her whirlwind kicks swept out violently, causing the 3 to retreat one after another. And the situation was completely reversed. Just as the other person staggered, Jingya stepped forward, twisted her hands, and cleanly and neatly crippled another person's arm. The whole set of movements was smooth, and there was almost no unnecessary movement. The other 2 thugs panicked upon seeing this. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and fear was revealed in their eyes. Jingya hooked her finger at them, and the 2 guys didn't dare to move a step, just standing there trembling. Zhang Haodong was furious when he saw this. "What are you afraid of? I'll give you double the money. Kill her." Stimulated by the money, the 2 men yelled with red eyes and picked up a stool and threw it at Jingya. He Xiaoyan turned pale with fear and screamed, "Be careful." But I was very calm in my heart. No matter how arrogant these 2 guys were, they were just temporary thugs. There was no way they could really meet Jingya. Sure enough, she turned around to avoid the attack of the stool and then punched them one by one, dislocating their arms and completely depriving them of their fighting ability. She clapped her hands and snorted, "I haven't even used my full strength yet, and you're already falling?" The people on the ground were all wailing. The battle ended almost effortlessly. Without giving them a chance to breathe, Jingya jumped directly behind Zhang Haodong, grabbed the back of his collar, and dragged him in front of me like a chicken. He was already pale with fear, but he still said stubbornly, "Wang Chung, I am the young master of Mingyang Group. If you dare to touch me, I will make you pay for it." I felt a little impatient listening to this. He dared to threaten others even after being beaten like a dog? I swung my hand and slapped him in the face, loud and clear. "Today I will slap you in the face in public. If you dare to provoke me again, next time it won't be solved by a slap alone. I am no longer the poor boy who was bullied by everyone. Now I have money and confidence. Even if your father comes in person, I will still beat him up." Zhang Haodong's eyes were sinister. He covered his face and gritted his teeth and said, "Wang Chung, just wait for me. I will make you regret it." I sneered. "Then you may not have this opportunity." Without even turning my head, I said, "Jingya, destroy him." Holding Xiaoyan's hand, I walked out, not wanting to look at this guy again. As soon as I finished speaking, Zhang Haodong's face suddenly changed. He panicked instantly, not caring about his face at all, and quickly shouted for mercy. "No, no, no, Wang Chung, don't be impulsive. I was wrong. It was all a joke, just now, ah." Before he could finish his words, Lin Jingya raised her hand and punched him, directly dislocating his left arm. Zhang Haodong immediately rolled on the ground holding his arm, screaming in agony. I turned my head and looked at him with cold eyes. "This is just a small warning. If you dare to trick me next time, you will have to bear the consequences yourself." After saying that, I pulled He Xiaoyan and turned to leave. Lin Jingya followed behind, almost without looking back. Behind them, Zhang Haodong and the crippled thugs rolled around in pain. For a moment, the bar was silent, with only their wailing echoing. Chapter 27, Another Good News. After coming out of Jinhai Bar, I felt so happy. Today I finally taught Zhang Haodong a good lesson, which was even more satisfying than winning the lottery. I took He Xiaoyan and Jingya into the car, ready to send Xiaoyan home first and calm myself down at the same time. My emotions had been quite up and down that night. He Xiaoyan sat in the passenger seat, fastening her seat belt while frowning and asking me, "Wang Chung, we beat their people like that? Will they seek revenge on us?" I chuckled and comforted her. "Don't worry. If they really want to cause trouble, we can stop them with our own strength. I'm not afraid."
After all, in Qingshui City, Chen Haoqing is a man who knows both black and white. If something happens, he can handle it. If he really can't handle it, there is the power of the entire Wang family behind him. Not to mention that I have only been exposed to the Wang family's resources for a short time. This amount of power is already scary enough. I myself don't even fully understand the Wang family's financial background. However, if you want others to truly respect you, it takes more than just family background. You still have to become strong yourself. Just like my grandfather has a consortium and my father has a business, I also have to carve out my own world. It was already quite late when the car arrived at Huatian Jiyuan. As soon as the Ferrari stopped, Xiaoyan did not rush to get out of the car. Instead, she hesitated for a moment and turned to look at me. "Are you still living in the rented house?" she asked tentatively. I smiled and casually responded, "Well, the housing prices are too high. How can I afford it?" Of course, I didn't plan to reveal my identity right now. The villa I live in has a market value of more than 20 million. If I tell her, she might not believe it and might even become suspicious. "Then, why don't you move in with me?" she said softly, but her face turned red. "I won't charge you rent, so you can save some money." I was stunned and confused. She was actively inviting me to live with her? If it were another man, he would have agreed immediately, but my situation is different. I nominally have a fiancé. Although we haven't met yet, this matter is really difficult to deal with. I scratched my head, smiled bitterly, and made up an excuse. "Then I'll consider moving in when my lease is up." "Well, okay," she said with a hint of disappointment in her tone. She lowered her head and was silent for a while. Then she suddenly said softly, "Wang Chung, move your face closer." I was confused. "Huh? Face? Oh, okay." I did as she said, and just as I got closer, she suddenly kissed me lightly on the cheek, then quickly opened the car door and ran out as if she had done something bad. I was stunned for a moment and felt my ears getting hot. At that moment, the emotions that I had suppressed seemed to revive again. This feeling, is it a sign of rekindled love? I sighed. If it weren't for the engagement with Xiao Mayan, I really wanted to agree to her. After all, I pursued her so hard during those 3 years in college. Oh, it would be nice if I could marry too. I complained to myself and watched her enter the apartment with mixed emotions before driving away. I returned to the villa, and my cell phone rang as soon as I entered the door. I saw that the caller ID was Chen Haoqing. I couldn't help but be a little surprised. Why was he calling me so late? "Assistant Chen, you call me now, what happened?" I collapsed on the sofa while answering the phone. And Ning came up to me very considerately, massaged my shoulders, and brought a large bowl of cut fruits. The treatment in the villa is really comfortable. Chen Haoqing's voice on the other end of the phone was as calm as ever. "Master, I have already arranged the acquisition of Hongfeng Culture and Entertainment Company that you asked me to do before. Director Wang Dongwei has been expelled from the board of directors. You are currently the largest shareholder. Do you have any follow-up instructions?" When I heard this, my mood immediately improved. I had finally settled on Hongfeng. Now this entertainment company officially belongs to our Wang family. "Good job." I smiled and then ordered, "Draft an appointment document immediately and let me join the company as the production manager tomorrow. Also, write me a letter of dismissal, firing that old man Wu Yong, saying that he molested his subordinates and violated discipline and regulations. Keep it confidential and send it to me tomorrow morning." "I understand. I'll arrange for someone to handle it overnight." Chen Haoqing responded straightforwardly. After hanging up the phone, I leaned back on the sofa, feeling relieved. "You old dog Wu Yong, wait for my retribution. See you at the office tomorrow." Chapter 28. A Man Who Lives Off His Wife? Yulong Club is Zhang Tianlong's territory. It has always been the place where he privately entertains bigwigs from both the black and white worlds. But tonight, the atmosphere is obviously wrong. In the T-shaped box of the club, Zhang Tianlong sat on an armchair, his body almost filling up the chair. A thick gold chain hung in front of his chest, and he was spinning 2 jade balls in his hands with a gloomy expression. 5 of his men stood in front of him, each with his arm wrapped in plaster, clearly badly injured. Among them was Zhang Haodong, who also had his arm hanging, looking like a drowned dog. "You said, you guys were beaten up like this by a woman?" Zhang Tianlong spoke coldly, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. His voice was not loud, but it was so depressing that it made people breathless. Zhang Haodong lowered his head and said in a weak voice, "Brother Long, that woman is Wang Cheng's cousin. She seems to have practiced martial arts before and is very fierce." Hearing the name, Wang Cheng, Zhang Tianlong raised his eyebrows and said with a little more interest, "Who is this kid he can beat you up like this? And he dares to touch the second young master of Mingyang Group." Zhang Haodong looked unwilling. "He is just a poor bastard. He recently hooked up with He Xiaoyan, the daughter of He's Hotel, so he dares to be so arrogant. He said it lightly, but he was extremely jealous in his heart. Why should a woman of He Xiaoyan's level be taken advantage of by a man like Wang Cheng? Zhang Tianlong touched his chin, his lips curled slightly. He Yang's daughter? This is very interesting. I really want to see what expression the old fox would have when he knew his daughter was hanging out with a poor boy. This sounded like casual chat, but Zhang Haodong heard a hint of opportunity in it. An idea suddenly flashed in his mind, and he began to think about how to use this to take revenge on me. He rolled his eyes and suddenly added fuel to the fire. Brother Long, when I was beaten last night, I mentioned your name, but that kid actually said. Zhang Tianlong's eyes darkened. What did he say? He said that even if Brother Long came, he would still beat you into a pig's head and make your parents not recognize you. Zhang Haodong threw the blame without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tianlong slammed the table. With a loud bang, the table almost fell apart, and the air in the room suddenly became frighteningly heavy. What the hell? You think you're a big shot just because you're protected by two women? You even dare to step on me. You must be tired of living. Zhang Tianlong gritted his teeth, his eyes full of murderous intent. If I were there, I would probably laugh out loud. Zhang Haodong is a mean-mouthed man, and now he has learned to kill someone with a borrowed knife and accuse me of a serious crime. Haodong, I've made note of this. Let him come over tomorrow. I want to see how brave this guy is and ask him to pay for the medical expenses of my brothers. Zhang Haodong was immediately excited and nodded repeatedly. Okay, Brother Long, leave it to me. While they were still calculating, I received the appointment documents and dismissal notice sent by Chen Haoqing. The man who delivered the documents was a capable man in his early 30s, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses. He spoke fluently and had a steady temperament. Master Wang, this is the document that Mr. Chen asked me to hand over. Please take a look. I nodded and took the document. Thank you for your hard work. Be careful on the road. As soon as he left, I opened the file bag and saw that the appointment letter and the dismissal letter were both there, and the contents were perfect. When I saw the document that said Wu Yong was dismissed, the corners of my mouth rose unconsciously. Wu Yong, this time it's your turn to get fired. I put the folder on the passenger seat, stepped on the accelerator happily, and drove straight to Hongfeng Entertainment Company. Today, I am officially returning as the production manager. This time, I am not here to check in, but to make those who once looked down on me shut up and witness my rise with their own eyes. Chapter 29, Strong Return. When I arrived at Hongfeng Entertainment, it was already past 10 in the morning. It was during office hours, and there were not many people at the company gate. The sunlight shining on the glass building formed a sharp contrast with the surging emotions in my heart. When I came back again, I felt complicated. After all, I was the one who was kicked out from here not long ago. That time I ran into Wu Yong molesting a female colleague in the restroom, and I was so angry that I beat him up. But he turned out to have an uncle who worked on the board of directors and sued me. I became the scapegoat, and not only was I fired, but I also lost my last month's salary. I felt disheartened at the time, but now, the situation has changed and it is my turn to take the stage. The young security guard at the door tried to stop me, but was stopped by the team leader. He seemed to have been notified in advance, his eyes were solemn, and he let me go in without any hindrance. I walked quickly through the hall along the familiar route and attracted a lot of attention after just a few steps. Hey, isn't that Wang Cheng? The front desk lady was stunned for a moment and looked at me in surprise. She probably still remembered that I was the one who was kicked out. After all, the fact that I beat up Wu Yong but was fired caused a lot of controversy in the company, and no one expected that I would come back again. When I went upstairs, I met a few old colleagues in the elevator. They talked about me in low voices, with surprise in their tone. Why is he back again? Is he coming back to mess things up? I ignored the whispers and headed straight to the production department. At the same time, Wu Yong also heard the news of my return. At that time, he was sitting in the office with his legs crossed, watching a short video, holding a drink in his hand, looking very relaxed. In fact, Wu Yong has no real ability. He relies on his uncle's support on the board of directors all day long. Bullying men and women and taking advantage of the power of others are his nature. Almost no one in the department dared to resist him. Although the program's performance was a mess, he was still able to thrive. Manager Wu, Wang Cheng is back. Chen Haoran rushed into the office with a nervous look on his face. He was the head of Group A who was promoted after I was fired, and he was also Wu Yong's #1 lackey. Wu Yong turned off the video abruptly and frowned. What? How dare Wang Cheng come back? Wasn't he fired? Yeah, but he just walked in so brazenly that all the colleagues at the front desk saw it. Wu Yong panicked immediately. Why are you still standing there?
Tell the security guards to kick him out. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Shen Haoran responded and ran out to call people. As for me, I had already arrived at the production department. Along the way, more and more colleagues followed me. Seeing my attitude, they all thought that I came back to cause trouble. I didn't stop and pushed open the door of Wu Yong's office without even knocking. Wu Yong, long time no see. As soon as he saw me, he jumped up from his chair, his face changed visibly, and his voice trembled. You? Why are you here again? You are no longer a member of the company. Get out now. I smiled and said, oh, go ahead and call. Let's see who leaves today. He was still stubborn. Wang Chung, don't be so arrogant. If you dare to mess around today, I will have someone deal with you. More and more colleagues gathered to watch, all of them watching intently, knowing that this scene would not be simple. Shen Haoran came with several security guards in a menacing manner, shouting arrogantly, get out of the way. The security guards are coming. Then, he pointed at me and said to the security guard, this guy has been fired. He broke into the office. Get him out now. When Wu Yong saw the security guards arrive, he suddenly became much bolder and shouted, if you don't do it, I'll have my uncle fire you all. But he had no idea that his backer had already collapsed. Wang Donghui's removal from the board of directors was still a secret, and he was still in the dark. Everyone watching this scene was worried for me. After all, Hongfeng's security guards are no pushovers. But I remained calm and just stood there watching their performance, as if I knew what would happen next. The young security guards did not act immediately, but looked at the foreman who led the team, waiting for him to speak. The leader walked forward with a serious face, stood still, and said loudly in front of everyone, boss, he has ordered that all security personnel in the company must obey his orders regarding anything involving Mr. Wang Chung. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar. Some people exclaimed, some were dumbfounded, and some began to secretly take out their mobile phones to record videos. This level of instructions is usually only given to senior executives. Wu Yong froze, his face instantly becoming extremely ugly. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. I smiled softly, looked at the shocked faces, and said word by word, Wu Yong, it's my turn to administer justice. Chapter 30 Thunderous Means. Seeing that the security captain obeyed my orders, I was very satisfied with Chun Haoqing's arrangement. With the support of security, the next thing to do was much easier. As for Wu Yong, his expression was completely frozen at this moment, and he obviously had not yet recovered from what happened just now. He muttered, it can't be. This can't be true. Just now he was fantasizing about using the security guard to kick me out, but now he was being slapped in the face by me in public. The little bit of pitiful dignity on his face was gone. However, thinking that his uncle Wang Donghui was still on the board of directors, he mustered up the courage to scold me. Wang Chung, don't think you can do whatever you want just by bribing a few security guards. You've already been fired by the company, so don't be so arrogant. I smiled, not anxiously, and directly pulled out a document from the file bag. It's you who left the company, not me. Open your eyes and look at what this is. I threw Wu Yong's official dismissal letter in his face, speaking in a tone as calm as if I was handing him a menu. He didn't even read the content, and just grinned. You want to scare me with a piece of paper? Let me tell you, I'm not someone who can be opened by anyone. Who do you think you are? I shook my head gently. Why don't you take a closer look at who signed it? Wu Yong rolled his eyes, still cursing. All right, I'll see which great god is this. But when his eyes swept to the line of words in the signature column, his whole aura suddenly became like a deflated ball, his pupils shrank slightly, and his voice began to tremble. Mr. He. How could it be possible that Mr. He signed it personally? He repeatedly confirmed the signature several times, his face becoming more and more ugly, and he opened his mouth, trying to find an excuse. Could this be forged? Dare to forge the signature of the general manager. Do you know that this is illegal? I was too lazy to waste time talking to him, so I replied calmly, it's not my turn to break the law. You should think about whether you can get out of this situation first if the female colleagues you harassed come forward to report you. As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Yong felt as if a sore spot had been struck. His eyes became evasive and his face turned pale. He knew it was not groundless, but he still said stubbornly, don't be complacent. My uncle will come and deal with you soon. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and quickly dialed his uncle Wang Donghui's number. I leaned against the door frame, watching his performance with interest, waiting to see how long he could last. However, he called several times, but the phone was always turned off. He called again, but it was still turned off. His face began to completely change, and he muttered, that's not right. Why can't I get through to my uncle's phone? Seeing that he was sweating with anxiety, I finally said calmly, stop fighting.
Your uncle is no longer a director of the company. No one can protect you now. You're talking nonsense. He spent 10 million to buy shares in the company. How could he just leave like that? Wu Yong almost threw his phone, his voice filled with a hint of fear. When the colleagues watching outside the door heard this, they also started talking about it, and many of them had surprise or even secret joy in their eyes. Those colleagues who were usually oppressed by Wu Yong to the point of suffocation now had their eyes filled with joy after having their revenge. I smiled and patted his shoulder. If you don't believe me, you can go ask HR, but I'm here today to take over your job. I took out the appointment letter from the file bag and threw it in his face. This office belongs to me from now on. You can go now. Wu Yong stared at me intently, as if he couldn't accept the reality at all. He glanced at the appointment letter and froze in his tracks when he saw the words, Wang Chung, production manager. He wanted to speak, but no words came out. The employees outside the door were all dumbfounded. Who could have imagined such a big reversal? A former employee who was unjustly fired actually made a glorious comeback and directly kicked out his former boss. I turned to the security captain and said, he is no longer an employee of the company. Please help me get him out. Understood, Manager Wang. The security captain immediately did as he was told, and several security guards rushed forward and lifted Wu Yong up. Let me go? I haven't left yet. I'm the manager. My uncle is Wang Dongwei. If you dare to touch me, I'll let him fire you. Wu Yong continued to howl, but no one paid any attention to him. The more he howled, the more embarrassed he looked. Several security guards simply dragged him out and sealed his mouth as they dragged him. I looked at the scene and said calmly, Wu Yong, you just insulted your boss. I will fine you this month's salary as mental compensation. You are not allowed to set foot in the company from now on. He was speechless, but his face turned purple from anger. In the end, he was knocked unconscious by a punch from the security guard, which was a relief for everyone. I curled the corner of my mouth and nodded to the security guard to show my satisfaction. The onlookers were all silent, with expressions as if they had seen a living god, and Wu Yong's lackeys were even shaking with their legs. I glanced at them and said calmly, Chen Haoren, Yin Xiu, Fu Hao, the three of you have also been fired by the company. Go to the finance office to collect your wages. The three of them collapsed on the ground, their faces ashen, without even the courage to defend themselves. I then slowly walked into the office and, under everyone's gaze, sat down in the seat that originally belonged to Wu Yong. Chapter 31, A 10 Million Return. The news that Wang Chung returned to the company's production department and reorganized it with an iron fist soon spread throughout the company. Most people applauded Wang Chung, especially the female colleagues who had been harassed by Wu Yong. At this time, they looked at Wang Chung more like a savior. After cleaning up the bad apples in the production department, Wang Chung asked someone to bring over some of the most recently produced programs and ratings reports. Unexpectedly, he almost got pissed off after seeing them. What the hell? Even the show I produced, Wildlife, has fallen to the bottom in ratings. Wang Chung was very angry. In just half a month, Wildlife fell from the top 3 in ratings at its peak to the top 10. Wang Chung called Yao Xian, a female colleague with whom he had a good relationship before, and asked her again. Only then did he know that after he left, the program was taken over by Chun Haoren. In order to please Wu Yong, Chun introduced several second and third-rate female stars who participated in Wildlife to him. The latter threatened Wu Yong with camera exposure and wanted to take advantage of these female stars. They were not willing to give in and announced directly that they would not perform anymore, which directly caused the ratings of Wildlife to fall out of the top 10. Manager Wang, what should we do next? The positions of group leaders of groups A, B, and C are all vacant, and many programs have no one in charge. Yao Xian said worriedly. The broadcast time is approaching, and if the content is not ready, they will be blamed by the higher-ups and they will have to take action. The 3 lackeys that Wang Chung had fired before were the team leaders of these 3 groups. I will be in charge of Group A for the time being, and you will be the leader of Group B. Wang Chung said, looking at Yao Xian. She was quite good-looking, wearing a black professional suit that perfectly outlined her figure. Her straight and slender legs were wrapped in thin black stockings, and her calves were tight and her lines were soft. She has the ability, but she is always suppressed in the department because she refuses to obey Wu Yongqian's rules. Wang Chung, no, Manager Wang. Do you really want me to be the leader of Group B? I'm afraid I can't do it well. Yao Xian's pretty face showed some excitement, but more of it was disbelief. Well, you have to believe in yourself. Also, call Lu Neng in. Wang Chung arranged things one by one in an orderly manner. Wang Chung appointed Lu Neng as the leader of Group C. Lu Neng was an old colleague in the production department. He had been there for 6 or 7 years, but had always been frustrated. When he heard that Wang Chung was going to promote him to be the leader of Group C, he was excited for a long time and thanked Wang Chung repeatedly. After a busy day, Wang Chung returned home very late. Although his current net worth is unlimited, he also wants to make some achievements of his own. His grandfather has his multinational consortium, and his father also has his multinational group, so Wang Chung also wants to build an empire of his own. Of course, all this has to be done slowly. Start by practicing as a department manager, and then move up step by step. Otherwise, if you take too big a step at once, you may get hurt easily. After get off work, Wang Chung did not return to the villa. Instead, he called He Xiaoyan and asked her to come out for dinner in the evening. He wanted to tell her the good news. After all, she had always been worried that Wang Chung would not be able to support himself without a job. She even wanted to transfer money to him when they were chatting on the phone, but was rejected by Wang Chung. What a joke. How could he, a super rich second generation with unlimited wealth, ask for a woman's money? When he drove to Huatian Jieyuan, He Xiaoyan was already waiting at the door, but next to her was a middle-aged man wearing a Zhongshan suit. He looked very energetic, but there was some anger on his face. Dad, I'm just going out to have a meal with him. Why do you have to follow us? He Xiaoyan didn't know what happened today. Her father, who never came to see her when he returned to China, suddenly came to her house today and asked her indirectly if she had a boyfriend. If you don't come out with me, you will be seduced by the 3 infinite boys with their sweet words. Hyung was very angry. He was usually busy with work and had no time to take care of his daughter. But today, someone brought him a letter, which only explained one thing. That is, his daughter He Xiaoyan had a poor boyfriend. Not only did he have no background, he didn't even have a job. He was good at lying and talking, and he used luxury cars to pick up girls. How could Hyung agree to have this kind of person be his daughter's boyfriend? Ordinary parents would never agree to this, as he is obviously a gigolo. He had secretly made up his mind that he would never allow this kind of gigolo to be his daughter's boyfriend, nor would he allow him to be just an ordinary friend. After Wang Chung parked the car, he quickly arrived at the gate of Huatian Jieyuan. When He Xiaoyan saw Wang Chung coming, her pretty face showed a little joy. She was about to go up to him to say hello, but was stopped by her father Hyung. Go back to your room. You have nothing to do here. I'm here to talk to him. After confirming that the person who came was Wang Chung mentioned in the letter, Hyung grabbed He Xiaoyan's hand and pulled her back, then scolded her in a serious tone. Dad, I'm just going out to have a meal with him. Wang Chung is a very good person and he won't do anything to me. He Xiaoyan was very angry. Her father was very abnormal today. She didn't know where he heard the news, but he thought Wang Chung was a scumbag who relied on sweet words to deceive beautiful and wealthy women and lived off them. I've been too permissive with you. I guess I need to ask your mother to discipline you. Hyung became angry when he saw that his daughter seemed to be possessed by a demon. At this time, Wang Chung had already walked in front of them. Before he could say hello, Hyung spoke unhappily. Wang Chung, huh? I'm Xiaoyan's father. I want to talk to you alone. Okay, uncle, Wang Chung nodded, but he didn't know what he wanted to talk to him about. He was also surprised that He Xiaoyan's father would look for him. Hyung took Wang Chung to a nearby coffee shop, and He Xiaoyan wanted to follow, but was stopped by her father. Wang Chung seemed to have figured out something, so he asked He Xiaoyan to go back to the house and wait for his news. In the coffee shop, after Hyung and Wang Chung sat down one after another, the former impatiently took out a check for 100,000 and handed it to Wang Chung. Here is 100,000 yuan. Please leave my daughter and don't harass her again. Wang Chung was completely confused. What was going on? Countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Why do you complain that the money is too little? Hyung thought that Wang Chung complained that the money was too little, so he looked at him with contempt, then took out a note with 1 million yuan from his pocket and threw it in front of him. I'll give you another million. You approached my daughter just for the money, didn't you? Fine, I'll give it to you. As long as you leave my daughter, the 1.1 million will be yours. Isn't that refreshing enough? Wang Chung finally understood. It turned out that He Xiaoyan's father treated him as a gigolo. He smiled unhappily, took out a checkbook from his pocket, wrote a check for 10 million on it, tore it off, and gave it back to Hyung. Uncle, this is 10 million. It's a gift for you. Chapter 32, what I said is true. Hyung was stunned. He never expected that the poor boy in front of him would not play by the rules. He neither refused indignantly nor took the money and left. Instead, he took out a check for 10 million and slapped him in the face, which made him even more angry. What do you mean? 10 million? Can a poor boy like you come up with that? You dare to show off a blank check? You are showing off to me. Uncle, I'm not pretending. I'm telling the truth, and this check is real. If you don't believe me, you can go to various banks to verify it. All major banks around the world recognize this check. Wang Chung explained seriously.
This check is guaranteed by my grandfather's foundation and is definitely recognized by all banks. Oh, all the major banks in the world support it. You're bragging so much. Why don't you just say that all the banks in the world are owned by your family? Hyang took a sip of the coffee in front of him to calm himself. He had never seen a check that was supported by all the major banks in the world. It seemed that this poor boy was just like what was said in the letter. He wanted to show off wherever he went. I'm not bragging. Uncle, please believe me. This 10 million is real. You can just find a bank to verify it tomorrow. Wang Cheng was a little anxious. He really didn't want to show off in front of Xiaoyan's father. Stop bragging to me here. I don't want to waste time talking to you. Whether you take the money or not, I have one thing to say. From now on, never, ever have anything to do with my daughter again. Hyang clearly warned him again. Uncle, Xiaoyan and I are very good friends. You want to separate us? It's totally unnecessary. Besides, with me by her side, no one can bully Xiaoyan. Wang Cheng felt that Xiaoyan's father appeared too suddenly. Did my parents warn them again? But if that was the case, Hyang wouldn't have given him 1 million to get rid of him. Wang Cheng couldn't figure out the specific situation for a while, so he didn't think about it for the time being. You are so arrogant. How can a powerless poor boy like you protect her? Do you know how deep the water is in Qingshui City? A little street gangster can make you unable to survive, and you still dare to act cool in front of me. Besides, she and you live in completely different worlds. She has lived in the upper class since she was a child, while you were born in the countryside. How can you help her in her future career? Hyang glanced at Wang Cheng with contempt, paused, and continued. Besides, her friends and besties are either rich second generations or young CEOs. Do you think it's worthy for a poor boy like you to be with her? Wouldn't that embarrass her in front of her friends? Hyang became more and more excited as he spoke, and his voice couldn't help but become higher and higher. Uncle, I won't let her embarrass herself in front of her friends. Wang Cheng thought for a moment and said seriously, with his status as a super rich second generation, Wang Cheng really doesn't take these younger rich second generation seriously. Even if their parents, the first generation of rich people, came over, they would probably have to give him some face. Haha, young man, don't feel too good about yourself. I've explained the situation to you clearly. You are a poor boy with no power. You can't help her with her future, and you can't protect her. If you stay with her, you will only embarrass her and hold her back. So I advise you to leave, take the 1 million, go back to the countryside and marry a wife who is a good match for you. This is what you should do. Hyang pushed the check for 1 million on the table in front of Wang Cheng again. I have already put the money here for you. If you refuse to accept my offer, I, Hyang, still have some power in Qingshui City and can make sure you can't survive in Qingshui City. I'm sorry, uncle. I can't accept this money. And this 10 million is really not a blank check. Besides, I believe I can protect Xiaoyan and give her a bright future. Wang Cheng said seriously again. Seeing that Wang Cheng refused to listen and wanted to show off in front of him, Hyang slammed the table angrily and snorted coldly. Humph, don't think that if you don't accept the check, I will agree to you two being together. That's wishful thinking. It's absolutely impossible. Hyang stood up and walked out angrily without taking the checks on the table, as if he had left them there deliberately to humiliate Wang Cheng, a gigolo. Uncle, your checks. Wang Cheng did not hesitate. He immediately collected the 3 checks on the table, a check for 1 million, a check for 100,000, and his own check for 10 million, all together. Then he chased after Hyang and stuffed all 3 checks into his hands, saying firmly, Uncle, time will prove what I say. It's impossible to prove it even if you wait another 100 years. You can only dream on. Hyang snorted coldly and left in a hurry holding the 3 checks without checking them carefully. Looking at Hyang's receding back, Wang Cheng sighed slightly, fearing that he would not be able to have dinner with Xiaoyan today. Chapter 33 Provocation Again. At the Qingshui City luxury car sales store, Wang Cheng was preparing to pick up Tang Mingqi before going to work. He had promised her before that he would bring her in to be a screenwriter. It happened that the production department was currently being reorganized, so it was just the right time to take Tang Mingqi with him. Mingqi, have you finished the handover here? Wang Cheng saw Tang Mingqi coming out of the store and couldn't help but step forward to ask with concern. The handover is completed, and the manager also paid me this month's commission and bonus. Tang Mingqi was in a good mood today. Not only did she get a large commission, but she also got to do what she liked to do, and all of this was thanks to Wang Cheng. Is your manager so nice? He even pays the commission in advance. Wang Cheng said with a smile. That's all thanks to you. Our manager told me that if you want to buy a luxury car in the future, let me take you to the store. Tang Mingqi smiled like a silver bell. Okay, no problem. Wang Cheng agreed immediately, and then the two of them got into the car, talking and laughing. Across the street, There was a familiar BMW X series parked. Lin Qianqian and Zhang Haodong were sitting in the car, watching Wang Cheng and Tang Mengqi chatting and laughing as they got into the Ferrari together. They were just passing by here, but happened to see the scene between Wang Cheng and Tang Mengqi in front of a luxury car sales store. I know this woman. How come she is in a luxury car sales shop? Lin Qianqian was a little surprised to see Tang Mengqi coming out in a sales uniform. Do you know her? Zhang Haodong asked in surprise. Well, her name is Tang Mengqi. She was in the same literature club as Wang Cheng in college, and they were also close friends. Lin Qianqian couldn't help but explain. Hearing this, Zhang Haodong suddenly remembered the voice of a young lady who was the customer service representative at the class reunion and said that Wang Cheng bought a Ferrari and a Rolls-Royce. Did she answer us during the class reunion? As soon as these words were spoken, both of them felt relieved. That's right. I didn't expect Wang Cheng to be so pretentious that he even anticipated that we would call customer service. That's amazing. When it comes to the ability to pretend, Zhang Haodong admits he is inferior to him. And that bar party, he must have asked He Xiaoyan for so much money in advance. Otherwise, how could he not spend all the money he won in the lottery? Lin Qianqian suddenly remembered something and said, well, it seems that all of this was planned in advance by Wang Cheng. Damn, he is really good at scheming. Zhang Haodong wanted to hit the steering wheel angrily, but his left arm was injured. His movement affected the injured area, and he immediately grimaced in pain. Haha, but he can scheme, and so can I. A hint of coldness flashed in Zhang Haodong's eyes. Haodong, is there going to be something interesting to watch? Lin Qianqian asked with anticipation. Of course this drama is interesting. Yesterday, I wrote a letter to He Xiaoyan's father about his poor identity. I believe a good drama was staged last night. Wang Cheng, you poor boy, still want to hook up with a fair, rich, and beautiful woman. This is simply a toad wanting to eat swan meat. It's wishful thinking. Zhang Haodong sneered, and at the same time, he fantasized in his mind that after He Xiaoyan and Wang Fan broke up, he would have to comfort her and send some generous gifts to her father. Maybe he would be able to hook up with He Xiaoyan. Thinking of the happy things, he couldn't help drooling, but when he thought of Lin Qianqian next to him, he secretly wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. By the way, Brother Long has been looking for him recently. It seems that this poor guy has had bad luck. They broke up, and Brother Long is asking him for medical expenses. I'm afraid he can't make it in Qingshui City anymore. Zhang Haodong took out his mobile phone and got Wang Cheng's mobile number from Lin Qianqian. He called him with a smug look on his face. At this time, Wang Cheng was driving. He saw an unfamiliar number calling. After hesitating for a moment, he put on his Bluetooth headset and answered the call. Wang Cheng, you poor bastard, you didn't expect it to be me, did you? Hearing this familiar voice, how could Wang Cheng not know who it was? Zhang Haodong, haven't you been taught a lesson by me enough? Are you itching for trouble again? Come on, come and teach me a lesson if you have the guts. I'm not afraid. Did Xiaoyan's father come to see you last night? Were you dumped again? I'm here to wish you a happy breakup. Zhang Haodong's despicable voice made Wang Cheng frown slightly. How did he know that He Xiaoyan's father came to see him last night? Could it be that he did something secretly? No wonder He Xiaoyan's father suddenly came to find him. Zhang Haodong, have you forgotten what I told you before? If you dare to provoke me again, I will make you pay a higher price. Next time it won't just be a matter of one arm. Wang Cheng said coldly. Poor bastard, don't be so proud. Your cousin injured 4 of Brother Long's men last time. He is now looking for you to discuss the issue of compensation for medical expenses. You have offended the wrong person, do you know? I tell you, Wang Cheng, you are dead this time. Zhang Haodong said arrogantly and proudly over the phone. Okay, ask him to give me a time and place. I'm just thinking about meeting him, but don't run away. Wang Cheng was not really afraid of this guy called Brother Long. With Chun Haoqing around, he could basically handle all the matters in both the black and white worlds. I won't run away. Don't worry. I'll watch with my own eyes how you kneel on the ground and call me dad. Huh. After Zhang Haodong said this, he hung up the phone in a very happy mood, and then sent the address and time of the Yulong Club to Wang Cheng. After doing all this, Zhang Haodong felt very happy. After receiving the address, Wang Cheng smiled coldly. You still want me to kneel down and call you daddy? You are getting bolder and bolder. Then I will let you kneel down in front of me and call me daddy tomorrow. Chapter 34. Don't think about looking for that poor boy again. After returning to the company, Wang Cheng first arranged Tang Mengqi's work. Since she had never been a screenwriter before, he asked Sister Qing, a veteran screenwriter in the production department, to take her in first so that she could familiarize herself with the script routines of various programs. After making all the arrangements for Tang Mengqi, Wang Cheng sat in the office, took out his mobile phone, and called Chen Haoqing. Young master, do you have anything to tell me? Chen Haoqing's voice came from the other end of the phone.
Is there a man named Brother Long in Qingshui City? The kind with many subordinates, who runs nightclubs? Wang Chung thought for a while and asked. He had to find out more about this person before going there. Only by knowing both yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Wang Chung will not fight a battle without confidence. Brother Long. Chen Haoqing thought for a long time on the other end of the phone and suddenly replied. Is it Zhang Tianlong? He started out in nightclubs and is quite active around the Jinhai bar. Yes, it's this person. Jingya injured several of his men before and said she wanted me to compensate for the medical expenses. Wang Chung said lightly. He is going to rebel. A mere street guard actually dares to ask the young master for medical expenses. Tell him to wait. I will arrange for someone to chop him up right away. Chen Haoqing looked furious. Someone actually dared to ask the young master for medical expenses. He was really courting death. No need. Just find someone who has some influence in the underworld and ask him to follow me. I'm going to meet him tomorrow and teach someone a lesson. Wang Chung became a little angry when he thought of Zhang Haodong. This guy had provoked him many times, and this time he must teach him a lesson. Okay, young master, I will make sure to arrange it. It's time to teach Zhang Tianlong a lesson, otherwise he won't know his last name. Chen Haoqing on the phone was very angry. Anyone who dared to mess with the young master would not be easily forgiven. After hanging up the phone, Wang Chung was in a good mood. It seemed that Zhang Tianlong should be renamed Zhang Tianchong tomorrow. While Wang Chung was arranging Zhang Tianlong's affairs, He Yang was disciplining his daughter, He Xiaoyan, in his villa at home. He also took away her mobile phone, tablet computer, and other electronic devices in order to prevent her from contacting Wang Chung. I'm telling you again, I won't allow you to go to that poor boy Wang Chung again. Do you hear me? Dad, I really have nothing to do with him. You misunderstood. He Xiaoyan tried her best to explain, but was still strongly opposed by He Yang. I don't care what kind of relationship you have. Being just ordinary friends won't do. He, a poor boy, must have ulterior motives for approaching you. He Yang said with a grim face. He has no ulterior motives towards me, and he is very talented. The current difficulties are only temporary, and he is a potential stock. He Xiaoyan felt very aggrieved and wanted to argue a few more words on behalf of Wang Chung, but was still blocked by her father. Regardless of whether he has the ability or not, just the fact that he pretends to be awesome is very disgusting. He has no ability, but still likes to pretend everywhere. Just last night, I had coffee with him, and I offered him 1.1 million to leave you, but he actually gave me 10 million as a gift. Do you think a young man like him who pretends to be awesome can be any good? He Yang was furious when he thought of this. What kind of person is this? He has no money but still writes a check to show off. What's the point if he has no strength? Dad, how can you insult him with money? He must be very hurt now. I have to go find him. He Xiaoyan didn't expect that her father would use money to persuade Wang Chung to leave. This made her very worried about Wang Chung. She was afraid that he would be hit hard by this and completely don't want to see her anymore. Don't even think about going anywhere today. Old Lu, keep an eye on the young lady and don't let her run away. He Yang turned his head and glanced at Uncle Lu, the old servant in the family. This time he had to discipline He Xiaoyan well, otherwise his daughter would be too willful. Dad, you've gone too far. I don't want to see you anymore. He Xiaoyan had never felt so wronged before, and tears welled up in her eyes. What are you arguing about? Can't you see your daughter is about to cry? He Xiaoyan's mother Lin Yifan walked out of the room with a distressed look on her face and hugged her to comfort her. It's all because of you that I got spoiled. Sooner or later I will be killed by you and your mother. He Yang looked very disappointed in his child. At this moment, his cell phone rang. After seeing the incoming call alert, He Yang took out his cell phone and walked aside and whispered, What is it? Chairman, the company has a loan of 10 million that is due and needs to be repaid today, but there is no working capital in the account. Now the board of directors is very anxious and are waiting for you to come back to discuss this matter. The CFO's anxious words came from the other end of the line. I understand. I'll be there right away. He Yang was a little upset. His family issues had not been resolved yet, and something big had happened at the company. If he couldn't pay back the 10 million loan in time, it might ruin the company's credit. You just stay at home obediently these few days and don't even think about going anywhere, let alone looking for that poor boy. If you dare to go, I will destroy him and make it impossible for him to survive in Qingshui City. Before He Yanglin left, he did not forget to solemnly warn his daughter again. Chapter 35. Is everything he said true? He Yang felt that things had been going wrong in recent days. The company's development seemed to have hit a bottleneck. Not only was it not making money, but it was losing money every day. He was about to pay off another loan, but there was no money left in the account. His daughter at home also gave him a lot of worries. She could have chosen anyone else as her boyfriend, but she had to find a poor boy from the countryside, which really made him angry. After arriving at the company, Hyung went straight to the meeting room with a grim look on his face, where 6 board members were already waiting. Mr. He, you are finally here. Board member Ma Yuan said lightly when he saw Hyung appear, sitting on a chair, as if he was waiting for Hyung to show up and watch the show. There was no trace of nervousness or anxiety on his face, but rather an expression of gloating. Mr. Ma, are you waiting to see my show? Hyung glanced at Ma Yuan coldly. The company's capital chain was about to break, but he showed no sign of being in a hurry. It was obvious that he wanted to take advantage of the situation. What good show can I expect to see? Are you all doing this for the company? If you can't even get a loan of 10 million, there's no point in you being the chairman. Don't you agree? Ma Yuan said as he looked at Chun Yang, the other board members, who all nodded in agreement. Can't I solve the problem with this little money? You really underestimate me. After saying this, Hyung stood up from his seat coldly. It was probably impossible to rely on them to solve the problem of the 10 million loan, and it would be a waste of time to stay here any longer. Then we'll just wait for good news from Mr. He. Ma Yuan smiled coldly. He had asked people to keep the matter of the 10 million loan a secret, and only informed him on the last day in order to catch him off guard. The business world is like a battlefield. By now Hyung knew that it was Ma Yuan's trick. After returning to the chairman's office, Hyung slammed the table angrily, looking extremely frustrated. This Ma Yuan dares to plot against me. Hyung was very angry. He would get him out of the board of directors when he got the chance. However, the most important thing right now was to resolve the issue of the 10 million loan first. Call the financial director to me. Hyung asked his secretary to call the financial director over. The man who came was a man in his 30s or 40s, who looked smart and capable. Wu Hao, how much liquid funds are left in the company's account? Hyung was in an irritable mood, and while speaking he took out a pack of cigarettes from the drawer of his desk. Chairman, the liquid funds in the account are almost zero. Mr. Ma has used all of it to buy land before. Wu Hao adjusted his glasses and said truthfully. Hyung also knew about the land purchase, and it was he who signed the contract. After all, the land in the east of the city was in a good location and was perfect for developing a hotel. However, he never expected that a loan of 10 million yuan was about to expire. He really had no money left in his account, and he would not be able to borrow money from anyone today, not to mention how many people in Qingshui City had the financial ability to lend him such a large sum of money. In order to buy the land, I mortgaged my RV, so there was no need to think about taking out a second loan. This Ma Yuan scheme is really vicious. I fell into his trap step by step, and he didn't even give me a moment to raise money. Hyung silently put a cigarette in his mouth, feeling annoyed. Then he wanted to find a lighter, and he searched all over his body and happened to touch inside his pants. He reached out and took it out. It just so happened that the 3 checks that Wang Chung stuffed into his pocket last night were also in this pocket. When he took out his lighter, he inadvertently slipped the 3 checks out and dropped them on the ground. Hyung didn't notice it, as he was lighting a cigarette in annoyance. However, the financial director Wu Hao next to him subconsciously picked up the 3 checks and prepared to hand them to Hyung. However, when his eyes swept over one of the checks, his eyes suddenly lit up. Mr. He, don't you have a ready-made check for 10 million? Why bother to think of other ways? A check for 10 million? Where is it? After taking a few puffs of his cigarette, Hyung turned around and asked in confusion. Isn't this one? It's guaranteed by the Morogen Consortium, one of the world's top consortiums, and is used by banks all over the world. Financial Director Wu Hao said with great surprise. Impossible, this is a blank check. Hyung absolutely did not believe that a poor boy could really write him a check for 10 million as a gift. If it was true, then this boy's background must be amazing. The Morogen Consortium endorsed him and gave him 10 million at will. Even the richest man in Qingshui City probably couldn't do it, let alone a poor boy from the countryside. How could this be a bad check? I've seen this kind of check when I was interning on Wall Street in country America. It's absolutely real. Wu Hao said again and again to confirm. Seeing Wu Hao's serious expression, Hyung felt slightly shaken. Morogen Consortium, are you saying this check is real? Although Hyung still didn't believe it, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Could it be that the poor boy was not pretending and everything he said was true? And the check for 10 million yuan was not a verbal check, but a check that could really withdraw money. He suddenly remembered what the poor boy said before he left. Time will prove what he said. Thinking of this, Hyung couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Who is this boy? He could actually take out 10 million so casually. Chapter 36, he is my daughter's boyfriend. Although Hyung was shocked, he still couldn't believe it was true because he hadn't actually received the money. After all, this poor boy didn't look like he was from a wealthy family. Instead, he looked like he came from the countryside. However, he hoped very much that the check was real because it would solve his urgent problem. This check is absolutely authentic. But why is the signature on it Wang Chung? Wu Hao carefully examined the check for a while. It was indeed authentic, but he had doubts about the signature. What's wrong with this signature? He Yang's heart skipped a beat. He didn't want the glimmer of hope that had just arisen to be shattered again. I have never seen Wang Cheng's signature before. I don't know if it can be cashed in the bank. Mr. He, from whom did you receive this check? Wu Hao was not sure whether the check could be cashed in. Don't worry about all this for now. Come with me to the loan bank right now. We have to give it our all. He Yang could only pin his hopes on this check. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. After receiving the instructions, Wu Hao hurried down to make arrangements. The two quickly drove to the loan bank and took the VIP channel. After all, He Yang's company was their regular client. They were received by a customer manager in charge of loan business. Mr. He, I didn't expect you to come here in person today. I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. The account manager greeted with a smile. In addition to discussing the repayment with your bank, I also have a very important thing to ask you. He Yang has already made up his mind that if this check cannot be used, he will discuss with them about postponing the repayment so that the trip will not be in vain. If you need any advice, I will tell you everything I know. The account manager poured a cup of tea for He Yang and Wu Hao respectively. It's like this. Our president, he wants you to see if this check can be exchanged for money in your bank. Wu Hao glanced at He Yang's eyes, immediately took out the check for 10 million from his pocket and handed it carefully to the account manager. Let me see. After taking the check, the account manager adjusted the frame and looked at it carefully. At the same time, He Yang was extremely nervous. He originally thought that the check given to him by the poor boy was a bad check. If it was confirmed to be real now, it would be a slap in his face. But compared to being slapped in the face, being able to repay the loan was more important. This check is guaranteed by Morogen, the world's top financial group. But why is it signed by Wang Chung? The account manager was unsure for a moment, and after a pause, he continued. I have to ask my superiors for instructions. Mr. He, wait for me. He Yang was also very nervous at this time. Even his palms couldn't help sweating, but he pretended to be calm and drank a sip of tea. The two waited for almost an hour, and He Yang spent this hour in anxiety. Fortunately, the account manager came back, but there was one more person beside him, who was the president of this bank, Xie. He Yang was slightly surprised to see President Xie come out in person. Mr. He, this check of yours has been remotely confirmed by our head office and is completely redeemable. But I would like to ask one more question. Where did you get this check? Xie walked up to He Yang and asked solemnly. He Yang was completely stunned at this time. When the bank president Xie personally confirmed that the check worth 10 million was real, he was completely shocked, and even his body was shaking slightly. He never expected that the poor boy would actually write him a check worth 10 million as a gift. Thinking of the scene where he pointed at Wang Cheng's nose and scolded him, he secretly regretted it. He couldn't help but break out in sweat on his forehead. He didn't even notice the president asking him questions. It's over, it's over. I scolded away such a person with such a prominent background and status, and even caused my daughter and I to quarrel. He Yang regretted it so much at this time that he really wanted to slap himself twice. Mr. He, the president is asking you a question. Wu Hao gently pushed He Yang, and the latter finally reacted. What did you say? I want to ask, where did this check from Mr. He come from? Xie asked again patiently. He also wanted to know where the check came from. Wang Cheng's signature could be recognized and endorsed by the Morogen Consortium. This person was definitely a high-quality customer among high-quality customers, and he must find a way to win him over. This guy. He Yang wiped his sweat, and seeing the eager eyes of the bank president, he gritted his teeth and said shamelessly, He is my daughter's boyfriend, and he said that the 10 million is a gift for me. Your daughter's boyfriend? Xie never expected that this super high-quality customer was actually He Yang's daughter's boyfriend. He immediately instructed the account manager next to him. From now on, all business related to Mr. He will be upgraded to platinum members. Do you understand? After hearing this, He Yang was so shocked that he was speechless. This poor boy did not show up, but only signed a signature to make the bank president treat him so politely. With such an amazing identity, how blind and stupid I must have been. He wanted to slap himself a few times. Wu Hao, you stay here to handle the loan matters. I have to go back first for something important. He Yang secretly regretted it and felt that he could not wait any longer. He had to go back and apologize to the boy, and since there was such a golden arowana, he had to let his daughter hold on to it. Chapter 37, Apology. He Yang was regretting it to death now. He had actually scolded and driven away such a mysterious young man, who had also said some very contemptuous words to him. If this mysterious young man did not associate with his daughter from now on, wouldn't he be at a great loss? I am so stupid. I have lived for most of my life, but my vision of people is still not as good as my daughter's. Hyung drove straight back home in a hurry and shouted as soon as he came in. Where is my daughter Xiaoyan? Where is she? What are you making a fuss about? You're crying upstairs. Lin Yifan said unhappily. I'll go find her. Hyung was regretting to death at this moment. He was really hurt by that letter. If he had known earlier, he should have investigated it first before looking for Wang Cheng. Now, he had offended the mysterious young master, and even his daughter was angry with him. At this time, Xiaoyan felt really aggrieved and hid in her room, secretly wiping away her tears. Hyung no longer cared about his face. He went up to his daughter and tried to persuade her, coaxing her and apologizing before he finally tricked her into opening the door. Her eyes were red at this time, and it was obvious that she had just cried. Dad, you said you don't object to me and Wang Cheng being together? Well, not only do I not object, I can't wait for you to get married and have children. Before Hyung finished speaking, Xiaoyan was stunned. How could her father's reaction change so much in just half a day? But soon her pretty face turned red and she looked shy. Dad, what are you talking about? We haven't even started yet. If there's no chance, then hurry up and get close to him. If there's no opportunity, create one. Quickly ask Wang Cheng to come out and have dinner at our house. Dad will apologize to him. Hyung now wished he could send his daughter into Wang Cheng's arms. Such a mysterious young man from a wealthy family must be firmly grasped. Whether the second half of his life can be successful depends entirely on this mysterious young man. If you want to make a call, give me your cell phone first. You took it away before. Xiaoyan pouted and complained. Look at your dad's brain. Just wait. Hyung quickly took back the phone he had hidden before and handed it to Xiaoyan as soon as possible. He also urged her to make a call quickly. The latter was slightly stunned. How could this father be more anxious than her? Well, I'll go make a call then. Xiaoyan was stunned and hadn't reacted yet, but she was still very happy that her father accepted Wang Cheng. At the same time, Wang Cheng was holding the first meeting for the employees in the department in the company. After receiving Xiaoyan's call, he paused the meeting and went outside to answer the call. Wang Cheng, are you free tonight? My father wants to invite you to dinner at my house and apologize to you at the same time. Xiaoyan's familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Wang Cheng was slightly stunned. Yesterday, Xiaoyan's father scolded him severely, so why was he inviting him to dinner to apologize now? But he soon figured it out. It was probably because the check for 10 million was verified to be genuine that Xiaoyan's father changed his attitude towards him. I'll be there in the evening. Send me your home address. Wang Cheng agreed quickly, which made Xiaoyan on the other end of the phone extremely happy. Wang Cheng also told Xiaoyan the news that he had returned to the company and was promoted to department manager, which made her even happier. In the evening, Wang Cheng drove a Ferrari to the door of Xiaoyan's villa on time. As soon as he got out of the car, Hyung came out to greet him in person, which surprised him. Wang Cheng, you are finally here. Uncle was blind before and said things that I shouldn't have said. Please don't take it to heart. The first thing Hyung did when he saw Wang Cheng was to apologize. His attitude was as sincere as that of a grandson. Xiaoyan and Lin Yifan were stunned. They had never seen Hyung lick someone like this before, especially when the other person was a poor boy. It's okay. I've already forgotten what happened last night. Wang Cheng would never bother with Xiaoyan's father. It's just that Hyung was too enthusiastic towards him today, which made him a little uncomfortable. Uncle is old now. Young people's affairs should be handled by you young people. Why should an old man like me meddle in it? I will feel relieved that my daughter will be with you in the future. Hyung smiled and invited Wang Cheng into the house. When he saw the steps at the door, he couldn't help but remind him. Be careful with the steps. Seeing him act like a bootlicker, not only Xiaoyan and Lin Yifan were stunned, even his servants were secretly frightened. Wang Cheng was completely confused. Hyung's performance tonight was completely different from last night. His enthusiasm was a bit like the way he was when Chun Haoqing first met him. While eating, Hyung kept toasting Wang Cheng. However, Wang Cheng couldn't drink alcohol because he had to drive, so Hyung tried his best to pick up some food for Wang Cheng. Halfway through the meal, Hyung seemed to remember something very important and immediately solemnly invited Wang Qingdao. By the way, the day after tomorrow is Xiaoyan's grandfather's 80th birthday, and it's also our family gathering. I want to invite you to go. He's old, and he also wants to see Xiaoyan's boyfriend and make him happy. It can be considered filial piety. At this point, Xiaoyan also looked over with anticipation. She also wanted to take Wang Cheng to attend her grandfather's 80th birthday. Other elders in the family had always wanted to introduce her to a partner. She also hated those spoiled rich second generations. Now, if she let Wang Cheng pretend to be her boyfriend, she could keep away those flies.
Okay, I will come on time the day after tomorrow. Seeing He Xiaoyan's eager expression, Wang Cheng couldn't bear to refuse, so he agreed. Chapter 38, Layout. Last night at He Xiaoyan's house, her father He Yang entertained Wang Cheng warmly until very late. But before leaving, Wang Cheng specifically asked He Yang to keep the 10 million yuan gift a secret. He Yang nodded and swore that he would never let anyone else know, including his daughter and wife. He Yang was so excited to meet such a mysterious and wealthy man that he could not sleep all night. Thinking about his future success, he was so excited that he could not sleep. The next day, Wang Cheng also got up very late, and it was almost noon when he woke up. He suddenly remembered that today was the day he was going to meet the so-called brother Long. So he quickly got dressed and got up, but just when he was halfway through, the maiden Ning walked in. Master, there is a man named Lu Hao who has been waiting for you in the living room for a long time. Do you want to go and meet him? It was arranged by Mr. Chun. Lu Hao. Wang Cheng suddenly remembered the gangster whom Chun Haoqing arranged yesterday. It seemed that this man named Lu Hao was a gangster. Tell him to wait downstairs. I'll go downstairs to meet him after I wash myself. Okay, and Ning Yinghua said. After Wang Cheng washed up casually, he went downstairs. As soon as he reached the lobby on the first floor, he saw Lu Hao, who was wearing a black gown and had a beard, sitting on the sofa. He looked a little restless and nervous. Lu Hao, is that you? Sorry to have kept you waiting. Wang Cheng went up to him and greeted him, then sat on the sofa opposite him. As soon as he sat down, Ning brought him breakfast. This time it was not simple millet porridge or something, but golden lobster, abalone and sea cucumber porridge, and shark fin seafood soup, which was very luxurious. Young Master Wang, you can just call me Xiao Lu. Lu Hao, the bully in the east of the city, was actually a little nervous and uneasy when facing Wang Cheng. Before coming, Chun Haoqing had told him that he would follow Wang Cheng in the future. If Wang Cheng was satisfied, Qingshui City would be his in the future. It was this sentence that made Lu Hao completely determined to follow Wang Cheng. If you want to get ahead, sometimes you need to choose someone with strong strength to follow. Moreover, these words were said by Chun Haoqing, so he absolutely believed them. Xiao Lu. Wang Cheng was a little speechless. Lu Hao looked to be in his 40s, much older than him, but he actually asked him to call him Xiao Lu. But the name was casual. He was more concerned about his strength and influence in the underworld, and whether he could deal with Zhang Tianlong. Tell me what you mainly do and how capable you are. Wang Cheng was still most concerned about his strength. My Lord Wang, I mainly run entertainment clubs in the east of the city, including saunas, foot massage parlors, bars, KTVs, etc. There are about a dozen of them, and I have about 100 people under me. My brothers in the underworld respect me and call me Brother Hao. Lu Hao did not dare to lie and told the truth. Are they all formal? Wang Cheng glanced at him and asked. It's formal, absolutely formal. Under the guidance of Mr. Chen a few years ago, I have already washed my hands and come ashore. If I don't wash my hands and come ashore, I will probably go to jail. The business I am running now is absolutely formal. Lu Hao responded with an awkward smile. That's good. Tell me about this Zhang Tianlong. Wang Cheng picked up a bowl of abalone and sea cucumber porridge and started eating it with a huff. Zhang Tianlong is a guy active on the street near the Jinhai bar. He's the one who looks after the place. He has about 30 to 50 people under him, looking after more than a dozen places. He doesn't have much power. I'll go over there later, and I'll make him kowtow to young Master Wang and admit his mistake. Lu Hao said indifferently, as if he didn't take Zhang Tianlong seriously at all. That's good. You go and make arrangements first. Call more people in case of any emergency. Wait for me outside the Yulong Club. I won't ask you to come in, so just wait for me outside. Wang Cheng thought for a while and said, it would be safer to call more people. Okay, then I'll go and make the arrangements first, young Master Wang. Lu Hao nodded and stood up. Well, leave me your phone number, otherwise I can't find you. After Lu Hao and Wang Cheng exchanged their phone numbers, they left in a hurry. A look of determination flashed across his face, and he secretly made up his mind that this was his first time doing something for young Master Wang, and he must do it well. Jingya, come with me later and meet Zhang Tianlong. Wang Cheng turned his head and glanced at Lin Jingya, who was following behind him. She was his personal, beautiful bodyguard, so it was natural for him to take her with him to such occasions. Okay, young master. Lin Jingya had already secretly prepared her weapon, the nunchaku, which could be long or short and could be merged together. It was definitely her most handy weapon. And Ning, help me find out how many properties Zhang Haodong, the second young master of Mingyang Group, has under his name. Wang Cheng felt that he had to teach Zhang Haodong a profound lesson this time. Instead of giving him a physical lesson, it would be better to make him a poor bastard, which might help him learn his lesson. By the way, you can also increase your own strength,
killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Wang Qing couldn't help but smile. Chapter 39. If you touch me, you have to think about the consequences. Lin Jingya drove Wang Chung straight to the Yulong Club in the east of the city. In the car, Wang Chung received the information about Zhang Haodong's properties sent to him by Ning. I didn't expect that this rich second generation actually has some good shares in his name. Wang Qing took out his mobile phone and carefully read the message Ning sent him. He actually owns 10% of the shares of the number 3 Mingyang Villa store in the east of the city. No wonder he has so much pocket money. Seeing this, Wang Chung smiled slightly. This time he wanted to teach Zhang Haodong a profound lesson and let him know that he was someone he could not afford to offend. They drove quickly all the way and soon arrived at the Yulong Club in the east of the city. On the outskirts, Lu Hao had already deployed his men and was waiting for Wang Cheng's orders. Mr. Wang, I have arranged my people. You can call me anytime if you need anything. Lu Hao opened the car door for Wang Cheng personally. The latter walked out of the Ferrari with the demeanor of a big boss. Thank you for your hard work. I will call you when the time comes. Wang Cheng planned to test Zhang Tianlong's strength first so that he could take targeted action. I understand. Do you want me to bring a few of my men in to protect you? Lu Hao glanced at the female bodyguard Lin Jingya and said with some concern. With Jingya here, they can't hurt me. Besides, you are on the periphery, so nothing will happen. Wang Cheng still believed in Lin Jingya's strength. As long as the opponent did not use any dirty tricks, basically no one could beat Lin Jingya. Okay then. Seeing that Wang Cheng insisted, Lu Hao had no choice but to do this for now. Let's go, Jingya. Wang Cheng smiled slightly, and then took Lin Jingya towards the Yulong Club. When they were almost at the door, someone stopped them. However, after some negotiations, they made way for Wang Cheng and his team to pass, and they were immediately taken to Room C of the Yulong Club. After entering the Yulong Club, I saw that the decoration inside was quite stylish. There were calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls every 3 or 5 steps, which made it look very cultured. Moreover, the rooms in the Yulong Club were divided into 4 numbers: A, B, C, and D. It can be seen that Zhang Tianlong was very much pursuing ancient charm. Zhang Tianlong really likes calligraphy and antiques. I wonder if he has any valuable authentic calligraphy and paintings in his collection. I can give a few to Xiaoyan's grandfather as a birthday gift for his 80th birthday. Before returning last night, Wang Cheng asked Xiaoyan. Her grandfather liked to collect calligraphy and paintings and antiques, and was planning to hold his own collection exhibition. If he brought a few more collections back this time, he might be able to win her grandfather's favor. While thinking about it, Wang Cheng and Lin Jingya had been taken to Room C. As soon as they entered, they saw the fat Zhang Tianlong sitting on the armchair, turning the stone ball in his hand with a calm expression. Below him, Zhang Haodong was standing with a smug look on his face, and there were more than 20 strong young men surrounding him. Looking at their exposed muscles, you could tell that these people were martial artists. When they saw Wang Cheng and the others come in, they immediately closed the door. Wang Cheng, haha, you really came here to die. This time, you and your cousin can't run away anymore. Zhang Haodong saw that Wang Cheng actually dared to come, and immediately shouted excitedly. If you enter Brother Long's Yulong Club, you will be skinned alive if you don't die. Why should we run? Is there a seat available? I'm tired. Wang Cheng glanced at the thugs around him without a trace of fear. Instead, he turned his gaze to Zhang Tianlong, who was sitting on the armchair. Look, Zhang Tianlong saw that Wang Cheng was surrounded by his people. Instead of being nervous or afraid, he looked calm, which made him feel a little curious about Wang Cheng. Soon his men brought a chair to Wang Cheng. After Wang Cheng sat down, he said calmly, Okay, now you can tell me why you called me here. But I have to say this beforehand. Since you called me here, I will not go back empty-handed. Wang Cheng, why are you still pretending to be so arrogant? Do you remember the last time at the Jinhai bar, when you ordered your cousin to beat me and 4 of Long Ji's men? Zhang Haodong was furious when he saw Wang Cheng's calm expression. He thought Wang Cheng would be nervous and afraid and beg for mercy when surrounded by so many people. But he didn't expect that this poor guy still had a calm expression. Yeah, I remember. What's wrong? Wang Cheng responded indifferently. Just remember it. Brother Long said that those who injured him must pay medical expenses. 1 million per person. If there are 4 people, that's 4 million. Zhang Haodong said arrogantly. Today, with Brother Long backing him up, his voice was much louder when he spoke. 4 million? I don't have any money. Wang Cheng shrugged. It's okay if you don't have money. I'll just let your cousin stay, and then I'll cut off one of your legs and one of your arms. Then you'll kneel down and call me dad 3 times, and that'll make it even. How about that? Isn't this a good deal? Zhang Haodong was very proud. With Brother Long's support, he would kill you today. This time, he must get back the previous humiliation and then drive Wang Cheng out of Qingshui City, so that he Xiaoyan would be his. Come and get it if you have the guts. Wang Cheng stared at Zhang Haodong coldly, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Good boy. Zhang Tianlong finally spoke. He was surrounded by so many people and was threatened with having his hands and feet cut off, but he didn't even blink. As long as you can come up with these 4 million today, we will forgive you for injuring my 4 men. If you can't come up with it, I can only let your cousin stay to pay off the debt. Zhang Tianlong's pair of cunning eyes looked Lin Jingya up and down. It has to be said that Lin Jingya has a very hot body, with a curvy chest and a curvy back. Moreover, due to years of martial arts training, her limbs are very powerful, which makes Zhang Tianlong even more interested. I've told you all, come and get it if you have the guts. Wang Cheng suddenly changed the subject and said, but if you dare to come and get it, you will have to bear the consequences. I'm afraid the price will be a bit high. Haha, you kid are really good at pretending. Even at this time, you are still pretending. You are really not afraid of death. Today, I will let you see how powerful my brother Long is. Come on. After Zhang Tianlong roared, several people rushed towards Wang Cheng. Lin Jingya immediately took out a nunchaku from her arms and protected Wang Cheng. Chapter 40. Reversal of the situation. Lin Jingya had a nunchaku in her hand, so her attacks were even more ruthless. Anyone who dared to approach her would be dealt with mercilessly, and she would often knock the attacker to the ground with just one move. In just a blink of an eye, several people fell down. Seeing this, Zhang Haodong secretly took a breath of cold air. He never expected that Wang Cheng's cousin was so abnormal. A woman could fight against so many people alone and not be at a disadvantage at all. This woman is really amazing. Zhang Tianlong was greatly surprised to see that Lin Jingya was actually so amazing. Come on, capture that woman for me. Each of you will be rewarded 10,000 yuan later. Zhang Tianlong suddenly wanted to get Lin Jingya. If he could subdue this woman, his strength would be much stronger. Therefore, he spared no expense to reward these brave men. It is true that there will always be brave men when there is a big reward. When the thugs heard that Brother Long was offering a large sum of money, they stopped holding back. The men lying on the ground struggled to stand up, drew their wooden sticks, and attacked again. Although Lin Jingya was very tough, she couldn't stand up to their large numbers. The round-the-clock fighting consumed too much of her physical strength. Fine beads of sweat began to appear on her forehead, and her breathing became a little disordered. The most important thing was that she was hit in several places. Wang Cheng frowned when he saw this, and couldn't wait any longer. He immediately sent a message to Lu Hao, who was waiting outside, telling him that he could bring people in. When Zhang Haodong saw that Lin Jingya was gradually running out of strength, he suddenly shouted excitedly, "Haha, she's almost dying, brothers, try harder." While speaking, the venomous gaze shifted to Wang Cheng again, and he secretly became fierce in his heart. Wang Cheng, I'll beat your cousin down later, and then I'll see how you can still act so pretentiously. I'll make you kneel on the ground and call me daddy. Otherwise, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Zhang Haodong was in such a good mood at this moment. He seemed to have already seen the scene where he was about to step on Wang Cheng. However, Lin Jingya was still resisting tenaciously. At least 10 people fell to the ground. She fought against 20 people alone, and after a round-robin battle, she managed to knock down half of them. It was really amazing. Zhang Tianlong felt both distressed and excited when he saw this. He felt distressed because so many of his men were injured at once, but he was excited because Wang Cheng's cousin seemed to be losing strength and had several wounds on her body. Well, this girl is quite good at fighting, but she will be defeated by me in the end. Zhang Tianlong found a comfortable position and continued to sit on the armchair, turning the stone ball in his hand, and began to relax and watch. It was only a matter of time before Lin Jingya lost. However, at this moment, shouting was heard outside the door, and then a younger brother who was in charge of patrolling outside ran in a hurry, rushed to Zhang Tianlong, and reported anxiously, "Brother Long, Brother Hao and his men are breaking in." "Brother Hao? Lu Hao?" Zhang Tianlong had a look of surprise. The only person on the street who called him Brother Hao was Lu Hao. "Yes, it's Lu Hao." The younger brother nodded in confirmation. "Brother Hao and I have nothing to do with each other. What does it mean that he brought people here? How many people did he bring?" Zhang Tianlong asked with a frown, looking puzzled. "It seems like there are more than 100 people," the younger brother replied nervously. "What? More than 100 people?" Zhang Tianlong was horrified. Brother Hao only had more than 100 men under his command, but he actually brought them all here. Was he going to kill him? Thinking of this, Zhang Tianlong no longer cared about anything else. He quickly stood up and prepared to ask Brother Hao what he was trying to do. But just as he stood up, The door of room C was suddenly kicked open by someone, and then Lu Hao, dressed in a black gown and with a beard, rushed in without any scruples with more than 100 people. Brother Long, long time no see. When Zhang Tianlong saw Lu Hao's posture, he was immediately frightened and sweat broke out on his forehead. He hurried forward to greet him like a grandson. Hey, why are you here, Brother Hao? I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. Zhang Tianlong hurriedly went to greet him with a smile. Lu Hao was much stronger than him, and he brought more than 100 people with him. If he didn't act like a grandson, he would probably be killed. Zhang Haodong was also stunned at this time. Why did Lu Hao appear at this critical moment? And it seemed that he had bad intentions. Lu Hao didn't even look at Zhang Tianlong, but glanced at the crowd and suddenly fixed his eyes on Wang Cheng, who was sitting on the chair. Seeing that he was intact, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he hurried towards Wang Cheng, and when he got close, he bowed slightly and saluted. My lord, I am late, and I frightened you. Zhang Tianlong was stunned when these words came out. Looking at Lu Hao's respectful attitude, he regarded Wang Cheng as the boss. Just now, he was thinking about dealing with Wang Cheng and conquering his cousin. It's over, it's over. I've hit a wall this time. Zhang Tianlong's forehead was sweating, and he had no intention of playing with the 2 stone balls in his hands. He was secretly thinking about how to please Wang Cheng later and try his best to make this matter smaller or even nothing. The most important thing was to save his life first. Zhang Haodong was so shocked that he was speechless. Cold sweat broke out on his body, and his body was shaking slightly. How is this possible? When did this poor bastard get close to Brother Hao? Zhang Haodong swallowed hard. The situation in the room suddenly reversed. How could he dare to be arrogant anymore? Chapter 41, It's my turn to compensate. Zhang Haodong was disheartened at this time. With Brother Hao backing Wang Cheng up, even if he had Brother Long's courage, he would not dare to deal with Wang Cheng again. Why? Why every time I want to step on Wang Cheng, he always turns the tables? Zhang Haodong was so angry at this moment. He thought that this calculation was flawless, but he never expected that Wang Cheng would rely on Lu Hao. He was in trouble again this time. When he thought of Wang Cheng's previous warning to him, he felt cold sweat on his back. He thought it would be better to pretend to be a grandson and admit his mistake, otherwise his other arm would probably be crippled. Zhang Tianlong was almost in the same situation at this time. He secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead and no longer cared about his face. He quickly trotted to Wang Cheng and tried to please him. Master Wang, it's really like a flood that washed away the Dragon King Temple. It turns out that Master Wang and Brother Hao are familiar with each other. Why didn't you say it earlier? Otherwise, there wouldn't be this misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? How could this be a misunderstanding? Wang Cheng smiled slightly, stood up from the chair, and let the injured Lin Jingya sit on the chair to rest. It really is a misunderstanding. By the way, I don't want the medical expenses for those who injured my men. How could Zhang Tianlong dare to ask Wang Cheng for medical expenses now? Isn't this just asking for death? As soon as Zhang Tianlong finished speaking, Lu Hao next to him slapped him in the face and said harshly, How dare you ask Prince Wang for medical expenses? How many heads do you have? Yes, I'm blind, I'm stupid. Zhang Tianlong was slapped in the face, but he didn't dare to resist. He could only continue to pretend to be a grandson. What a joke. The more than 100 people in and outside the house are not vegetarians. If he dared to move, he would probably be killed by Brother Hao today. You know, Brother Hao is famous for his ruthlessness in the underworld. Zhang Haodong, who was not far away, felt even more desperate when he saw that even Brother Long did not dare to resist. Medical expenses still have to be collected, but I'm the one who collects your medical expenses. My cousin was beaten by your people, so you have to pay some medical expenses. Wang Cheng pointed at Lin Jingya. She followed him to block the siege of so many people, and he had to give her an explanation. Of course. I wonder how much the medical expenses will be for young Master Wang. Zhang Tianlong secretly wiped the sweat off his forehead. This time he was going to bleed heavily. 2 million. Wang Cheng stretched out 2 fingers and said to Zhang Tianlong. 2 million. Zhang Tianlong felt a pain in his heart, but he still gritted his teeth and replied, No problem, it's my duty. Zhang Tianlong took out a checkbook from his arms, quickly wrote out a check for 2 million, and then handed it to Wang Cheng with a slight tremor. Wang Cheng took the check for 2 million with a smile, turned around, and stuffed it into Lin Jingya's hand, and whispered, Jingya, this is what you deserve. Take it. When you go back tonight, let a Ning apply medicine to you. Young cousin. Thank you. Lin Jingya remembered that Wang Cheng said she should call him cousin outside, so she immediately changed her words, but she was slightly touched in her heart. She felt very lucky to have such a master who cared about her, and at the same time,
Her belief in following Wang Chung became more firm. Zhang Tianlong thought that everything would be fine after handing over the 2 million, but he didn't expect Wang Chung to come back and say something. My cousin's medical expenses have been compensated, but I also need compensation for my mental damages. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tianlong trembled all over and asked stutteringly, My lord, how do you want compensation? I heard that you have collected a lot of calligraphy and paintings and antiques. Please give me a few pieces. However, I want the authentic ones. If I take them back and ask someone to authenticate them and find out they are fake, I will deal with you. Wang Chung warned him with a smile. Tomorrow is He Xiaoyan's grandfather's 80th birthday. The old man is very fond of collecting antiques, so giving him calligraphy and paintings as birthday gifts is definitely the most appropriate thing to do. Of course, if what you bring out satisfies me, I won't treat you unfairly. Okay, I'll get it for young Master Wang myself right away. Zhang Tianlong wiped his sweat secretly. There was no other way now. He could only take a few collections of insignificant value to deal with it. He hoped that Wang Chung would not be able to tell the value of them. Zhang Tianlong was not stupid, and it was impossible for him to take the most valuable painting. But as soon as he turned around, Wang Chung said with a smile, I'd better go with you to get it. Zhang Tianlong trembled again, and then he could only reluctantly agree to Wang Cheng's request and let him go to his collection room together. Wang Chung asked Lin Jingya to stay here to rest, while he took Lu Hao and Zhang Tianlong to his collection room. Zhang Tianlong's collection was in room A, so they went all the way to another room. Zhang Tianlong is well known in the underworld for his love of antiques. He robs and robs, buys low and sells high. Over the years, he has made a lot of money just from calligraphy and paintings and antiques. There are also many valuable authentic calligraphy and paintings and antiques that cannot be found anywhere else. Only Zhang Tianlong has them, and only he can get them by using shady means. Mr. Wang, this collection room is small and simple. How about I select a few authentic works for you? Zhang Tianlong thought that he would try his best to fool people and minimize the losses. It's okay. I've lived in a pig shed in the countryside, so this kind of place is no problem for me. Wang Chung said with a faint smile and immediately saw through Zhang Tianlong's thoughts. Having said this, he had no choice but to take Wang Chung in. However, when Wang Chung stepped into Zhang Tianlong's collection room, he was still stunned by the various collections he collected inside. The quantity and variety far exceeded Wang Cheng's imagination, but then he smiled slightly. This is going to be rich. Chapter 42, Big Harvest. Zhang Tianlong's collection room is not very large, perhaps only about 30 square meters, but there are quite a lot of collections inside. There are many calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls, various antique jades on the table, and even ancient bronze, ironware, swords, and the like. Unfortunately, most of them are incomplete, which makes Wang Chung dazzled. He never expected that Zhang Tianlong actually collected so many antiques. Zhang Tianlong, you really have hidden a lot of treasures. While Wang Chung was speaking, his eyes were already looking around. His gaze swept across the antiques and was finally attracted by a purple and crystal-clear jade bracelet. They are all worthless stuff. Zhang Tianlong wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had spent a lot of effort to collect these. Now that Wang Chung is here, he is afraid that he will bleed heavily. These are all real, right? Wang Chung took the purple jade bracelet in his hand while speaking and started playing with it with interest. They are all authentic, but many of them are incomplete and not valuable. Just like the jade bracelet you are holding, there is only one, but it is the jade bracelet worn by Princess Guan of the Ming Dynasty. Zhang Tianlong said truthfully, You know a lot about antiques. Wang Chung accepted the purple jade bracelet without hesitation and gave it to He Xiaoyan. Just a little bit of fur, Zhang Tianlong said modestly, wiping the sweat off his forehead secretly. After receiving the jade bracelet, Wang Chung looked around the room again, thinking about choosing a few calligraphy and paintings for the old man. He couldn't tell the value of the calligraphy and paintings, so he could only choose some works that looked lifelike. He scanned the paintings one by one and was suddenly struck by a painting called Talking About Ancient Things at Jiangting, hanging on the wall opposite the door. There were more than 10 paintings hanging on the wall, but only this one was the most lifelike. Take this painting down for me, Wang Chung said, pointing at the painting. Zhang Tianlong was shocked when he saw Wang Chung wanted this painting. He was stunned and didn't want to take it, but Lu Hao next to him glared at him, so scared that he had to go up and take down the painting Jiangting Tangu 2 by Tang Bohu, and gave it to Wang Chung reluctantly. The latter took the painting in his hand and admired it. Although he did not understand painting, this painting of Talking About Ancient Things at Jiangting was indeed very lifelike.
It was not until he saw Tang Yin's name and seal that a look of joy instantly appeared on his face. This is a painting by Tang Bohu. Good. I want it. Wang Cheng's eyes lit up. This was a painting by a famous person. He quickly put it away. Tang Bohu's painting should be a worthy gift for the old man's 80th birthday. Seeing that Wang Cheng was determined to get the painting, Zhang Tianlong felt extremely distressed. The painting was worth more than 30 million yuan, but it was his most valued treasure, which he had swapped with a buyer at the auction. Now it was a bargain for Wang Cheng. Zhang Tianlong, I will take this painting and jade bracelet away as compensation for my mental damage. Wang Cheng was very satisfied with these two things. I'm glad that young Master Wang is satisfied. Thank you for letting me go. Zhang Tianlong felt secretly painful, but now he had to bow his head under someone's eaves. He had to say thank you even after being slapped in the face. This was the most cowardly day for Zhang Tianlong. After getting the painting, Wang Cheng planned to go back to find Zhang Haodong. This kid had provoked him many times, so this time he had to teach him a lesson. When Wang Cheng brought Lu Hao back to room C, Zhang Haodong had already turned pale with fright. Zhang Haodong, didn't you tell me to kneel down and call you daddy? Wang Cheng came up to Zhang Haodong and said jokingly, Wang Cheng, I was wrong. I will never bother you again. Please let me go this time. Zhang Haodong glanced at Lu Hao, who was following behind Wang Cheng, and then glanced at Zhang Tianlong, who was in danger himself. This time he admitted defeat. Let you go? Sure. Wang Cheng smiled slightly, and then continued. As long as you transfer 10% of the shares of Mingyang Villa number 3 under your name to me, I can let you go today. Of course, I will pay a transfer fee of 100,000. Impossible. Wang Cheng, you poor bastard, still want to turn the tables and become the boss. You're dreaming. Zhang Haodong was not willing to agree. These shares were given to him by his father, and the dividends alone were several million every year. What's more, the third store of Mingyang Villa was worth at least 100 million. Wang Cheng actually wanted to purchase 10% of the shares with only 100,000. How could he accept this? You haven't faced reality yet, have you? Wang Cheng didn't waste any words and just slapped him. This slap in the face completely woke him up. Zhang Haodong then glanced at the room full of Brother Hao's people, and then at Lu Hao's expression of obedience to Wang Cheng. He felt so angry. Then he swallowed hard, knowing that he had completely failed again this time. Although he was unwilling, he could only nod in agreement. Wang Cheng was increasingly unable to see through him, so he could only think of other ways to avenge today's humiliation afterwards. Wang Cheng was very satisfied with his attitude. Soon, he asked Lu Hao to draft a share transfer contract and then signed the agreement for 100,000 yuan. Good. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Wang Cheng held the agreement with a slight smile on his face. Zhang Haodong collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. Let's go, Xiao Lu. Wang Cheng called Lu Hao and left the Yulong Club. This trip was not in vain, and he gained a lot. Wang Cheng was very satisfied. Chapter 43, Pretending to be Bankrupt. After Wang Cheng came back, he immediately asked Chun Haoqing to find a top expert in antique appraisal in Qingshui City. He wanted to verify whether the two collections he got from Zhang Tianlong were authentic. If they were fake, it would be too embarrassing for him to give them away. Soon the man arrived at Wang Cheng's Zijingwen Villa. He was an old man wearing a green gown and with gray hair. He claimed to be the #1 antique appraiser in Qingshui City, and his name was Yuan Cheng. Master Yuan, can you help me see if this painting is real? Wang Cheng asked respectfully, with a look of anticipation on his face. Okay, young Master Wang. In front of Wang Cheng, Yuan Cheng did not dare to act arrogantly, let alone take advantage of his seniority. This was very rare. Then Yuan Cheng took out the identification toolbox he had brought with him, which contained various identification tools of many kinds. Wang Cheng didn't recognize any of them anyway, so he could only stand aside and watch. Yuan Cheng spread out the Jiangting talk about ancient things on the table and began to examine it carefully. As time went by, Wang Cheng became more and more anxious. He was not sure whether Zhang Tianlong had lied to him. Fortunately, Yuan Cheng soon got the result. Young Master Wang, this painting talking about ancient things at Jiangting is indeed an authentic one, but I'm very curious. Where did you get it from? Yuan Cheng couldn't help but asked curiously after putting away the magnifying glass in his hand. I got this painting from a brother in the underworld. Wang Cheng frowned, and suddenly became worried that the painting might be of unknown origin, and that he would get into trouble if he gave it away. As far as I know, this painting, talking about antiquities at Jiangting, has not been seen since it was sold to a foreign buyer for 30 million 5 years ago. I never thought I would see it here again today. However, it is a blessing for such an antique to return to our country. When Yuan Cheng saw this, there was an obvious flash of relief in his eyes. In the antiques community,
People were still very saddened that precious cultural relics were lost abroad. This painting costs 30 million. Wang Chung was a little surprised. Zhang Tianlong didn't have the ability to buy this painting at all. It seemed that he had used some tricks to get it from a foreign buyer. But since the other party was a foreigner, Wang Chung had to cheer for Zhang Tianlong. After identifying the Jiangting Tangu II, Wang Chung asked Yuan Chung to help identify the purple jade bracelet. It was also authentic. It was indeed the bracelet of Princess Guan of the Ming Dynasty, and the market price was worth 300,000. Wang Chung was very satisfied with these two antiques. Early the next morning, at Hongtai Hotel. Today is the 80th birthday of He Shang, the head of the He family in Qingshui City. Many guests came to the hotel to celebrate the old man's birthday, but most of them were members of the He family, and some were friends and students invited by his grandfather. In his early years, He Shang was a professor in the Department of Economics and Management at a university, where he taught many students. Because he keenly captured the trend of the domestic economic boom, he voluntarily retired from his professorship. Since then, he has been very successful in Qingshui City with his extensive network of contacts and has businesses in all walks of life. However, when he got older, he retired and divided the properties among his 3 sons and 1 daughter. He turned a deaf ear to the world outside and became obsessed with antiques. Therefore, He Shang's sons and daughters are all well-known wealthy people in Qingshui City. They all own second and third-rate groups, and their children are all rich second generations. There were already more than 30 people in the VIP superbox of Hongtai Hotel. It was not easy for relatives and friends to meet each other, so naturally, they would flatter each other. But today, He Xiaoyan and her family sat very low-key at a table in the corner, and it was very quiet. Old He, usually you are keen on chatting with them. Why are you sitting here smoking silently today? He Xiaoyan's mother Lin Yifan asked curiously when she saw He Yang sitting calmly in the corner smoking. I don't even think highly of these second and third-rate characters. Why bother wasting energy bragging and chatting with them? Ever since He Yang hooked up with Wang Chung, the mysterious rich young man, he has been dreaming of becoming rich and powerful. Naturally, his vision has also risen, and he no longer thinks highly of these second and third-rate characters in the family. Your own company is about to go bankrupt, yet you're still pretending to be cool here. I think you're almost exactly like He Xiaoyan's poor boyfriend. You just like to pretend to be cool whenever you have nothing to do. Lin Yifan was furious to see him like this. He Yang had previously used car and house loans as well as all the company's working capital to buy the land in the east of the city, but the authorities did not allow the construction of a hotel, which meant that the money was wasted. The company was losing money every day, and board member Ma Yuan had been thinking about dethroning He Yang and making himself the chairman. In such a difficult situation, He Yang didn't think about building relationships with the upper management, nor did he think about taking this opportunity to attract some funds to fill the company's deficit. How could she not be angry when he sat here so calmly and pretended to be cool? Don't worry about the company. It won't fail. Our family won't go bankrupt either, He Yang said calmly. With Wang Chung as his future son-in-law, he has no reason to worry about money. However, He Yang did not tell his wife and daughter about Wang Cheng's affairs, so this made Lin Yifan very anxious. It's really a waste of time telling you this. Seeing that she couldn't persuade He Yang, Lin Yifan wanted to persuade her daughter He Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, your father's company may go bankrupt. Our house and car are mortgaged. If it goes bankrupt, you won't be able to enjoy the luxurious life you have now. Mom, what do you want to say? He Xiaoyan said with a frown. Look, Sun Yao, the son of your grandfather's most proud student, was a genius in school. It's only been 5 years since he graduated, but now he has founded his own real estate company, which is ranked among the top 10 in Qingshui City. His net worth is over 10 billion. The key is that his family background is strong, and he is a wealthy bachelor. Didn't he pursue you in the early years? Go over and say hello now, Lin Yifan suggested. Mom, what are you talking about? I only like Wang Chung. He Xiaoyan is getting more and more confused about her mother. Recently, she has been asking her to find a richer boyfriend. Wang Chung, you all have been charmed by a poor boy who comes from the countryside. How can he help us? I am really mad at you. We can only wait to go bankrupt, live on the streets, and be laughed at by our relatives. Lin Yifan was so angry that she almost died. Just at this moment, a handsome white-faced young man walked over. Xiaoyan, long time no see. The tall, rich, and handsome man who spoke was none other than Sun Yao mentioned by Lin Yifan, a rising star in Qingshui City. Chapter 44. Dog Eyes Look Down on People. The Sun family is considered a top second-rate family in Qingshui City. They are involved in various industries such as hotels, real estate, internet, and catering.
They are the most promising family in Qingshui City to become a first-rate family. In addition to being a rich second generation, Sun Yao also opened his own real estate company and has a considerable fortune. Compared to a playboy like Zhang Haodong, Sun Yao is miles ahead of him. He has been pursuing He Xiaoyan over the years, but was rejected by her every time. However, he had no intention of giving up. When he saw He Xiaoyan at the party, he approached her the first time. Long time no see, He Xiaoyan greeted him politely and then ignored him. The scene was a bit awkward, but Lin Yifan seemed to like Sun Yao very much. Sun Yao, our Xiaoyan has this temper. Please don't be surprised. It's okay, Auntie. I'm used to it. I heard that my uncle's company's capital chain is stuck in the land in the east of the city. If you need anything, you can tell me. I still have 100 million in liquid funds in the family that I can use. Sun Yao said confidently. Before coming, he had carefully investigated the situation of He Yang's company and wanted to get He Xiaoyan from her father. Really? That's great. Lin Yifan was immediately delighted. Come, sit next to Auntie. Sun Yao did not sit down, but took out an exquisite gift box from his arms and handed it to He Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, this is the Cartier 18K rose gold bracelet I brought back from Country M. I'm giving it to you. He Xiaoyan didn't answer it, nor did she even look at it, but her mother was the first to be surprised. Cartier 18K rose gold bracelet. This one must be worth at least 100,000. I'm sorry, Sun Yao. I already have a boyfriend, so don't bother with me. He Xiaoyan refused directly. You have a boyfriend? Sun Yao thought that He Xiaoyan was rejecting him as usual. Coincidentally, Wang Qingjin came to the super box and was looking for He Xiaoyan and the others at the door. Oh, Wang Cheng is here. Although He Yang was smoking silently, his eyes were always fixed on the door. When he saw Wang Cheng appear, he immediately put out the cigarette butt and then greeted him like a grandson. When He Xiaoyan saw Wang Cheng coming, she smiled brightly. After pushing Sun Yao away, she followed He Yang to greet Wang Cheng. Sun Yao was left standing there awkwardly, his jealous eyes falling on Wang Cheng. He then saw He Xiaoyan holding Wang Cheng's arm affectionately and smiling happily. His eyes were almost spitting fire, and he couldn't help but clench his hands into fists. You're courting death if you dare snatch Xiaoyan from me. Sun Yao's eyes were vicious. Seeing this, Lin Yifan wanted to go forward to comfort him, but was pushed away by Sun Yao. Lin Yifan, who had made herself unhappy, looked very embarrassed. This was Wang Cheng's first time visiting the Hongtai Hotel, but he remembered that the hotel was owned by the Dinghe Group, which was his father's business. Wang Cheng, why did you come just now? I almost finished a pack of cigarettes. He Yang smiled ingratiatingly. He was so anxious to see Wang Cheng, so he must have his own purpose. Wang Cheng, let's go sit over there. He Xiaoyan took Wang Cheng's arm affectionately, with a happy look on her face, wanting him to sit over there. Xiaoyan, Dad has something to discuss with Wang Cheng. You go and accompany your mother first. I will return Wang Cheng to you later. He Yang eagerly pulled Wang Cheng to an empty corner. He had his own purpose. Okay. He Xiaoyan could only obediently go back to her seat. Uncle, do you have something to talk to me about? Wang Cheng was confused, not knowing what He Yang wanted to talk to him about. It's like this, my uncle bought a piece of land in the east of the city, and they said they could build a hotel on it, but now they've changed their mind. The company's capital chain is stuck there, so they want to raise some money from you. He Yang said rather embarrassedly. How much more do you need? Wang Cheng thought about it, and felt that he should help him. Firstly, he was He Xiaoyan's father, and Wang Cheng couldn't just watch her family go bankrupt. Secondly, he could take this opportunity to own some shares of He's Hotel to strengthen his own strength. 100 million, and I'll give you 8% of the shares, He Yang said after thinking for a while. I'll give you 200 million, but you have to take 20% of the shares. In addition, I'll help you solve the problem of land for building a hotel. Wang Cheng felt that 8% was too little, so he directly increased his shares to 20%. 200 million, He Yang took a breath. Wang Cheng was really generous. He spent 200 million without blinking an eye. Compared with Sun Yao, who had to use 100 million and had to go through his family, there was simply no comparison between the two. In addition, Wang Cheng could actually solve the problem of building a hotel on the land, which was great. He immediately agreed excitedly. Okay, we will be a family from now on. Uncle only has one daughter, Xiaoyan, and in the end, everything will be left to you. After solving the company's problems, He Yang felt very happy. When he looked at Wang Cheng, he liked him more and more. When He Yang and Wang Cheng were discussing something in the corner, suddenly a middle-aged man, seeing He Yang's flattering expression, guessed that the young man might be a mysterious rich man, so he couldn't help but come over and talk to him out of curiosity. Second brother, who are you, young man? Why don't you introduce yourself to me? This man is He Sheng's third son, named He Yangqing.
He is a famous department store tycoon in Qingshui City. The department stores under his name occupy 1/3 of the department store industry in Qingshui City. He is a second-rate rich man with very strong power. This is my daughter's boyfriend. His name is Wang Chung. He-Yong couldn't stand this third brother the most. He was the most snobbish, but they were brothers after all, so he still had to pretend to be friendly on the surface. While speaking, he also introduced Wang Chung to his third brother He-Yingqing. "Hello, third uncle," Wang Chung responded politely. "Wang Chung." He-Yingqing looked up and down at Wang Cheng's simple outfit and said with a little contempt, "What do you do? What do your parents do?" "I work at Hungfeng Entertainment and have just been promoted to manager. My parents are both living in the countryside." He-Yingqing interrupted Wang Chung impatiently before he could finish his words. Okay, I got it. I just happen to have something to do over there, so I'll leave for now." He-Yingqing shook his head with a look of disgust. He never expected that the person He-Yong was trying to please was actually a poor country boy. This made him very disappointed. He thought he was some rich and noble young man. After knowing that Wang Chung was a poor boy, he was unwilling to say even one more word to Wang Chung, and before leaving, he did not forget to mock He-Yong. "Second brother, I didn't expect your daughter to have such bad taste that she found a poor country boy as her boyfriend, and you are still acting like a lickspittle. Tut tut. Get lost, you guys who look down on others. Sooner or later, I will make you kneel down and lick my ass." He-Yong was very angry, but when he thought about the fact that he had climbed up the big tree of Wang Chung, he secretly pretended to be cool. Wang Chung also noticed his disgust and contempt for him, but he just smiled and didn't care. Why should he be angry with such a nobody? Chapter 45. The next second, you are out of my reach. After Wang Chungang sat down, he took out a simple yet exquisite box from his arms and handed it to He Xiaoyan. "Xiaoyan, this is for you." "What is this?" He Xiaoyan was a little excited. This was the first time she received a gift from Wang Chung after they met again. "You'll know if you open it, and take a look." Wang Chung smiled slightly. He Xiaoyan nodded and opened the wooden box. Inside was a purple and simple jade bracelet. The purple jade bracelet is so beautiful. He Xiaoyan liked it very much. Her eyes were full of happiness. As she spoke, she picked it up and put it on herself, playing with it in her hands. Her love for it was beyond words. Wang Chung was happy to see that He Xiaoyan liked it very much, but Lin Yifan next to him couldn't help but ridicule her. "Look how happy you are with a broken bracelet. You don't want a Cartier rose gold bracelet worth more than 100,000 yuan, but you are so happy with a bracelet sold at a street stall. I really admire you." She didn't know that this purple jade bracelet belonged to Princess Guan of the Ming Dynasty and was worth 300,000. It was incomparable to the Cartier rose gold bracelet. Lin Yifan was in a bad mood at the moment. Ever since Wang Chung sat with them, many relatives couldn't resist coming over to chat and ask questions out of curiosity. After learning that Wang Chung was He Xiaoyan's boyfriend, they all showed curious looks. Then, when they learned that Wang Chung was a poor boy from the countryside, they instantly lost interest and even looked at them with disgust and contempt. Moreover, the rumors from some relatives and friends made Lin Yifan very unhappy. "Have you heard that the second son's daughter found a poor boyfriend from the countryside, and the second son is acting like a licker? It really makes me laugh to death. Is this true? How come Xiaoyan, who is so beautiful, found a poor boy? Who knows? I also heard that the second brother's company is going to go bankrupt because their capital chain is trapped by the land in the east of the city. Haha, their family has been really unlucky recently. My second sister-in-law used to love to show off, but today she can't even hold her head up. It really makes me laugh to death. The so-called relatives and friends are there to watch the show when you are in trouble." Lin Yifan couldn't listen any longer, suppressed her anger, and turned to Wang Chung and said, "Wang Chung, come out with your auntie. I want to talk to you alone." Lin Yifan couldn't stand their gossip anymore. When had she ever been ridiculed and mocked in front of these people? "Oh," Wang Chung nodded, then followed Lin Yifan to the outside of the super box. After arriving at an empty corner, Lin Yifan spoke frankly. "Wang Chung, I hope you can leave my daughter. You are not suitable for her." Wang Chung was confused. Why was it He Xiaoyan's mother's turn to persuade him this time? However, he would never leave He Xiaoyan no matter what, and he could not tolerate He Xiaoyan throwing herself into the arms of another man, so he responded firmly. "Auntie, I won't leave Xiaoyan. Are you trying to piss me off to death? Our Xiaoyan is the prettiest among her peers in the family, but her boyfriend is the poorest. How can I put my face down?" Lin Yifan cursed, jumping up and down in anger. "Auntie, I will work hard. I am already a department manager. Give me some more time and I will achieve better results." Wang Chung responded seriously. "Wang Chung, I admit that you have the ability. It is indeed not easy for a poor boy like you to become a department manager within 3 years after graduation. However, this society is one that values connections and relationships. Even if a poor boy like you works hard for the rest of your life, the end point you can reach may very likely be the starting point for others. Lin Yifan paused for a moment and then continued. Do you know Sun Yao? He also likes our Xiaoyan. He is worth more than $1 billion, and the Sun family is a second-rate wealthy family in Qingshui City. Can you earn more than $1 billion by working hard for a lifetime? You can't compare with him at all. Well, he really can't be compared with me. His family may not be able to reach my starting point even if they work hard all their lives. Wang Chung responded indifferently. Wang Chung really didn't take a second-rate group family seriously. Hearing that Wang Chung was still trying to show off here, Lin Yifan was almost pissed off. Wang Chung, I hate you pretending to be awesome, you know? You have no ability, but you are still pretending to be awesome. I don't want to waste my time talking to you. Here is a check for 200,000. Take it and leave Xiaoyan quietly. Lin Yifan seemed to have prepared a check for 200,000 yuan in advance. She took it out of her bag and handed it to Wang Chung. Wang Chung opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Is it always so direct nowadays, giving money right away? Well, instead of explaining to her for a long time, it might be better to give her a gift, just like Xiaoyan's father did. There is no need to waste words on things that can be explained with money. Auntie, I won't take this money, Wang Chung said, taking out a checkbook from his pocket, quickly wrote 10 million on it, and then tore it off and gave it back to Lin Yifan. Auntie, here is 10 million. It's a gift for you. You will know that everything I say is true in the future. Lin Yifan was stunned. She never expected that this poor boy would still pretend in front of her. She was so angry that she thought it was a blank check and that Wang Chung was showing off again. Wang Chung, you've disappointed your aunt so much. I will never agree to you being with our Xiaoyan because you're not worthy. No matter how good-tempered Wang Chung was, he felt a little displeased when he heard this and responded. Auntie, there's a saying that goes, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't look down on the young and poor. You may ignore me now, but you may be out of my reach the next second. After Wang Chung stuffed the check for 10 million into Lin Yifan's hand, he went straight back to the super box. Lin Yifan looked at the check for tens of millions in her hand, which she thought was a bad check, and became furious. After returning to the super box, Wang Chung was surprised to see assistant Chun Haoqing appear in the super box. As a leading figure in both the black and white worlds in Qingshui City, and the head of Dinghe Group, the top group in Qingshui City, his appearance instantly attracted the He family and other second- and third-rate wealthy people to get to know him. Many people surrounded him and rushed to toast him and chat with him, but he ignored them all and only toasted today's birthday boy, He Sheng. He had also been Professor He Sheng's student for a year, but that was a long time ago. Today I came here to inspect Hongtai Hotel, a hotel under the group. It happened to be the 80th birthday of the old professor, so I came here specially to offer him a glass of wine. Mr. Chun, I'm He Ancient, Professor He's third son. Let's get to know each other. Mr. Chun, I'm He Manhwa, Professor He's eldest son. I hope we can work together in the future. Not only did He Sheng's sons rush to meet Chen Haoqing, but even He Sheng's other students and friends wanted to toast Chen Haoqing with a glass of wine, because being able to have a drink with one of Qingshui City's most important figures was enough for them to brag for a long time. Sorry everyone, Mr. Chun is very busy. We can talk again later when there is a chance. Chen Haoqing's personal assistant and bodyguard stopped them all. After Chen Haoqing toasted He Sheng, he was about to leave with the bodyguard. However, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Wang Chung standing in the corner. He was startled, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. Everyone, make way. Chen Haoqing, who was about to leave, suddenly turned around and walked back, eagerly pushing through the crowd to walk inside. Everyone at the scene was curious, wondering what Mr. Chun was going to do. Almost everyone's eyes followed him, and while Chen Haoqing hurried on his way, he did not forget to tidy up his clothes that had become messy due to their pulling. Soon, Chen Haoqing came to Wang Chung, who they thought was a poor boy from the countryside, with a respectful look on his face and greeted him with a smile. Young Master Wang, why are you here too? Why didn't you tell me in advance so I could be prepared? Chen Haoqing was quick-witted. Wang Chung had previously told him not to reveal his identity, so he immediately changed his address to Young Master Wang. He also personally poured a glass of wine for Wang Chung, looking very respectful. However, this scene shocked everyone present at the scene. They were all so surprised that they were speechless. One of the most important figures in Qingshui City actually poured wine and toasted a poor boy from the countryside. This completely overturned their imagination. The scene suddenly became eerily quiet. Chapter 46, A New Look. He Xiaoyan's mother Lin Yifan happened to be standing at the door and saw this scene. She naturally knew Chen Haoqing, who was a big shot in both the black and white worlds of Qingshui City, one of the most powerful men in Qingshui City. Even the city lord had to give him some face when he saw him. For ordinary people, being able to speak to him is a very proud thing. But the fact that this poor boy Wang Cheng could make Chen Haoqing turn around and even pour wine and toast him personally really shocked her. When did this kid get to know Mr. Chen? Lin Yifan was very shocked at this time. Even more shocked than her were He Xiaoyan's relatives and friends at the scene. They never expected that Chen Haoqing would turn back just to toast a poor rural boy. Isn't this guy He Xiaoyan's poor boyfriend? Oh my god, this poor boy actually asked Mr. Chen to pour wine for him personally. What's going on? Mr. Chen, did you recognize the wrong person? How could this poor boy let Mr. Chen personally toast him? Some people speculated and questioned, feeling confused and uncertain, and some even gathered around curiously to see what was going on. Wang Cheng, who was surrounded by them, was calm and composed. However, with so many people watching him, he did not dare to act too ostentatious. Mr. Chen, how dare I trouble you to pour the wine yourself? It's my duty to pour wine for young Master Wang. Chen Haoqing didn't dare to be too attentive, otherwise they would see through it. It would be bad if he was blamed by the young master. After the two of them toasted each other with a glass of wine, Chen Haoqing suddenly saw He Xiaoyan intimately holding Wang Cheng's arm and asked with a bright eye, Prince Wang, is this your girlfriend? Before Wang Cheng could reply, He Yang beside him expressed his opinion anxiously. Yes, she is Wang Cheng's girlfriend. Her name is He Xiaoyan, and I am her father, He Yang. He Yang was finally able to say a word. It was really an honor to be able to speak to Mr. Chen, one of the most famous people in Qingshui City. Wang Cheng also nodded and tacitly agreed to this matter. Although he only agreed to be He Xiaoyan's boyfriend for one day, it was still within the one-day deadline. So that's how it is, brother He. You have a good daughter. Chen Haoqing didn't dare to neglect the prince's girlfriend and her father. He took out a golden tripod and a super membership card and handed them to He Xiaoyan. This is our Dingha membership gold card. With this gold card, you can enjoy a 50% discount on any consumption in any industry under our Dingha group. As soon as he finished speaking, all the female friends at the scene couldn't help but exclaimed and cast envious and jealous looks at him. The Dingha group has businesses in all walks of life in Qingshui City, including hotels, entertainment, real estate, catering, the internet, etc. Not everyone can get this super gold card. A 50% discount is secondary. What's important is being able to get this super gold card, which is a symbol of status. I'm so envious that Xiaoyan actually got Dingha's super gold card. The beautiful and wealthy girls in the circle of the second-generation rich of the He family were extremely envious when they saw He Xiaoyan got the super gold card. He Xiaoyan turned her head and looked at Wang Cheng, as if asking him whether he should take it, but her eyes revealed a look of desire. Wang Cheng smiled and said, Since it is given to you by Mr. Chen, you should take it. After receiving Wang Cheng's affirmative answer, He Xiaoyan happily took the super gold card. Then, Chen Haoqing took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to He Xiaoyan's father, saying, Brother He, this is my business card. You can come to me if you need anything. Seeing Chen Haoqing handing him a business card, He Yang was so excited that he didn't know what to do. Then he remembered that he should also hand him a business card. He rummaged around for a long time before he took out a business card and gave it to him in return. Mr. Chen, you are so polite. This is my business card. The scene of the two exchanging business cards made He Yang's brothers and sisters jealous. To be able to establish a relationship with Chen Haoqing was something they had dreamed of doing. They never expected that the second brother, whom they despised and looked down upon today, would achieve what they had always wanted to do. Then Mr. Wang, I'm leaving first. We'll get together again when we have time. After Chen Haoqing said goodbye to Wang Cheng, he turned around and hurriedly left the crowd. At this time, the relatives and friends who were watching began to react and surrounded Wang Cheng and the others. Second brother, I didn't expect you to have a relationship with Mr. Chen. You're really not simple. He Yingcheng, who had previously disliked Wang Cheng and He Yang, was the first to come up, holding a glass of wine, wanting to toast He Yang. Second brother, get in touch with Mr. Chen, and don't forget your big brother in the future. The eldest brother He Manhwa couldn't help but come over. In addition, the fourth sister He Qingqing also pulled her husband over to get in touch. Second brother, don't forget that you still have me, your fourth sister. He Yang held the wine glass and pretended to be nice. These people, who were previously despised by them as worthless, now saw that he had a relationship with Mr. Chen, and they came up to him one after another to claim to be his relative. However, he really enjoyed the feeling of being sought after. I also benefited from my daughter's poor boyfriend. Otherwise, how could I have talked to Mr. Chun and established a relationship with him? Hyung pronounced the word poor loudly just to slap them in the face. Didn't you dislike my daughter for dating a poor boy from the countryside before? Now I want to slap you in the face openly. Hyang's brothers and sisters were suddenly embarrassed, but they quickly covered it up. They have been in the business world for so many years, so this little bit of shame is nothing. Second brother, what you said shows that we are blind. Otherwise, how can we highlight your sharp vision? He Ingqing was the most snobbish and shameless of the four brothers. He was the first to come out and flatter. The eldest brother and the fourth sister couldn't help but come up and compliment him, which made Hyung feel comfortable. At this time, He Xiaoyan was surrounded by her cousins, who were extremely envious of the tripod and gold card in her hand. Not only could this gold card get a 50% discount, it was also a symbol of upper-class people. Xiaoyan, let's go shopping together next time. Yes, Sister Xiaoyan, we haven't gone shopping with you for a long time. Let's go to the Jinlong Entertainment Club in Dingha. I heard that it is the most upscale entertainment club in Qingshui City. I usually don't want to go there, but now I have Sister Xiaoyan's gold card. It should be affordable at half the price. Several of the fair, wealthy, and beautiful girls are good-looking, but He Xiaoyan is still better. It depends on my mood. He Xiaoyan raised her head proudly and secretly pretended to be cool, which made Wang Cheng smile. At the same time, He Sheng, the head of the He family, also came over. Although the old man was 80 years old, his face was ruddy and he was in very good health. Wang Cheng, is that so? Come here, let Grandpa take a look. As soon as He Sheng said this, everyone's attention was once again focused on this poor rural boy Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng also walked up as he was told. Old man He Sheng took Wang Cheng's hand affectionately, looked him up and down carefully, and couldn't help but nodded. Grandpa has high hopes for you. It doesn't matter if you're poor. The key is to have ambition. Things change over time. Grandpa was also very poor when he was young, but he made his way through life with his own hands. Grandpa believes you can do it, too. The old man's words obviously slapped the faces of everyone present. They were all born into wealthy families and had never experienced the hardship of life. Come, sit next to Grandpa. The old man seemed to be very optimistic about Wang Cheng and even pulled him to sit next to him. This surprised the people present and made them look at this poor boy with a new respect. The person who couldn't stand watching this scene the most was Sun Yao, who had a ferocious look on his face at this moment. Okay, I'll let you be proud for a while, and then I'll see how you make a fool of yourself. Chapter 47. I'm afraid the gift I brought will scare you. After Wang Cheng sat next to the old man, Hyang and He Xiaoyan also sat at the head table. This was an absolute honor in the family, and all the relatives and friends looked at them with envy. He Xiaoyan's mother Lin Yifan also returned to Hyang anxiously at this time. She had seen the scene just now, and her opinion of this poor boy Wang Cheng seemed to have changed a little. Why did you come back just now? Mr. Chun Haoqing came to meet us just now and gave me his business card. He also told me that I could come to him if I had any questions. He also gave Xiaoyan a Dingha Super Gold card. You know, that card is very valuable. If you were here too, you would definitely have a gift for meeting me. Hyang couldn't help but complain to his wife. Chun Haoqing's gift was not something that ordinary people could receive. It was a pity to miss it. After a pause, he turned his gaze to Wang Cheng and continued. But all this is thanks to Wang Cheng. He put us in touch with Mr. Chun. Now we can sit at this table, which is also indirectly due to Wang Cheng's help. Why do you talk so much? Lin Yifan was very impatient, but she still apologized to Wang Cheng in a low voice. Wang Cheng, what I said just now may be a bit harsh. Please don't take it to heart. Although Lin Yifan's attitude towards Wang Cheng softened a bit, she still looked down on this poor boy from the countryside. But after all, Wang Cheng knew Mr. Chun and seemed to have a special relationship with him, so she began to accept him a little bit. But Wang Cheng still worries her that he has no money. It's okay, Auntie, I forgot about it long ago. Wang Cheng naturally would not argue with He Xiaoyan's mother. I told you that Wang Cheng is good, but you still dislike him, Mom. He Xiaoyan is very happy now. The more Wang Cheng is accepted by her parents, the greater the chance of her and Wang Cheng being together. Okay, you're the only one who talks too much. After the party, let's go shopping with Mom. Lin Yifan had already set her eyes on many items. Now that she has a gold card and can enjoy a 50% discount, she must seize the opportunity to go shopping. Okay, Mother. He Xiaoyan responded with a giggle. Soon the banquet for old man He Sheng's 80th birthday began. There were 4 tables in total, and almost all of them were full, making it lively and bustling. Come on, everyone can start eating. Old man He Sheng is very happy today. It is his 80th birthday, and he has many children and grandchildren. This is his greatest joy.
The dishes on the table were also very rich. After all, everyone here was worth hundreds of millions or even billions, and they were not short of money, so the dishes were naturally rich. For a while, the table was filled with the excitement of toasting each other. When the wine was halfway through, everyone took out gifts to present to today's birthday boy, Hee-shung. Grandpa, this is the hanyu cabbage I carefully prepared for you. I hope you like it. The eldest brother, Hee-mingwa, was the first to take out the gift he had prepared. Well, you're thoughtful. This Han jade cabbage is of good quality. You must have spent quite a bit of money on it. Old man Hee-shung was obviously very satisfied with the Han jade cabbage. Grandpa, this is the Chishan jade carving I prepared for you. Please take a look and see if you like it. The second son, Hyung, also brought his own birthday gift. Next came the third child, Hee-ingchung, and the fourth child, Hee-chingching. Their gifts were also antiques. It seemed that they were familiar with the old man's habits and his obsession with antiques, so they gave antiques as gifts. You four are really thoughtful this year. Unlike previous years, you sent me all kinds of random things. Hee-shing accepted the gifts with satisfaction and a smile on his face. After the four elders presented their gifts, his students and 3 generations of descendants presented their gifts next. The gifts given by the 3 generations of descendants were all kinds of things. After all, they were young people, and the gifts were varied. It gave the old man a headache. He was old, and he really couldn't accept some of the gifts that young people liked. But they still accepted it with a smile. After all, it was their kindness, so how could they refuse it? Sun Yao waited for a while before standing up from his seat and confidently unfolding the painting in his hand. Professor He, do you like my painting? As he spoke, the painting in Sun Yao's hand was completely revealed. Suddenly, a lifelike landscape painting appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this painting, everyone couldn't help but stretch their necks out of curiosity. An old man Hee-shung stood up from his seat excitedly, picked up the magnifying glass he carried with him, and walked a few steps forward to take a look. Wang Chung also glanced at the painting in Sun Yao's hand. But what shocked him was that the painting in Sun Yao's hand was exactly the same as the Jiangting talk about ancient things in his hand. Even Tang Yin's signature and seal were exactly the same. This kid actually made a high-quality imitation of Jiangting Tangu too. Wang Chung was secretly shocked, but he didn't say it out loud. If Yuan Chong, the #1 appraiser in Qingshui City, hadn't appraised it, Wang Chung would have thought that Zhang Tianlong had given him a high-quality imitation of the painting. But now he is very calm. Could this painting be the Jiangting talking about antiques that was bought by a foreigner 5 years ago? The old man has been in the antique world for many years, so he naturally knows that this Jiangting talking about antiques was finally bought by a foreigner for 30 million yuan. Yes, this painting is Tang Bohu's talking about antiquity at Jiangting. When I was on a business trip to Country M a few days ago, I specially asked someone to buy it from that foreigner for 38 million yuan, just to present it to Professor He today. Sun Yao was extremely proud at this moment. This was the embodiment of being rich and powerful. While speaking, Sun Yao glanced at Wang Chung with disdain, thinking secretly in his heart, a poor bastard like you will never be able to afford this kind of painting in your entire life. Don't think you are related to Chun Haoqing, and you can show off. Is this Tang Boha's painting? Speaking of Tang Boha's paintings, everyone was attracted at once and came forward one after another, wanting to take a look at the famous artist's paintings. After all, Tang Bohu was very famous. Several of Hee-shung's good friends in the antique world were present, and they were very curious about the painting and came to see it. As they were all looking at Sun Yao's painting, talking about ancient things at Jiangting, the latter glanced at Wang Chung and said with some contempt, I wonder if this prince has brought any gifts for Professor He? As soon as these words were spoken, many people present turned their eyes to Wang Chung. You have to know that he was a poor boy from the countryside. Although he had some relationship with Chun Haoqing, he definitely had no money. For a moment, they became curious about the gifts Wang Chung brought. Of course I have prepared a gift for Professor He, but I'm afraid it will scare you. Wang Chung smiled slightly, moved his hands, and took out a scroll of painting from his arms. When everyone saw that Wang Chung also brought a painting, they couldn't help but feel curious. What painting could compare to Tang Bohu's Jiangting talk about ancient things that Sun Yao presented? Chapter 48. Aggressive, I won't be polite. Everyone was curious about what kind of painting Wang Chung would take out, and everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Chung for a moment. After the latter stood up from his seat, he slowly unfolded the painting, and soon the content of the painting was revealed. It was a lifelike landscape painting. When everyone saw what was painted on it, they all showed shocked expressions. Isn't this the same painting as Sun Yao's Jiangting Tengu too?
Soon someone recognized that the painting in Wang Cheng's hand was also a painting of talking about ancient things at Jiangting, and the signature was also Tang Yin, and even the seal was the same. How can there be two identical paintings of talking about antiquity at Jiangting? Many people had this question, but they soon realized that one of the two paintings was a high imitation. As for which painting was real and which was fake, everyone already had their own guesses. Wang Cheng, I didn't expect you to get a high-quality imitation painting to present to Professor He. Don't you feel ashamed? When Sun Yao saw that Wang Cheng also took out a painting of Jiangting talking about ancient things, his face looked very unhappy. He immediately accused Wang Cheng of buying the painting at a fake price. You know, he spent 38 million to buy this painting. Why don't you say that the painting in your hand is a high imitation? Wang Cheng smiled slightly. The painting, talking about antiques at Jiangting, in his hand had been authenticated by Yuan Chong, the #1 appraiser of antiques in Qingshui City. It was definitely authentic. However, the painting in Sun Yao's hand could not be guaranteed. How can a poor bastard like you afford a painting worth 38 million? Sun Yao mocked mercilessly. Most of the people present actually did not believe that Wang Cheng's paintings were authentic. How could a poor boy afford an authentic Tang Bohu painting? Whether it's authentic or not, why don't we let Grandpa He identify it and find out? Wang Cheng didn't want to waste time talking to him and asked the old man to identify it directly. What's more, there were several of the old man's friends in the antique world at the banquet. Letting them all identify it would be much more useful than talking nonsense. Yes, let's let Father identify it. Several of his friends are present here, and they are all knowledgeable about antiques. The eldest brother He Minggu agreed with this suggestion. Wouldn't it be clear if they just tested it? Many people present nodded, believing that this proposal was the simplest and most effective. Just check it. I'm just afraid that you will be embarrassed. Sun Yao sneered. He spent 38 million to buy this painting. It definitely couldn't be fake. You should worry more about yourself. Wang Cheng shook his head, speechless at his mysterious self-confidence. As he spoke, Wang Cheng presented the painting, talking about ancient things at Jiangting, in his hand, to old man He Sheng. The latter took the painting carefully with a serious expression. Then, together with a few good friends in the antique world, he began to carefully examine the two paintings. Everyone at the scene stretched their necks, with an expression as if they were watching a good show, and were whispering and discussing the matter in private. Guess which painting is real? Of course it belongs to Sun Yao. He spent 38 million to buy it. How could it be fake? I think so too. Although Wang Cheng has some relationship with Mr. Chun, he is a poor boy from the countryside after all. How can he afford such a famous painting? He's going to make a fool of himself now. Why would he make a fake painting if he didn't have money? This is not the way to pretend to be cool. Those relatives and friends were whispering about it again, and almost all of them were not optimistic about Wang Cheng, thinking that Wang Cheng's paintings were fake. However, Yang believed in Wang Cheng very much. Such a mysterious and wealthy nobleman would definitely not embarrass himself by painting a fake painting. He Xiaoyan was a little worried and nervous. She didn't care whether it was true or not. However, Lin Yifan looked unhappy and couldn't help blaming herself in her heart. Why are you pretending to be rich when you don't have money? You have to use a fake painting to make yourself look rich. What's the point? Old man He Sheng and several of his friends studied the two paintings carefully for a long time, but they could not find any difference between the two paintings. Even the ink concentration and the subtle details was basically the same, which made them really helpless. These two paintings look exactly the same. With our identification ability, we can't tell which one is the real one. A friend of the old man frowned and said, after all, none of them are professionals, they just became interested in it, so it is understandable that they cannot identify such a famous painting. Well, the painting standards of these two paintings have reached an extremely high level. Even if one of them is found to be a fake, it is still worth a lot. The old man nodded in agreement. If you want to tell whether it's real or fake, perhaps only Yuan Chong, the top appraiser in the antique world in Qingshui City, has this ability. Another old man explained. After discussing it, the few of them quickly reached a decision, which was announced by old man He Sheng. The painting standards of these two paintings are extremely high. Our appraisal ability is limited, and we cannot determine whether they are real or fake. We will ask Master Yuan Chong to appraise them privately. Now let's continue eating. He Sheng felt that this was the best. If the authenticity was not determined in person, neither Wang Cheng nor Sun Yao would have the chance to embarrass themselves. If the authenticity was determined on the spot, one of them would definitely be embarrassed. Eat. Continue eating. Seeing that no results could be obtained from the identification, the relatives and friends present could only return to their seats in disappointment and continue eating and drinking. However, Sun Yao was unwilling to give in.
He could not expose Wang Cheng's fake painting in person. He really could not swallow this humiliation. When he saw He Xiaoyan picking up food for Wang Cheng intimately, the anger in his heart surged up again. Professor He, I heard that you are going to hold a personal collection exhibition in 3 days, right? Well, we are indeed preparing it. Are you interested in coming to see it? He Sheng attached great importance to this personal collection exhibition. This was the first collection exhibition he held after his retirement, so he attached great importance to it. Professor He, how about this? Hang these 2 paintings at the same time when the collection exhibition opens, and let the visitors judge them. Finally, ask Yuan Chong, the #1 appraiser of antiques in Qingshui City, to come and appraise them. Wouldn't it be more attractive and help to distinguish the authenticity? Sun Yao wanted to completely humiliate Wang Cheng in front of everyone, and at the same time, make He Xiaoyan face the reality that Wang Cheng was a poor bastard who loved to show off. That's good, father. Sun Yao's idea will definitely attract a lot of people to watch. Let's follow his suggestion. The eldest brother He Ming was suggested. I also think Sun Yao's suggestion is good. It can not only attract people to watch, but also professionally identify which painting is the real one. Others also agreed with this suggestion. They also wanted to know which of the 2 paintings was the real one. He Sheng hesitated. He originally didn't want to identify it openly. He just wanted to ask Yuan Chong to identify it privately, so as to save face for the 2 children. But Sun Yao was aggressive, which really made him dislike him. Grandpa He, let's do as Sun Yao suggested. Wang Cheng smiled slightly. Yuan Chong had already authenticated his painting, so what was he afraid of? Since Sun Yao stood up himself and was going to be slapped in the face, he could only obey him. Chapter 49. Humiliating me will cost you a price. How could Wang Cheng be timid in the face of Sun Yao's provocation? The 2 paintings were temporarily handed over to Mr. He Sheng for safekeeping. In order to avoid mistakes, Sun Yao also specifically suggested signing their respective names on the back of the paintings in pencil to avoid mistakes. Wang Cheng naturally would not refuse his request. Since he wanted to be slapped in the face, he could only meet his request. After the banquet, everyone dispersed, but He Xiaoyan got a super gold card of Dingha. The rich second generation and young friends in the family suggested going to Jinlong Entertainment Club in Qingshui City to continue playing at night. This is a high-end entertainment club in Qingshui City. They have never been there, so they are eager to try it. Wang Cheng, are you going? He Xiaoyan turned her head and asked Wang Cheng out of habit, with a look of desire in her eyes. It seemed that this girl also wanted to go to Jinlong Entertainment Club to see it for herself. Go ahead, I'll drive the car over. Wang Cheng smiled slightly. Jinlong Entertainment Club is a high-end entertainment club under the Dingha Group, which is also his father's business. Wang Cheng has never been to such a place. Sun Yao will also go. Of course, he wants to show off in front of He Xiaoyan, demonstrate his financial resources and strength, and by the way, find an opportunity to suppress Wang Cheng. It would be best if he could make him look bad and make He Xiaoyan dislike him. This is his ultimate goal. This group of people are all wealthy second generations, and they drive Porsches and Maseratis. Sun Yao even drives a Rolls-Royce worth more than 10 million yuan, which shows that he is indeed very rich. However, when they found out that Wang Cheng was driving a Ferrari sports car worth more than 5 million yuan, they also looked at him with a little sidelong glance. Wow, Wang Cheng, aren't you from the countryside? How come you are driving a Ferrari? The person who spoke was He Xiaoyan's cousin He Xinxin. She was very sexy and beautiful, dressed very fashionably, and had exquisite makeup on. This is my boss's car. I can't afford it. Wang Cheng made up an excuse to get away with it. So it's your boss's car, how boring. He Xinxin immediately lost interest and secretly despised Wang Cheng for showing off even though he had no money. Then she turned around and got into Sun Yao's Rolls-Royce. The others also secretly looked down on him. They also looked down on Wang Cheng for borrowing a car to show off. Sun Yao was secretly proud of himself. A poor guy is a poor guy. He has no money but still borrows a car to show off. Just wait and see how I kill you. Sun Yao is no pushover. He has accumulated a net worth of over $1 billion at such a young age, so he must have many tricks up his sleeve. Wang Cheng smiled and didn't care. There were 8 people in the group, and 3 cars drove straight to Jinlong Entertainment Club. The club's underground parking garage is full of high-end cars, including Porsche, Bentley, Maserati, Rolls-Royce, etc. Cars like BMW and Mercedes-Benz are considered the lowest configuration here. Oh my god, the cars here are so luxurious. Cousin He Long's eyes lit up when he saw these luxury cars. You're such a loser. You're not from the countryside. So do you have to act like such a country bumpkin? He Xinxin glanced at Wang Cheng and mocked him. Yes, Sister Xinxin is right. He Long also looked down on Wang Cheng, who came from the countryside. Especially when he learned that Wang Chung borrowed the car to show off, he despised him even more. And by the way, he also flattered Sun Yao. Brother Yao is awesome. His Rolls-Royce worth over 10 million yuan is very conspicuous, even in this garage full of luxury cars. He is not like someone who has no money but still wants to borrow a luxury car to show off. When Sun Yao saw this, he was secretly proud of himself. He thought that he long had good vision and could be won over. He Xiaoyan was unhappy when she saw them openly and secretly mocking Wang Chung. She tolerated it once or twice, but she couldn't tolerate it when they mocked Wang Chung again and again. You guys are so awesome. You still need to borrow my super gold card later. Sister Xiaoyan, don't be angry. Let's just treat it as a casual chat. We are not hinting at anyone. Seeing this, cousin Hixia hurried out to mediate. She had wanted to come to the Jinlong Club for a long time, but she couldn't let it be ruined just because of a few words. Seeing He Xiaoyan defending Wang Chung like this, Sun Yao felt a little angry and immediately said, "Let's go. My brother Yao will treat you later. You guys can have fun." "That's great, brother Yao. Only someone like you with a net worth of over 10 billion is worthy of Xiaoyan. The guy from the countryside is really overestimating himself." He long had known for a long time that Sun Yao liked He Xiaoyan, so he followed suit and flattered Sun Yao again. He Xiaoyan was very angry and regretted coming out with them. She was about to turn around and leave, but was stopped by Wang Chung. "It's okay, since it wants to treat us. Let's just have fun." Wang Chung smiled slightly, but he was a little angry in his heart. They insulted him again and again, and the time had come to teach them a lesson, especially Sun Yao. Chapter 50, My Territory, My Rules. Jinlong Entertainment Club is the most prosperous center in the east of the city. Those who can come and go here are basically high-ranking officials or wealthy businessmen. Sun Yao seemed to have been here before. After coming out of the parking garage, he led Wang Chung and a group of 8 people to the first floor of the entertainment club with familiarity. As soon as I walked out of the elevator, I saw the magnificent and luxurious decoration of the Jinlong Club. In the center of the front desk, there was a huge golden dragon. "Oh my god, is this made of gold? It's too luxurious." He Long's eyes lit up again. If such a big golden dragon was really made of pure gold, it would probably cost tens of millions to make it. This is the brocade dragon, made of pure gold. It is said that it cost 80 million to make it, and it was blessed by a master. Sun Yao explained in a pretentious manner. "It's really made of gold." The others also gasped. Although they all came from second or third-rate wealthy families, they were still shocked to see this brocade dragon made of pure gold. "Let's go. You need to make a reservation to book the entertainment room here. I happen to have already made a reservation before we came. We can go in directly," Sun Yao said proudly. Brother Yao is really awesome. He has booked a private room in advance. "Let's go quickly." He Long has become Sun Yao's follower, with a proud look on his face. He then glanced at Wang Chung and couldn't help but sneer. "The one coming from the countryside. Follow closely, or you'll get lost." He Xinshin and the others joined in the laughter, but He Xiaoyan was very angry. "Aaron, you want to die?" "I'm just telling the truth. Isn't he from the countryside? He doesn't allow people to say anything." Seeing that Sun Yao was treating them to a meal, He Long seemed to no longer be afraid of He Xiaoyan. Wang Chung frowned, feeling that he had to teach them a lesson, otherwise they would become his enemy, and then he said to them, "I'm going to the bathroom. You guys go first. Lazy people are really lazy. Be careful when you walk and don't get lost." He Long spoke without any scruples. While speaking, his eyes were looking around. Seeing a sexy and charming beauty walking by, he couldn't help but follow her with his eyes. Wang Chung ignored him and walked straight to a corner, then called Chun Haoqing and asked him to ask the manager of Jinlong Entertainment Club to find him immediately outside the bathroom on the east side of the first floor. Chun Haoqing did not hesitate and immediately arranged this matter. 10 minutes later, a handsome man came to see Wang Chung in a hurry, breathing heavily. It seemed that he ran to see him after receiving the call. "Master Wang, I am the manager of Jinlong Entertainment Club. Xiang Tian, if you have any instructions, just tell me." Xiang Tian was very nervous at this time. The person who could make Mr. Chen call him personally to meet him must be someone extraordinary. "Don't be nervous. Go and cancel the private room booked by a man named Sun Yao and permanently ban him from booking a private room again. Remember? This is his father's business, and Wang Cheng's words are still very effective. It's really a shame that he was ridiculed on his own turf." "I understand, Prince Wang," Xiang Tian quickly responded. "And the group of people who came with him are not allowed to book a private room, except for me. Do you understand?" Wang Qing thought for a moment and then continued. "Also, if you see me in other places, you must pretend that you don't know me. Do you understand?" "Got it. I'll follow your instructions, young Master Wang." Xiang Tian did not dare to be negligent
and nodded in response immediately. After Wang Chung sent him away, he walked back to He Xiaoyan and the others. At this time, they had returned to the front desk, still looking anxious. Sun Yao was even more furious, pointing at a waitress at the front desk and shouting, "What do you mean the private room I booked was canceled? And I am permanently banned from booking a private room. Is this how you do business? Do you know who I am?" Sun Yao was really angry at this time. With so many friends watching him and He Xiaoyan next to him, he was actually embarrassed like this. It would have been fine if the private room he booked was canceled, but he was also permanently banned from booking a private room. How could he put his face down? "Sorry, sir, you can't book a private room with us anymore," the waitress said again with a smile. "Fuck, call your manager out. I want to ask you what you mean." Sun Yao was extremely furious at this time. He had a good credit. How could he cancel the order or ban the order? After Wang Chung returned to the front desk, he saw the furious Sun Yao and couldn't help but smile slightly. He then pretended to be ignorant and walked forward to ask, "What's going on? Why don't you go to the private room? Didn't Sun Yao book a private room?" "The private room has been canceled and we can't get in," He Long responded unhappily. "Canceled? Then just book another one." Wang Chung responded indifferently. "Book a room for nothing. Brother, Yao has been blacklisted and is permanently banned from booking a private room." He Long was a little disappointed and got even angrier when he saw this poor country boy. "Oh, didn't he say he was very powerful? How come he was blacklisted? Then let others try. Everyone has come here from far away. It's impossible for them to go back in disgrace. If we tell others about it, we will be laughed at," Wang Chung said with a smile. "That's right. Then let's get someone else to book a private room." He Xinshin agreed. "Then let's book it quickly. We're already here. We can't go back empty-handed." He Long didn't care about Sun Yao at this time. He pushed him aside and went to the front desk to book a private room. Unfortunately, the waitress told him that it could not be booked for the time being. "What do you mean we can't make reservations temporarily? We have super gold cards. Please ask your manager to come out." This time, He Long, He Xinshin, and He Xia couldn't stand it anymore. As soon as they finished speaking, Xiang Tian rushed over. Seeing Wang Chung was also inside, his heart suddenly tightened. "What's going on? Why are you making so much noise here? Get out if you continue." When Xiang Tian arrived, he brought 4 security guards with him to prevent them from using violence. "You are the manager, right? You came at the right time. Why don't you let me book a private room?" Sun Yao saw that the manager Xiang Tian finally came, and he couldn't help but stepped forward to question him angrily. "I won't let you place an order. This is the territory of Dinghe Group. If you keep making trouble, don't blame me for taking action," Xiang Tian said, and waved his hand. 4 young and strong security guards came out from behind him, with electric batons on their waists, which was really scary. Even Sun Yao couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he saw this, and dared not move. He Long and his friends were also a little nervous when they saw this. Although they were usually a bit arrogant, they still didn't dare to act recklessly on the territory of Dinghe Group, not to mention that there were 4 security guards with electric batons on the opposite side. "Forget it, let's just go back this time. If we are not allowed to order, then we won't order," He Xinshin said, a little disappointed, and the others had the same expression. That can only be the case. They came here with high spirits, but left disappointed, which was something they had not expected. "Why don't you let me try to book a private room?" Seeing their dejected look, Wang Chung smiled slightly, then stood up and said lightly, "You can't even order from us. What use are you as a country boy?" He Long ridiculed mercilessly. "It will be the same if you go. You may not be as good as us. Go away, go away." He Xinshin also looked down on Wang Chung, who came from the countryside. "How do you know if you don't try? What if you get the order?" Wang Chung said with a smile. "If you can get the order, I'll bark like a dog. A poor boy from the countryside dares to show off in front of me. You talk too much." He Long had an expression of impatience and disgust. "That's what you said." Wang Chung wanted to teach them a lesson, so he walked up to manager Xiang Tian and said, "Manager, can you please give me a favor? I want to book an entertainment room for 8 people. Can I still book it?" He Long, Sun Yao, and others heard clearly what Wang Chung said, but they couldn't help but sneer in their hearts. A poor boy from the countryside wanted the manager of Jinlong Entertainment Club to give him face. Did he take himself too seriously? However, what the manager said left them dumbfounded. "Sir, we just happen to have a top-notch Kowloon luxury private room. I'll arrange it for you right away." He Long, He Xinshin, He Xia, including Sun Yao and others, even He Xiaoyan, were so shocked that they were speechless. This poor boy actually booked a room in the top-notch Kowloon luxury room. Chapter 51. Let you bark like a dog. These young rich second generations were all shocked by Wang Chung, a poor boy from the countryside. They never expected that just by saying something casually, the manager would actually give him face and not only book a private room, but also a top-notch Kowloon luxury room. You have to know that this luxurious private room in Kowloon is only prepared for big shots. Second and third-rate wealthy people like them can't book it at all. However, Wang Chung booked it with just one word, which really shocked them. How is this possible? This poor boy actually managed to book a private room. Xinshin's face was filled with shock, and she hadn't recovered from her previous reaction. No way. The manager actually gave face to that poor boy. This is totally illogical. Long was a little flustered at this time, because he had just said that if Wang Chung could book a private room, he would bark like a dog. The most shocked person among these people was Sun Yao. He was slapped in the face. He was so arrogant and condescending before, but the next second, Wang Chung slapped him in the face. When Sun Yao thought that he was not even as good as a poor boy from the countryside, he was a little furious. The happiest person was He Xiaoyan. Wang Chung, you are so awesome. With just one sentence, you got the manager to book a private room for us. It's the top-notch Kowloon luxury room. While speaking, He Xiaoyan's eyes were shining with admiration for Wang Chung. No, I might be lucky. The manager gave me some face. Wang Chung said pretentiously, and then turned his gaze to He Long, who said before that if I could book a private room, I would bark like a dog. As soon as he finished speaking, He Xinshin, He Xia, and others immediately pointed their fingers at He Long. Start yelling. I'm listening. Wang Chung smiled slightly. He was the one who humiliated Wang Chung the most before, looking like a lackey, so he will start with you. When He Long heard that he was really asked to bark like a dog, his face suddenly turned red. He hesitated for a while, but finally made up his mind and barked. Woof, woof, woof. Hearing He Long barking like a dog, He Xiaoyan and the other girls couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. He Long, I didn't expect you to be able to imitate a dog's barking so well, He Xinshin said with a sweet smile. Are you satisfied now? Let's go. Let's go to the Kowloon private room. He Long seemed to be quite thick-skinned, and he didn't care about the ridicule of He Xinshin and the others. He was a little impatient to go to the Kowloon private room, but he was still a little dissatisfied with Wang Chung in his heart. Wait, there's one more thing I need to confirm. Wang Chung stopped them and said, Is there anything else? He Xinshin and the others turned around and asked, I have booked a private room, but someone said before that it was his treat. Wang Chung said with a slight smile, Sun Yao, you keep confronting me. Today I am going to teach you a lesson and let you know that people from the countryside are not easy to bully. Isn't it, Brother Yao? Didn't you just say that you would treat us tonight? Does it still count? He Long immediately changed the tone and asked. You have to know that Jinlong Entertainment Club is a high-end entertainment club, and Jilong Private Room is a top-level private room. It costs at least 200,000 a night, not counting other expenses. Is this going to make him bleed a lot? However, Sun Yao is worth more than 10 billion yuan, so he doesn't care about this little money. I, Sun Yao, naturally keep my word. I will pay for tonight's consumption. Sun Yao finally regained a little face and sense of existence. Oh yeah, Brother Yao is so awesome. Seeing that Sun Yao agreed, He Long immediately flattered him excitedly. The other people also became excited, even more excited than before they came, because they were about to see the legendary top-level Kowloon private room, which was said to be very luxurious. Sun Yao glanced at Wang Chung and secretly remembered this grudge in his heart. Wang Chung glanced at Sun Yao's sinister face and knew that he was not convinced, but he didn't care much in his heart. This Jinlong Club was his territory, so why would he be afraid of him? The 8 people, led by the beautiful lady, soon came to the legendary Kowloon private room. They met many handsome men and beautiful women along the way, especially He Long. This guy was the most dandy. He changed women more frequently than he changed clothes. Naturally, he wanted to find a beautiful woman here to soak in, but he held back for the time being. The door of the Kowloon private room is all golden yellow and is engraved with 9 giant dragons entwined together, puffing out clouds and mist. It is quite impressive. This door alone must have cost a lot of money. This Kowloon private room is really grand. Even the door is so imposing. He Xinshin couldn't help but sigh. Come in. Don't act like a country bumpkin who has come to the city. Sun Yao couldn't help but say. This was obviously a veiled criticism of Wang Chung. Yes. After all, we are the second generation of rich people. We can't be compared with those rural people. He Long responded, then followed Sun Yao in. After pushing open the door and entering, I saw that the Kowloon private room was very large, at least 200 square meters. There was even a small fountain in the middle, and around the fountain was a miniature artificial lake with fish in it. This was completely beyond their imagination. Directly opposite the fountain was a small stage with a huge display screen on top. Various musical instruments were placed on the left and right below the display screen.
On the left side of the stage is an extra-large and luxurious sofa, behind which are various wines. You can just take them when you want to drink. On the right side of the stage is a small dance floor. In addition to these, there are also cool computers, VR games, bars, and other leisure and entertainment venues in the corner. There is even a secret compartment with a luxurious big bed. Wow, this is so luxurious. I'll hold parties here next time. It's so cool and can satisfy the preferences of all kinds of people. Heelong was extremely excited after seeing it. The dog's barking was not in vain. That's great. Look at the ceiling, it's designed with stars. If we turn off the lights, the effect will be very cool. He was also dazzled by the sight, and her beautiful eyes were full of little stars. Even Sun Yao, who had been to Jinlong Club before, was shocked by the luxurious decoration. It would be too boring to be in such a cool Kowloon private room without a woman to accompany you. You guys go have fun first. I'll go chat up a pretty girl. Heelong had been itching to go in. He had seen several sexy young ladies alone in the corridor before. While they were talking, Heelong had already run out to chat up the young lady. No one cared about him at this time, as they all went to play their own games, singing, dancing, or playing VR games, and they all had a great time. After Sun Yao poured himself a glass of wine, he became angry when he saw He Xiaoyan looking at Wang Chung lovingly while he sang. Haha, a poor boy dares to fight with me. Let me show you what strength is. Sun Yao's eyes turned cold, and he immediately took out his mobile phone and started making a call. If soft tactics didn't work, he had to use hard tactics. Hello, Brother Long. I'm Sun Yao. Chapter 52, come on. Zhang Tianlong has been very depressed recently. Ever since he was taught a lesson by Wang Chung, he has been seriously injured. Not only did he have to pay 2 million in compensation, but his favorite painting, Jiangting Tangu 2, by Tang Bohu, and a purple jade bracelet worth 300,000 were also robbed. What made him even more depressed was that half of his men were beaten by Wang Cheng's cousin and are still recuperating. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Tianlong was at his own Yulong club, enthusiastically appraising a batch of antiques he had just acquired. However, just as he picked up a painting, his cell phone rang. After glancing at the caller ID, he chuckled. Looks like there's business again. The person who called was Sun Yao, who was far away in Jinlong Entertainment Club. Sun Yao, what do you want from me? Zhang Tianlong said while playing with a piece of ancient jade in his hand. I'm in some trouble, and I want you to come over and help me. Sun Yao replied in a low voice. Do me a favor? Zhang Tianlong thought of that stupid rich second-generation Zhang Haodong. He also asked him for a favor, but ended up cheating him so badly. It's the other party, right? Zhang Tianlong learned his lesson this time and asked vigilantly. He's just a poor boy from the countryside, with no money or power, but he always pretends to be cool in front of me. Sun Yao's voice was very soft, as if to prevent others from hearing him. A poor boy from the countryside. Does he have a cousin? Zhang Tianlong thought of the tall cousin next to Wang Chung, and he was still frightened. He challenged 20 people alone and beat half of them. This was too strong. He has no cousin and is the only one here. The price is still the same as before. Sun Yao wanted to use Brother Long's influence to let Wang Chung know how powerful he is and see if he dared to snatch He Xiaoyan from him. I'm a poor rural boy with no cousin, no money, and no power. Okay, I'll take the job. After making sure that he wouldn't hit a wall this time, Zhang Tianlong readily agreed. When you come, just say you're my friend and that you're here to have fun together. Sun Yao on the other end of the phone became excited when he heard Zhang Tianlong agree. However, to be on the safe side, it would be better for him to pretend to be his friend. After all, that was the Jinlong Club, and being too ostentatious would only bring him trouble. According to the old rules, Sun Yao first transferred 100,000 yuan to Zhang Tianlong and also sent him the address. After receiving the money, Zhang Tianlong chuckled, then saw that the address was Jinlong Entertainment Club. He hesitated a little, but since he had been accepted, there was no reason for him not to go. He quickly called 4 brothers, got in a van, and headed straight for Jinlong Entertainment Club. At this time in the Kowloon private room, Sun Yao was very proud after hanging up the phone. Wang Chung, you are a poor boy with no money and no power. What can you use to fight me? With Zhang Tianlong's agreement, Sun Yao became bolder and went straight to Wang Chung, speaking in a cold tone. Wang Chung, come here. I have something to tell you. Do you have something to talk to me about? Wang Chung glanced at Sun Yao. I hope you can leave Xiaoyan. You are not suitable for her, and you can't help her. Sun Yao said directly and frankly. I'm not suitable, but are you suitable? Wang Chung said unhappily. Let me tell you straight, Xiaoyan's father's company's capital chain is about to break. Without huge financial help, their family will soon go bankrupt, and I am the one who can help them get rid of bankruptcy. Sun Yao said very proudly. I can help them too, Wang Chung said lightly.
Wang Chung had already solved the problem of He Yang's company's capital chain, and even asked Chun Haoqing to handle the land in the east of the city. I believe that his hotel will resume normal operations soon, but Sun Yao doesn't know yet. Just you? How much can a poor boy from the countryside like you help them? 10,000 or 20,000. They need at least 100 million. Do you have that? You'll never be able to earn that much in your entire life. Sun Yao sneered disdainfully. I think I can, Wang Chung said again lightly. You can? Haha, what a joke. I heard you were a department manager, right? How can you help them with a salary of 10,000 yuan a month? Even if you sell all the houses and land in your rural hometown, it won't be enough for 1,000th of the funds they need. When Sun Yao said this, his tone became even heavier, and he said mockingly, It is important for a person to know himself. You should date the kind of girl that suits you. You should go back to the countryside and find a girl who is more suitable for you. Really? I think Xiaoyan is a good match for me. If you don't have anything to do, I'll go back first. Xiaoyan is waiting for me to sing with her. Wang Qing didn't take him seriously at all. A second-rate rich second generation actually dared to teach him a lesson. When Sun Yao saw that Wang Chung was unwilling to give up Xiaoyan, his face suddenly became gloomy, and he warned him sternly. Wang Chung, don't refuse a toast. I, Sun Yao, have managed to make a real estate company one of the top 10 in the industry. I have some skills. You'd better not force me. Okay, come on, whether it's literary or physical, I'll take it. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to afford to lose when the time comes. Wang Chung smiled slightly. This rich second generation is a little stronger than Zhang Haodong, the playboy, but the result is the same. Okay, let's wait and see. Sun Yao snorted coldly, then turned and walked away, feeling extremely angry. While drinking silently, he secretly called Brother Long to urge him to come quickly. After receiving the news that they were about to arrive, Sun Yao's face suddenly showed an expression of confidence and victory. When He Xiaoyan got tired of singing, she came down from the stage, took Wang Cheng's arm affectionately, and walked to the sofa, talking and laughing. When Sun Yao saw this, he became even angrier. Half an hour later, the door of the Kowloon luxury private room was suddenly pushed open, and then a familiar and fat middle-aged man walked in, followed by 4 young and strong men. When Sun Yao saw that Zhang Tianlong had finally arrived, he was immediately excited. He put down his wine glass and went to greet him. Brother Long, you are finally here. Sun Yao couldn't help but be happy when he saw Brother Long coming. Sun Yao, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few months, you have already made it to the Kowloon private room of the Jinlong Entertainment Club. This room is not something that ordinary people can book. It was also the first time for Zhang Tianlong to come to this luxurious Kowloon private room. He couldn't help but look around curiously. How can I compare with Brother Long? Sun Yadawei smiled and welcomed Zhang Tianlong in, then glanced at Wang Chung, who was chatting with He Xiaoyan, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Wang Chung, you forced me to do this. Brother Long, did you see that young man in plain clothes? I want you to help me persuade him to leave the beautiful woman next to him. Sun Yao said it very tactfully, but the meaning of his words was already very clear. Zhang Tianlong is not stupid. It is not the first time that the rich second generation is jealous of each other. Okay, leave it to me, Brother Long. Zhang Tianlong's gaze moved over and finally landed on the young man in plain clothes, but with his back facing him, so Zhang Tianlong could not see the other's face clearly. But this back figure gave Zhang Tianlong a familiar feeling, but he still walked over and challenged him. Brother, come with us outside and smoke a cigarette. This is jargon. While speaking, Zhang Tianlong took out a cigarette from his pocket and put it in his mouth with an arrogant look. When Wang Chung heard the familiar voice, he turned his head subconsciously, but this turn scared Zhang Tianlong. Wang, young Master Wang. Zhang Tianlong's face turned pale in an instant. The cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground, and his legs went limp with fear. The 4 helpers behind him felt inexplicable fear after seeing that it was this evil spirit. Chapter 53, This script is wrong. Zhang Tianlong never expected that the idiot Sun Yao would ask him to deal with young Master Wang Chung. He had just been taught a lesson by Wang Chung a few days ago, and now he is walking into trouble again. Doesn't he think that he hasn't paid enough? King, Prince Wang, Zhang Tianlong greeted tremblingly. Zhang Tianlong, why are you here? Were you the one who asked me to go out for a cigarette? Wang Chung turned around and was surprised to see Zhang Tianlong. But Wang Chung was not stupid. He subconsciously glanced at Sun Yao, who looked very proud. It seemed that he was the one who asked Zhang Tianlong to come and teach him a lesson. No, we have walked into the wrong room. We are sorry to disturb young Master Wang's enjoyment. We will leave first. Zhang Tianlong didn't dare to stay any longer. If Wang Chung found out that they were here to teach him a lesson, he would probably beat them up again. Really? Wang Chung smiled faintly, while he Xiaoyan next to him had a confused expression on her face. She had no idea what was going on. I really walked into the wrong room, Mr. Wang. I'm so sorry. Zhang Tianlong was about to turn around and leave, but Sun Yao, the second-generation rich man, didn't understand the current situation at all. He walked up to Wang Chung and shouted arrogantly, "Poor bastard, this is my brother Long, don't blame me for not warning you before. It was you who didn't want to leave Xiaoyan, so don't blame me for being rude to you. Did you call these 5 people here?" Wang Qing asked, pointing at Zhang Tianlong and the others. "Yes, it's me." Before Sun Yao could finish his words, anxious Zhang Tianlong slapped Sun Yao in the face, trying to stop him from continuing. "You're an asshole. It's obvious that we walked into the wrong room. Stop talking nonsense." Zhang Tianlong, "You bastard. You took my money, and yet you dare to hit me. Are you looking for death?" Sun Yao couldn't believe that Brother Long, whom he had hired with money, had inexplicably gone back on his word and hit him. "Where did I take your money? Stop slandering me." Zhang Tianlong was afraid that Wang Qing would blame them, so he slapped Sun Yao and covered his mouth. Wang Qing couldn't help laughing as he watched them biting each other. It seemed that Sun Yao wanted to call someone to deal with him. No wonder he had warned him before not to refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. Unfortunately, the Brother Long he called had just been beaten up by him a few days ago, so he was afraid of seeing him now. "Brother Long, right? Since you're here, let's have a drink. Sun Yao's treating us tonight, so feel free to drink." Wang Chung is not someone to be trifled with. Since Sun Yao has sent people to deal with him, he will definitely make him pay a price. Of course, Zhang Tianlong's slap doesn't count. "No, Mr. Wang, we have something to do in the evening, so we'll leave first." Zhang Tianlong didn't dare to stay here any longer, for fear that Wang Chung would come to settle accounts with them. "I told you to drink, so drink it. Finish the wine next to the sofa before you leave." Although Wang Cheng's voice was calm, there was a hint of threat and coldness in his tone. Zhang Tianlong subconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded in response. "Since Sun Yao is treating us, we brothers will not be polite." As he spoke, he called upon his 4 men to start opening the wines on the wine rack. There were some expensive red wines and wines that had been collected for many years, which were of extraordinary value. The 5 adults drank it to their heart's content, as if they were drinking money. Sun Yao covered his face and looked at the scene in shock. This was completely beyond his imagination. This script is totally wrong. Originally, he called Brother Long over to teach Wang Chung a lesson, but now he comes and starts drinking directly. You know, these drinks are not cheap, and he has to pay for the bill in the end. "Zhang Tianlong, are you crazy? I asked you to come and teach Wang Chung a lesson. What the hell is the point of drinking?" Sun Yao shouted loudly from behind, but Zhang Tianlong and the others didn't listen to them at all. They just opened the bottle and drank. He Xiaoyan, he Xinxin, he Xia, and others nearby also rushed over after hearing the news. When they saw 5 unfamiliar men in the private room, they couldn't help but ask, "Who are these 5 people? Why do they drink as soon as they come in?" "I don't know them. It seems that Sun Yao asked them to come here. They might be his friends," Wang Chung said lightly. He felt very comfortable watching Zhang Tianlong and the other 4 people drinking these expensive wines. These wines all cost extra, and they are all famous wines. He Xinxin opened her mouth with a surprised expression. "It's okay. We're not paying anyway. They can drink as much as they want." Wang Cheng's words were obviously agreed by He Xinxin and the others. "That's right. Let's go and have a drink. We can't usually drink this kind of famous wine, otherwise it would be drunk up by them." He Xia also wanted to drink some. After all, this was a famous wine that we couldn't usually drink. Okay. Even He Xiaoyan nodded. She was still happy to see Sun Yao bleed a little, because it was him who humiliated Wang Chung before. Wang Chung didn't drink because he was going to drive. Sun Yao was a little angry and embarrassed when he saw that they were all drinking his money, and he blamed Wang Chung for all his anger. It was very late at night, and Zhang Tianlong and his friends had almost finished drinking. The 5 of them finished more than 20 bottles of wine. They could be said to be drinking hard. As for He Xinxin and the others, each of them couldn't drink a whole bottle. They just opened the bottle and took a few sips. Very late at night, He Long came back hugging a young lady. He had drunk a lot of wine, and his steps were a little unsteady. "Go back. Your family will be worried if you stay out any later." Wang Chung saw that He Xiaoyan's pretty face was slightly red, so he couldn't help but say with concern. "Yeah," He Xiaoyan nodded. The other people were also almost drunk. Zhang Tianlong and his friends left after they had finished drinking. Before leaving, they apologized to Wang Chung repeatedly. Wang Chung didn't care about them. He just thought that Sun Yao's 100,000 yuan was wasted. And when it came time to pay the bill, the amount was shocking. It was more than 3.2 million. Sun Yao's face suddenly turned very ugly. The consumption in Jinlong Club was already high, and the wine they drank was famous wine. In addition, the money spent by He Long on the date with the girl was also counted on Sun Yao, which brought the total to a staggering 3.2 million. Xiaoyan, can you lend me your super gold card? Sun Yao asked He Xiaoyan with a stern face to borrow the gold card, but He Xiaoyan responded playfully. I'm sorry, Sun Yao, I don't know where I put my gold card. Isn't it obvious that you don't want to lend it to him? You know, a gold card can get a 50% discount. Okay, you two, a pair of bastards. You will regret this. Sun Yao felt a little embarrassed. Just tonight he lost more than 3 million and was slapped in the face, but he didn't gain any advantage, which made him extremely angry. Fortunately, Sun Yao felt that he still had a chance to turn things around. The painting, Jiangting Talk About Ancient Things, was his chance to turn things around. He had 100% confidence in the painting that he had spent 38 million to buy. Haha. Wang Cheng, for the damage you caused me today, I will make you pay double for it at the collection exhibition someday. Chapter 54. Are you here to cause trouble again? Today is the weekend, and Wang Cheng could have gotten up later as he slept late last night, but he got up very early. There was only one reason for this. His brother Ma Daedong's girlfriend Lu Henin was going to have surgery today, and he wanted to go visit her. After all, in Qingshui City, Wang Cheng only had this one brother who treated him sincerely. What's more, because of his seriously ill girlfriend Lu Henin, Ma Daedong's family has basically cut off ties with him. Now is the time when he is most isolated and helpless. As a good brother, Wang Cheng should go and accompany him at this time. However, when he rushed to Union Hospital, he actually found several familiar people in the hospital corridor, including Lin Qianqian, Zhang Haodong, and a young man who looked very similar to Zhang Haodong and was wearing a pair of black-framed glasses. Among them, Zhang Haodong had just come out of the orthopedic clinic after changing his wound medicine. It seemed that they came to the hospital to see their arms, but the man who looked very similar to Zhang Haodong made Wang Cheng couldn't help but take a few more glances. However, he had no intention of going up to greet them. He was in a hurry to go to the inpatient department to find Ma Daedong, so he just glanced at them and left. Lin Qianqian, Zhang Haodong, and the other two did not notice Wang Cheng's existence. Haodong, how long will it take for your hand to heal? Lin Qianqian asked with pretended concern. The doctor said it will take about half a month. Zhang Haodong hated Wang Chengqing so much at this moment. His hand was disabled, and even the small treasury given to him by his father, the shares of Mingyang Villa No. 3 store, were defrauded. That was an income that could bring him millions of dividends a year. Now he suddenly lost his source of money, and he became poorer and poorer. He didn't dare tell his father for fear of being beaten to death, so he found his eldest brother, Zhang Mingliao, and asked him to find a way to resolve the matter. It would be best if he could get the 10% shares back from Wang Cheng, otherwise his father would surely find out after a long time. Brother, you have to help me avenge this, Zhang Haodong said with a sad face. He can only rely on his elder brother to help him now. He is basically at the point of nowhere to go. What do you do for a living? Your hand was broken, and even your shares in the Mingyang Villa store No. 3 were taken away. How can you be such a loser? If my dad knew about this, he would beat you to death. Zhang Mingliao was very angry. Such a big thing had happened, but this kid didn't tell him until now. Brother, I have no choice but to come to you. That poor boy from the countryside has many tricks up his sleeve. He seems to know Brother Hao. I can't beat him at all. Zhang Haodong was a little depressed, but there was hatred in his heart. You can't even beat a poor boy from the countryside. You're such a loser. I can help you, but after you get the shares back, you have to transfer 5% of them to me. Zhang Mingliao was not polite to his younger brother. Zhang Haodong hesitated for a moment, then responded through gritted teeth. Okay, as long as we can get it back. Zhang Haodong was also angry. He was his own brother, but he was taking advantage of the situation. But now he was desperate and could only rely on his elder brother for help. It was not bad to get back 5% of the shares. The most important thing was that it was better to give it to his elder brother than to an outsider. Even if his father knew about it, he would only say a few words at most. After all, the shares were in his own hands. Well, watch how I deal with him. You should learn a lesson. Don't think about using force all the time. Use your brain to solve problems. In today's society, force doesn't work anymore. Do you understand? Zhang Mingliao is very confident in himself. He doesn't take a poor boy from the countryside seriously. Even if he is with Brother Hao, he has 100 ways to force him to give up the shares he has acquired. I heard that his girlfriend is He Xiaoyan. Is that right? Zhang Mingliao suddenly turned around and asked. Well, it's really infuriating to talk about it. Such a poor guy actually got to date a famous beauty in the east of the city. It's really fucked up. Zhang Haodong was not convinced.
A poor boy with no money and power actually got to date a white, rich, and beautiful girl. It really made him jealous. That's fine. Later I will not only make him give up his shares, but also make He Xiaoyan disappointed in him and break up with him. Zhang Mingliao smiled slyly. This was a plan to kill two birds with one stone. Maybe he could even use this opportunity to strike up a conversation with He Xiaoyan, which would be even more perfect. That's great. Let's just wait and see. Zhang Haodong was slightly happy. Zhang Haodong was very respectful of his elder brother. He had been a top student since childhood, and his brain was much more useful than his. Moreover, he often followed his father in the business world. His methods and abilities in handling affairs were much better than those of a playboy like him. After the three of them discussed in the hospital, they left quickly, apparently to make preparations. Outside the operating room, Wang Cheng and Ma Dadong were waiting anxiously outside. At this time, Lu Henin had already gone in for surgery and her future was uncertain. But before that, Wang Cheng had asked Chuan Haoqing to secretly arrange the best doctor to perform surgery on Lu Henin, so there should be no problem. Dadong, Henin's operation should go smoothly, don't worry. Wang Cheng had never seen Ma Dadong so nervous. He was fidgeting, his face was very pale, and he had lost a lot of weight. It seemed that he had been very hard in recent days. It can be seen that he really loves Lu Henin. This world is very realistic, and almost everyone is pursuing money first. And this world proves that there is still true love in this world, such as Ma Dadong's feelings for Lu Henin. Well, I believe Henin can hold on. I have already promised her that I will marry her after the operation is successful, Ma Dadong said with a firm look in his eyes. Wang Cheng was a little surprised, but soon felt relieved. He patted Ma Dadong on the shoulder and encouraged him. Come on, when you two get married, I'll prepare a house for you. Can you afford to buy a house? I'm still renting one. Don't be ridiculous. Work hard. I will figure out our problem myself. Ma Dadong didn't want to bother Wang Cheng all the time. After all, he was also a working-class person, and it was not easy for him to survive in Qingshui City. Wang Cheng smiled and said nothing more, but he already had a plan in his mind. For hours later, the operation was finally over. Lu Henin, who had just finished the operation, was pushed out. Ma Dadong rushed to her immediately, but she was still in a coma. After shouting twice without any result, he grabbed the doctor who came out of the operating room. Doctor, how was my girlfriend's surgery? The operation was very successful, but how did you invite Professor Wan? He is the top expert in uremius surgery in our country. And the kidney that Professor Wan brought this time has a very high match degree. It's perfect. The accompanying doctor said a little incredulously. Yes, is that so? Ma Dadong himself was also confused. He didn't know what was going on. Only Wang Cheng smiled slightly. It seemed that Chuan Haoqing had mobilized the power of the Wang family outside Qingshui City. Otherwise, he would not have been able to invite top experts from other cities. Okay, now that the operation went well, you should rest assured. Wang Cheng comforted him. Ma Dadong also breathed a sigh of relief. At least God still favored them. After Wang Cheng spent some time with Ma Dadong, his cell phone suddenly rang. After glancing at the caller ID, he saw that it was Lin Qianqian calling. This made him very confused, but he picked up the phone anyway. Chapter 55, A Fat Sheep Delivered to Your Door. Lin Qianqian actually asked him to go to a hotel on the phone and said that she missed him very much. After Zhang Haodong was cheated of his shares, he had a bad temper and often beat her. She regretted it now and wanted to talk to Wang Cheng. No, I'm busy, Wang Cheng decisively refused. He had given up on this materialistic woman and had no thoughts about her at all. If you don't come, I will cut my wrists and commit suicide, Lin Qianqian threatened loudly on the phone. Okay, go ahead and cut it off. Cut off your head if you have the guts. Wang Cheng hung up the phone directly. Lin Qianqian was most afraid of death, so she would never be willing to commit suicide. Wang Cheng knew her best. But soon Wang Cheng received a photo of her cutting her wrists on his mobile phone, with red blood. At first glance, it really looked like cutting her wrists. Wang Cheng frowned when he saw this. They are really trying to get me to go in all kinds of ways, Wang Cheng muttered to himself. If he hadn't seen the scene in the hospital this morning, he might have believed Lin Qianqian's words, but now, he has become alert. Wang Cheng felt that it was impossible that Lin Qianqian simply wanted to invite him to the hotel to chat. He knew this gold digger too well. She hated him the most for being poor. She must have other purposes. However, since someone wanted to mess with him, it would be good to meet them and teach them a lesson. He was not someone to be trifled with. Since you want me to go so much, then I'll go. Wang Cheng smiled slightly and immediately sent her a message, saying he would go see her later. However, Wang Cheng must have made full preparations before going there, not fighting a battle without confidence. Moreover, the hotel where Lin Qianqian had arranged for him to stay was near the hospital.
which showed that the three of them must have been together in the morning. The first thing to investigate is the young man who looks very similar to Zhang Haodong and wears a pair of black-framed glasses. The man who looks very similar to Zhang Haodong might be Zhang Haodong's brother. Although Wang Chung guessed this, he was not sure yet, so he called in Ning at home. Help me find the eldest son of Mingyang Group and send me his photo and personal information, as well as the information about his businesses. Also, ask Lin Jingya to come to Union Hospital. I'll be waiting for her at the door. After Wang Chung finished all this, he looked up the hotel information where Lin Qianqian had made an appointment. The Howda Hotel seems to be owned by the Dinghe Group, so there's nothing to worry about. Wang Chung was more certain, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Let's see what tricks you guys are up to. If you provoke me, you'll pay a heavy price. It was almost evening when Lin Jingya rushed to Union Hospital. Then Wang Chung took Lin Jingya directly to the Howda Hotel near the hospital. However, they did not go directly to room 308 where Lin Qianqian had agreed to meet. Instead, they went to the security room first. Jingya, wait for me here. I'm going to the security room. Before coming, Wang Chung had called Chun Haoqing and asked him to ask the manager of Howda Hotel to wait for him in the security room. Okay, young master, Lin Jingya stayed in the hotel lobby waiting for Wang Chung. After the latter entered the security room, Yao Guang, the manager of the Howda Hotel, a bald middle-aged man, was already waiting there. When he saw Wang Chung appear, he looked restrained. My lord, my name is Yao Guang. Just tell me if you have anything to ask. Don't be nervous. I just want to ask, has anyone entered room 308 today? While Wang Chung was speaking, his eyes were already scanning the surveillance video. Yes, there were two men and one woman, who came together. However, the two men came out very quickly, and the remaining woman stayed in the room. Manager Yao Guang answered truthfully. Well, check the surveillance for me. Find out where those two men are. Wang Chung seemed to know why they asked him to come over, but it was just a guess, and he was not sure. Wang Cheng's words set the people in the security room busy and activated the surveillance cameras of the entire hotel. After more than 10 minutes, the two men hiding in a corner on the third floor were finally found. Found it, Mr. Wang. Look, these are the two men, Yao Guang said, pointing at the two men in one of the surveillance videos. Wang Cheng took a closer look and saw that there were indeed two men. One was Zhang Haodong, and the other seemed to be his elder brother. It seems that Zhang Haodong asked his elder brother to come and deliver it this time. After confirming that it was indeed the two of them, Wang Chung smiled slightly. Before this, Ning had already sent him the information and portrait of the eldest son of Mingyang Group, as well as the properties under his name. Compared with Zhang Haodong, the eldest son Zhang Mingliao had much more properties under his name than his younger brother. It is a fat sheep, and a smart fat sheep. Okay, give me a walkie-talkie and stop the two people in the surveillance video first. I will release them after I enter room 308. After they enter the room, tell all the security guards to block outside room 308 and await orders. Wang Chung didn't want them to see that he brought Lin Jingya here, otherwise they would be on guard. Okay, Mr. Wang, manager Yao Guang took out a walkie-talkie and gave it to Wang Chung, and then began to arrange people to intercept Zhang Haodong and his brother. After everything was arranged, Wang Chung walked out of the security room, and then took Lin Jingya directly to the third floor by elevator. At the same time, the Zhang Haodong brothers, who were hiding in the corner of the third floor and secretly observing, were entangled by several security guards, so they could not see Wang Chung appear at the first time. After arriving at room 308, Wang Chung knocked on the door and whispered, Qianqian, I'm here. There was movement in the room and Lin Qianqian quickly opened the door. Wang Chung, you are finally here. I missed you so much, Lin Qianqian said coquettishly. At the moment, she was only wearing a red suspender pajamas, which was very seductive. Seeing her dressed like this, he quickly confirmed his guess. Wang Chung glanced at Lin Qianqian's wrist again, and there was not even a trace of blood. It turned out that she was using tricks to trick him over. In that case, he would not be polite. Your wrist looks fine, Wang Chung said as he pushed the door open and walked in. Lin Jingya, who was hiding aside, followed him closely. Lin Qianqian was about to hug Wang Chung, but saw Lin Jingya following in and was immediately shocked. Wang Chung, why did you call your cousin over as well? Wouldn't it be more fun with more people? Wang Chung smiled and gave Lin Jingya a look. Lin Jingya closed the door and searched around the room. Wang Chung, what are you looking for? Lin Qianqian asked anxiously. What else could it be? If you want to set a trap for me, you are still too young, Wang Chung said calmly. Hearing this, Lin Qianqian could no longer remain calm, as if he had seen through her. Her face turned pale instantly, but she still spoke stubbornly. No, I'm not trying to set you up, I just want to chat with you. Really? Wang Chung found a secret video recorder from a bedside table and smashed it heavily to the ground. Let Zhang Haodong and Zhang Mingliao come over quickly. If you have something to say, just ask me directly. Why go through all this? It's so troublesome, Wang Chung said in a cold tone while sitting on the sofa in the room. You, how do you know Zhang Mingliao? Lin Qianqian was a little frightened at this time. She felt that Wang Chung saw through everything. All her conspiracies and tricks were in vain in front of him. Hurry up, my patience is limited, Wang Chung urged. Lin Qianqian felt that she almost didn't recognize Wang Chung in front of her. He gave her a sense of strangeness, a feeling that only a superior could have. Under Wang Cheng's pressure, Lin Qianqian finally did as he was told. The brothers Zhang Haodong and Zhang Mingliao had just gotten rid of the security guards who were blocking them when they received Lin Qianqian's message. After opening it, they were stunned. How come Wang Chung is in the room? I didn't see him at all. Go quickly, otherwise Qianqian will really get into trouble, Zhang Haodong shouted anxiously. Wait a little longer. We must record the exciting parts so that we can get evidence and blackmail him. Zhang Mingliao was not in a hurry. She was not his girlfriend anyway. He just wanted to get more evidence to blackmail Wang Chung. You wait, I can't wait. Zhang Haodong really wanted to beat this big brother to death. This is not the way to cheat people. Zhang Haodong went over, and Zhang Mingliao followed closely. Soon the two of them arrived at room 308 and rang the doorbell anxiously. However, as soon as they pressed the doorbell, the door opened. Lin Jingya hid behind the door, while Wang Chung and Lin Qianqian were on the side of the wall, so they didn't see anyone at all. It's so quiet. Zhang Mingliao was a little suspicious, but Zhang Haodong went in first, so Zhang Mingliao had no choice but to follow him in. As soon as the two of them entered, the door of the room was closed and Lin Jingya guarded the door. At this time, Zhang Mingliao and Zhang Haodong discovered that there was a person hiding behind the door. When he saw that it was Lin Jingya, Zhang Haodong suddenly turned pale and trembled. Wang Cheng's cousin, why is she here? When Zhang Haodong saw this female devil, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What's there to be afraid of about his cousin? Zhang Mingliao had never seen how powerful Lin Jingya was. In his opinion, there was nothing to be afraid of about a woman. Hurry up, it seems like we've been tricked. Zhang Haodong didn't care about Lin Qianqian at this time. When he saw Lin Jingya appear, he knew that the plan of honey trap had failed. He wanted to run away quickly, but with Lin Jingya guarding them, it was difficult for them to get out. Now that you're here, why are you in such a hurry? Besides, you can't get out even if you open the door. Wang Chung smiled slightly, then walked out and even opened the door for them himself. Then the Zhang Mingliao brothers saw that there were many hotel security guards standing outside the room, blocking their retreat. Zhang Haodong's eyes were filled with fear and he collapsed to the ground. Zhang Mingliao seemed to understand why they were stopped by the security guards just now. Thinking of this, when he looked at Wang Chung again, he deeply felt the horror of this so-called poor boy. A drop of sweat broke out from his forehead, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Chapter 56. Thank you. How did this poor boy make so many security guards listen to him? Zhang Mingliao asked himself. He was quite capable. Many people had been trapped by his schemes, and the honey trap was the most useful one, which he had never failed. But today, when he met this seemingly ordinary poor boy, he was defeated by him. I didn't expect you to be so good. You actually figured it out. Although Zhang Mingliao was horrified that Wang Chung and his group outnumbered him, he was not as frightened as his brother Zhang Haodong, who collapsed to the ground. Your name is Zhang Mingliao, right? I've checked you out. You have quite a lot of properties under your name. But if you have 100% control, the only one you own is Jinyang Exhibition. I'm very interested in this exhibition. I want it. You'll be given 100,000 to transfer it to me, Wang Chung said calmly, with a tone that left no room for rebuttal. The Jinyang Convention and Exhibition Center is where Mr. He Sheng will hold a personal collection exhibition tomorrow. In addition to hosting various art exhibitions, the Jinyang Convention and Exhibition Center also has another important business, which is auctions. Jinyang Exhibition has contracted nearly 40% of the auction share in Qingshui City and can make millions of dollars in profit every year from commissions, so it is definitely a gold mine. You want my Jinyang Convention and Exhibition? Dream on. How could Zhang Mingliao give it to him? The Jinyang Convention and Exhibition was his most profitable project, worth at least 50 million. Wang Chung actually wanted to buy it for 100,000. How could he accept this? Okay, Jingya, let him recognize the situation. Seeing that he refused, Wang Chung was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Lin Jingya came up and slapped Zhang Mingliao in the face with such great force that his nose started bleeding and his face was burning with pain. Zhang Mingliao covered his face with his hands, looking both afraid and angry. Wang Chung, do you know who I am? I am the eldest son of Mingyang Group. If you dare to offend me, I will make you regret it. Zhang Mingliao has not yet fully understood the situation and still wants to be arrogant in front of Wang Cheng, wanting to use his power to overwhelm him. But Wang Cheng didn't buy it at all, or he didn't take Mingyang Group seriously at all. In Wang Cheng's eyes, their threat was like dog shit. Wang Cheng gave him a look, and Lin Jingya stepped forward again and slapped him a few times, which made him so quiet that blood came out of the corner of his mouth. Zhang Mingliao never expected that Wang Cheng would be so cruel and would start hitting him as soon as he said so. You are the first one who can be so arrogant in front of me. Wang Cheng came in front of him and said lightly. Zhang Mingliao was frightened and took a few steps back, not daring to look at Wang Cheng again. Here is a transfer agreement for Jinyang exhibition, worth 100,000. If you don't want to sign, I'll let you leave lying down later. Faced with their repeated provocations, Wang Cheng had no choice but to use force to let them know that he was not someone to be trifled with. When Zhang Mingliao heard that he would not sign the agreement, he wanted to lie down and leave, shaking with fear. He completely believed that Wang Cheng had not lied to him, but he was so resentful in his heart. He originally wanted to frame Wang Cheng to ask for Zhang Haodong's 10% shares, but he never expected that he would get himself involved. Okay, I'll sign, Zhang Mingliao said, gritting his teeth. Wang Cheng was the first person who made him lose face, but as long as there is life, there is hope. He has a grudge against Wang Cheng. It's good enough to sign it. Wang Cheng was very satisfied with Zhang Mingliao's attitude of knowing the times. I immediately transferred 100,000 yuan to him via mobile phone, and the deal was concluded. Thank you. You went to so much trouble to give me such a great gift. You are such nice people. Wang Cheng picked up the agreement and smiled proudly. As for the frightened Lin Qianqian and Zhang Haodong, Wang Cheng was too lazy to pay attention to them, because such small characters were not worth his attention. Soon, Wang Cheng took Lin Jingya out of room 308, and the security guards blocking the door also dispersed. But Zhang Mingliao felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained. Wang Cheng was truly terrifying. He looked very ordinary, but in fact he was like a devil. After coming out of the Howda Hotel, Wang Cheng handed the agreement to Lin Jingya and said, "Take this agreement and go find Assistant Chun Haoqing and ask him to complete all the transfer procedures for Jinyang exhibition before tomorrow." "Okay, young master, I'll do it right away," Lin Jingya responded and drove away from Wang Cheng's sight. It looks like tomorrow will be another good day. Wang Cheng felt happy when he thought that he had a gold mine in his hands. And tomorrow is the day to tell which is the real painting and which is the fake. I wonder how Sun Yao will feel when his painting is exposed as a fake in public. Haha, I'm really looking forward to it. Chapter 57, Provocation Before the Exhibition. Early in the morning, Wang Cheng received a call from Chun Haoqing, saying that he had finalized the acquisition agreement for Jinyang Convention and Exhibition Center and had transferred a number of his own people into the center. Now, he had complete control of the Convention and Exhibition Center in the east of the city and was waiting for his visit. Very good. Well done. Wang Cheng was very surprised. He didn't expect Chun Haoqing to act so quickly and efficiently and directly take care of the Jinyang exhibition. Jinyang Convention and Exhibition Center is the most famous convention and exhibition center in the east of the city. In addition to various art exhibitions, it also has the important function of auctions. It is a relatively important building in the antique and art circles of Qingshui City. After receiving the news, Wang Cheng drove away quickly. Jinyang Exhibition was the first wholly owned property registered under his name, so he attached great importance to it. It just so happened that the old man's personal collection exhibition happened to be held today, so he had to go there. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, Jinyang Exhibition Hall had already opened its doors, and many people came one after another. The relatives of the He family also took time out to attend the old man's personal collection exhibition. Professor He's students and his friends also came to show their support for the old man. The number of people who came to participate in the exhibition of Mr. He Sheng's personal collection this time was far more than the number of people who had dinner at the hotel before. Master Yuan Cheng Yuan, the #1 appraiser in the antique world, was also invited. In addition, some antique lovers also came after hearing the news. They also heard that there were 2 paintings of Jiangting talking about antiques in this exhibition. Whoever could guess which one was the real one would receive a huge reward, which made these people even more eager to participate. So although this was an exhibition of personal collections, it attracted many people to visit. When Wang Cheng arrived, He Xiaoyan and her family had also arrived. As soon as he parked the car, He Xiaoyan ran over happily, put her arm around Wang Cheng's arm, with a sweet look on her face. "Wang Cheng, you're here, let's go over there." Today,
He Xiaoyan was wearing a white chiffon dress. Her chestnut-colored hair seemed to be curled into waves, adding a layer of fashion sense. With her delicate fair skin and a pair of long and beautiful white legs, she was simply beautiful. Many people passing by couldn't help but look at her a few more times, especially the men, who cast envious and jealous eyes at Wang Cheng. Xiaoyan, are your parents here? Wang Cheng felt very accomplished with such a beautiful girl holding his arm intimately. Here he is, right over there. Just after He Xiaoyan finished speaking, she saw her father He Yang running over excitedly, even pushing his own daughter aside just to shake hands with Wang Cheng. This made He Xiaoyan very depressed, as if her father had snatched her boyfriend away. Wang Cheng, you are finally here. Uncle has been looking forward to seeing you for a long time. Why don't you come to our house to play recently? Well, come to Uncle's house for dinner tonight, and Uncle will cook for you personally. Ever since He Yang received Wang Cheng's 200 million financial support and the help of the land ban, he has put pleasing Wang Cheng first. He must seize this mysterious and wealthy nobleman. Dad, if Mom sees you like this, she'll scold you again. He Xiaoyan was a little speechless. She couldn't believe that her father had turned into a dog licker after seeing Wang Cheng. However, speaking of Chow Chow, here he appears. He Xiaoyan's mother, Lin Yifan, also walked over with an unhappy look on her face. Seeing that He Yang was acting like a bootlicker towards Wang Cheng again, she couldn't help but ridicule him. Who allowed him to stay at our house for dinner tonight? I asked him to have dinner. So what? Let's vote. Xiaoyan, raise your hands if you agree that Wang Cheng should have dinner at our house tonight. He Yang said as he raised his hand. Then He Xiaoyan also raised her hand. The result was obvious. 2 votes against 1 vote, He Yang said proudly. I don't want to bother with you two, father and daughter. You're surrounding a poor boy from the countryside. I don't know what you want from him. Lin Yifan was very angry, and now she felt annoyed when she saw Wang Cheng. But fortunately, she already knew that He Yang's company had resumed normal operations, and He Xiaoyan had lent her the super gold card, so she didn't need the father and daughter for the time being. She could show off to her sisters-in-law, relatives, and friends again. Wang Cheng, come to our house for dinner tonight. Dad's cooking is so bad. I'll cook for you. He Xiaoyan winked at Wang Cheng playfully with a cute expression. Yeah, great. Wang Cheng had never eaten the dishes cooked by He Xiaoyan and was very much looking forward to it. While Wang Cheng and the other two were chatting, Sun Yao and a group of rich second-generation young men got out of the luxury car. He Long, He Xinxin, and He Xia, the second generation of the He family, except He Xiaoyan, basically all stood on Sun Yao's side. Yes, he was a diamond bachelor with a net worth of more than 1 billion at a young age. He Xinxin and He Xia, those 2 girls, probably had their eyes on him. However, Sun Yao fixed his eyes on He Xiaoyan, who was talking and laughing with Wang Cheng not far away. He clenched his fists immediately and felt a surge of anger in his heart. Wang Cheng, you won't be able to be so proud for too long. Once the fake painting is revealed, you'll be ruined. Sun Yao had been looking forward to this day for a long time, just to make Wang Cheng lose to him completely and avenge himself from the past few days. Although he thought so in his heart, he still walked over to greet He Xiaoyan, who was beside Wang Cheng, because he found that He Xiaoyan was particularly beautiful today, and people couldn't help but look away when they saw her. Such a woman was worthy of him, Sun Yao. He Xiaoyan, you look so beautiful today. Thank you. He Xiaoyan responded politely, and then ignored Sun Yao, but leaned closer to Wang Cheng, just to make him understand that she liked Wang Cheng and didn't want him to harass her anymore. Sun Yao suppressed his anger and said to Wang Cheng through gritted teeth, Wang Cheng, today I will bring disgrace upon you. You should worry more about yourself. Wang Cheng shook his head. He was really too confident, probably because he was too confident about his money. Seeing that the atmosphere at the scene was too tense, He Long and his friends couldn't help but change the subject. Brother Yao, I heard that there will be an auction at the Jinyang Exhibition Center this afternoon. Let's go and see it later. I have never seen what an auction is like in my life. I heard that you need at least 10 million in assets as collateral to enter the auction. Without it, you can't enter. The tall and sexy He Xinxin next to them couldn't help but interrupt. It's okay. Zhang Mingliao, the boss of Jinyang Exhibition, is my good friend. I'll talk to him and take you in. Sun Yao said proudly. While speaking, he glanced at Wang Cheng provocatively and said sarcastically, unlike some poor people from the countryside, who will never be able to enter an auction in their lifetime. Really? Haha. Wang Cheng didn't argue, thinking secretly, I'm going to prevent you from entering soon. Let's see how you pretend to be. Chapter 58, You Will Be Ruined. As time went by, more and more people came to Jinyang Convention and Exhibition Center. Wang Cheng and his friends followed the crowd in. He Xiaoyan held Wang Cheng's arm affectionately, half of her body leaning on him, and they looked very intimate, as if they were really a couple. Sun Yao was so angry that he followed behind in a rage. Fortunately, after entering the exhibition hall, he was dazzled by the various precious collections, which made him temporarily forget his jealousy. At this time, Wang Chung was also stunned by the old man's collection of antiques. Not only were there a large number of them, but some of them were very valuable. The nearly 100 pieces in the exhibition alone were worth no less than 1 billion yuan. It seemed that the old man was still rich. Wang Chung, look at this hairpin. It's so beautiful. He Xiaoyan pulled Wang Chung to a glass display box, inside which was a hairpin with a very simple but beautiful style. It should have been worn by ancient people. Well, it's good. It's really beautiful. Wang Chung also liked this hairpin very much, but it was a pity that it belonged to the old man, and he probably wouldn't sell it. Let's go and have a look somewhere else. Wang Chung pulled He Xiaoyan to other places with interest. In addition to hairpins, there are also calligraphy and paintings, jade articles, ancient coins, and even ancient iron articles. Many people are looking at them with great interest. Some of the collections have detailed introductions below, such as the iron helmet that Wang Chung is looking at this moment. This iron helmet was actually worn by Wei Qing, a famous general in the Han Dynasty. How did this old man collect it? Wang Chung was very curious. Ordinary people couldn't get this kind of thing. It seemed that the old man was no ordinary person. What's so good about this iron helmet? Here are also Tang Dynasty skirts. He Xiaoyan was not interested in the cold iron helmet, but was very interested in the Tang Dynasty dresses. Wang Chung smiled, admired these, and then continued to walk forward. Old man, He Sheng was right in front of him. He Sheng was seen today dressed in a blue shirt, very simple, but with a very stylish temperament. He greeted many people coming and going, most of whom were well-known figures, and smiled happily. This was the first personal exhibition of his collection after his retirement, and it might also be the last exhibition in his life, so he attached great importance to it. Grandpa, when He Xiaoyan saw He Sheng, she excitedly pulled Wang Chung over. Xiaoyan, you are here too. He Sheng smiled happily. Among the third generations, there were many playboys, which gave him a headache. Only He Xiaoyan was very hardworking and motivated, so he still liked He Xiaoyan very much. Wang Chung also came up to greet the old man, who nodded and comforted him. Wang Chung, no matter what the appraisal result of Master Yuan is, don't be angry. Grandpa won't blame you, and don't feel ashamed. I will be happy no matter what you give me. The old man's words were very comforting and considerate. Although he also felt that the painting Wang Chung gave might be fake, he didn't mind. He just cared about Wang Cheng's thoughtfulness, and whether it was real or not was not important. Wang Chung looked very calm. Although he already knew that his painting was authentic, he would not argue or refute what the old man said. He just waited for Master Yuan to authenticate it again. Don't block me. Wang Chung had just finished speaking when he was pushed away by the people behind him. It was Sun Yao and the rich second generation of the He family who came over. Grandpa, you have such a grand ceremony today. I guess there are more than 100 people here. I took a look around and found that there are more than 100 pieces of collections. It's amazing. He Long is a typical playboy, but he is also very good at flattering people. You sly guy, have you taken a fancy to any of the collections and want to ask me for it? He Sheng said with a smile. He saw through He Long's thoughts at a glance. Grandpa is really amazing. You figured it out. Give me that unknown sword. I think it looks pretty cool and it fits my image. As soon as He Long finished speaking, the old man flatly refused. No, I suspect that the sword is the sword of King Jing of Zhongshan. It is very valuable for research and cannot be given to you. How stingy! He Long felt depressed, and the others smiled. Sun Yao and the crowd glanced at Wang Chung with a disdainful smile, then took out an exquisite wooden box from his pocket and handed it to old man He Sheng. Professor He, today I brought you a treasure. I guarantee you'll like it, and it will also add a touch of brilliance to your collection exhibition. As he spoke, Sun Yao opened the wooden box, revealing a pure white jade pendant inside. When the old man saw the jade pendant, his eyes suddenly lit up. This is... After the old man picked up the jade pendant, he held it in his hand and observed it carefully. He felt that this jade pendant was not simple, but he couldn't see the result for a while. After all, he was not a professional. This is a top-quality jade pendant unearthed in the Han Dynasty. It is said to be the jade pendant that the famous minister Ban Chao carried with him. When Sun Yao said this, he looked at Wang Chung with great pride. He spent more than 1 million to buy this jade pendant just to win over the old man. Oh, Ban Chao's jade pendant. As expected, the old man smiled and couldn't let go of the jade pendant. This jade pendant is not cheap. As long as Professor He likes it, it's worth any amount of money. Sun Yao said with a proud smile. Sun Yao, you are so thoughtful. You gave me a famous painting worth 38 million, and now you gave me this Ban Chao jade pendant. Is there something you want to ask of me, old man? Old Master He's eyes were bright. I just want to show my filial piety to Professor He. My father often said that he has received a lot of favors from you, and I should learn to respect my teachers. Sun Yao's words were very beautiful, but only he knew what his real purpose was. Well, you and your son are really thoughtful. I have high hopes for you. If you need any help in the future, just tell me. He Sheng said with satisfaction. Sun Yao's flattery made the old man very happy. Then he glanced at Wang Cheng, who was squeezed in the crowd, smiled triumphantly, and thought to himself, what can you use to fight me? Wait, I will conquer the people around He Xiaoyan one by one, and then you will be out. Sun Yao had beautiful thoughts, and his eyes were fixed on the two paintings hanging in the center of the exhibition hall not far away. After Master Yuan Cheng made the appraisal result, it would be time to deal a fatal blow to Wang Cheng, ruining his reputation and making the old man unable to protect him. Sun Yao had planned everything out, and even secretly hired reporters, just to expose Wang Cheng when the fake painting was revealed. The poor rural boy wanted to pursue a beautiful and rich girl with a fake painting, but was exposed by the master and fled in panic. Thinking of this, Sun Yao felt secretly happy. As long as Wang Cheng can be proven to have fake paintings, Sun Yao believes that with his methods, he can definitely ruin Wang Cheng's reputation and make him unable to even be a company manager. If you dare to fight me, I will kill you, Sun Yao's eyes sparkled. Just when he was enjoying his thoughts, there was suddenly a commotion outside, and then he heard screams. Master Yuan, here I come. Master Yuan, here I come. Yuan Cheng, the recognized #1 appraiser in Qingshui City's antique world, was immediately welcomed by antique lovers on the scene. Even the old man came to greet him in person. When Sun Yao saw this, he smiled coldly. God help me, Wang Cheng, you won't be so proud for long. Chapter 59, finally to be appraised. The arrival of Master Yuan Cheng brought the popularity of this personal collection exhibition to a peak. You should know that Master Yuan is not someone that anyone can invite. This time, the old man spent a lot of effort to invite him. In addition to asking him to help identify the Jiangting Tengu II, there are also several antiques in the exhibition hall that need Master Yuan's help in identification. Master Yuan is here. Let's go and see Wang Cheng too. He Xiaoyan couldn't help but be curious and wanted to see what Qingshui City's #1 antique appraiser looked like. Let's go and see later. There are too many people now, and we'll be squeezed. Wang Cheng was not very interested in meeting Yuan Cheng. He could call Yuan Cheng over any time if he wanted to see him. But there were too many people now, and Wang Cheng was afraid of squeezing He Xiaoyan and hurting her. Then let's stand outside. He Xiaoyan pulled Wang Cheng's arm, fearing that they would get lost in the crowd. Standing on the periphery, Wang Cheng slightly tiptoed and saw Yuan Cheng walking in surrounded by people. Yuan Cheng was wearing a long green gown, with gray hair and bright eyes. Master Yuan, you are finally here. Mr. Hisheng greeted him warmly, shook his hand tightly, and looked very excited. How could I not come when Professor He invited me? Besides, I heard that you have a lot of antiques that you want me to take a look at. Yuan Cheng probably came here because he was attracted by the antiques collected by Mr. He. He has worked in this industry for a lifetime, and he just wants to touch a few more antiques before he dies. Yes, there are a lot of small things, but there are also 2 famous paintings by Tang Bohu, and Master Yuan is needed to help identify them. Mr. He said as he led Yuan Cheng inside. There were a lot of people crowded in. There are 2 more famous paintings by Tang Bohu. Yuan Cheng was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect to come across such a masterpiece. He paused for a moment and continued to ask, which masterpiece of Tang Bohu is it? Jiang Ting talks about ancient paintings. Mr. He said truthfully. Jiang Ting talks about antiquity? Yuan Cheng subconsciously stopped in his tracks. He seemed to have seen the original Jiang Ting talks about antiquity at young Master Wang Cheng's place a few days ago. Could it be that a counterfeiter sold it to Mr. He? Thinking of this, Yuan Cheng subconsciously glanced at the crowd around him and happened to see Wang Cheng standing on tiptoe to look inside. He was immediately stunned. It turned out that young Master Wang was here. Yuan Cheng wanted to squeeze through the crowd and say hello to Wang Cheng, but Wang Cheng waved his hand and told him not to come over, pretending not to know him. Yuan Cheng seemed to understand what Prince Wang meant. He wanted to keep a low profile, so he continued to follow Mr. He. However, he was very curious about what another high-quality imitation that could rival the original would look like. Professor He, should we appraise Jiang Ting talk about antiques first or other antiques first? If Yuan Cheng had not seen the original Jiang Ting talk about antiques at Wang Cheng's place before, he would not have been so indifferent. He would definitely have taken the initiative to propose to appraise
Jiangting talk about antiques first instead of letting Professor He choose. Sun Yao, who had been following nearby, immediately became excited when he heard this. He wanted Professor He to choose to identify Jiangting talk about ancient things first, but Professor He did not seem to be in a hurry. Let's identify the other little things first. Leave Jiangting talking about ancient things to the end, and make it a finale to leave a suspense. Professor He said with a smile. Okay, then let's go and identify other antiques first. Yuan Chong was not in a hurry. As they spoke, the two of them went to other places in the exhibition hall. Many antique lovers followed them as well. They also wanted to see the strength of Qingshui City's #1 antique appraiser. Wang Cheng, on the other hand, showed little interest. He was not interested in antiques. Wang Cheng, let's go shopping for a while. We haven't finished visiting there yet. He Xiaoyan was quite interested, but she was not very interested in antiques. She just wanted to be with Wang Cheng, no matter what they did. Well, let's go over there and see if there are any interesting things. Wang Cheng nodded. He was not very anxious about the appraisal of Jiangting talking about ancient things. The most anxious person at the scene was probably Sun Yao. You actually want to appraise other antiques too? Well, I'll let you be proud for a while. Sun Yao looked at the intimate backs of Wang Cheng and He Xiaoyan, and felt secretly angry in his heart. Master Yuan, can you help me see what year this sword is from? Old man He picked up a sword that had a very simple style, but looked very delicate and gorgeous. He suspected that it was the sword of the ancient King Jing of Zhongshan because there were words of King Jing of Zhongshan engraved on it. This sword is the one that he long wanted before, but the old man didn't give it to him. Let me see. Master Yuan suddenly became interested in the sword. He took out a multi-power magnifying glass from his arms and looked at it carefully. Everyone at the scene fell silent, not daring to make any noise to disturb Master Yuan. Yuan Chang's appraisal was also extremely professional. Even the magnifying glass in his hand could adjust the magnification. It was professionally custom-made and extremely expensive. Ordinary antique lovers simply could not afford it. Yuan Cheng studied it carefully for about half an hour with the help of a multi-power magnifying glass. Finally, he put the magnifying glass away and shook his head with a slight regret. This sword is indeed an ancient artifact, and it dates back to the Han Dynasty. It's a pity that it is a high imitation of the sword of King Jing of Zhongshan. However, the market price is around 100,000. Yuan Cheng gave the most reasonable identification result and explained the high imitation details of the sword to everyone. Immediately, the onlookers all had expressions of sudden enlightenment. So that's how it is. After listening to Master Yuan's words, I, old man He, have suddenly become enlightened. After solving the mystery of the sword, old man He was in a good mood and immediately invited him to take a look at other antiques. Sun Yao became more and more impatient as he followed, until an hour later, he simply stopped following and went straight to the two Jiangting talks on ancient things, paintings in the center of the exhibition hall, and guarded them. Wang Cheng and He Xiaoyan walked around the exhibition hall and finally came to the two paintings in the center of the exhibition hall. At this time, many people had also finished browsing other antiques and finally came to the two Jiangting talking about antiques, paintings in the center. Seeing these two almost identical paintings, everyone couldn't help but discuss them in a low voice. Is this Tang Bohus talking about antiquity at Jiangting? These two paintings look exactly the same. Yes, the level of the artist who made this imitation is also very high. Even many details are handled very similarly. I guess only Master Yuan in Qingshui City can tell the real from the fake. I'm really looking forward to it. Gradually, more and more people gathered in the center of the exhibition hall, and finally, even people from the He family gathered here. Why hasn't Master Yuan come yet? I'm getting impatient waiting. He Xinshin was getting a little anxious. She also wanted to see which of the two paintings was the real one. Of course, other members of the He family had almost the same idea, but they basically believed that the painting that Sun Yao bought for 38 million yuan was real, while the painting by the poor rural boy Wang Cheng was fake. After waiting for more than an hour, just when everyone was getting impatient, Master Yuan Cheng Yuan and Mr. He finally walked towards the two paintings in the center of the exhibition hall. Sun Yao immediately perked up. They finally came. Master Yuan, these are the two paintings of Jiangting talking about ancient things that I told you about. The two paintings are exactly the same. Please tell me which one is the real one. Mr. He said, pointing to the two paintings hanging on the wooden rack. Well, I'll go up and take a look. Master Yuan said as he took out the multi-power magnifying glass and a pen that could adjust various light beams from his arms. These were professional identification tools that ordinary people could not understand at all. After taking out the professional tools, Master Yuan walked up slowly, and everyone else at the scene suddenly became quiet. and even held their breath for fear of disturbing Master Yuan's judgment. Sun Yao's heart couldn't help but beat faster. The result he wanted was about to come out. When he thought of Wang Qing's disgraced reputation because of this, he was secretly excited. But Wang Qing was very calm. Chapter 60, the results are out. Almost everyone at the scene concentrated and held their breath for fear of disturbing Master Yuan's appraisal. Yuan Chong was holding a multi-power magnifying glass and a professional light beam pen, carefully proofreading every detail on one of the paintings with a very serious expression. Tang Bohu's Jiangting Tangu 2 is a famous painting. There are many counterfeiters, including some high-level counterfeiters. Some of them can even imitate the concentration of ink and the saturation of lines exactly. It can be seen that it is really difficult to distinguish without professional props for identification. Sun Yao was so excited at this moment that his palms even sweated because he was too excited. Wang Cheng, you poor boy, I will make you lose your reputation today, and no one can stop me. Thinking back to the scene where he was slapped in the face by him at the Jinlong Entertainment Club, he felt extremely humiliated. He was a rich second generation with a net worth of over 10 billion, but he was slapped in the face by a poor boy from the countryside. How could he tolerate this? Yuan Chong on the stage was extremely slow in his appraisal, and the people below couldn't help but whisper about it, especially the rich second-generation relatives of the He family. Which painting do you think is real? Need I say that? Of course it belongs to Sun Yao. He spent 38 million to buy it. How could it be fake? That's true, but judging by the way Master Yuan was judging, Wang Cheng's fake painting seems to be extremely difficult to tell. I don't know where this poor boy got this fake painting from, but it's so well imitated. Most of the people watching below thought that Wang Cheng's painting was fake. Half an hour later, Master Yuan finally finished identifying a painting and then moved to another one. The audience's attention also shifted to another painting. Compared to the previous painting, which took a long time to identify, Master Yuan only took 10 minutes to identify this painting. Because he had identified this painting once a few days ago, he had a clear memory of the details, ink concentration, and even line saturation, so he identified it quickly. When he turned around, the audience below all looked expectant. I have finished the appraisal. Yuan Chong put away the two tools and announced with some tiredness. The painting in front is fake, and the one being appraised later is real. Although the first one is fake, its imitation is the best I have ever seen in my life. If I hadn't brought a beam pen with me today, I might not have been able to identify it. Master Yuan's words excited the audience. Sun Yao couldn't help but stand up and said, "Then Master Yuan, please help turn the two paintings over." The names of the donors are written on the back so that everyone can see who donated the two paintings. Just looking at the front, it is impossible to tell which painting was presented by Wang Cheng and which was presented by Sun Yao. So in order to prevent confusion, their respective names were written on the back of the painting on the day of presentation. Sun Yao was very confident and excited, as it was finally time to announce the results. Hearing this, the audience suddenly became excited, but old man He Sheng was a little unhappy and stood up and said, "Since Master Yuan has already determined the result, then we have achieved our goal this time. As for who the presenter is, as long as their intention is there, that's fine." He Sheng wanted to protect Wang Cheng. There were so many people present, including some well-known figures. If the fact that Wang Cheng presented the fake painting was exposed here, it might have a great impact on Wang Cheng's future career. It was already not easy for a poor boy from the countryside to work hard in this big city. There was no need to make things worse for him. "Professor He, this is not good." Sun Yao was furious when he heard that He Sheng actually wanted to protect Wang Cheng. "I gave you a painting and a jade pendant, but you actually wanted to protect Wang Cheng at the critical moment. Sun Yao, why are you so aggressive?" Old man He Sheng suddenly regretted taking his jade pendant. This kid was too strong-willed. It would be a good idea to leave him a way out so that we can meet again in the future. Why force him to death? I'm being aggressive? Old man, I'm just giving everyone an explanation. Otherwise, why would they come here today? It's because we want to know who sent the fake painting. Sun Yao was determined to expose Wang Cheng in public today, and no one could stop him. "Sun Yao, you disappoint me so much." He Sheng was a little angry that a junior was so domineering. "Do you want to know who donated these two paintings?" Sun Yao ignored Mr. He and went on stage and spoke loudly to the audience below. "I do. Of course I do." He Long was the first to shout. He was Sun Yao's lackey, so naturally he wanted to take this opportunity to give Sun Yao face. "We also want to know." Turn the painting over quickly. He Xin, He Xia, and others also raised their hands. They all wanted to chat up Sun Yao, a wealthy bachelor with a net worth of more than 1 billion, so they would naturally support his idea. Soon other viewers wanted to know who the dedicator was. Seeing this, Mr. He Sheng felt a little helpless.
He came to Wang Chung and said helplessly, "Wang Chung, it's Grandpa he who is sorry for you. It's okay, just let them take a look. If you turn it over, you will know whose painting is real and whose is fake. I don't care about other people's opinions." Wang Chung smiled faintly. He was very calm in his heart. If he had followed the old man's wishes, Sun Yao might not have made a fool of himself later, but he insisted on doing so, and Wang Chung had no choice. "Are you sure you want to announce the donor?" He didn't expect Wang Cheng's reaction to be so calm. He didn't seem nervous at all, as if he was sure that the painting he donated was real. "Well, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Since Sun Yao wants to announce who the donor is, then let him do as he wishes." Wang Chung responded calmly. "Oh, old master," he shook his head. After all, Wang Chung was still too young, and those who came to the scene were all well-known figures. If the fact that Wang Chung presented fake paintings was exposed, it would have a great impact on his future prospects. And looking at Sun Yao's sinister eyes, it seems that he has another trick up his sleeve, waiting to announce the recipient of the tribute. "Grandpa, hurry up and have someone turn the portrait over. We can't wait any longer." He Long urged loudly again. This kid wanted to flatter Sun Yao. Maybe he could get some benefits from him during the auction in the afternoon. "Since everyone is asking for this, I, the old man, will personally come on stage to announce the person who presented the portrait." He Sheng was also helpless. Sun Yao controlled everyone's emotions to put pressure on him, so he had to make it public. Under the gaze of the crowd, He personally turned the two paintings over slowly. However, when the two names on the back were revealed, the entire audience was shocked, especially the name behind the real painting. Even He was so shocked that he was speechless after seeing it. Chapter 61. This kid is lucky. The scene was eerily quiet. No one could believe that the name written on the back of the authentic painting was actually Wang Chung. In other words, the Jiangting talk about ancient things presented by this poor boy Wang Chung was the authentic work of Tang Bohu. However, the painting, Jiangting talking about ancient things that Sun Yao bought for 38 million yuan was a fake, a high-quality imitation. No one could believe this result, but the most shocked person at the scene was Sun Yao. How is this possible? Sun Yao also saw the name on the back of the real painting. It actually said Wang Chung, not him, Sun Yao. Impossible. How could this poor boy's painting be real? And what I spent 38 million to buy is fake. Sun Yao couldn't accept it for a moment. All his previous calculations were wasted at this moment, and his expression was a little dazed. The crowd watching below was also very surprised, especially the relatives of the He family, who found it unbelievable. "I didn't expect that the painting that Sun Yao spent 38 million on was actually a fake. This is unbelievable. It's really ironic that this poor boy's painting is actually an authentic one. This is too unexpected. The painting given by the poor boy is actually real. I wonder where did he get this painting from?" There was a lot of discussion at the scene, and everyone was shocked by the result. However, He Xiaoyan's father He Yang seemed to have expected this result and was not too shocked, but thought to himself, "Oh, what a bunch of clowns. He is a rich and noble son. How can he be compared to Sun Yao, a second-rate or third-rate rich second generation?" He Yang was in a good mood at this time. This group of relatives finally made them lose face. At the same time, he was more determined to please Wang Chung. Following Wang Chung would give him meat to eat, but following others would only lead to losing face. He on the stage was also shocked. This result was beyond his expectations, but he soon felt relieved. No wonder this boy is so calm. It seems he has something to rely on. This boy is not simple. He Sheng has lived for 80 years and has been struggling in the business world all his life. This is the first time he has seen a poor boy from the countryside like Wang Chung. Although he came from a humble background, his expression showed confidence and calmness, as if everything was under control. As for He Xiaoyan, she was extremely happy. "Wang Chung, you are amazing. Where did you buy this painting? Such an authentic painting must cost a lot of money, right?" This is the question that everyone present wants to ask. A poor boy from the countryside can never afford an authentic Tang Bohu painting. For a moment, everyone looked at Wang Chung with inquiring eyes. Even Sun Yao couldn't help but turn his gaze to Wang Chung. He also wanted to know how Wang Chung got the original painting of Jiangting Tengu 2. "I bought it on the antique street in the east of the city. An old man sold it to me and said it would be a good gift. I asked him if it was real, as I didn't want a fake one. He said he would compensate me 10 times as much if it was fake, and so I bought it for 3,800 yuan. Wang Chung made up a story and told them. However, they were all stunned after hearing this. This guy spent 3,800 yuan to buy an authentic painting of Tang Bohu's Jiangting Tengu 2. This is such a stroke of luck. I can't believe it. Are you kidding me? Are there also antiques that offer a tenfold compensation for fakes? This result is really funny. The one I spent 3,800 yuan on is actually real, and the one I spent 38 million yuan on is actually fake. This is really too hard to accept. Everyone at the scene had an expression of disbelief on their face. They spent 3,800 yuan to buy an authentic painting of Tang Bohu's Jiangting Tangu 2. Who would believe it if they told others about it? The person who suffered the most humiliation in this scene was Sun Yao. What kind of shit luck did this kid have? He spent 3,800 yuan and actually bought him an authentic painting, and he humiliated me in the process. Sun Yao was really angry at this moment. All the backup plans he had already arranged were useless at this moment. Seeing Wang Qing being envied by so many people, Sun Yao clenched his fists, feeling very unwilling. Why could a poor rural boy slap him in the face so many times? Old man He Sheng was the one who was most willing to see this result. He liked Wang Cheng, a poor boy from the countryside, very much. Now that Wang Cheng had given him such a valuable gift and was a good person, He Sheng wanted to help him and promote this poor boy from the countryside so that he could work less for decades in this big city. Wang Cheng, you have given Grandpa He such an expensive gift. Do you have any requests? As long as you tell me, Grandpa He will do his best to satisfy you. He Sheng has a lot of connections in Qingshui City. As long as he says a word, most people will give him some face. Even if he wants to start his own business, He Sheng will help him. The old man's words made the people present even more envious. Who is He Sheng? In the Qingshui City shopping mall, he has countless student friends who will not give him face if he says a word. What's more, his own money and power are also extraordinary. Grandpa He, I don't want anything. I gave this painting to you, and I never thought of getting any benefit from you. Wang Cheng said neither humbly nor arrogantly. You really don't want anything? He Sheng thought Wang Cheng was just being polite or just pretending, so he thought for a moment and said, Grandpa He has a wide network of contacts in Qingshui City. With just one word from me, I can save you decades of hard work. I can even let you take over a mature company and become the general manager and CEO with an annual salary of 1 million. How about that? This remark shocked everyone at the scene and caused them to look at him with envy and jealousy. With the support of Mr. He Sheng, this poor boy would probably be able to turn his life around. However, Wang Cheng said lightly, Grandpa He, I still want to rely on my own efforts to fight for it. If you really want to thank me, I want the hairpin at the door. The hairpin at the door? He Sheng was shocked, and the others were even more confused. Such a good opportunity, but this poor boy wants a hairpin? What is he trying to do? Yes, it's just a hairpin. I don't want anything else. Wang Cheng confirmed again indifferently. Old Master He Sheng frowned, but still asked someone to go to the door and bring over the beautiful hairpin, which was simple in style, yet very delicate. Is this the one? This hairpin is not valuable. Are you sure you want this? Don't you want Grandpa He to help you in your career? He Sheng confirmed again. Yes. Wang Cheng took the hairpin from Mr. He Sheng and gave it to He Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, didn't you like this hairpin very much just now? Now I'm giving it to you. Wang Cheng said with a smile. These words shocked everyone present again. Is this poor boy stupid? He gave up a good future and exchanged it for a broken hairpin. But He Xiaoyan's eyes were full of love for Wang Cheng at this time. Thank you. He Xiaoyan didn't expect that Wang Cheng still remembered that she liked this hairpin, and even gave up his future career just to win her smile. As she spoke, He Xiaoyan blushed, stood on tiptoe, and gave Wang Cheng a kiss on the face as light as a dragonfly touching the water, her heart beating like a deer. Chapter 62, See How You Get Into the Auction. Sun Yao was very angry. He originally wanted to use the fake painting incident to ruin Wang Cheng's reputation and then win the beauty himself, but now the opposite has happened. Not only did he lose face, but it also made He Xiaoyan like Wang Cheng more. Some people were secretly laughing at him, saying that he spent 38 million to buy a fake painting and was even demanding that it be made public. Now he was embarrassed. How could he tolerate these rumors? And Sun Yao blamed all his anger on Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng, I must trample you under my feet. Sun Yao couldn't stand the sarcastic looks of others. From childhood to adulthood, he had never been laughed at or ridiculed like this. Brother Yao, calm down. Let's go to the auction this afternoon to relax and have fun without Wang Cheng. He Long is really a flatterer and is very good at observing people's words and expressions. Yeah, Brother Yao, why bother with a poor boy from the countryside? He Xinshin also came over. This woman was tall and sexy and wore heavy makeup. Although she was very pretty, she had the face of an internet celebrity. No one knew how many times she had had plastic surgery. Brother Yao, why are you angry with a poor boy from the countryside? Sister Xiaoyan doesn't care about you, but we do. Let's go to the auction later. He Xia is cute and pretty,
but she is still far behind He Xiaoyan. Sun Yao nodded, and his mind gradually calmed down. He didn't want to go back in disgrace today. He had to get back at his former self. The auction in the afternoon is obviously a good opportunity. What's more, there will be a mysterious necklace representing love as the finale this afternoon. Legend has it that the girl who wears this necklace will get the happiest love in the world, which is what every girl yearns for. After the crowd dispersed, Sun Yao came to He Xiaoyan and shamelessly invited her. Xiaoyan, there is an auction this afternoon. Do you want me to take you to see it? I heard there is a mysterious necklace at the end. It is said to represent love. Do you want to go and take a look? He Xiaoyan ignored him and turned to look at Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng, do you want to go? He Xiaoyan had no interest in the auction. Now she only wanted to be with Wang Cheng. His act of giving her a hairpin just now had completely mesmerized her. She felt that Wang Cheng was so handsome. A necklace that represents love? It would be nice to go and take a look. Wang Cheng nodded in response. He had never seen an auction in his life. It just so happened that Jinyang Exhibition Hall was already his own business, so it would be nice to go in and get familiar with it. While they were talking, He Long and the others followed over. When they heard that Wang Cheng also wanted to go, they couldn't help but mock him. Hee. Sorry, only people with a net worth of tens of millions can enter the auction. A poor boy from the countryside like you. I'm afraid you can't even get in the door. He Long ridiculed Wang Cheng without any hesitation, not giving him any face at all. Sun Yao was very satisfied with the performance of this lackey and wanted to ridicule him severely, saying that a poor bastard should have the awareness of a poor bastard and not come out to snatch a woman from him. It requires a net worth of 10 million. Then I won't go. He Xiaoyan responded with a frown. When Sun Yao heard that He Xiaoyan was not going either, he immediately became anxious. Don't worry about that. I'm a good friend of the owner of this exhibition, and I'm also a gold card member here. I can take you in. Sun Yao thought that after he went in, he would ask the security guards to secretly drive Wang Cheng out or find a way to make him look bad in front of many participants, even by using some tricks, but he just had to drive him out. As for whether the security guards would listen to him, Sun Yao was very confident. After all, Zhang Mingliao, the boss of Jinyang Exhibition, was his best friend, so asking him for a small favor would definitely not be a problem. After driving Wang Cheng out, he can be alone with He Xiaoyan, and finally give her a mysterious necklace representing love. The scene is as romantic as it can be and will definitely impress He Xiaoyan. This plan was so perfect. Sun Yao was simply impressed by himself. He was so damn smart. In that case, let's go in and take a look. Wang Cheng smiled slightly. Yeah, a poor boy like you from the countryside can only go in with others to take a look in your life. It's really pitiful and sad. He Long suddenly mocked again. Along, don't say that. He has to rely on his own hard work. What if he can really earn 10 million when he lives to be in his 70s or 80s? You never know, huh? There was obvious sarcasm in He Xinshin's words. Yeah, 10 million is just a fraction of Brother Yao's wealth. Some people work hard all their lives, but in the end their wealth is just a fraction of other people's. It's really ridiculous. He Xia couldn't help but sneer. Sun Yao was very happy to hear this. This really touched his heart. Yes, some people work hard all their lives, but only make a fraction of what he has. But he still pretended to be kind. Xia, don't say that. Give her some face. You guys. He Xiaoyan was very angry. They actually belittled Wang Cheng to such a worthless level and even insulted him with their words. She really couldn't bear to listen to them anymore. When they were about to take Wang Cheng away, Wang Cheng stopped them and responded to them with a smile. Why should I be angry with someone who bought a fake painting as a gift? Maybe he only spent $100 on it, but he said it was worth 38 million to save face. But I happened to bring the original painting, so he couldn't keep up his pretense. Wang Cheng, what did you say? Say it to me again. Sun Yao was angry. This was his sore spot today, and he had actually revealed it again, which made him furious. You are a show-off who buys fake paintings, and you have the nerve to talk to me about your wealth. You don't even know if you can get into the auction, and you're showing off in front of me. Wang Cheng was a little angry at what they said. If he didn't teach them a lesson, they would think he was easy to bully and a coward. Okay, if you have guts, I'll go in and show you when the auction starts this afternoon. Sun Yao waved his hands angrily and left the exhibition hall directly. He Long, He Xinshin, and He Xia followed him. Seeing them being angry and leaving, He Xiaoyan smiled happily. Wang Cheng, I didn't expect you to be so good at scolding people. It felt so good just now. There are even more powerful ones. Wang Cheng smiled slightly. At noon, while He Xiaoyan was taking a nap in the exhibition hall on the first floor, Wang Cheng ran to the auction on the second floor alone, and then called the person in charge of Jinyang Exhibition and Auction. In less than 20 minutes, almost everyone at the auction came over to see Wang Cheng, the new boss. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in his 50s or 60s, wearing a black suit. Master Wang, my name is Luda. Mr. Chen arranged for me to come here to help you with the Jinyang exhibition. If you have anything to ask, just tell me directly. Well, there is a man named Sun Yao at the auction this afternoon. Cancel his gold card and ban him from entering. Wang Cheng said lightly. Okay, young Master Wang, I'll get someone to handle it right away. Luda nodded in response. Wang Cheng is very satisfied. Let's see how you get into the auction in the afternoon. Brothers, another climax is coming. Please reward, please reward, please reward. Chapter 63. I said it was fake, but you still don't believe it. The afternoon auction will begin soon. Those who can attend this auction are all wealthy people in Qingshui City, including some celebrities. There are quite a few rich second generations like Sun Yao who are capable. Sun Yao, Long, and the others soon appeared on the second floor of Jinyang Convention and Exhibition Center. The auction was based on a membership and invitation system, so those without a membership card or invitation card could not participate. However, those with a distinguished gold membership card could invite their companions to participate. Wang Cheng and He Xiaoyan arrived late and were mocked and ridiculed by He Long and others. You only have the life of a grandson, but you let a few old men wait for you here. What nonsense. He Long, what are you talking about? He Xiaoyan was very angry. This cousin of hers was too outspoken. It's okay. Wang Cheng secretly suppressed his anger. He suddenly changed his mind. He would not only teach them a lesson at the door, but also teach them a lesson after they went in. Okay, now that everyone is here, follow me in. I'm a gold card member here. You should know that since the establishment of Jinyang Convention and Exhibition Center, there have been only 58 people who have gold cards here, and I'm one of them. Sun Yao said as he took out the shiny gold card from his pocket with a proud look on his face. He Long hurried forward and started to flatter him. Brother Yao is really awesome. He is not like some people who come from the countryside and look like bumpkins. They may have to struggle for their whole life to get an ordinary membership card. Aaron, what nonsense are you talking about? He Xinshin said with a sneer. Sun Yao was very comfortable listening to this and was secretly proud of himself. Wang Cheng, you poor bastard will never be able to catch up with even a fraction of me in your entire life. No matter how good-tempered Wang Cheng was, he couldn't stand their repeated sarcasm, so he stood up and retorted. You don't even know whether this gold card is real or fake, yet you dare to show it off. After all, you have a history of selling fake paintings. This remark angered Sun Yao again. Poor bastard, who is showing off? My gold card is a fact. With my wealth, I still need to show off. What a joke. Just wait. I'll show you the privileges of a gold card member. In order to slap Wang Cheng in the face, Sun Yao walked towards the entrance of the auction with the gold card. Let's go and take a look. What if it's fake? Wang Cheng said with a slight smile. He Long, He Xinshin, and He Xia also followed, but they didn't believe that the gold card was fake. There are 2 security guards and an identity verification staff at the auction entrance to greet incoming buyers. After Sun Yao came over, he looked very handsome holding the gold card. He also looked at Wang Cheng with a provocative look and secretly despised him. This is my gold card. Let me verify my identity. I want to bring these friends in with me. Sun Yao handed the gold card to a young lady at the entrance who was verifying his identity with a very proud attitude. He Long and the others looked at him with admiration. This was what a successful person was. Wang Cheng was just a poor boy from the countryside and had been an ant on the ground all his life. Wang Cheng was very calm. If this gold card could be used today, he would tear down the Jinyang Exhibition Center. Sorry, sir. This gold card is fake and cannot be entered. The young lady who verified the identity politely handed the gold card back to Sun Yao. After these words were spoken, several people were stunned and completely shocked. How could it be fake? I've been here several times. You check it again for me. Sun Yao was horrified and anxious at the same time. If it was really determined to be fake, then what he had just said would come back to slap him in the face. He Long, He Xinshin, and He Xia were also shocked to hear that Sun Yao's card was fake. It was completely beyond their expectations. Could this Yao brothers' gold card really be fake? No way. Brother Yao is worth more than $1 billion. There is no need for him to lie to us under such circumstances. The lady who verified the identity must have made a mistake. The 3 of them firmly believed that Sun Yao's gold card was real. After all, he had a net worth of over 10 billion yuan, so there was no need for him to lie to them just for a mere gold card. However, reality slapped them in the face mercilessly. Sorry, sir. This gold card is indeed fake, and you cannot enter. The young lady's words made Sun Yao completely confused. After a few seconds, he became furious. Draft? I've been here several times. You dare to say my gold card is fake? Call your manager out. Sun Yao was very angry and unwilling at this time. The poor boy Wang Chinka was watching behind him. If this was really confirmed to be fake, he would be slapped in the face and he could not afford to lose face. What's more, He Xiaoyan was watching beside him. If she knew that he had been cheating repeatedly to show off, her favorability towards him would probably plummet. At this time, He Long, He Xinxin, and He Xia walked up and started scolding the young lady. Do you know how to verify it? Open your eyes and see. This is a gold card, a Supreme membership card. You must have seen a gold card before. Hurry and call your manager out. While they were scolding the young lady, Luda, the person in charge of the auction, walked out with a cold face. Who was making trouble outside? Where are the security guards? Luda yelled. Soon, 8 security guards suddenly appeared at the entrance and surrounded Sun Yao, He Xinxin, He Long, and He Xia. Seeing that they were surrounded, they immediately behaved themselves. You are the manager, right? Please check my gold card for me. I have used this gold card several times. It can't be fake. Sun Yao suppressed his anger and handed the gold card to Luda. He was unwilling to let Luda check it again. Luda glanced at Sun Yao, took the gold card, glanced at it casually, and threw it back to him. This gold card is fake. There's no need to check it again. If you cause trouble here, I'll have the security guards kick you out. Luda's words hit Sun Yao, He Long, and others in the heart like a cannonball. This gold card is fake. How is it possible? Sun Yao was completely confused at this time. While he was shocked, he also felt more humiliated after being exposed. After seeing that the manager said the gold card was fake, He Long, He Xinxin, and He Xia could no longer speak for Sun Yao. They even began to suspect that Sun Yao had used a fake card to show off in front of them. It's over. I can't even get through the door, let alone go inside to see the world. He Long was a little disappointed. He even disliked Sun Yao a little now. It was this that made him embarrassed in front of the poor boy. Although He Xinxin and He Xia did not say it, they were somewhat disappointed with Sun Yao in their hearts. Seeing this, Wang Chung felt a slight sense of pleasure in his heart, and then he walked over and rubbed salt into their wounds. I told you this gold card is fake, it's true. If you don't have status, don't come here and act like you're so awesome. Who are you trying to fool? These words were like rubbing salt into Sun Yao's wounds, making him want to get angry, but he couldn't. He Long and the others had no way of saying anything back to what Wang Chung said. The fact was that they wanted to show off in front of Wang Chung, and now they were slapped in the face. You're a poor bastard. What are you so proud of? I can't get in. So how can you get in? I tell you, I can't get in, and you'll never get in even if you struggle all your life. How dare you compete with me? Sun Yao shouted angrily. A poor boy from the countryside wanted to climb over his head. He was dreaming. He would never get in his life. That's not necessarily true. Maybe if they give me face, I'll be allowed in, Wang Chung said with a smile. I'm giving you face. Who do you think you are? I'm the king of heaven. I'll give you face wherever I go. Sun Yao almost roared, thinking to himself that this poor bastard was too whimsical. He actually wanted the people at the auction to give him face. It was a huge joke. What if he gives me face? Wang Chung tempted lightly. If you can get in, I'll kneel down and call you daddy. Sun Yao was so angry that he said something he didn't want to say. He was also sure that this poor guy couldn't get in. Not to mention his 10 million fortune, he probably couldn't even take out 100,000 from his body. What if you can't get in? Sun Yao, who was not stupid, asked back. If I can't get in, I will kneel down and call you dad. Are you satisfied? Wang Chung said calmly. Okay, then I'll wait for you to kowtow and call me dad. Sun Yao smiled confidently. In his opinion, there was no way this poor guy could get in. Chapter 64, Kneel Down and Call Me Daddy. He Xiaoyan was very worried about Wang Chung, afraid that he would lose, so she couldn't help but step forward and show concern. Wang Chung, let's not go, let's go back. It's okay, they should give me face, you just watch, I will take you in later. Wang Chung smiled and patted He Xiaoyan's hand to comfort her. Although she said so, He Xiaoyan was still very worried about him. Wang Chung walked towards the manager Luda, but Sun Yao couldn't help but glance at him with disdain. This poor bastard thinks he is the king of the world. We have to give him face wherever we go. It's really funny. I will make you kneel down and kowtow to me and call me daddy. Let's see if you dare to provoke me again in the future. He Long and He Xinxin thought the same thing. Wang Chung didn't have a fortune of 10 million yuan, nor a membership card, but he wanted to get in just by looking good. This was simply wishful thinking. Don't you see how poor he looks? Who would give him face? This poor bastard is so arrogant. Several people were not optimistic about Wang Chung, but they were still very interested in what he would do next when he kowtowed and called him daddy. After Wang Chung came in front of Luda, he said calmly, My name is Wang Chung. Can you give me a favor and let me in to participate in the auction? Sun Yao, He Long, and the others heard this and couldn't help but sneer, but Luda's next words completely shocked them. No problem.
Prince Wang, you can come in any time. Lu Da's words instantly shut up Sun Yao, He Long, and the others. The scene was dead silent. They opened their eyes wide with an expression of disbelief and were deeply shocked in their hearts. This manager actually gave face to the poor bastard. How is this possible? How did this poor guy do it? Is his reputation really invincible? He can get in anywhere by using his face. He Long and He Xinshin still remember that when Wang Cheng was at Jinlong Entertainment Club, he also used facial recognition to book the top-notch Kowloon box, and now he also used facial recognition to get the admission to the auction. How come this poor boy has such good luck? People give him face wherever he goes. He Shia frowned with a puzzled expression. He obviously looks poor, but people give him face wherever he goes. This is too unreasonable. At this moment, Sun Yao was so shocked that he was speechless. Why can this guy get in anywhere by scanning his face? How can this be possible? Even if Sun Yao had a rich imagination, he would never have thought that Jinyang exhibition was already Wang Cheng's property, and he came to this auction just to visit his own company. Gudong, Sun Yao suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He remembered the bet he had just made. Whoever loses would kneel on the ground and call him daddy. His face suddenly turned grim. The situation is now very clear. Wang Cheng can enter by scanning his face. He wins, and Sun Yao loses. He has to kneel down and call Wang Cheng dad. After getting Lu Da's consent, Wang Cheng turned around and walked back, and soon came in front of Sun Yao. Sun Yao, admit defeat and kneel down and call me daddy. Wang Cheng said calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, the anger at the scene instantly cooled down, and Sun Yao stared at Wang Cheng with an unconvinced expression. He Long, He Xinshin, and others were also quite embarrassed, but they still went up to persuade Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng, forget it. Brother Yao is a man of status after all. We can't force him to death. Yes, Wang Cheng, let Brother Yao apologize to you, and let this matter be over. When He Long and his friends had the upper hand, they ridiculed and mocked Wang Cheng endlessly and pushed him to death. Now that Wang Cheng has the upper hand, they start to play the victim and plead for mercy. However, Wang Cheng disagreed. He decided to teach Sun Yao a lesson this time. Otherwise, he would think he was easy to bully. Sorry, I admit defeat. Kneel down and call me daddy. Wang Cheng's tone was so cold that it made people feel as if they were in an ice cellar. He Long, He Xinshin, and the others did not dare to step forward to persuade him. Okay, I admit defeat, Sun Yao shouted with red eyes. Then he bent his knees and knelt directly in front of Wang Cheng and called softly, Dad. He Long, He Xinshin, and He Shia were all so shocked that they were speechless. A second-generation rich man with a net worth of over 10 billion, the heir to the Sun Group, actually knelt down and called a poor boy from the countryside his dad. Who would believe this if they told others? I didn't hear it, Wang Cheng said lightly. Sun Yao was extremely angry and was on the verge of a rage, but he still clenched his fists and shouted again. Dad, you've heard it, right? Sun Yao clenched his fists tightly. This time he had completely settled the feud with Wang Cheng. You want to be my son, but you are not worthy. Wang Cheng slapped him in the face with words again. These words shocked He Long, He Xinshin, and others. Wang Cheng was too bold. He humiliated Sun Yao so blatantly and didn't give him any face at all. You have to know that he is the heir of the Sun Group and his own net worth is more than 10 billion. Isn't he afraid of Sun Yao's revenge for offending such a person? Wang Cheng, am I the one who drafted it? Sun Yao was completely enraged. He stood up violently and punched Wang Cheng with clenched fists. Want to touch me? Wang Cheng stepped back slightly, and the 8 security guards saw this and directly blocked Wang Cheng's way and protected him. This action shocked them again, but Sun Yao had already made up his mind to shoot, so he rushed forward, but was instantly subdued by 8 security guards. How dare you cause trouble here? Get out. Luda ran in front of Wang Cheng and shouted loudly, not giving Sun Yao any face at all. Immediately, under the incredulous gazes of He Long, He Xinshin, and others, Sun Yao, who was so awesome in their eyes, was kicked out of the auction by the security guard. Wang Cheng, I will remember you. Just wait for me. I will make you pay back 10-fold and 100-fold. Sun Yao, who was dragged away, was so angry with Wang Cheng that he reached its peak. He would not be a human being if he did not avenge himself, and he would make Wang Cheng pay back 10-fold and 100-fold. He Long, He Xinshin, and the others were completely dumbfounded, opening their mouths with expressions of disbelief. Brother Yao was kicked out. What's going on here? Sun Yao, the heir to the Sun Group, who is worth more than 1 billion, was kicked out just like that. It's over. This time Wang Cheng has completely pissed off Brother Yao. He Long could foresee that after Sun Yao was repeatedly teased and toyed with by the poor boy Wang Cheng,
he would unleash a violent storm against Wang Chung. His revenge would be very crazy. He Xiaoyan was also very nervous when she saw this. Sun Yao was the heir of the Sun Group. He himself was worth more than 10 billion, and his connections and strength in Qingshui City were still very strong. Wang Chung, let's go back and discuss with my father how to deal with this. No need. If he dares to provoke me again, I will make him lose everything, not even his underwear left. Wang Chung said calmly, but there was a hint of chillness in his tone. He Long and the others couldn't help but shudder, and they all had a thought in their minds. This poor boy from the countryside, Wang Chung, is not easy to bully. He is a tough guy, and they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. But at the same time, they couldn't help but shake their heads, thinking secretly in their hearts, how can you, a poor boy with no money and power, deal with the next storm from Sun Yao? Just wait for death. Chapter 65, A Sinister Revenge Plan. After returning from the auction, Wang Chung was dragged by He Xiaoyan to have dinner at their house. He had no choice but to go. Wang Qing's arrival made He Xiaoyan's father He Yang excited, but her mother Lin Yifan disliked him a little. This morning, the old man promised to let you run a company as general manager and CEO. You are so stupid that you don't want $1 million annual salary and choose a broken hairpin instead. In the morning, Lin Yifan was quite excited when she saw the old man promoting Wang Chung. This way, she could tell others about it and show off. After all, her daughter's boyfriend was a general manager and CEO with an annual salary of 1 million, so he couldn't be any worse. But Wang Chung, that silly boy, chose a broken hairpin, which made her so angry that she couldn't eat. Mom, I think Wang Chung is a good guy. He Xiaoyan brought a large pot of boiled fish she made from the kitchen and said with a smile, "You are the stupidest girl. You didn't choose Sun Yao, who is worth tens of billions, but hugged a poor boy so tightly and did that in broad daylight. What do you think those rich young men will think?" Lin Yifan scolded. What if one day Wang Qing also becomes a rich and nobleman? His net worth will be 100 times higher than Sun Yao's. He Yang said with a laugh. He naturally knew that a hidden rich nobleman like Wang Chung would look down upon the so-called general manager and CEO of a company, so Wang Chung refused. Just this poor boy? He is a rich and noble young man. If he is a rich and noble young man, I will eat this table, Lin Yifan said with contempt. Okay, let's stop talking and eat. I made all of this. Wang Chung, you try it. He Xiaoyan is very good at cooking, and she quickly made a table full of dishes. While speaking, she put a piece of braised pork into his bowl, her eyes full of love. Delicious. Wang Chung took a bite of the braised pork. It was fatty but not greasy. It was indeed delicious, and not inferior to a Ning who was a professional. Meanwhile, in the Crown Bar in the east of the city, Sun Yao was sitting in the box, anxiously waiting for a big gangster. He was humiliated by Wang Chung during the day and had no dignity left. He swore to take revenge, and he must take revenge tenfold or 100-fold. In addition, he has also lost patience with He Xiaoyan. Since he can't get her by soft means, he can only use hard means to get her. There was only Sun Yao drinking alone in the huge box. After a while, the door of the box suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man in a black gown and a beard walked in. His eyes were deep and energetic. When he saw this person, Sun Yao immediately perked up and stood up to greet him in person. Brother Hao, you are finally here. Please sit down. The visitor was none other than Lu Hao, a well-known figure on the east side of the city. In this area in the east of the city, Lu Hao was considered the most powerful and the one who had lasted the longest. The others were either too weak or had been imprisoned, and their forces had scattered. Only Lu Hao had stayed in the east of the city the longest, and was considered an evergreen on the east side of the city. People on the street call him Brother Hao. Xiao Sun, how come you have time today to invite me to the Crown Bar? The food here is not cheap. Lu Hao sat down on the sofa. I haven't seen Brother Hao for a long time, and I wanted to catch up with you. Sun Yao clapped his hands outside the door while speaking. Immediately, a row of beautiful young ladies with exquisite makeup came in and stood in front of them for them to choose. You kid, you're really thoughtful. Is there anything you need my help to solve? Lu Hao is not a fool. He is treating guests and choosing girls. Lu Hao was not polite either. He pointed at one of the innocent-looking pretty girls and hooked his finger. The latter smiled and walked towards Lu Hao obediently. Sun Yao also chose a young lady and poured Lu Hao a glass of wine before speaking. It's not a big deal. I just ran into a tough, poor boy recently. Not only did he steal my woman, he also slapped me in the face. I really can't swallow this anger. Which poor boy has the ability to snatch a woman from you, Sun Yao, and even slap you in the face? Lu Hao was really interested. When did such a capable boy appear in the east of the city? How come he didn't know about it? His name is Wang Chung. He comes from the countryside. Before Sun Yao could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lu Hao. What did you say his name was? His name is Wang Chung, a poor boy from the countryside. Sun Yao thought Lu Hao didn't hear clearly, so he raised his voice and continued. Do you have a photo of him? Lu Hao asked with concern. Isn't young Master Wang called Wang Chung? If the guy Sun Yao wants to deal with is young Master Wang, then this matter will be complicated. Photos. Sun Yao thought for a moment and suddenly said, yes, I'll show them to you. Sun Yao himself had never taken a photo of Wang Chung, but his Xiaoyan circle of friends was full of photos of Wang Chung, and he had seen them more than once. Thinking of this, Sun Yao opened his Xiaoyan circle of friends, and the first message was about Wang Chung having dinner at her house. The words were full of dog food, which made Sun Yao angry again. Xiaoyan, you will be mine in a few days. Whether you like it or not, once I have made it clear that we are married, you will never be able to escape from my 5 Fingers Mountain. After suppressing his anger, Sun Yao showed Lu Hao a photo of Wang Chung from his Xiaoyan circle of friends. Brother Hao, this is Wang Chung, who has repeatedly provoked me. Lu Hao took the phone and glanced at it, and was frightened. Isn't this Prince Wang? This idiot Sun Yao actually asked him to deal with Prince Wang, which meant he was sending himself to death. He was about to refuse, but suddenly changed his mind and decided to stabilize Sun Yao first and report to Master Wang later. This was the right way to go. Otherwise, if he rejected him now, Sun Yao would look for other people in the underworld, and young Master Wang would be in even greater danger. Thinking of this, Lu Hao said with a smile, this is the guy, right? How are you going to deal with him? I'm planning to organize a camping activity outdoors, then call your people and take them to the wilderness to create an accident. This way, your people won't have to take risks and won't suspect you. Sun Yao said rather sinisterly after taking a sip of wine. You are indeed insidious, but this is indeed a good idea. But if you invite him, will he definitely come? Lu Hao asked curiously. Lu Hao wanted to find out Sun Yao's entire plan so that he could report it to Master Wang. His girlfriend's best friend Lu Beibei is going back to China tomorrow. She loves camping in the wild the most. We just need to deal with Lu Beibei and then ask her to invite He Xiaoyan and Wang Chung, and the matter will be settled. Sun Yao thought of a perfect plan. Also, I can also introduce Lu Beibei to you. This woman is very beautiful, and she's mixed race. If she refuses, I have prepared some food that will surely make her submit. Sun Yao laughed. The things he prepared were also prepared for He Xiaoyan. If she refused to comply, he would have no choice but to resort to this last resort. He no longer had any patience with He Xiaoyan, and he was determined to get her this time. What a good plan. Lu Hao felt a little scalp tingling. Sun Yao was really insidious. Not only did he want to deal with young Master Wang, he also wanted to force his girlfriend. Fortunately, Sun Yao invited him. Otherwise, young Master Wang would be in great danger this time. Of course, I won't treat you unfairly. I'll spend 5 million to buy Wang Chung an accident. Your people won't be at any risk, and they won't suspect you. Their safety is guaranteed. Sun Yao said confidently. Okay. Lu Hao secretly took note of Sun Yao. He wondered how this guy would die after Prince Wang found out. Chapter 66. Taking advantage of the situation. It was very late when Wang Chungkai returned to Zijingwen Villa, but as soon as he got back, and Ning came to report. Master, Lu Hao has been here for a long time and is waiting for you in the living room. He said he has something important to report to you. Lu Hao, Wang Chung frowned slightly. It was already midnight. Why did Lu Hao come to see him? Could it be that there was something extremely urgent? Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to see him in the middle of the night. Thinking of this, Wang Chung walked quickly towards the living room, and sure enough, he saw Lu Hao, wearing a black gown and a beard, sitting on the sofa, waiting for him with a nervous look on his face. Xiao Lu, what do you want from me so late at night? Wang Chung sat down on the sofa, and Ning obediently handed Wang Chung a glass of water. Young Master Wang, Sun Yao just asked me to go to the Crown Bar. Lu Hao said nervously. Sun Yao. Wang Chung thought about it, and immediately guessed why he was looking for Lu Hao. He couldn't help but smile and said, is he looking for you to deal with me? Well, this guy is too insidious. He spent 5 million to make you have an accident in the wild. What's more, he also wants to do something to your girlfriend. Lu Hao hummed and didn't dare to say anything, fearing that the next words would offend Wang Chung. To my girlfriend? What does he want to do to He Xiaoyan? Wang Chung picked up the water cup in front of him and drank it. He really wanted to know what revenge plan Sun Yao had. He also prepared some powder to force himself on your girlfriend. Lu Hao hesitated for a while, but decided to tell the truth. Otherwise, if something really happened, he would not be able to bear the responsibility. Hearing this, Wang Cheng's face turned cold instantly, and he held the cup of water tightly in his hand. It seems that Sun Yao can't catch Xiaoyan, so he wants to use force. Wang Cheng's eyes flashed with murderous anger. He could touch him, but if he plotted against He Xiaoyan, Wang Cheng would make him pay for it. How does he want to deal with me? Wang Cheng asked after suppressing his anger. Lu Hao then told Wang Cheng all the plans that Sun Yao had told him before, and the latter smiled slightly after hearing it. Did you promise him? Not yet. I said I would go back and think about it because I wanted to wait for Master Wang's reply before responding to him. Besides, I haven't taken on this kind of work since I followed Mr. Chun. Sun Yao. This rookie came to me without even figuring out the situation. Lu Hao reported truthfully and couldn't help blushing. Well, the right way is to learn more about business from Mr. Chun and don't focus your energy on this kind of work. But this time, you can promise him. Let him be happy for a while, and then you will see how I deal with him. Wang Cheng said lightly, wanting to use a trick on him and teach him a profound lesson to let him know that he is not easy to mess with. Okay, I'll follow your instructions, young Master Wang. Lu Hao responded seriously. Well, you go back first, and we'll see what happens when the time comes. After Wang Cheng sent Lu Hao away, his eyes became cold. Fortunately, Sun Yao went to find Lu Hao this time. If he had gone to find someone else, Wang Cheng and He Xiaoyan would have been in danger. Especially He Xiaoyan, who might have been taken advantage of by Sun Yao. It seems that Sun Yao will not give up unless he destroys him. Wang Cheng thought secretly. 2 days later, one morning, Wang Chenghua received a call from He Xiaoyan, saying that one of her best friends had returned from abroad and had invited several friends to go hiking, camping, and have a bonfire party. She asked if she wanted to go with her. Wang Cheng naturally would not refuse. He also wanted to take this opportunity to teach Sun Yao a lesson and let him know that he was not someone to be trifled with, so he agreed. No problem. I love camping in the wild, but I want to bring my cousin with me. Is that possible? Wang Cheng decided to bring Lin Jingyao with him to prevent any accidents. After all, Sun Yao had ulterior motives and might resort to other means. With Lin Jingyao protecting He Xiaoyan, Wang Cheng felt more at ease. Well, it should be possible. I'll tell Bei later, and you can take it with you. He Xiaoyan quickly agreed with Wang Cheng. After hanging up the phone, Wang Cheng started to get ready and asked Lin Jingyao to pack her equipment as well. Around noon, Wang Cheng drove Lin Jingyao to pick up He Xiaoyan. Compared to Wang Cheng and Lin Jingya's simple luggage, He Xiaoyan brought a lot of things, including food, clothing, and even a tent and sleeping bag. Wang Cheng, Jingya, aren't you bringing tents and sleeping bags? He Xiaoyan blinked in surprise. How could they go camping in the wild without a tent and sleeping bags? Wang Cheng looked at Lin Jingya awkwardly. This time, he was so focused on how to teach Sun Yao a lesson that he forgot about the most important things for camping in the wild, the tent and the sleeping bag. Fortunately, I still have a spare tent and sleeping bag. Jingya can sleep with me then, and Wang Cheng can use the spare tent. He Xiaoyan was thinking for Wang Cheng and the others like a young wife. Then let's do as you say. Wang Ben himself wanted Lin Jingya to protect He Xiaoyan closely, so that it would be safer for them to sleep together. By the way, Wang Cheng, many of the people going this time are my close friends and sisters, and there are also some beautiful girls, so you must not look at them too much when the time comes. He Xiaoyan warned coquettishly. Yes, they are not even 1/10 as beautiful as you. It's better to look at you than at them. Wang Cheng said with a smile. That's better. He Xiaoyan blushed and was very happy. After everything was ready, Wang Cheng drove straight to the agreed outdoor location, but everyone had different moods. Chapter 67. Dare you set a trap for me? Chengdang Mountain is a very beautiful wild place outside Qingshui City, with green mountains and clear waters, which is very suitable for young couples to date there. But today is not the weekend, so there are fewer people here. It is evening again, and the setting sun shines on the entire mountain, reflecting a different kind of beauty. When Wang Cheng and his friends arrived, He Xiaoyan's best friends had almost arrived too, but they had already climbed to an open area on the mountainside. The area was flat and the scenery was pleasant, making it suitable for camping. Bei and the others are already halfway up the mountain. Let's hurry up too. After receiving the message, He Xiaoyan quickly took out all the luggage from the trunk. However, some items are too heavy and can only be carried by Wang Cheng and Lin Jingya. Lin Jingya had practiced martial arts and was even stronger than Wang Cheng. In no time, she lifted all the things in the trunk into her hands. Wow, Jingya, you are so awesome. He Xiaoyan opened her mouth in surprise. She didn't expect that a girl could be so strong. When Wang Cheng saw this, he couldn't help but remind him in a low voice. Be careful to hide yourself. If Lin Jingya were to carry all the bags up the mountain like this, once she reached halfway up the mountain, He Xiaoyan's best friends would definitely see her and become curious, which might even attract Sun Yao's attention and change his plans. So Lin Jingya is a hidden trump card that can give the opponent a fatal blow at a critical moment. Okay, Lin Jingya said as she threw away a big bag on her body. She only carried a small bag and stood there easily. In order to help Lin Jingya, Wang Chung himself had to work hard. He had to carry large and small bags and climb the mountain, and he was very tired. Wang Chung was sweating profusely when he had not climbed halfway. He Xiaoyan felt quite distressed when she saw this. She took out a tissue and gently wiped Wang Cheng's sweat off his forehead and couldn't help but show her concern. Wang Cheng, are you okay? How about we take a rest first? No, I can still take 2 more steps. Wang Chung said this, but his body was very honest. He sat down on the ground and took a rest. Have a drink of water. He Xiaoyan handed Wang Chung a bottle of water and wiped his sweat personally. Lin Jingya couldn't bear to watch such dog food. Fortunately, after a short rest, Wang Cheng's strength was restored. The 3 of them quickly arrived at the halfway point of the mountain with their luggage. They saw that there were already many people there. Many of them were beauties. In addition to the bonfire, there was also a self-service barbecue grill, and many people were busy there. Some people were also setting up tents. When they saw He Xiaoyan coming, several beauties came to greet her excitedly. Xiaoyan is here. This sentence made everyone at the scene turn their attention to Wang Chung and his team, especially the fairy-like He Xiaoyan. The one walking in front was a typical mixed-race beauty, tall, with brown hair, a high-nose bridge, and black eyes, a mixed-race look of Chinese and Western. She was wearing designer clothes, and it was obvious that she was the daughter of a wealthy man. She is He Xiaoyan's best friend. Her name is Liu Beibei. She is He Xiaoyan's high school classmate, and also a very good friend during their 4 years abroad. Beibei, I miss you so much. He Xiaoyan dropped her luggage and ran up to her and gave her a big hug. I'm glad you're here. Hey, who are these 2? Liu Beibei quickly noticed Wang Chung and Lin Jingya who appeared with He Xiaoyan, and couldn't help but become curious. This is my boyfriend. His name is Wang Chung, and that is his cousin. His name is Lin Jingya. He Xiaoyan introduced them with a smile, especially when she introduced Wang Chung. Her eyes sparkled with love. You have a boyfriend? Liu Beibei looked surprised. She looked up and down at Wang Chung, who was wearing all kinds of branded clothes. A hint of contempt flashed in her eyes, and then she couldn't help asking, does your boyfriend run his own company? Or is he laying the foundation in his father's group? Liu Beibei's question was very skillful. With 2 questions, she indirectly asked about Wang Cheng's family background and his own strength. I'm a worker. My family lives in the countryside and my parents are farmers. Wang Chung saw the contempt in Liu Beibei's eyes, so he couldn't help but walk up to her and give her the answer she wanted. Liu Beibei opened her mouth, looked at the beautiful He Xiaoyan, and couldn't help but pull her aside, whispering to her with a look of disappointment. Xiaoyan, are you stupid? Are you so short of men? You found a poor boy from the countryside. What do you like about him? It's okay as long as I like him. Wang Chung works very hard and is very talented. He Xiaoyan didn't expect that Liu Beibei would dislike Wang Chung so much. You are so beautiful, but you found such a poor boy? How about I introduce you to a tall, rich, and handsome guy? His name is Lin Yi, the son of the Lin family, a wealthy family in Qingshui City. Not only is he handsome, he is also rich. Most importantly, he studied abroad, graduated from MIT, and worked in finance on Wall Street. He is talented and good-looking, and most importantly, his family background is not bad. Liu Beibei paused, and then continued to persuade. He returned to China this time to invest in Qingshui City and plans to stay in Qingshui City. This is a good opportunity. I'm sorry, I only have Wang Chung in my heart. Since Lin Yi is so good, just keep him to yourself. He Xiaoyan refused with a smile. You, why are you so stubborn? Liu Beibei wanted to continue persuading her. Coincidentally, at this time, her other sisters also came. They were all He Xiaoyan's high school classmates and best friends, or sisters during her 4 years abroad. When they heard that He Xiaoyan had a poor boyfriend, they couldn't help but sigh. These women, either from the 2nd generation of rich people or with rich boyfriends, regarded money as the most important thing. So how could they be interested in Wang Chung, who was wearing cheap clothes? Okay, let's stop talking and go have a barbecue first. I'll introduce you to Lin Yi in a few days. He's really good. If I didn't have a boyfriend, I would definitely keep him for myself. Liu Beibei also wanted to bring Lin Yi and He Xiaoyan together. Her main purpose was to win over Lin Yi. This time, Lin Yi returned to China with $1 billion, which he was going to use for investment. Several projects in Liu Beibei's family happened to need investment, so he set his sights on Lin Yi. After Wang Chung put down his luggage, he looked around for the first time. He did not see Sun Yao, which made him a little uneasy. He immediately sent a message to Liu Hao, asking if he had seen Sun Yao. The latter responded quickly, saying that they were looking for a place where you could have an accident and were still figuring out how to trick you into going there. In short, they were setting a trap for Wang Chung. After receiving the message, Wang Chung smiled slightly. It seemed that Sun Yao was determined to deal with him this time. If Lu Hao hadn't helped secretly, he and He Xiaoyan might have been in real danger this time. You'll have to pay the price for the pit you're digging for me now. Wang Cheng's eyes turned slightly cold. Chapter 68, Reversal of Situation. Wang Chung saw that it was getting late, so he started to set up the tent, and then asked Lin Jingya to follow He Xiaoyan closely in case of any accidents. When Wang Chung was about to finish setting up the tent, He Xiaoyan brought a lot of roasted chicken wings, chicken legs, and sausages to Wang Chung. Wang Chung, eat something first, and then we can set up the tent later. He Xiaoyan's eyes were full of love and care, and she took out a tissue to wipe the sweat from Wang Cheng's forehead. After putting down his tools, Wang Chung sat down on the ground. Then he took the grilled wings and chicken legs from He Xiaoyan's hand and started eating. I'm sorry, because of me, I embarrassed you in front of your friends again. What's there to be ashamed of? My grandfather was a poor boy from the countryside. You see, through his own efforts, he has become a well-known figure in Qingshui City. I believe you can do it too. Even if you can't reach the heights of Grandpa, it's not bad to be together just like him. He Xiaoyan sat down next to Wang Chung, took a deep breath of the mountain air, and felt very relaxed. Wang Chung smiled and felt secretly moved. If it were his ex-girlfriend Lin Qianqian, she would probably be disgusted and complain about him being useless and embarrassing her in front of her sisters and best friends. Because Wang Chung was once despised and complained by Lin Qianqian for being useless and a waste, so when faced with the same situation, He Xiaoyan protected him so much. The strong contrast made him feel that He Xiaoyan was really a good girl. Wang Chung suddenly clenched He Xiaoyan's soft little hand, thinking to himself that he must not let this good girl down in this life. He Xiaoyan did not struggle and let Wang Chung hold her hand. Her pretty face blushed slightly, and she even subconsciously leaned her head on Wang Cheng's shoulder, enjoying this moment of peace. Stop being so affectionate here, Sun Yao is here. Lin Jingya suddenly appeared behind them with a cold look on her face. Sun Yao is here too? He Xiaoyan looked surprised and quickly stood up from the ground. Finally appeared. It seems that they have dug a trap for me, just waiting to lure me in. Wang Chung also stood up from the ground, thinking secretly in his heart. Sure enough, when Wang Chung looked around the crowd, he saw Sun Yao, who looked like a decent man and was having a pleasant conversation with several beauties. Let's go and meet him, Wang Chung said with a faint smile. He then walked towards Sun Yao, and He Xiaoyan held him nervously. Wang Chung, you'd better not go. You humiliated him so badly before. He must hate you to death. What if you two come to fight when you meet? He Xiaoyan was worried that there were no security guards in the wilderness here, and it would be bad if Sun Yao got angry and started a fight. It would be fine if Sun Yao was hurt, but she would be heartbroken if Wang Chung was hurt. It's okay. Jingya is here. Don't be afraid. Wang Chung smiled slightly. He Xiaoyan turned her head and looked at Lin Jingya with a cold face. Then she remembered that not long ago in the bar, she single-handedly fought against 4 thugs hired by Zhang Haodong. Thinking of this, He Xiaoyan became much calmer. Well, let's go meet him. If he dares to make a move, let him know how powerful our Jingya is. Wang Chung couldn't help but smile. When Sun Yao saw Wang Chung walking towards him, he suddenly smiled coldly. Wang Chung, I've dug a trap for you today. Let's see how you can fight me in the future. And Xiaoyan, you belong to me tonight. Sun Yao licked his lips and drank the can of beer in his hand in one gulp. Son, why are you here too? Wang Chung walked over and humiliated him mercilessly. Sun Yao clenched his fists slightly, his face looking a little unhappy. This guy actually dared to be so arrogant, but he swallowed his anger. Wang Chung, you poor bastard, don't be so arrogant. I will let you know how powerful I am later. After saying this, Sun Yao bypassed Wang Chung and went straight to play with those beauties. Wang Chung didn't expect that Sun Yao would be so tolerant. In the middle of the night, everyone huddled in their tents to sleep and rest. This was Wang Cheng's first time camping in the wild. His tent was a spare one, smaller but big enough for one person to sleep in. He Xiaoyan and Lin Jingya's tent was big enough for 2 people to lie down. Wang Chung had been awake the whole time, when suddenly someone stuffed a note into the tent, and then he heard hurried footsteps outside. Wang Chung knew who it was, but did not chase after him. Instead, he unfolded the note that was stuffed in his pocket. It said, "If you don't want anything to happen to your brother Ma Dadong and his girlfriend, come to the east quickly." Seeing this, Wang Chung frowned and his eyes turned cold. This guy actually wants to set his sights on Ma Dadong and his girlfriend. He can't be allowed to continue doing this without any scruples. Wang Chung became furious and tore the note into pieces. He then walked out of the tent and walked towards the east side of the mountainside according to what was written on the note, with a flashlight in his hand. Wang Chung was very cautious all the way. After more than 10 minutes, he came to the edge of a cliff. The cliff was very steep, but not very deep, only about 10 meters. If he fell from here, he would probably not die, but he would be seriously injured. It seems that this is the trap that Sun Yao has set for me, Wang Chung said with a slight smile on his face. Sure enough, as soon as he finished muttering this, Sun Yao walked out from behind him, followed by nearly 10 men in black, including Lu Hao. Wang Chung, you didn't expect this. Today I will make you either dead or disabled, in order to avenge the humiliation I suffered. Sun Yao was a little crazy at this time. He must get back tenfold and 100-fold the humiliation he suffered when he knelt down and called him daddy that day. Really? Are you going to use your numbers to defeat the few? Wang Chung said calmly, without a trace of nervousness. No, I just want you to fall off this cliff accidentally. It has nothing to do with us. As for whether you die or become disabled, it depends on your luck. Sun Yao had a confident expression, even with a hint of sarcasm. Are you so confident that I will fall from here? Wang Chung asked back calmly. What else? Do you think these 10 black-clad brothers around me are just decorations? They are just here to help you jump down from here accidentally. Sun Yao shouted proudly. Don't worry, after you fall from here, I will help you take over and take care of Xiaoyan, and I will make her happy every night, ha. When he got excited, Sun Yao burst into laughter. Sun Yao, don't be too complacent. It's still unclear who will win or lose until the last moment. Wang Chung warned calmly. You're about to die, but you're still pretending to be so cool, Wang Chung. I really admire your courage. Okay, I can't wait to see Xiaoyan, so just stay here and jump off the cliff. Sun Yao paused for a moment, then said to a man in black next to him, Brother Hao, I'll leave this to you. Brother Hao nodded, and then Sun Yao laughed a few more times and quickly disappeared into the night. In his opinion, it was basically impossible for Wang Chung to escape since he was surrounded by Hao Ji's 10 men. He would either die or be disabled tonight. Now that Wang Chung has been dealt with, the only thing left is to find Xiaoyan. If she refuses to submit, Sun Yao has plenty of ways to make her surrender. 10 minutes later, Sun Yao came to Xiaoyan's tent. Without saying anything, he cut open Xiaoyan's tent with a knife, and then saw her sleeping with another girl. Just right. Let's have a double blossom. Sun Yao didn't take Lin Jingya seriously at all, thinking that she was just a weak girl. While thinking about it, Sun Yao excitedly took out the things he had prepared long ago from his pocket. However, as soon as he took them out, he found that Lin Jingya suddenly opened her eyes, which scared him. Before Sun Yao could even ask, Lin Jingya punched him, hitting him directly on the left eye. The pain was so severe that he rolled on the ground, covering his eyes. Looking for death, Lin Jingya went up to him and punched and kicked him without saying a word. Scrap, you dare to hit me? I'll find someone to beat you to death. Sun Yao suddenly thought of Brother Hao and quickly called someone. You, just wait for death. My people are nearby. You can be killed without a burial place in 10 minutes. But if you beg for mercy now, I might be gentler to you later. Sun Yao had a fearless expression at this time. Brother Hao is nearby, and he is still afraid of a woman? Soon, many people came outside the tent, including Brother Hao. When Sun Yao saw Brother Hao coming, he immediately became excited. Haha, my big brother is here, just wait for death. However, as soon as he said this, he heard a voice that he was familiar with and afraid of. I'm afraid it's you who's waiting to die. Wang Chung walked out of the darkness with a faint smile on his face. Behind him, Brother Hao and his 10 brothers followed closely. Brothers, please give me rewards. Please give me rewards. Please give me rewards. Important things should be said 3 times. Chapter 69 completely surrendered. When Sun Yao saw that the person coming was actually Wang Chung, an expression of disbelief gradually appeared on his face. Wang Chung, why didn't you fall off the cliff? How could I fall off the cliff? Didn't I tell you? It's not certain who will win or lose until the last moment. Wang Chung walked towards him with a smile on his face. Sun Yao was a little frightened and scared. Wang Chung was not dead and was still standing here. What was going on? Brother Hao, what's going on? Why is he still standing here? Sun Yao turned his gaze to Lu Hao, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. What do you want me to do? Lu Hao followed Wang Chung and walked forward. Hurry, kill this guy for me, and help me kill this woman too, and I will give you another 5 million. Sun Yao pointed at Lin Jingya and Wang Chung, and was a little crazy at this time. Victory was in sight. Why did it turn out like this at the last moment? However, he still wanted to make a last attempt with money. Add another 5 million? Lu Hao smiled, then stretched out his hand and slapped Sun Yao directly on the face, causing it to burn with pain. You are looking for death, kid. This is our prince, and you still dare to think of dealing with him? You are courting death. Lu Hao yelled viciously, trying to make him see the situation clearly. What? Sun Yao was in disbelief, and a deep fear arose in his heart. To make Lu Hao so willing to obey, Wang Cheng's identity was definitely not simple. Sun Yao, do you still want to fight me? Wang Cheng squatted down and said with interest. Sun Yao was unwilling to be humiliated by such a poor boy from the countryside, but he dared not resist when he was surrounded by so many people. However, he still had his father and the Sun family to rely on, so he was not completely afraid of him. Wang Cheng, don't think you can climb over my head just because you are with Brother Hao. My father is the head of the Sun Group and the chairman of the second-rate group in Qingshui City. Our Sun family is also a second-rate wealthy family in Qingshui City. If you offend me, you will offend our entire Sun family. Get ready for crazy revenge. Really? Wang Cheng's eyes turned cold, and he said sternly, drag him out and break his legs for me. Sun Yao didn't expect Wang Cheng to be so ruthless, and his face immediately turned pale with fright. Wang Cheng, do you dare? Sun Yao wanted to take a gamble, but he obviously lost again. With a command from Brother Hao, Sun Yao was dragged deep into the woods by two of his men. Then a shrill scream was heard, and Sun Yao's legs were probably crippled. Wang Cheng walked over, looked at Sun Yao, whose face was pale and bloodless, and smiled slightly. I forgot to tell you one thing. Even if the entire Sun family attacks me together, I am not afraid. You will be the ones who lose. If you don't believe me, you can let them try. Sun Yao endured the pain, feeling inexplicably terrified. This Wang Cheng seemed easy to bully at ordinary times, but when he got ruthless, he was as vicious as a devil. He was ruthless and seemed to have no scruples, and even did not take the strength of the Sun family into consideration. Wang Cheng, you win. Sun Yao, whose legs were broken, said somewhat frustratedly. Don't want to play anymore so soon? The real show has just begun. You jumped off the cliff by yourself. I wanted you to jump down by yourself. How about I give you an accident? Wang Cheng smiled and threatened him. Wang Cheng, my legs are broken. What else do you want me to do? Sun Yao roared. I want you to die. Wang Cheng said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, two men in black lifted Sun Yao's body up again and walked towards the cliff. Sun Yao was completely frightened now. It was not until he was dragged to the edge of the cliff and was about to fall if he took one more step forward that he realized that Wang Cheng was not just trying to scare him, but was really going to do it. He was so scared that he pissed himself and no longer dared to show off. He knelt down and begged Wang Cheng for mercy. Wang Cheng, I was wrong. Please spare my life. I will never dare to go against you again. I can give you whatever you want, as long as you spare me. Having said that, Sun Yao no longer cared about his face and knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Wang Cheng, his fear reaching its peak. You said you would give me whatever I want. Really? Wang Cheng was waiting for him to say this. He wanted to push him off the cliff just now, just to scare him. His real purpose was to take away his real estate company worth more than 10 billion. Yes, I can give you whatever you want, as long as you spare my life. Sun Yao nodded hurriedly in response. The key now was to survive, and all material things were no longer important. Okay then, let's sign this agreement. Wang Cheng took out an agreement from his arms with a smile on his face. This was an agreement on the acquisition of real estate under Sun Yao's name, and Wang Cheng had prepared it before coming. I'll give you 1 million to buy the real estate company under your name. Wang Cheng said lightly, with an irrefutable tone. You want to buy my company with a market value of over 10 billion for just 1 million? Sun Yao took a breath of cold air. This Wang Cheng was even more terrifying than he had imagined. He was simply a heartless person. What? You want to go back on your word? Why don't you take the initiative to jump off the cliff? It depends on your luck whether you die or become disabled. Wang Cheng repeated Sun Yao's words to him in a cold tone. I sign. Sun Yao was almost in tears at this time. This real estate company was not only all his hard work, but also one of the Sun family's assets. It was also the capital that made him stand proudly among the celebrities in Qingshui City. Now he became a pauper overnight. How could he go out and see people in the future? But the current situation forced him to agree. Wang Cheng was very satisfied when he saw Sun Yao signing the agreement. Good. It seems that you are quite aware of the current situation. Wang Cheng took the agreement and looked at it. He was very satisfied. In the blink of an eye, another real estate company was added to the account. It was a business that was sure to make money. After signing, Sun Yao collapsed to the ground with a gloomy look in his eyes. Carry him away and take him to the hospital. Wang Cheng said calmly. He handed the agreement to Lu Hao and said, let Shun Haoqing handle the acquisition of the Sun family's real estate company and temporarily transfer it to the Dinghe Group. Wang Cheng didn't want to be too ostentatious, But he also wanted to warn the Sun family that if they wanted to touch him, they would have to ask when Dingha Group whether they agreed. This would invisibly reduce a lot of trouble. Okay, young Master Wong, I will handle it myself right away. Lu Hao nodded in response. At the same time, he ordered his men to carry Sun Yao away quickly, while he himself went to deal with the matters entrusted by Wang Chung. That night, Wang Chung completely trampled Sun Yao under his feet. Not only did he deprive him of his billions of assets, but he also scared him so much that he would never dare to go against him again. Chapter 70, A Pretty Boy Came. As the sky cleared up, He Xiaoyan woke up from her sleeping bag. As soon as she opened her eyes, she found that the tent had been cut open with a knife. Who was so mean to cut my tent? He Xiaoyan was a little unhappy. She woke up Lin Jingya, who was sleeping next to her, only to see her reply in a serious tone. Maybe it was blown by the wind. Lin Jingya was a cold person and not good at speaking, so she could only use this clumsy lie to fool her, but it seemed that He Xiaoyan believed it. Was the wind so strong last night? He Xiaoyan is still very cute sometimes. Soon everyone came out of the tents. Most of the beauties were yawning. It seemed that they didn't sleep well last night. Come to think of it, camping in the wilderness would definitely make you feel uncomfortable. If you encounter mosquitoes or something, you can forget about sleeping well. However, they soon perked up because a handsome guy climbed up from the foot of the mountain early in the morning to find them and brought them a lot of food and drinks, many of which were imported. Wow, Lin Yi is here. Many beauties gathered around him, and even Liu Beibei simply tidied herself up and went to greet him. I have to say that Lin Yi is indeed handsome. Not only is he handsome, his wealth and talent are also top-notch in Qingshui City. In addition, their Lin family is also a quasi-first-class wealthy family in Qingshui City and is more powerful than Sun Yao's family. This kind of person will naturally be popular with girls. Lin Yi, you're here. I didn't expect you to come so early. We just crawled out of the tent and haven't had time to wash up. Liu Beibei said with an eager smile. Natural beauty comes from being without makeup. I brought you a lot of imported drinks and fruits. Come and enjoy them. While speaking, Lin Yi distributed the things he brought to everyone one by one. By the way, where's the girl whose picture you sent me last night? Lin Yi took the opportunity to distribute fruits to look among these girls, but he did not see the beautiful girl whose photo Liu Beibei sent him last night. Pucci, Liu Beibei suddenly burst out laughing. So you came here early in the morning to look for He Xiaoyan. I was wondering why you came so early. Liu Beibei is a scheming girl. Yesterday, after learning that He Xiaoyan's boyfriend was a poor boy, she wanted to introduce He Xiaoyan to Lin Yi, so she sent him a photo of He Xiaoyan. I also sent a short message to her, asking if she wanted to meet me. When Lin Yi saw He Xiaoyan in the photo, he was immediately struck by her beauty. He had played with many women before, but he had never seen a girl with a beauty comparable to that of a top star. He couldn't sleep all night, and early the next morning, he ran to Liu Beibei to ask for her. Naturally, Liu Beibei also wanted to bring He Xiaoyan and Lin Yi together. Firstly, she was doing it for the sake of her best friend. Wang Chung, a poor boy from the countryside, was not worthy of He Xiaoyan, a rich and beautiful woman. Secondly, she wanted to use the credit of introducing He Xiaoyan to Lin Yi to raise funds. Xiaoyan probably just got up now. She should be over there, Liu Beibei said and pointed in a direction. Just at this moment, He Xiaoyan was coming out of the tent and preparing to wash up. Even without makeup, she was still incredibly beautiful, like a fairy from heaven, and Lin Yi couldn't help but be obsessed with her. She is indeed a top beauty, much prettier than in the photo. I never thought that such a beauty could appear in a place like Qingshui City. Lin Yi murmured to himself. It does look nice, but someone has already gotten there first. Liu Beibei said with some regret. She has a boyfriend? Lin Yi asked with a slight frown. Well, he is a poor boy from the countryside, but I think young Master Lin should have at least 100 ways to make this poor boy leave Xiaoyan. Liu Beibei is very confident in Lin Yi. After all, the gap between Wang Chung and Lin Yi is there. Haha, that's right. As long as it's a woman I like, there's nothing I can't get her, and she is no exception. Lin Yi is very confident in himself. Be it appearance, talent, or family background, Lin Yi is the best in Qingshui City. The legendary tall, rich, and handsome man is defined for him. Take me to meet him. A confident smile flashed across Lin Yi's lips. Liu Beibei nodded. She was naturally happy to take Lin Yi to meet He Xiaoyan. At this time, He Xiaoyan was holding a towel and a basin to wash her face, when she ran into Liu Beibei and Lin Yi walking towards her. Xiaoyan, I've brought a tall, rich, and handsome guy for you to meet. His name is Lin Yi, the one I mentioned to you yesterday. Liu Beibei said eagerly. Hello, my name is Lin Yi. Lin Yi confidently extended his hand and wanted to get to know He Xiaoyan, but he didn't expect that the latter ignored him completely let alone wanted to get to know him. Bebe, I've already told you that I have a boyfriend. Don't introduce me to any random people in the future, otherwise we won't be sisters anymore. He Xiaoyan was a little angry. She had already told her that she didn't want to see him, but Lu Bebe still brought him to her, which really made her a little angry. Lin Ye's outstretched hand hung in the air a little awkwardly, but he didn't seem to care. Instead, he blocked He Xiaoyan's way and invited her self-righteously. I have booked a delicious lunch for you at the Champs-Élysées Hotel at noon. Are you interested in following me? Before Lin Yi could finish his words, Lin Jingya, who followed him from behind, kicked him violently away and gave him a rare warning. Don't set your sights on Xiaoyan. Her boyfriend is not someone a small fry like you can afford to offend. Lin Yi was kicked by Lin Jingya and fell to the ground. He rolled several times on the ground before stopping. His gorgeous clothes were covered with mud, and his handsome hairstyle was messed up. He looked very embarrassed. Lu Bebe on the side was stunned. Lin Jingya was too disrespectful to Lin Xiao. She kicked him down without mercy and warned him with arrogant words. The most unbearable thing was that Lin Jingya actually called Lin Xiao a little follower. She didn't take Lin Yi seriously at all. Mr. Lin, are you okay? Lu Bebe hurriedly went to support Lin Yi, fearing that he might get hurt. It's okay. How dare you, a country girl, kick me, young Master Lin. Lin Yi got up from the ground, tremblingly. He took out a comb from his body and combed his messy hair. Lu Bebe helped to brush off the dirt on his body. Pretty boy, you'd better not mess with me, Lin Jingya said with a cold face. Her current duty is to protect He Xiaoyan's safety, so no matter who it is, no one is allowed to get close to He Xiaoyan. He Xiaoyan secretly clapped her hands and cheered. Lin Jingya was simply a heroine in her mind. How dare you call me a pretty boy or a minion? Do you know who I am? I am the son of the Lin family in Qingshui City. If you offend me, you will die a miserable death. Lin Yi was arrogant. He was very angry about being called a pretty boy or a minion by her, such lowly names. You're so long-winded. Lin Jingya was a little impatient and walked straight towards him with a hint of coldness in her eyes. When Lin Yi saw Lin Jingya walking towards him, he was so scared that he quickly put Lu Bebe in front of him. He was such a coward. Jingya, stop. When the atmosphere was tense, Wang Chung walked over from not far away. He also saw the scene just now. Although this pretty boy was flashy, he was not as courageous as Sun Yao. Wang Chung was too lazy to pay attention to such a coward. Are you He Xiaoyan's boyfriend? Lin Yi suddenly stood out from behind Lu Bebe when he saw Wang Chung coming. Is there something? Wang Chung asked calmly. I have invested in a high-end leisure club in the south of the city called Tiandi No. 1. I wonder if you are interested in coming over to play with us. Lin Yi wanted to show off his financial resources and strength in front of Wang Chung, and at the same time, let He Xiaoyan see clearly that only an outstanding man like him is worthy of her. Wang Chung frowned slightly. Tiandi No. 1 was the first high-end leisure club in the south of the city. He remembered that it seemed to be under the Dinghe Group. It seemed that he had also invested in some shares. No problem, I will definitely go when the time comes. Wang Chung nodded in agreement without hesitation, thinking that he could then trick the few shares he had into his hands and see how he would show off. Chapter 71. How dare you plot against my woman? In the few days after returning from camping in the wild, Wang Chung has been counting the days because his fiancée Xiao Mian's concert is coming soon, and he feels it is necessary to meet her. As for what to say, Wang Chung has not yet thought about it. Wang Chung was lying on the sofa in the villa, holding the concert ticket, feeling a little melancholy. Master, what's wrong with you? And Ning, wearing a maid outfit, was obediently massaging Wang Chung and feeding him fruit at the same time. This service was simply amazing. And Ning, if I choose to break off the engagement, will my parents beat me to death? Wang Chung wanted to be with He Xiaoyan, but he had no feelings for Xiao Mian, whom he had never met. You have to know that He Xiaoyan is Wang Cheng's first love. He pursued her for 3 years in college. Now he has found her again. That kind of feeling is not something that anyone can compare to, not to mention that He Xiaoyan loves him sincerely. The Xiao family is very powerful in the country. If you cancel the engagement, you will be slapping them in the face. How can they let it go? Besides, the young master's parents will not agree with your willfulness. Since they have arranged this marriage, they must have their reasons. And Ning analyzed it quite rationally. Yeah, if I cancel the engagement, her fans won't let me go. Wang Chung smiled bitterly and decided to delay it as long as possible. In the afternoon, Wang Chung drove Lin Jingya and He Xiaoyan to Tiandi No. 1 in the south of the city. This is the largest leisure club in the south of the city. Both its scale and luxurious decoration are higher than the Jinlong Club in the east of the city. However, the people in Tiandi No. 1 were even more mixed, and many of them were gangsters. So for the sake of safety, Wang Chung also brought Lin Jingyao with him to prevent any accidents. When they arrived, Lin Yi had already booked the gold medal room, which was the most luxurious room in Tianyi number 1, equivalent to the Kowloon room in Jinlong Entertainment Club. It was a top-level room that could not be booked just by having money. It seems that this pretty boy really has some shares here. Wang Chung curled his lips and pushed the door open. The decoration inside the private room was even more luxurious than the Kowloon room in Jinlong Entertainment Club, and the area was also larger than the Kowloon room. It is big enough to hold 50 people for a party. In addition to the fountain and piano accompaniment, there are three-dimensional holographic projections on the walls and ceiling of the whole room. Entering here is like entering a paradise. Moreover, the three-dimensional holographic projection environment can be switched autonomously, which is absolutely high-tech. Wow, this is too high-tech, even better than the Kowloon private room. He Xiaoyan was a little surprised when she saw the beautiful starry sky projected on the walls and ceiling around her. It is indeed much more upscale. Wang Qing nodded, quite satisfied with this super large gold medal private room. At this time, there were no less than 30 handsome men and beautiful women in the private room, many of whom He Xiaoyan knew. Xiaoxi, you are here too? He Xiaoyan was a little surprised, because many of the handsome men and beautiful women here were her high school classmates, and the Xiaoxi that He Xiaoyan was greeting was her deskmate back then. She was also quite pretty, and her family background was not simple, so she was considered a white, rich, and beautiful woman. Xiaoyan, you're here too. I'm so happy. I thought it was a high school reunion. So many high school classmates are here. Yuan Xiaoxi said, and gave He Xiaoyan a big hug. The two chatted about the past for a while, and suddenly a handsome man came to Yuan Xiaoxi's side. Yuan Xiaoxi smiled and quickly introduced him to He Xiaoyan. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, the second son of the Sanin group. His name is Lin Mu, and he has a net worth of hundreds of millions. Xiaoxi, I'm so happy for you. By the way, let me introduce my boyfriend to you. He Xiaoyan was really happy for Yuan Xiaoxi. As she spoke, she also pulled Wang Qing over and introduced him to Yuan Xiaoxi. This is my boyfriend, Wang Cheng, who works as a manager at Hongfeng Entertainment. As soon as the introduction was finished, Yuan Xiaoxi couldn't help but look Wang Qing up and down. He looked quite good, but he was wearing cheap, no-name clothes and didn't look like a rich man at all. Is this Hongfeng Entertainment the company opened by his parents? Is it for him to gain grassroots training? Yuan Xiaoxi asked subconsciously. In her opinion, a class beauty like He Xiaoyan would definitely find a good boyfriend. My parents are from the countryside. Wang Cheng answered Yuan Xiaoxi's question. When the latter heard that Wang Cheng was from the countryside, he couldn't help but frowned. Yuan Xiaoxi never expected that the most beautiful girl in her high school class would actually find a poor boy from the countryside. It's good to be from the countryside. Yuan Xiaoxi could only perfunctorily say this for the sake of face, but her disgusted eyes betrayed her. Xiaoyan, I'm going over there first. We'll talk later. After saying this, she walked away with her tall, rich, and handsome boyfriend, and couldn't help but sigh quietly behind his back. I didn't expect that the most beautiful girl in my high school class would find a poor boy from the countryside. TSK, I really didn't expect that. And the news quickly spread among the high school classmates who were at the reunion. Did you hear that the class beauty is here today, but she brought a poor boyfriend with her? Is this true? Xiaoyan is so beautiful. How come she has a poor boyfriend? Is she blind? Of course it's true. You can go and see for yourself. I finally have something to show off in front of her. For a moment, all the former classmates in the gold medal private room were talking about the fact that He Xiaoyan had a poor boyfriend. What was even more hateful was that a slightly fat girl came with her not-so-good-looking boyfriend of the rich second generation and came over to say hello to He Xiaoyan. Although it was just a greeting, his tone was full of superiority. So what if you are beautiful? So what if you were the most beautiful girl in class? My boyfriend is much richer than yours now. Especially those girls, it seemed like they had made a great comeback. Seeing that He Xiaoyan, the class beauty at that time, had a poor boyfriend, while their boyfriends were all richer than He Xiaoyan's boyfriend, their vanity and desire to compare were greatly satisfied. Lin Yi, the instigator of all this, was leaning against the wall and looking at the poor Wang Cheng with interest, with Liu Beibei beside him. I didn't expect young Master Lin to be so good at pursuing girls. He actually called over Xiaoyan's high school classmates, and even picked out those who have boyfriends who are second-generation rich people. When pursuing a girl, it's best to win her heart. I have prepared a big gift for her later. By then, you can slap that poor boyfriend in the face and win Xiaoyan's heart at the same time. It makes me feel good just thinking about it. After taking a sip of red wine, Lin Yi continued to say to Liu Beibei, from now on, I'll rely on you to help me persuade him. No problem. Liu Beibei made an okay gesture to Lin Yi, then took a glass of red wine and walked towards He Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, can you come over here? Seeing that it was inconvenient for Wang Chung to talk to He Xiaoyan next to her, Liu Beibei called He Xiaoyan over alone. Beibei, do you also want to show off your boyfriend to me? He Xiaoyan said with a smile. She seemed to be in a good mood and was not affected by the rumors. Xiaoyan, I'm here to persuade you to think about Lin Yi again. Look at those female classmates in your class who were uglier than you, not as good at studying as you, and whose family backgrounds were not as good as yours. They all found boyfriends from rich second generations. Even if they were not rich second generations, they were young CEOs. Wang Qingyi is just a poor boy from the countryside. What is there for him, Wang Qingyi, to be worth staying with? Liu Beibei persuaded again. I don't need to show off or compare with others. I just like Wang Chung. It doesn't matter whether he has money or not. He is from the countryside. He Xiaoyan said with a smile. Wang Chung was behind her, listening attentively and feeling slightly moved. His eyes then scanned the surroundings and soon noticed Lin Yi, who was leaning against the wall and looking here. The latter noticed that Wang Chung was looking at him and raised his middle finger to look down on him, with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Wang Chung suddenly understood what was going on with these high school girls. It seemed that he had arranged all of this in order to provoke He Xiaoyan and make her feel disgusted and resentful towards Wang Chung. But He Xiaoyan was not Lin Qianqian. If she were the latter, she would definitely feel competitive and resentful towards Wang Chung. Once this kind of emotion arises, Liu Beibei will act as a lobbyist so that He Xiaoyan will be psychologically shaken. It is indeed a good plan. Haha, let's see how long you can show off. Wang Chung curled his lips, then said hello to He Xiaoyan and went out to arrange things. If this pretty boy doesn't teach him a lesson, he will really think he is the god of picking up girls. Chapter 72. It's my turn to perform. After Wang Chung left the gold medal room, he found an empty corner and called Chun Haoqing to ask him to notify the person in charge of Tianyi number 1 to come and see him. Soon Chun Haoqing did not dare to delay and arranged what Wang Chung had ordered as soon as possible. Half an hour later, a rather thin middle-aged man, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, hurried to see Wang Chung, still panting. Wang, young Master Wang, I am the person in charge of Tianyi number 1. My name is Li Heng. Just tell me if you have anything. Li Heng was a little out of breath because he was in a hurry to see Wang Chung. I'd like to ask if Lin Yi has invested in this Tianyi number 1. Wang Chung asked after he calmed down. Lin Yi, young Master Lin does have a stake, about 5%, but the major shareholder is still Dinghe Group, which holds 80%. There are 3 other small shareholders, each holding 5%. Li Heng said truthfully. Wang Chung nodded. It turned out that Lin Yi had participated in the shareholding. Well, he would trick him into giving away his 5% stake later and let him show off. I want to know what else Lin Yi wants you to do next. If Wang Chung wants to deal with him, he must know himself and his enemy, so that he can strike at the snake's weakest part. Mr. Lin, he also asked me to prepare 999 blue roses and told me to send them to the gold medal room later. Li Heng responded truthfully, not daring to hide anything. Does he have anything else to tell you? Wang Chung asked again. No, just the matter of sending flowers. Li Heng thought for a moment and replied. Okay, very good. No matter what Lin Yi tells you to do later, don't pay any attention to him, and don't send flowers in. Also, find a reason to kick Lin Yi out of the gold medal room, and then act according to my mood. Do you understand? Wang Chung said solemnly. Okay, Master Wang, I will do as you say. Li Heng wiped the sweat from his forehead. He didn't know how young Master Lin had offended Master Wang. However, Tianyi number 1 was a subsidiary of Dinghe Group, so he could only listen to Wang Chung. Wang Chung nodded, very satisfied with Li Heng's attitude, and continued. Also, prepare a share transfer agreement for me. I want to buy the shares held by Lin Yi. Also, prepare 9,999 blue enchantresses for me. You can only send them to me when I ask you to. Got it. Okay, Prince Wang. I just don't know when you will need these 9,999 blue roses. We don't have so many flowers here. Li Heng said anxiously. I'll give you 2 hours to prepare. If you delay my important task, you won't have to work here anymore. Wang Chung said with a serious expression. Don't worry, young Master Wang. I will complete the task. Li Heng was so scared that sweat broke out on his forehead, but he still responded firmly. Great, get to work. Just send the share agreement up with the flowers when the time comes. After Wang Chung sent him away, he went straight back to the gold medal private room. Wang Chung, where have you been? Why did you take so long? He Xiaoyan asked with concern. Wang Chung made up an excuse to get away with it, and then asked again. Did that pretty boy harass you? Yes, but it seems that he was scared back by Jingya. When He Xiaoyan said this, she couldn't help but want to laugh. This Lin Yi was actually so afraid of Lin Jingya. I didn't expect our Jingya to be so powerful. Wang Chung glanced at Lin Jingya, who was following He Xiaoyan closely, and was a little surprised that this pretty boy was actually scared back by Lin Jingya. However, anyone who sees Lin Jingya's cold and pretty face will be scared. Liu Beibei has been following He Xiaoyan and trying to persuade her, but the effect is not great, which makes Liu Beibei feel a little disappointed. Soon, the pretty boy Lin Yi saw Wang Chung coming back, sneered, walked towards Wang Chung, and said provocatively, "You are from the countryside. I will let you know how big the gap between you and me is later. And I will let you watch Xiaoyan being snatched away by me. Pretty boy, you are too confident. Don't shoot yourself in the foot." Wang Chung said with a slight smile. "Then just watch." Lin Yi smiled confidently, then turned to He Xiaoyan and said, "Xiaoyan, I have a surprise for you." Without waiting for He Xiaoyan's consent, Lin Yi directly replaced the live music and the three-dimensional virtual scenes on the surrounding walls and ceilings, switching the beautiful starry sky to a romantic sea of flowers and grass, which was simply breathtakingly beautiful. "Wow, it's so beautiful." The girls at the scene couldn't help but scream out loud. The three-dimensional virtual beauty of the sea of flowers was so romantic. They seemed to be surrounded by the beauty of the sea of flowers, and the romantic music at the time was simply intoxicating. "Xiaoyan, I have a surprise for you." As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes fell on the handsome Lin Yi, and the girls were even more obsessed with him. Lin Yi is the son of a top-notch wealthy family in Qingshui City. He is a graduate of MIT, has a background in finance on Wall Street, is worth billions, and is a typical tall, rich, and handsome man. All women will be attracted by his noble temperament. Mr. Lin is so handsome, he comes from a wealthy family, and he's worth billions. I really want to date him. He seems to be confessing his love to Xiaoyan. So handsome, confessing in front of someone else's boyfriend. This behavior is really exciting. Wow, Xiaoyan's poor boyfriend is such a coward. He actually watched his girlfriend being snatched away by someone else. It would be better to snatch her away. How can that poor boy be worthy of Xiaoyan? Only someone as outstanding as Lin Xiao can be worthy of Xiaoyan's beauty. Many people at the scene couldn't help but watch the show. Even Liu Beibei was watching with great interest and couldn't help but look at Wang Chung with disdain. The poor boy from the countryside wants to eat swan meat like a toad. What a wishful thinking. When Lin Yi heard the girl's praises, he felt that he had secured the win and even became complacent. It would be so great to snatch He Xiaoyan away in front of other people's boyfriends. He Xiaoyan was a little angry at this time and wanted to turn around and leave, but was stopped by Wang Chung. "Don't go. There will be something interesting to watch soon. This pretty boy won't be able to be proud for long," Wang Chung said with a faint smile on his face. He Xiaoyan suddenly became quiet. She trusted Wang Cheng's words very much. In that case, there was no harm in watching this pretty boy's joke. Lin Yi clapped his hands a few times, feeling very good about himself, but nothing happened and no one came in from the door. Lin Yi thought that the waiter outside the door didn't hear him, so he directly called Li Hong, the person in charge of Tianyi number 1, and asked him to send 999 blue roses. However, he hung up the call because it was not connected. "What's going on? Li Hing failed me at the critical moment. Does he want to die?" Lin Yi was anxious. There were so many people watching at the scene. The atmosphere had been adjusted. Now they just had to wait for the 999 blue roses to enter. Unwilling to give up, Lin Yi called again, but the other party hung up again. This made Lin Yi a little furious, but he couldn't get angry with so many people watching. When everyone at the scene saw that nothing was going to happen next, they suddenly lost interest. But just when they were getting impatient, the door of the gold medal room was suddenly opened, and Li Hing walked in with a group of people with serious faces. When Lin Yi saw this, he was overjoyed and quickly walked forward and asked anxiously, "Li Hong, where's the blue enchantress I asked you to order? Hurry and bring it to me. I need it now." "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. There is a problem with your identity and credibility. After evaluation, you can no longer continue to book this gold medal private room. Please let your friend and you leave here immediately." Li Heng's cold and harsh words stunned Lin Yi instantly. What was going on? Everyone at the scene was also shocked. Only Wang Chung smiled faintly and said, "It's my turn to perform." Chapter 73, The Fun Has Just Begun. Lin Ye's identity and credibility were questioned, which was a slap in his face. Moreover, so many people at the scene were invited by him. If he drove them out now, where would he put his face? "Li Heng, did someone pinch your head? I am a shareholder here. You dare to question my identity and credibility? You are looking for death." Lin Yi was furious. With so many people watching, especially with He Xiaoyan next to him, it would be too embarrassing if he endured it. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, your identity and credibility are indeed questionable. Please get out quickly," Li Hong said again with a firm look in his eyes,
not at all moved by Lin Ye's identity. Bullshit. I'm going to kill you. Lin Yi was furious and grabbed Li Heng by the collar, wanting to beat him up. However, as soon as he made a move, he was restrained by the people brought by Li Heng, and his hands were handcuffed behind his back. This scene stunned everyone present and left them with indescribable shock. Oh my god, is there really a problem with young Master Lin's identity and credibility? What a bummer. We were having so much fun and they kicked us out. Lin Yi is so unreliable. He is a wealthy young master of the Lin family, but he can't even book a private room. How disappointing. Everyone at the scene changed their previous infatuated attitude and became disappointed with Lin Yi, which made Lin Yi even more angry. However, he was now being controlled by someone and could not move at all. Liu Beibei, who was watching from the side, was also getting anxious, so she walked up and asked in a low voice, "Mr. Lin, what's going on? Why are all the gold medal rooms canceled? I also want to know why this happened. My identity and credibility are completely fine." Li Heng's head was stuck in the door. Lin Yi was extremely angry. He didn't know what was going on. How could the gold medal room be canceled just like that? At this time, Wang Chung saw that the time was ripe, so he slowly walked towards him and said sarcastically, "Little white face, you are too embarrassing. Look at those people you invited here. They are very disappointed with you now. How about I talk to the person in charge and let you continue to use this gold medal private room? You? A poor boy from the countryside. You want to book a prime private room in Tianyi number 1? Don't even think about it." Although Lin Yi was restrained by someone's hands, he was still unforgiving in his words. What if the person in charge gives me some face? Then he can renew the reservation of this gold medal private room. Wang Chung continued to persuade. Haha, if you can renew this gold medal private room, I will take your surname. Lin Yi was very unconvinced. It was absolutely impossible for a poor boy like Wang Chung from the countryside, with no money and no power, to book the gold medal private room in Tianyi number 1. Liu Beibei next to him couldn't help but sneer. This poor boy must be crazy for wanting to stand out. He even wants to book the gold medal private room in Tianyi number 1. It's really a pipe dream. I won't let you take my last name. If I can renew the reservation of this gold medal private room, you have to transfer the shares of Tianyi number 1 to me. Do you think this is okay? Wang Qing finally revealed his real purpose. Haha, you poor bastard are still trying to make trouble. What if I can't renew the contract? How about giving He Xiaoyan to me? Lin Yi said, unwilling to be outdone. I never bet with women. So if I lose, I will take my cousin away from this city. I will also give you another 100,000 yuan, which is all my fortune. How about it? Wang Qing thought about it and used the most tempting conditions to lure him. Okay, I agree. Let me show you how I can slap you, a poor bastard. Lin Ye's mind worked very quickly. As long as Wang Chung took his cousin away from the city, the lonely He Xiaoyan would be in his hands. As for the 100,000 yuan, it was dispensable to him, but he would be very happy to see Wang Chung become a complete pauper. In that case, Beibei, please be a witness for us. Wang Chung turned to look at Liu Beibei, who looked at Wang Chung with disdain and nodded. No problem, but don't deny it when you lose miserably, you toad. Liu Beibei really disliked Wang Chung, a countryman who had no money but loved to show off. It would be great if she could get him to leave the city this time. This would give Lin Yi a good opportunity to get close to He Xiaoyan, which was exactly what she wanted to see. Okay, then I'll go talk to the person in charge and see if he can give me some face. Seeing that Lin Yi took the bait, he felt a little excited, then pretended to be calm and walked towards Li Heng. Hello, handsome man. My name is Wang Chung. Could you please do me a favor and renew this gold medal room for us? After all, there are so many of us here. It would be a real disappointment if we had to leave in the middle of playing. Wang Chung spoke very loudly, intentionally wanting everyone present to hear him. Wang Chung didn't have to put in any effort, and everyone at the scene did hear him speak, but they just couldn't agree with Wang Cheng's face. He is a poor boy from the countryside, with no money, no reputation, yet he still dreams of renewing his reservation for the gold medal room at Tianyi number 1. Who does he think he is? This poor boy has no status or background, but he wants to renew his reservation for the gold medal room at Tianyi number 1. He is really brave. Maybe he wants to show off in front of Xiaoyan, but this poor boy probably doesn't know that the gold medal private room in Tianyi number 1 is not something that ordinary people can book. It's not enough to have money, you also need status. No one at the scene was optimistic about Wang Cheng's face, but Li Heng nodded in response. No problem, Mr. Wang. I will go and handle the renewal procedures for you right away. Li Heng's words shocked everyone present again, and the scene was silent. They had expressions of disbelief on their faces and were deeply shocked by this poor boy from the countryside. Lin Yi was so shocked that he was speechless. How is this possible? How could a poor boy from the countryside book a gold medal private room? This must be a mistake. Liu Beibei also had an expression of disbelief. She opened her mouth and wanted to speak, but couldn't. The person in charge actually gave face to this poor boy from the countryside. What was going on? It was completely beyond her expectations. Lin Jingya was the only calm person at the scene. She didn't have any expression from beginning to end. But when she looked at Lin Yi, she couldn't help shaking her head. I told you not to die, but you still walked into the muzzle of the gun. You're really something. Wang Cheng, you are so awesome. How did you do that? He Xiaoyan came to Wang Cheng excitedly. She was so happy to see that those classmates who had shown off in front of her before were shocked by Wang Cheng and speechless. The good show has just begun, just wait and see. Wang Cheng smiled faintly. Chapter 74, Don't Accept My Toast. Everyone at the scene was shocked that Wang Cheng, a poor boy from the countryside, could book a prime private room. They never thought that a poor boy from the countryside with no money and no power could actually book a prime private room. The most shocked person was Lin Yi. According to the previous bet, his 5% stake in Tianyi No. 1 would be transferred to Wang Cheng, which was what he was most unwilling to do. Little white face, you have to accept the defeat. You have to transfer your shares of Tianyi No. 1 to me. But I won't let you suffer any loss. Just use all your belongings of 100,000 yuan as the purchase price. Wang Cheng came in front of Lin Yi and said lightly, 100,000? Are you kidding? The market value of 5% of Tianyi No. 1 shares is at least 20 million. You actually want to buy it with just 100,000. It's simply a pipe dream. Lin Yi regretted it a little. Although it was shameless to do so, he was unwilling to accept that someone wanted to buy his shares worth 20 million for just 100,000 yuan. I advise you not to refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit, especially since Liu Beibei has testified before. Wang Cheng said, and turned to look at Liu Beibei, hoping that she could speak up for him. Of course, if she sincerely helped Lin Yi to deny it, Wang Cheng still had other means to make him admit the bet. Beibei, tell me, was it Lin Yi who agreed to my bet just now? Liu Beibei was a little embarrassed at this time. Although she did testify, she was obviously biased towards Lin Yi in her heart, because she still needed to ask him for investment, so it was impossible for her to offend Lin Yi for a poor boy. I don't seem to hear any bet, Wang Cheng. Maybe you remembered it wrongly. Liu Beibei hesitated for a moment, but decided to abandon her conscience and favor Lin Yi for the sake of investment and money. Haha, I told you there is no such bet. You poor bastard, are you crazy about money? You even want to trick me? Dream on. Seeing that Liu Beibei's heart was on his side, Lin Yi laughed wildly, as if he had played a trick on Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng, you are a poor boy from the countryside, and you still want to turn your life around? Dream on. I tell you, you will always be a poor bastard and be trampled under my feet. Lin Yi suddenly became crazy and ferocious. Once he gained the upper hand, he started to show off like crazy. Haha, don't be so complacent. Wang Cheng smiled slightly. Don't think that I can't deal with you just because someone helps you deny it. Jingya, this pretty boy is now in your care. Wang Cheng looked at Lin Jingya, whose pretty face was cold. After hearing Wang Cheng's instructions, the latter walked straight towards Lin Yi. Rural Shrew, what do you want to do? Let me tell you, I am the young master of the Lin family. If you dare to hit me, I will never let you go. Lin Yi wanted to use the family power to scare Lin Jingya, but the latter did not take his words seriously at all. He came up and slapped Lin Yi so hard that his head started buzzing. Do you remember the bet? Wang Cheng reminded in a low voice. Fuck your bet, I. Before Lin Yi could finish his words, Lin Jingya slapped him again with her backhand, causing the corner of his mouth to bleed. Not only Lin Yi was confused, but Liu Beibei was also shocked, and the other people at the scene were even more stunned. This poor boy Wang Cheng was so bold that he actually dared to slap the young master of the Lin family in public. This really shocked them. Seeing that Lin Yi still hadn't remembered, Lin Jingya slapped him a few more times. Lin Jingya was very strong, and after these 5 or 6 slaps, the originally handsome Lin Ye's face was turned into a pig's head. His cheeks were a little red and swollen, and his hairstyle, which he cared about very much, was also messed up. He looked very embarrassed. Do you remember the bet now? Wang Cheng smiled faintly and threatened at the same time. Don't let me lose my patience, or I'll give you more than just a slap in the face. I remember. I accept the bet and admit defeat. Lin Yi finally understood. Wang Cheng was a ruthless guy. If he didn't agree now, he would be beaten to death by him. He could only swallow his anger for the time being. There was still a long time to come. He would find a chance to fight back, and he would fight back 10-fold or 100-fold. I'm glad you remembered it. Wang Cheng smiled slightly, and then Li Heng next to him took an agreement and handed it to Wang Cheng. Sign it. Wang Cheng handed the agreement directly to Lin Yi. The latter widened his eyes in disbelief. This guy had even prepared the acquisition agreement long ago, which left him no chance of delaying or denying. Once he signed the agreement, his 5% stake in TNE number 1 would be gone. Liu Beibei next to him was also surprised. This poor rural boy was not simple. He had even prepared the acquisition agreement long ago. The bet he had made to trick Lin Yi was obviously well planned. This poor boy was really scary. After Lin Yi signed the acquisition agreement, his legs suddenly went weak and he became a little unsteady. He had never made a loss-making deal since his debut, but today he met Wang Cheng, a poor boy, and lost nearly 20 million in assets overnight. This really made him jealous of Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng, just wait. Sooner or later, I will get this back from you. Lin Yi said this as he staggered towards the door with an unwilling look on his face. Liu Beibei hesitated for a moment and followed him. In her opinion, Lin Yi's loss of this little bit of shares was not worth mentioning, so she decided to follow Lin Yi. Lin Yi and Liu Beibei ran away in embarrassment, and the remaining classmates and friends were panicked. Why did young Master Lin leave? Can we continue to play in this gold medal room? Who will pay for the consumption? Yeah, he invited us over and just left without saying hello. That's outrageous. I didn't expect that young Master Lin is such a playful person. It's really disappointing. Everyone at the scene was a little flustered. Should they leave or stay and continue playing? After all, it was rare to come to the gold medal private room of TNE number 1. I'm afraid it would only be this time in this life. They wanted to stay a little longer. Seeing this, Wang Cheng smiled and said, "It's my turn to host." Thinking of this, he went straight onto the stage, took the microphone, and spoke. "Everyone, you can continue to play here today. I, Wang Cheng, will pay for all the expenses tonight." As soon as the words fell, everyone at the scene became excited. Oh my God, is this poor boy so arrogant? I don't know. Could this guy be a hidden rich second generation? The gold medal private room in TNE number 1 costs at least 3 or 500,000 a night. Can he afford it? Are you stupid? It seems that he just acquired the shares of TNE number 1 from Lin Xiao. His status is different now. For a moment, when everyone at the scene looked at Wang Cheng, their eyes changed. Originally, they looked down at Wang Cheng, but now they had to look up at him. However, this was not the end yet. Wang Cheng waved to Li Heng, who nodded. Then, staff members brought in countless blue roses from outside the door. Everyone at the scene was shocked again, especially the girls, who showed envy and jealousy in their eyes. Chapter 75. I don't want you to be outdone by others. 1 bouquet, 2 bouquets, 3 bouquets, 4 bouquets. Countless blue roses were carried into the gold medal room by the staff, and the crowd at the scene was shocked again. Wow, how many blue enchantresses are there? There are already more than 999 flowers, and it seems that they are still coming in continuously. Is Wang Cheng so generous? I'm so envious. There are so many blue enchanters. The women at the scene, in particular, were extremely envious of the huge number of blue roses and completely lost their resistance. For a whole hour, 9,999 blue enchantresses filled the entire gold medal private room, and with the three-dimensional virtual beauty of the sea of flowers on the surrounding walls and ceiling, the entire gold medal private room became a romantic ocean. Wang Cheng saw that the time was right, so he walked down from the stage, slowly came to He Xiaoyan, took her hand, and said, "Xiaoyan, these are for you. Do you like them?" He Xiaoyan opened her mouth in disbelief. So many blue roses were actually given to her. She was so moved that she was at a loss. "Thank you." A blush quickly rose on He Xiaoyan's pretty face, and her heart beat like a deer. She was so moved suddenly that she was at a loss for words. She couldn't help but stand on tiptoe and kiss Wang Cheng on the face, and her pretty face immediately turned even redder. Her high school female classmates, who used to criticize He Xiaoyan for having a poor boyfriend, are now all envious of her. Xiaoyan really has good taste. The man she found is so romantic. Yes, he is so generous. I'm afraid these 9,999 blue enchantresses will cost at least 300,000. Why does Wang Cheng look so handsome now? He even bought shares of TNE number 1 in a matter of minutes. So handsome. Wang Cheng did this because he didn't want He Xiaoyan to be looked down upon by others because of him, and he didn't want her to be outdone by others because of him. Soon, He Xiaoyan's high school classmates and best friends came to her one after another to reminisce about the past. Unlike their previous coldness and boasting, this time they were all envious of He Xiaoyan for finding such a romantic and generous boyfriend. "Xiaoyan, you have good taste. You found such a romantic and generous boyfriend. Unlike my boyfriend, he is always thinking about the other side of the pot while eating what is in the bowl. She's the most beautiful girl in class, so naturally the men she finds are better than you. What's there to envy?" "Xiaoyan, how did you know Wang Cheng?
He's so handsome. I'm just lucky. Although Xiaoyan was not interested in comparison, she felt a little happy for no reason when she was surrounded by them and envied by them. Especially compared with the previous sarcasm, Xiaoyan was a little bit arrogant. It was very late when everyone gradually dispersed. Xiaoyan was so happy that she drank some wine, and her pretty face was flushed. When Wang Chung sent her back, Xiaoyan's pretty face was shy and timid. When she looked at Wang Chung, all she could see was his figure, and the car was full of blue enchantresses, and the trunk was also full. This made Lin Jingya, who was sitting in the back row, feel depressed. She was surrounded by the damn blue rose. At the same time, Lin Yi and Liu Beibei, who had fled in a hurry, were now applying medicine in the hospital. Lin Ye's face was swollen from being slapped several times by Lin Jingya, and he needed some medicine to reduce the swelling. But Lin Yi felt a little furious when he looked at his disfigured handsome face. What kind of background does this Wang Qing have? How dare he plot against me and his cousin? If I get the chance, I will kill her. He doesn't have any background at all. I have already found out everything from Xiaoyan. He is just a poor boy from the countryside. His cousin is probably also from the countryside. Otherwise, how could a girl be so rude? Liu Beibei was also a little depressed. She originally wanted to match Xiaoyan and Lin Yi so that she could use this opportunity to attract some investment from Lin Yi. Now it seems that this path is becoming more and more difficult. No, I have to get my shares back from Wang Chung. These shares are worth 20 million. I can't let him get them for nothing. Lin Yi was unwilling to accept this. Wang Chung actually used only 100,000 to buy out his shares worth 20 million. How could he swallow this? It seems like I have to ask Brother Nan for help. Otherwise, I won't be able to beat his cousin. Lin Yi suddenly thought of a brother who was a gangster in the south of the city. Brother Nan, like Brother Long in the east of the city, was a gangster who watched the scene, but his strength was slightly stronger than Brother Long. He also had dozens of brothers following him, and his strength in the gang was considered good. Brother Nan? Zhao Nan. Is this man reliable? Liu Beibei seemed to have heard of this man named Brother Nan, but she still said with some concern. Reliable. I've asked him to do things for me before, and he's very efficient once the money is in place. Lin Yi smiled coldly, and then thought for a moment, and said to Liu Beibei, Beibei, help me make an appointment with Xiaoyan and Wang Chung tomorrow, and tell them that I want to apologize to them and invite them out for dinner. Apologize? Treat me to a meal? Liu Beibei frowned. With Lin Xiao's vengeful character, how could he apologize to a poor boy? He must have his own intentions. You are planning to hold a Hongmin banquet for that poor boy? Young Master Lin is really the best. Liu Beibei quickly understood what Lin Yi meant. You are really smart. You got it right away. Tomorrow I will make that poor bastard not only give me his shares, but also teach him a lesson, so that he knows how powerful I am. And his cousin, I will kill her then. Damn it. Otherwise I will never get rid of the hatred in my heart. Lin Yi felt a little nervous when he thought of Lin Jingya. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll take care of inviting them out. But Mr. Lin, when will you invest some money in my dad's projects? Liu Beibei didn't follow him for nothing. She had a purpose. Their family's capital chain is about to break, and they need a large amount of financial support. Otherwise, their family will most likely go bankrupt. Otherwise, Liu Beibei would not be so shameless in trying to please Lin Yi. Don't worry. Once you take down Xiaoyan and beat up that poor kid from the countryside, Wang Chung, I will definitely invest in you. The investment amount will be no less than 1 billion. Lin Yi smiled coldly. He had never thought of investing in Liu Beibei's father. His father's projects were very expensive. He didn't know how much money he had to invest to get his money back. That's why he wouldn't choose to invest in an industry that didn't have much money to invest in. When he got his Xiaoyan, he would definitely kick her out. But at this time, Liu Beibei still looked grateful to Lin Yi. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I will definitely help you to pursue Xiaoyan. Okay, a hint of coldness flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. Chapter 76, Hongmin Banquet. In the Zijingwen Villa, Wang Chung sat on the sofa and looked at the information about Lin Yi that Ning had sorted out, feeling quite surprised. I didn't expect this pretty boy to have invested in so many industries. Moreover, 90% of the projects he invested in were profitable. This guy has a good eye. What Wang Chung had in his hand was the industrial information about Lin Ye's investments. Wang Chung was sure that this pretty boy would not be willing to let him snatch away the shares of Tiandi number 1 and would definitely plan to deal with him. Rather than sit and wait for death, it is better to take the initiative. At this moment, Xiaoyan called. After Wang Chung picked up the phone, he heard Xiaoyan's voice coming from the other end. Wang Chung, Beibei invited us to have dinner at the Cape of Good Hope Hotel tomorrow. She said that Lin Yi wanted to apologize to us. Should we go? Go, of course. Wang Chung smiled slightly. This pretty boy was really impatient. He wanted to settle the score with him after only one day. Then I'll go and answer Bei, he Xiaoyan said and hung up the phone. It seems that this pretty boy wants to hold a Hongmin banquet for me. A hint of coldness flashed in Wang Cheng's eyes. With the character of this pretty boy, how could he apologize to a poor boy from the countryside like him? It was obviously a Hongmin banquet, and Wang Cheng was not stupid. And Ning, please help me check the information of the Cape of Good Hope Hotel and who is in charge of this area. Since it is certain that the other party is setting up a Hongmin banquet, it is necessary to know both ourselves and the enemy. We cannot go there rashly, otherwise we will really fall into the trap of that pretty boy. Okay, young master. Wait a moment. And Ning quickly went downstairs to check the information. Half an hour later, and Ning came back after checking the information and reported it immediately. Master, the Cape of Good Hope Hotel is owned by the Lin family. Lin Yi also invested 40% of the shares. As for that area, it is managed by a man named Zhao Nan. It's indeed the Hongmin banquet. Wang Cheng's eyes turned cold. Since the Cape of Good Hope was the hotel of the other party's Lin family, there must be someone waiting for him there. Simply put, it was an ambush. As for Zhao Nan, he has been dealing with the Lin family there for so many years, so he must have had some interactions with Lin Yi. It is possible that this pretty boy would ask Zhao Nan's people to come out and help. Considering the temperaments of the two rich second generations, Zhang Haodong and Sun Yao, asking gangsters to settle their personal grudges seems to be the most common method. It seems that Lin Yi is also very likely to use this trick. Looks like I'll have to trouble Assistant Chen again. Wang Cheng curled his lips slightly and directly dialed Chun Haoqing's number, who quickly answered the call. Assistant Chen, I'm in some trouble. I want you to find someone who is influential in the South City Road to come see Maine. I will be of use to you tomorrow. Wang Cheng ordered immediately. Okay, young master, the person will be here this afternoon. If the problem still cannot be solved, I will do it myself. Chen Haoqing said very seriously. Well, that's the best. After Wang Cheng hung up the phone, he continued to look at the business information under Lin Ye's name with interest. I have to say that the industries that Lin Yi invested in are all good. If all his shares can be acquired, I wonder if he will kneel down and cry? Come to think of it, I'm really looking forward to it. In the afternoon, a middle-aged fat man came to Wang Cheng with an uneasy look on his face. After Ning welcomed him in, she brought him to Wang Cheng immediately. Wang, young master Wang, my name is Ma Hao. I'm a gangster in the south of the city. No, but I'm doing legitimate business now. If you run into any problems in the south of the city, you can come to me. I have more than 200 people under my command, and I will definitely solve your problems. Ma Hao seemed a little nervous when he saw Wang Cheng. Ma Hao, a fat man who had been in the south of the city for more than 30 years, was actually a little nervous when he met the young Wang Cheng. If his more than 200 men saw it, they would be shocked. While speaking, Ma Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead. Ma Hao, don't be nervous. Did Chen Haoqing scare you? Look how scared you are. Wang Cheng was a little speechless. This Chen Haoqing is really something. Why would he scare a fat guy for no reason? He made him look like a man-eating tiger. Everyone was nervous and scared when they saw him. Wang Cheng asked Ning to bring him a towel to wipe his sweat. Mr. Chen didn't scare me. Young Master Wang, just tell me what you want. Ma Hao, will go through fire and water for you. Ma Hao said, patting Fatty's chest. That's good. Tomorrow at noon, bring all your men and surround the Cape of Good Hope Hotel. At the same time, bring in a few plainclothes officers. We will go into the private room to eat, and you just watch outside the door. Wang Cheng frowned and ordered. Don't worry, this matter will definitely be done. Ma Hao patted his chest again and responded with a firm look in his eyes. Okay, go back first and leave me your phone number. Wang Cheng saved Ma Hao's contact information as he spoke. However, when Fatty Ma was about to leave, he took out an exquisite box from his arms and handed it to Wang Cheng, saying in a very attentive manner, My lord, this is a small gift I prepared for you. I hope you can accept it. Wang Cheng smiled. This fat guy really knows how to handle things. Wang Cheng subconsciously took the box, opened it, and took a look. Inside was a golden card with a hippopotamus pattern engraved on it. This made him very confused. What is this? This is a diamond gold card of the South City Business Alliance, led by Mima. Anyone who holds this card can enjoy top priority service in 70% of the industries in South City. All kinds of consumption within 100,000 yuan per day are free. Even if you meet someone from the underworld, they will give you some face. In order to curry favor with Wang Cheng, Ma Hao spent a lot of money. This diamond gold card is equivalent to a top status symbol in the south of the city. With this diamond gold card, he can basically walk around the south of the city. Moreover, some gangsters would give way to the holder of the diamond gold card when they saw it, because it was a symbol of status. Thank you. You can go back first. Wang Chung took the diamond gold card. With this diamond gold card, I can move around freely in the south of the city without revealing my identity. That's pretty good. Around noon the next day, Wang Chung drove Lin Jingya and He Xiaoyan straight to the Cape of Good Hope Hotel. He Xiaoyan was a little uneasy along the way. Wang Chung, I think Lin Yi has no good intentions this time. Why don't we not go? It seems that He Xiaoyan also realized that Lin Yi had no good intention in inviting them to dinner. It's okay. Don't worry, I'm here. Besides, we have Jingya. Who can beat her? Wang Chung glanced at Lin Jingya in the back seat. She was resting with her eyes closed. Oh, then Lin Yi is most afraid of Jingya. When He Xiaoyan saw Lin Jingya, she felt much more at ease. Soon they arrived at the Cape of Good Hope Hotel. As soon as he got out of the car, a familiar fat man came over from not far away and said respectfully, "My lord, I have made all the arrangements." "Well, we'll go in first. You can arrange a few capable fighters to pretend to be normal customers and follow in. If something big happens, you can bring everyone up and I will notify you then." Wang Chung said lightly, "Okay, Prince Wang. I will follow your instructions." After Wang Chung sent him away, he walked straight to the gate. He Xiaoyan took Wang Cheng's arm affectionately and followed him in. Lin Jingya followed behind them with a cold face. Chapter 77. Dare to threaten me? I will kill you. The Cape of Good Hope Hotel is a well-known five-star hotel in the south of the city. It is very large and has 5 floors. It is a high-end luxury hotel that integrates dining, sleeping, business, leisure, and entertainment. Most people can't afford to go to this kind of hotel. When Wang Chung entered, 2 pretty receptionists came to greet him and provided very attentive service. "Where are the pretty boy and Liu Beibei? Where are the people who said they would treat us to dinner?" When Wang Chung was wondering, Liu Beibei suddenly stood up from the sofa in the hall and walked towards them. "Wang Chung, Xiaoyan, Jingya, you are here." Liu Beibei greeted them with a smile. "Mr. Lin has been waiting for you inside for a long time. Come in with me." While speaking, he led Wang Chung and the others forward. "Beibei, is Mr. Lin really asking us to have dinner with him to apologize to us?" He Xiaoyan asked innocently as they walked. "Of course. Why else do you think he would invite you to dinner for no reason?" Liu Beibei felt a little guilty when she said this, and her eyes were a little evasive. Wang Chung captured Liu Beibei's subtle changes very well, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. She could deceive the simple-minded He Xiaoyan, but she couldn't deceive Wang Cheng's eyes. Soon Liu Beibei led Wang Chung and the others to a luxurious private room with quite stylish decoration, where the pretty boy Lin Yi was sitting, and there was also a dark-skinned, slim man sitting with him, with a sharp gaze. Seeing Wang Chung and the others coming in, Lin Yi stood up first, smiling happily. He secretly thought in his heart that this poor boy had finally fallen into the trap. "Brother Wang Chung, you are finally here. Come and sit down." Lin Yi smiled warmly and led Wang Chung to his seat at the table. He also arranged for He Xiaoyan and Lin Jingya to sit down. "Your face has recovered well. In just 2 days, you've returned to the state of a pretty boy," Wang Chung said with a hint of sarcasm. "No, it's all because my cousin Jingya showed mercy to me. Otherwise, how could I recover so quickly?" The pretty boy gritted his teeth, but still put on a smile. He was thinking in his heart, "I'm going to make you speechless soon. By the way, is this guy with skin as black as charcoal from the coal mine?" Wang Chung said with a smile as he looked at the dark-skinned man. In fact, he already knew in his heart that this man was most likely the foreign aide invited by Lin Yi. Seeing that Wang Chung was so ignorant that he thought Brother Nan came from a coal mine, Lin Yi secretly sneered. He was indeed from the countryside. He didn't even know Brother Nan from the south of the city. It was good that way. Then he would know how powerful Brother Nan was. "This is Zhao Nan, Brother Nan. I invited you to have dinner together," Lin Yi introduced. "It's Brother Nan, my apologies," Wang Chung said a few words in a pretentious manner, but he was thinking in his heart that this pretty boy really did invite Brother Nan over. Fortunately, he also asked Fatty Ma to come for support, otherwise he would have succeeded in his plan this time. Okay. You are the guy who beat up young Master Lin the day before yesterday. You were really ruthless." Zhao Nan spoke with a hint of gunpowder. "Yes, he was hit in the face, and it made a loud slapping sound." "What's the matter, Brother Nan? Do you want to help him vent his anger?" Wang Chung did not back down verbally, and even looked up at him. Wang Chung was deliberately provoking him to see how he would react. "You have guts," Brother Nan gave Wang Chung a thumbs up, with a hint of admiration on his face, but he was a little angry in his heart. How dare someone be so arrogant in front of him? "Just wait and see how I deal with you. I will definitely knock your teeth out." "Thank you for the compliment, Brother Nan." Wang Chung smiled. Just now the two of them were just testing each other. "Okay, now that everyone is here, let the waiter serve the food first." Lin Yi greeted calmly. Soon the door of the private room was opened again, and men dressed in waiter uniforms entered the room one after another, carrying dishes. These male waiters were all burly and strong. After placing the dishes on the table, they stood in the room by themselves, not ready to leave. Wang Chung glanced at these so-called waiters. Each of them was a young and strong man with strong limbs. They were obviously martial artists. There were 10 of them in total. Seeing this, Lin Jingya frowned and whispered a reminder in Wang Cheng's ear. Cousin, these people have practiced. I see, Wang Cheng nodded. These 10 guys were probably Brother Nan's men, used to deal with him. He then smiled and teased. Little white face, the waiters in this hotel are really weird. Other hotels have pretty ladies as waiters, but this hotel has all men, and they are all strong and muscular. These are top-notch waiters, and they usually entertain the most distinguished guests. Lin Yi responded with a sneer, thinking to himself, wait and see how I kill you. So that's how it is. That's great. Wang Chung smiled and didn't take them seriously at all. Let's eat. These dishes are very famous. Xiaoyan, you can try some too. They are all your favorites. Liu Beibei also raised a glass of wine to toast Wang Chung and the others. Wang Chung did not hesitate and started eating without any hesitation, but Xiaoyan was a little nervous. Faced with so many strange waiters suddenly appearing in the private room, she felt nervous and uneasy, and even lost the mood to eat. Only Lin Jingya sat there calmly, not eating anything, and the atmosphere at the table suddenly became a little cold. After eating for a while, Lin Yi suddenly put down his chopsticks and said, Wang Chung, you bought the shares of Tianyi number 1 from me the day before yesterday. I want to buy it back. Do you agree? Buy it back? Okay, 50 million. Wang Cheng's heart tightened. This pretty boy finally wanted to talk about business, but he was not a pushover. 50 million, is that too much? How about I pay 5,000 to buy it back? Lin Yi sneered. No, if you want to buy it back, it'll cost 50 million, not a penny less. Wang Cheng's words clearly showed that he didn't want to sell it. 5% of the shares of Tianyi number 1 was worth at most 20 million, and Wang Chung asked for 50 million right away, which clearly meant he didn't want to sell it. Lin Yi naturally heard it and said in a cold voice, Wang Chung, don't refuse my toast. This guy next to me is Brother Nan. If you don't agree, you might end up wasting your time here today. There was a hint of threat in Lin Ye's words, and then he glanced at Xiaoyan, who was as beautiful as a fairy, and continued to threaten. If you don't agree, Xiaoyan will also be left behind to entertain. If you dare to touch her, your Lin family will be destroyed. Wang Chung frowned, his tone threatening and unquestionable. If you dare to touch Xiaoyan, Wang Chung might really destroy the Lin family. What a big tone you have. I'm going to do something to you today, Brother Nan. Lin Ye's face turned blue with anger. This poor bastard wanted to threaten him without even considering the current situation. Immediately, Brother Nan slammed the table hard, picked up a beer bottle, and smashed it on Wang Cheng's head. Before Wang Chung could react, Lin Jingya, who was standing next to him, picked up a beer bottle on the table and smashed it directly on Brother Nan's head with such speed that it was astonishing. There was a loud bang, and the huge force caused the beer bottle to explode on Brother Nan's head. Immediately, beer mixed with red blood flowed out. Everyone at the scene was stunned. This female man was so fast. Lin Yi was so shocked that he was speechless, and the two girls, Liu Beibei and Xiaoyan, were so frightened that their pretty faces turned pale. Brother Nan touched his forehead, which was covered in blood, and became furious. Kill them for me. Chapter 78. Many people came in from outside. As soon as Brother Nan finished speaking, the thugs disguised as waiters suddenly rushed towards Wang Chung, Lin Jingya, and the others. Xiaoyan was so scared that she quickly hid behind Wang Chung, who protected Xiaoyan and quickly retreated to the corner. Lin Jingya stood on the outside with a nunchaku in her hand, and the 10 thugs on the opposite side also each held an iron stick in their hands, looking very scary. Wang Chung, you can't run away today. You have to return all the shares you got from me, and I will also destroy you. Let's see if you, a poor boy, dare to go against me in the future. Lin Yi saw that Brother Nan's men had forced Wang Chung and the others into a corner, and he was secretly proud in his heart. This time we have it. Let's see how you can escape from my five-finger mountain. Don't be so proud, pretty boy. I'll show you how powerful I am in a moment. While Wang Chung was speaking, he had already sent a text message to Fatty Ma Hao, asking him to bring his men up quickly. You still dare to threaten me, Brother Nan. Teach them a lesson and destroy them. Lin Ye's anger burst out. This poor boy still refuses to give in at this time, so he can only use violence to make him submit. Come on, keep beating me. Zhao Nin touched the blood on his head, his face full of anger. He had never been treated like this in this area before. If he didn't get back at me today,
How would he be able to stay in this area in the future? Immediately, the 10 men attacked with sticks. Fortunately, Lin Jingya's kung fu was very powerful. She managed to knock down 2 of them while blocking left and right with the nunchaku. This woman is really powerful. Beat her to death. I will reward each of you 10,000 after the task is accomplished. Zhao Nan didn't believe that a woman could beat his 10 men. With the incentive of money, the remaining 8 thugs became even crazier. These thugs are not ordinary thugs, but thugs carefully selected by Zhao Nan. They are all trained and can usually beat 3 people alone. After being encouraged, the remaining 8 fighters attacked more fiercely, but Lin Jingya was no pushover. Despite being injured, he managed to knock down 2 more people, but Lin Jingya was also slightly injured. Okay, try harder, the woman is injured. Lin Yi was excited. Although the woman's strength was beyond his imagination, it was obvious that she was at the end of her strength. Wang Cheng frowned slightly. This was not a solution. Lin Jingya was already injured. Just as he was thinking about how to solve the problem, the door of the private room was suddenly kicked open and 4 plainclothes thugs arranged by Fatty Ma rushed in. Lin Yi thought that these 4 people were also Brother Nan's men and immediately shouted, "Okay, for brothers, thank you for your hard work. Beat that woman to death." Lin Ye's face twisted. He had wanted to teach Lin Jingya a lesson for a long time, and now was a good opportunity. However, these 4 brothers did not come in to help Lin Yi and the others, but rushed directly towards the remaining 6 thugs. There was a sudden scuffle and chaos at the scene, and Lin Jingya, who was no longer under pressure, felt liberated. Cooperating with the 4 plainclothes thugs arranged by Fatima, they also launched a counterattack. For a moment, Wang Cheng's side gained the upper hand. Wang Cheng was overjoyed. Fortunately, he arranged for plainclothes thugs to catch up first, otherwise he would not have been able to hold on. "Little pretty boy, I have someone too," Wang Cheng said with a big laugh. Lin Yi was a little panicked now, and even Brother Nan was a little surprised that this guy actually arranged for thugs outside. But the Cape of Good Hope Hotel is the Lin family's property after all, and there are plenty of people there. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yi quickly thought of the security guards in the hotel. He immediately called the person in charge of the hotel and asked him to call all the security guards in the hotel for support. After doing all this, Lin Yi calmed down again. "Wang Cheng, don't be so complacent. I've already called people. You should know that the Cape of Good Hope Hotel is our Lin family's property. There are more than 100 security guards alone. None of you can escape today," Lin Yi shouted fiercely. This time, in addition to Brother Nan, he also arranged for the security of the Cape of Good Hope Hotel, which provided double insurance. No matter how good Lin Jingya was at fighting, she would not be able to escape. "Haha, pretty boy, you are really good at scheming. But I can do it too." Wang Cheng was very calm. Since the 4 plainclothes thugs had arrived, Mahao's large force should be here soon, so Wang Cheng was not in a hurry. In the fight in the private room, it was obvious that Lin Jingya and Mahao's 4 thugs had the upper hand. If nothing unexpected happened, the winner would be decided soon. "Damn it. Wait and see how I'm going to deal with you." Seeing that the situation was not right, Zhao Nan rolled up his sleeves, picked up a beer bottle, and smashed it at Lin Jingya again. However, Lin Jingya hit him with a nunchaku and directly broke the beer bottle in his hand. Zhao Nan, unwilling to give up, pounced on her again. The situation at the scene was in a stalemate for a while, and Lin Yi looked a little anxious. This woman is too good at fighting. Even Brother Nan is no match for her. When will the security arrive? Lin Yi still has a trump card in his hand, and that is the security team of the Cape of Good Hope Hotel. There are about 100 people there. Once this large force shows up, all of Wang Cheng's current men will be knocked down. Just when he was extremely anxious, there were messy footsteps outside the private room. Lin Yi was very excited when he heard it. Soon the hotel security captain led his men and broke in. "Mr. Lin, I brought 20 security guards here first, and there are about 80 more security guards coming from various places in the hotel. Is there anything urgent?" "Captain Liu, you came at the perfect time. Beat these guys to death." Lin Yi suddenly became very confident. "There are more than 100 people. Wang Cheng, Lin Jingya. Let's see how you can fight against me." "Wang Cheng, you are dead today. This hotel is owned by our Lin family. There are more than 100 security guards. You can't escape even if you have wings," Lin Yi said with a big laugh. "Don't be so complacent, pretty boy. It's still unclear who will win or lose until the last moment," Wang Cheng retorted loudly while frowning slightly. He never expected that there were more than 100 security guards in this hotel. This is not easy to deal with. "Go, beat him to death." Lin Yi had the support of a large security team behind him, so he became bolder and directly asked the 20 security guards who arrived first to go up and greet Wang Cheng. The security captain was obviously not a pushover. He must be quite capable to be the security captain. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to lead people to beat Wang Chung to death when a young security guard suddenly ran into the private room in a panic. Mr. Lin, something bad has happened. Something terrible has happened. What's the big deal? Explain it to me clearly. Lin Ye's eyes flashed coldly, and he slapped the young security guard who didn't know the seriousness of the situation to wake him up. Outside, outside, there are so many people outside, breaking in. Chapter 79, Control the Scene. What? A lot of people broke in from outside. Are they the security guards of our hotel? Lin Yi shouted harshly, scaring the young security guard so much that sweat broke out on his forehead. It looks like Fatima's men. He brought a lot of people in and blocked all of our security guards who came to support him outside the corridor. Now he is leading his men in personally. The young security guard swallowed and spoke nervously. Fatima, is that Ma Hao? If you're hanging around in the south of the city, how could you not have heard of Fatima Hao? He used to be very successful in the underworld, but in recent years he switched to the business world and established a business alliance in the south of the city. His voice in the white world has also gradually increased. Yes, it's Ma Hao. He broke in with his men. Just as the young security guard finished saying this, hearty laughter was heard outside. Mr. Lin, Brother Nan, long time no see. Fatima and his men rushed in, followed by countless men, filling up the entire corridor outside the private room. Seeing Ma Hao and his men rushing in, Lin Yi and Zhao Nan's expressions tensed. They would rather offend no one than this big shot from Changnan. Brother Ma, why are you here? Zhao Nan covered the wound on his head and greeted Ma Hao quickly with a smile, but he was very nervous. He brought people here at this critical moment, and he was afraid that they might have bad intentions. Lin Yi was also quite uneasy at this time. Ma Hao brought so many people with him, obviously looking for trouble. This gave him an ominous premonition. Zhao Nan, you seem to be very active in these years when I was not in the underworld. Ma Hao picked up a beer bottle from the table, held it in his hand, and walked towards Zhao Nan. Everyone's eyes were on Ma Hao. They all had nervous expressions and didn't even dare to make a sound for fear of upsetting the fat guy Ma. No way. The south of the city has always been Brother Ma's world. How dare I be active? Zhao Nin really wanted to replace this fat guy Ma, and he had grown a lot stronger in the past few years when Fatima was not in the underworld. But compared to Fatima, his strength is still not enough. The fact that he dares not move in front of him is the best proof of this. I'm glad to know. As Fatima spoke, a beer bottle hit Zhao Nan's head directly. The beer bottle exploded immediately, and blood flowed out of Zhao Nan's head again. Everyone at the scene was shocked again. This Fatima was too awesome. He gave Zhao Nan a warning with his first move. He smashed things as he said without any hesitation. Zhao Nan, who was hit, covered his bleeding head and didn't even dare to fart. Seeing this, Lin Yi swallowed his saliva dryly, and his heartbeat slightly accelerated. This Fatima was too cruel. Brother Nan didn't even have the room to resist. As a woman, Lu Beibei was so frightened that her pretty face turned pale. Facing a man like Fatima, she didn't even dare to breathe. Just when everyone was so frightened by Fatima's voice that sweat broke out on their foreheads and chills ran down their backs, Fatima turned around and walked up to Wang Chung with some trepidation, greeting him with a hint of nervousness. Master Wang, I am late. I am sorry to have frightened you. As he spoke, Fatima wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked very nervous. If young Master Wang blamed him, he probably wouldn't be able to survive in the South City. Well, it's good that you're here. Wang Chung smiled faintly, and the initiative of the situation on the scene finally fell into his hands. The other people at the scene were shocked again when they saw that Fatima, who was rampant in the south of the city, was actually respectful and polite to Wang Chung. When did this poor boy know Fatima? Lin Yi was indescribably shocked. He was about to win, but at the critical moment, he was overturned by this poor boy. How could he not be shocked? Zhao Nin was even more horrified. From Fatima's attitude towards Wang Chung, it was obvious that this young Master Wang was not a simple person, and just now he had asked someone to deal with Wang Chung. Thinking of this, Zhao Nan's forehead immediately broke out in sweat, and his back felt cold. Lu Beibei was so frightened that she was speechless. It was incredible that a poor boy from the countryside could make the rampant Fatima in the south of the city so respectful. How did he do it? Little white face, don't you want to get back your shares in Tiandi number 1? Do you still have the courage to ask for it now? Wang Chung slowly came in front of Lin Yi, with a hint of provocation in his tone. Lin Yi glanced at Fatima and the people around him, and sweat couldn't help but ooze out of his forehead. But when he saw Wang Chung approaching him, Lin Yi felt both hatred and fear. Wang Chung, this is all a misunderstanding. I came here to apologize to you today,
not to ask you to take back your shares in Tiandi number 1. This is all a misunderstanding. So, I solemnly apologize to you now. Lin Yi has recognized the current situation. If he doesn't bow his head now, he will probably be beaten. There's no need to apologize. I heard that you have 40% of the shares of the Cape of Good Hope Hotel. Is that true? Wang Chung said with a slight smile. You want to buy my shares in the Cape of Good Hope Hotel? Lin Yi felt cold on his back. This guy had already investigated him thoroughly before he came. He even knew how many shares he had. It felt like he was the one being tricked. This made Lin Yi feel that Wang Chung was a little scary. Well, 5,000 for 40% of the shares of Cape of Good Hope Hotel from you. Wang Chung said with a faint smile, but there was a hint of refutation in his tone. This number made everyone at the scene gasp. It was too cruel. With only 5,000 yuan, he wanted to buy shares worth 200 million yuan. That was too cruel. You want to buy my 40% stake in Cape of Good Hope Hotel for 5,000 yuan. Wang Chung, are you crazy? However, before Lin Yi could finish his words, Fatty Ma, who was eager to show off in front of Wang Chung, walked over, slapped him in the face, and said in a cold tone, What are you talking about? Young Master Wang used 5,000 yuan to buy your shares, which is already a sign of respect for you. Why are you still talking so much nonsense? Believe it or not, I will destroy you. This slap made everyone afraid to make a sound and also completely woke up Lin Yi. Under the current circumstances, he was afraid that he would not be able to say a word. Wang Chung, you are so cruel. I will sign it. Lin Yi responded, almost gritting his teeth. Sorry, I may not have finished what I was saying. You have a lot of agreements to sign. Wang Chung said as he took out more than 10 agreements from his arms and spread them out on the table. The purchase price for each agreement is 5,000 yuan. Please sign it. Wang Chung smiled faintly, while Lin Yi felt cold on his back and his heart was bleeding. Wang Chung wanted to take over all the shares of his investment industry in one go. His appetite was too big. Wasn't he afraid of offending the Lin family? Liu Bei was also stunned. Wang Cheng's appetite was too big. Was he really crazy because of poverty? Was he really not afraid of revenge from the Lin family? That was a big family in the south of the city. Sign it quickly. Wang Chung urged with a smile. Chapter 80. You kneel down and apologize. Wang Chung took out more than 10 acquisition agreements in one breath, and all of them were to acquire Lin Ye's shares at almost humiliating prices. This was a real slap in his face. Wang Chung wanted to teach him a lesson to see if this pretty boy dared to go against him in the future. Lin Ye's face turned pale and his expression became distorted. Liu Bei didn't expect Wang Chung to be so cruel, and for a moment she felt a little uneasy. However, due to the situation, Lin Yi had to sign so many acquisition agreements, otherwise he might have to waste his time here today. Being forced into this state in his own hotel, this was the most humiliating day for Lin Yi. After signing the document, Lin Yi seemed to have all the strength drained out of his body, and he slumped down in the chair. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Wang Chung smiled slightly, put away all the acquisition agreements, and then led his men away. Fatima followed closely behind and gathered all the people he brought with him. Fatima, thank you so much this time. Wang Chung said with a smile. This time it was really thanks to Fatima, otherwise he might have been caught here today. This is what I should do. Goodbye, Mr. Wang. Fatima personally escorted Wang Chung to the door and opened the car door for him. After Wang Chung said goodbye to Fatima, he drove straight back. Halfway through, Wang Chung handed more than 10 agreements to Lin Jingya, and then asked her to pass them on to Chen Haoqing and let him handle the specific acquisition matters. In these more than 10 agreements, Wang Chung wrote the acquirer as Dinghe Group, and Wang Chung was ostensibly just signing on behalf of the parties. Doing so could, on the one hand, avoid exposing his identity, and on the other hand, make those aristocratic families wary. Even the Jinyang exhibition that was previously under Wang Cheng's name was transferred to Dinghe Group. After all, Dinghe Group and Chen Haoqing are still quite influential in Qingshui City. If anyone wants to touch Wang Chung, they have to look at Chen Haoqing's face. Wang Chung, I was really scared just now. But how did you know that fat guy? He looked so fierce. He Xiaoyan's pretty face was still a little pale while sitting in the car. When she thought of the fighting scene before, she still felt nervous and her heart beat faster. He is our general manager Chen's man. I just benefited from the boss's influence. Moreover, these acquired shares all belong to Dinghe Group. I just run errands. Wang Chung said with a smile. He didn't want to let Yi Xiaoyan know for the time being. Since he wanted to hide it from those noble families, he could only hide it from Yi Xiaoyan as well. Oh, I'd better avoid interacting with people like this in the future. They look too scary. Yi Xiaoyan doesn't like this fat guy Ma very much. He looks too fierce. Okay, I'll listen to you. Let's go to Bishui Yuntian for dinner tonight. Wang Chung was in a good mood today and planned to have a candlelight dinner with He Xiaoyan and reward Lin Jingya at the same time. At the same time, inside the Cape of Good Hope Hotel, Lin Yi, who lost most of his shares, was very depressed and irritable. However, Zhao Nan, who was hit on the head twice, was unwilling to leave like this. Mr. Lin, I have done my part in helping you. When will the remaining 1 million be transferred to me? And should you also pay for my and my brother's medical expenses? Nothing has been accomplished yet, and you still have the nerve to talk to me about money. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a little furious. This Zhao Nan was useless, yet he still wanted to keep the balance and medical expenses. Okay, don't let me see you again. Zhao Nan didn't want to push him too hard. After all, this guy has the Lin family backing him up. But next time he sees him, he won't be so polite. Let's go, brothers. Zhao Nan covered the wound on his head and led his brothers away. The security guards in the private room, seeing that Lin Yi was in a bad mood, dared not to provoke him again and wisely retreated. Only Liu Beibei is left, and she doesn't know what to do now. She is afraid that no one will invest in her family under this situation, but she is still unwilling to give up. After all, Lin Yi still has a cash flow of $1 billion. Mr. Lin, don't be discouraged. After all, you still have $1 billion. Why don't you invest in our family's business? I can help you make a comeback. Liu Beibei didn't really want to help him make a comeback, but she was just attracted by the $10 billion in his hand. If it weren't for this money, Liu Beibei would have left here long ago. Make a comeback? With your family's money-burning businesses, no matter how much you invest, you will lose money. There is no fool in Qingshui City who would invest in your family. You'd better give up this idea. Lin Yi saw that Liu Beibei was furious. He was about to lose all his fortune, but she still wanted him to invest money. He only had this last trump card left, and he would never use it on Liu Beibei no matter what. Right now, he can only rely on the power of his family to take revenge. As for Liu Beibei, she is no longer of much use, and her family is about to go bankrupt. Don't let him be blamed for the incident. After hearing this, Liu Beibei gave up on Lin Yi and was also very angry. It turned out that Lin Yi had never thought of investing in their family, but he used her to pursue He Xiaoyan. After working so hard for so many days, it was all in vain, and he also lost the trust of He Xiaoyan, who was like a sister to him. Thinking of this, Liu Beibei couldn't help but feel a little regretful, and at the same time, she became confused and desperate about the road ahead. In the evening, Wang Chung took He Xiaoyan and Lin Jingya to have dinner at Bishui Yuntian to celebrate. The environment there was very nice and the food was very delicious. Even someone with a small appetite like He Xiaoyan ate a lot and even posted some photos of it on her moments. Wang Chung, the food at Bishiyunshan is indeed delicious, but it's too expensive. He Xiaoyan clicked her tongue. If you want to eat, I will bring you here every day, Wang Chung said with a smile. He really didn't care about this little money now. No, it's not easy for you to make money. Just come to my house for dinner next time. My father has been urging me to take you to my house more often. He misses you so much. He Xiaoyan sneered, then handed a bottle of mineral water in her hand to Wang Chung and said in a rather coquettish tone, Wang Chung, help me unscrew it. Wang Chung couldn't help but smile. When did this girl learn this trick? When they came out to the door, Wang Chung and his friends met the distraught Liu Beibei, who was waiting at the door. Beibei, He Xiaoyan was the first to notice her and ran over. Why are you here? Aren't you with that pretty boy? He Xiaoyan followed Wang Cheng's example and also called Lin Yi a pretty boy. I came here because I saw the address you posted on your moments. Liu Beibei paused for a moment, then mustered up the courage to speak. Xiaoyan, I was sorry for what I did to you before. I want to apologize to you here, but can you do me a favor now? Help? What help? He Xiaoyan asked with concern. My father's company's capital chain is about to break, and our family will soon go bankrupt. Can you please beg your father to help us raise some funds? Liu Beibei said, almost begging. Financing? But my father's money is all invested in the land in the east of the city, and he has no money left. He Xiaoyan was also quite embarrassed. She really wanted to help Liu Beibei, but she was powerless. Liu Beibei had expected this result, but she felt even more desperate. Then you guys play first. I won't disturb you. Liu Beibei said and wanted to leave, but He Xiaoyan couldn't bear it and then thought of Wang Chung. Wang Chung, isn't your boss Chen Haoqing? He must have a solution. Please help Beibei. When Liu Beibei heard that Wang Cheng's boss was Chen Haoqing, a prominent figure in Qingshui City, she was a little surprised. No wonder the fat Manhwa who was rampant in the south of the city would help Wang Chung so much. Now it seems that the shares that Wang Chung took from Lin Yi were probably also acquired for Chen Haoqing. I'm a poor boy from the countryside. How can I ask Mr. Chen for help? To be honest, Wang Chung didn't want to help Liu Beibei. This woman helped that pretty boy to deal with him time and time again. It was already good enough for him not to bother with her. And these words were meant for Liu Beibei to hear. Before, she had been humiliating Wang Cheng, saying that a poor boy from the countryside was not worthy of being with the rich and beautiful He Xiaoyan. Now Wang Cheng was using her words to humiliate her in return. Liu Beibei felt a little ashamed, and she regretted the words she had said to humiliate Wang Cheng. However, she knew that if she could ask Chun Haoqing to help, her family would be saved, and this might be their family's only hope. Thinking of this, Liu Beibei no longer cared about anything else and knelt down in front of Wang Cheng and apologized. Wang Cheng, I was wrong before. I'm sorry. I hope you can forgive me for Xiaoyan's sake. Please help me this time. I beg you. Chapter 81, The Last Hope. Liu Beibei threw away the last bit of her dignity and knelt down to apologize and beg before a poor rural boy whom she had always despised and looked down upon. This is her last hope. If she fails to seize this opportunity, her family will be broken up. But Wang Cheng is not so easy to talk to. He will not agree to help you just because you kneel down and apologize. Beibei, you have helped that pretty boy against me time and again. We should settle this account. Wang Cheng, you can beat me or scold me. It's all fine as long as you can forgive me. Liu Beibei has made up her mind to bear all the consequences. You have to bear the consequences for the mistakes you make. Wang Cheng, do you really want to hit Beibei? She has been taking care of me during my 4 years abroad. Can you forgive her? He Xiaoyan didn't want Wang Cheng to hit Liu Beibei. They were high school classmates and had taken care of each other for 4 years abroad, so they had a deep relationship. I won't hit you. Did you see that my shoes are dirty? If you help me lick them clean, I will promise to discuss with our general manager Chen about investing in your father's company. Wang Cheng said lightly. Wang Cheng naturally wouldn't really ask her to add shoes. He just wanted to see her determination and whether she was sincere in her apology. Wang Cheng, He Xiaoyan wanted to be angry, but was stopped by Liu Beibei. Okay, I'll lick it. Xiaoyan, don't be angry with Wang Cheng. Everything is my own fault, and I'm willing to bear the consequences. Liu Beibei was determined to give it up this time. This was her only chance, and she didn't want to give up no matter how difficult it was. Then she took a deep breath and bent down to lick Wang Cheng's shoes. The scene was very humble for a while. However, when she was about to lick the shoes, Wang Cheng suddenly retracted his feet. Liu Beibei was stunned. Okay, I'm just kidding. How could I let you really lick my shoes? Otherwise, Xiaoyan will be angry with me. Wang Cheng smiled slightly. Liu Beibei felt somewhat relieved, but at the same time, she was very grateful to Wang Cheng for leaving her a bit of dignity in the end. Wang Cheng, I thought you would really let Beibei lick your shoes. He Xiaoyan also breathed a sigh of relief. If Liu Beibei really did this, then her last bit of dignity would be trampled underfoot. Get up. I will mention this matter to Mr. Chen tomorrow, but I am not 100% sure whether it will succeed or not. There should be results within 2 days. Wang Cheng said with a smile. Although whether to invest or not is a matter of Wang Cheng's words, he is not stupid. Since he is investing in a business, he must do this business well, not just invest money in them. Okay. Thank you, Wang Cheng. If this succeeds, our whole family will be grateful to you. Liu Beibei stood up, her face full of excitement, and she was very excited. If she could really get investment from Dinghe Group, her family would not only be able to keep the business, but also soar to success. After they parted, Wang Cheng first sent He Xiaoyan home, and then went straight back to the villa. After arriving at the villa, Wang Cheng called Chun Haoqing immediately and asked him to professionally evaluate Liu Beibei's family's industrial project to see how investable it was. He also told him that he wanted to invest in their family's industrial project. Okay, young master, I will ask professionals to work overtime overnight to evaluate it for you, and I will give you the results tomorrow. Chun Haoqing responded in a firm tone. After hanging up the phone, Wang Cheng went to rest. At this time, Liu Beibei had just returned home. Xinyuan Villa Complex is considered a luxury residential area, which shows that Liu Beibei's family is also a wealthy family. As soon as Liu Beibei opened the door, she saw her parents busy packing their luggage, especially some valuable items, which they were stuffing into the suitcase. Dad, Mom, what are you doing? Liu Beibei ran over and shouted anxiously. Beibei, you're here. That's great. Hurry up and pack up all the things you want to take away. I've discussed with your mother, and we're going to run away tonight. Liu Beibei's father, Liu Guozhen, was packing his luggage with a sweat on his forehead at this time. He put all the things he thought were valuables into the box, ready to run away tonight. Otherwise, he would be visited by the debt collectors, and you would be in trouble then. Didn't I tell you? Give me a few more days, and I will find investors. Liu Beibei didn't want to live a life of hiding. I've looked for all the wealthy people in the south of the city, but I've come up empty-handed. What kind of investor can you find, girl? Or the Lin Yi you mentioned before. He's a smart guy. Don't be fooled by him. Lu Guozhen said unhappily. He has been in the business world for many years, and he had long seen that Lin Yi would not invest in their family's business. Lu Beibei didn't expect that her father had such an accurate vision. If she had heard these words a few days earlier, she probably wouldn't have offended Wang Chengcheng, let alone the subsequent apology. After all, it was all her fault that she was too young and inexperienced and was deceived. Beibei, don't you have a boyfriend? I have discussed this with your father. If you don't want to live a life of hiding, then go and join your boyfriend. The speaker was Lu Beibei's mother Wang Yan, who also didn't want her daughter to live a hard life. How could I have a boyfriend? As soon as he heard that our family was going to go bankrupt, he couldn't wait to break up with me. Lu Beibei was a little sad. Only when people are in trouble will they see more clearly the fickleness of the world and know who are just being polite and who are true friends. Beibei, it's your parents who have implicated you. Wang Yin said with tears in her eyes. The world is so fickle. It has come to this point that they don't even have any relatives left. They just hide when they see them. It's okay, Mom and Dad. My sister's boyfriend is Chun Haoqing, and he has promised me to talk to their boss about investing in our company. Lu Beibei told them the good news. However, Lu Guozhen couldn't help but sneer. Your sister's boyfriend? To put it bluntly, he is an employee of Yiding Group. Chun Haoqing has at least 8,000 subordinates, if not 10,000. Pick any one of them, and they will all say that his boss is Chun Haoqing. Such an employee who has no say is useless. Beibei, which sister's boyfriend is yours? Wang Yin still held out a little hope. She didn't want to live a life of hiding until the very end. He's Xiaoyan's boyfriend, Lu Beibei replied subconsciously. He's Xiaoyan's boyfriend? Didn't you say before that she found a poor boyfriend from the countryside? How much say does a poor boy from the countryside have in front of Mr. Chun? It's not even certain whether he can meet Mr. Chun. Lu Guozhen belittled Wang Cheng and had no hope for him at all. Wang Yan, who had originally had a glimmer of hope, instantly lost her illusion when she heard that the person her daughter was entrusting was a poor boy from the countryside. Forget it, Beibei, let's pack our bags quickly. We'll leave in the early morning. Mom and Dad, give me 2 more days, wait 2 more days. He said there will be results within 2 days. Lu Beibei didn't want to give up, although she also felt that it was very unlikely that Wang Cheng could persuade Chun Haoqing to invest in their family. The chance was less than 1%, but she didn't want to give up. Even if there was still a little hope, she would wait. Chapter 82. Don't judge a person by appearance. Lu Beibei didn't want to give up this last bit of hope, but her parents didn't believe that this poor boy from the countryside could convince Chun Haoqing to invest in their family's business. Who is Chun Haoqing? How could a poor boy from the countryside persuade a well-known and powerful person in Qingshui City? Beibei, don't hold out any hope for that poor country boy. Go back to your room and pack your luggage, her mother Wang Yin advised again. In a hurry, Lu Beibei suddenly thought of Fatty Ma Hao and what happened during the day, and said, Mom and Dad, you should know Fatty Ma Hao from the south of the city, right? Fatty Ma, of course I know him. What's wrong with him? Lu Guozhen turned his head and responded curiously. Lu Beibei then told the whole story of how Wang Cheng had defrauded Lin Yi of his shares during the day, and how Fatty Ma had obeyed Wang Cheng's orders. After saying this, Lu Guozhen suddenly frowned and began to think carefully. According to what you said, this poor boy still has some ability. Mr. Chin even transferred Fatty Ma to help him. Although this Fatty Ma came from a gangster background, he is now doing very well in the business world. He has also formed a business alliance in the south of the city. He is considered a big figure in the south of the city. Even he has been transferred to Wang Cheng's command. It seems that this poor boy is not simple. Lu Guozhen is not stupid. After a careful analysis, he quickly came to an astonishing conclusion. This poor boy from the countryside does have some abilities. Or, let's wait for him for 2 days. Wang Yin couldn't help but suggest. Unless it is a critical moment, who would want to live a life of hiding? Okay then, let's give him 2 days. Lu Guozhen nodded in agreement. Although he didn't really believe that a poor boy from the countryside could persuade Mr. Chun to invest in his company, after listening to what his daughter said, there was still a 1% hope. After a sleepless night, Lu Beibei woke up early from a nightmare, which frightened her so much that she broke out in a cold sweat. She dreamed that her father's company went bankrupt, and her family had to live in hiding, with poor food and clothes, and they had to worry about being collected by debt collectors all day long. This kind of day was something she had never imagined and was unwilling to face. I don't know if Wang Cheng can convince Mr. Chun. Lu Beibei was very worried. After sitting up from the bed, she didn't dare to call and ask. She could only spend the whole day in anxiety. Her parents could only hide in the villa and dared not go out. Phone calls came in one after another, some from work, some from debt collectors, but no one wanted to invest in him. This made Lu Guozhen very angry. What's going on? It's almost been a day and there's no news. Can that poor boy be trusted? Dad, wait a little longer. He said he would give us news within 2 days. It won't happen so soon. Lu Beibei herself was also very uneasy. Old Lu, just wait a little longer. There's still 1 day left. Why are you in such a hurry? Wang Yin also consoled him. Lu Beibei never imagined that one day, the future of her family would depend on a poor boy from the countryside. This really made her unbelievable. Another night passed, and still no news came from Wang Cheng. Lu Beibei couldn't help but send a message to He Xiaoyan, wanting to ask her about Wang Cheng and whether the investment was successful. However, He Xiaoyan was told that she didn't know either, as Wang Cheng had not told her about any investment. Oh, I never felt that 2 days could be so hard to endure. Lu Beibei sighed, lay on the bed, and fell asleep again in a daze. I slept until noon the next day, and the sun was shining on my butt. After waking up, she immediately checked whether Wang Cheng had sent her a message or called her, but there was no message at all. This made her very disappointed, and she could only comfort herself. Her parents were obviously getting a little impatient. No, we can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, those debt collectors will come to our door. We have to leave quickly. Lu Guozhen looked worried. Dad, let's wait a few more hours. We've already waited for 2 days. A few more hours won't make a difference. Lu Beibei paced back and forth in the house, constantly persuading her parents to be patient and wait a little longer. In fact, even she didn't know how long they had to wait, or it could be said that their waiting now was actually meaningless. Old Lu, let's wait a little longer. There is nothing else we can do now except waiting. Wang Yin sighed. This was the only way. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling, Lu Guozhen's cell phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was his assistant Sun Yong. He quickly picked up the phone, his heart beating faster. Sun Yong, what's the matter? Mr. Lu, many employees are resigning today. When will you come back to the company? They are all waiting for you to sign the resignation report. The voice on the phone made Lu Guozhen angry. Come back in a few days and tell them to wait. Lu Guozhen hung up the phone directly, his face looking very angry. He was about to run away, so why would he care about the life and death of your employees? However, just as he hung up the phone rang again. It was Assistant Sun Yong calling again. Lu Guozhen became angry again. Isn't this just asking for trouble? I told you I'd be back in a few days. Why are you rushing me? Lu, President Lu, this time it's not about employees resigning. Someone from Dingha Group just called and said they want to discuss investment cooperation with you. They will be here soon. As soon as the voice on the other end of the phone fell, Lu Guozhen suddenly stood up excitedly. What? Dingha Group wants to invest in our company. Lu Guozhen confirmed excitedly again. Wang Yin and Lu Beibei next to them also felt their hearts in their throats, and their heartbeats accelerated rapidly. After waiting for 2 days, had Wang Cheng finally persuaded Mr. Chen? Yes, Mr. Lu, the people they sent are on the way. Mr. Lu had better return to the company as soon as possible. Sun Yong said anxiously. Okay, I'll be there soon. Have all the employees go out to greet me. Okay, Mr. Lu, I'll arrange it right away. After hanging up the phone, Lu Guozhen was so excited that he was at a loss. After waiting on the brink of death for 2 days, he finally saw hope. Beibei, your sister's poor boyfriend has persuaded Mr. Chen. You will come with me to the company later. He really convinced Mr. Chen? Lu Beibei couldn't believe it. Although she had always expected Wang Cheng to convince Mr. Chen to invest, when all this became a reality, she still found it a little hard to believe. It was this poor boy whom she looked down upon and despised a few days ago, but a few days later, he saved her family. People in the past once said that you can't judge a person by his appearance, and you can't measure the depth of the sea. Today, Lu Beibei has truly experienced it herself. Chapter 83, Fortune Center is owned by my grandfather. In order to keep a low profile and not reveal his identity, Wang Cheng did not personally attend the investment negotiations with Lu Beibei's father's company. However, professionals had already explained the general conditions and investment shareholding ratios to Wang Cheng. And Ning, isn't it too harsh to take up 60% of Lu Beibei's family's shares all at once? Wang Cheng held a document and looked at it casually. And Ning, who was beside him, was giving him a massage obediently and answering the questions raised by Wang Cheng in a timely manner. Before we went there, the Lu Group was on the verge of bankruptcy, and none of the wealthy people in the south of the city were willing to help. It can be said that Lu Guozhen had reached the end of his rope. Our investment was like giving him a lifeline. Let alone 60% of the shares, I estimate that he would agree to 80% without hesitation. After all, compared to bankruptcy, being able to live a decent life is a blessing. I like to hear that, but after this investment, most of their industrial projects will probably be shut down and suspended, and the few that have a promising future will also have to transform and upgrade. Wang Chung looked through the information. Liu Beibei's family had many business projects, including small appliance production, brand retail, construction, catering, etc., all of which were traditional industries. However, most of them were not profitable, otherwise they would not have gone bankrupt. The most valuable thing about Liu's group is that it holds the brand authorizations of a large number of big-name electrical appliances. If it can simply transform and upgrade from offline physical store retail to online and offline collaboration, then it still has a future. In addition, they also have a small home appliance production plant in the south of the city. With a little transformation, it is also very promising. And Ning briefly talked about the industrial projects of Liu Group. Apart from this electrical appliance brand and small household appliances business, and Ning was not optimistic about other project businesses. Even if they wanted to transform, there would be certain difficulties and the prospects were not very optimistic. Wang Qing still admires in Ning's vision. Now the whole country is talking about transformation and upgrading. It would be strange if the Liu Group still stands still and does not go bankrupt. After the two chatted about related business for a while, Wang Qing's phone rang. It was Liu Beibei calling personally. As soon as Wang Qing picked up the phone, he heard Liu Beibei's grateful words on the other end of the line. Wang Cheng, thank you. Without your help this time, our family might have gone bankrupt. If it weren't for Xiaoyan, I wouldn't bother to help you. Wang Cheng really helped them because of Xiaoyan. If he simply looked at the investment benefits, he really didn't think highly of their family's industrial projects. I still want to thank you anyway. My parents have booked a banquet at the Manhwa Hotel and would like to invite you and Xiaoyan to have dinner together in the evening. I want to thank you in person, but I wonder if you are free. Liu Beibei said sincerely. Without Wang Cheng's help and persuasion, Shen Haoqing would definitely not invest in their family's industrial project. You know, this time Dinghe Group invested 500 million yuan in them for transformation and upgrading, which is definitely a timely help, and Liu Beibei's parents were very excited. Wang Cheng thought about it for a while and finally agreed to her invitation to dinner. After all, Liu's enterprise would be a member of Dinghe Group in the future, so it would be fine to meet them. In the evening, Wang Cheng drove Xiaoyan directly to the Manhua Hotel. As soon as they arrived at the gate, they saw Liu Beibei and her parents personally greeting them at the door. Wang Cheng, Xiaoyan, you are here. Liu Beibei was very excited to see Wang Cheng coming, and hurriedly introduced him to her parents. Liu Guozhen was so excited that he stepped forward and shook Wang Cheng's hand. Young Master Wang is indeed a handsome man. He has won the trust of Mr. Chun at such a young age. His future is limitless. Liu Guozhen came up and gave a loud flattery. Liu Beibei's mother Wang Yin was not to be outdone and came up to shake Xiaoyan's hand and praised her. Xiaoyan, long time no see, you look more beautiful. Your boyfriends are all very promising, unlike our Beibei, who is not as good as you in everything. Wang Cheng smiled awkwardly. This was just flattery. But he still greeted them politely, and then several people entered the hotel room together. This time, in order to thank Wang Cheng and his family, Liu Guozhen and his family spent a lot of money, booked the most upscale private room here, and ordered the best dishes. They had a pleasant conversation during the meal, and Liu Guozhen seemed to remember something and said something. By the way, Mr. Wang, the day after tomorrow is our annual Business Alliance gathering in the south of the city. I wonder if I can invite you over. Business Alliance gathering in the south of the city? Wang Cheng thought of the diamond gold card that Fatima gave him, which seemed to be applicable to the industries of all participants in the Business Alliance. Xiaoyan, who was sitting next to Wang Cheng, suddenly had her eyes light up when she heard about the Business Alliance gathering in the south of the city, and she made a suggestion with great interest. My mom, Grandpa, and the others will also be attending. Wang Cheng, why don't we go with us this year? Xiaoyan's mother, Lin Yifan, is the second daughter of Lin Fu, the owner of the largest construction materials company in the south of the city. Naturally, she will go as well. Not only will she go, but Xiaoyan's grandfather Lin Fu and her aunt will also go. Even the younger cousins would go to such occasions to see the world and gain experience. Xiaoyan had studied abroad before, so she naturally had no time to go. But now was a good opportunity. She could meet them and go with Wang Cheng. Yes, sure. Where is the location? Wang Cheng nodded. He was not very interested in this kind of business alliance gathering, but since Xiaoyan wanted to go, he would naturally accompany her. This year it seems to be held in the largest wealth center in the south of the city, Jiu Private Club. I heard that it is a private club under the Morojin Group. It is usually very difficult to get in. This year a first-class wealthy family joined in and happened to be a member of the Jiu Private Club, so they applied to hold it there. To be honest, this is my first time to the Jiu Private Club. I'm really looking forward to it. Liu Guozhen replied expectantly.
Of course, Lu Guozhen also wanted to let those business people who had watched him die before see that I am now connected with Dinghe Group and my future is 100 times better than theirs. His purpose was to slap them in the face. However, only members can enter the Jeju private club. To become a member, one must be a listed company and a local first-rate wealthy family. Therefore, second- and third-rate wealthy people like Lu Guozhen cannot even enter the door. Wang Chung frowned when he heard this. A private club under the Morojin Group? Isn't that the private club under his grandfather's group? Wang Chung suddenly became interested in this business alliance gathering. Then he remembered something and asked, "By the way, will the Lin family go? Their young master is called Lin Yi." "Of course we will go." The Lin family is one of the 5 leading families of the South City Business Alliance. How could we not go? When Lu Guozhen said this, he suddenly remembered that his daughter had mentioned the grievances between Wang Chung and Lin Yi to him. So he patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, young Master Wang. If the Lin family takes this opportunity to cause trouble, I, Lu Guozhen, will be the first to disagree. It's okay, I'm just asking casually. I don't take the Lin family seriously." Wang Qing curled his lips slightly. If they dared to take the opportunity to make trouble, Wang Qing wouldn't mind kicking them out of Jeju Private Club and making them embarrassed in front of the entire South City business circle. Chapter 84. The Pretty Boy's Provocation Again. Jeju Private Club is the largest wealth center in the south of the city. Only listed companies and first-class wealthy families have membership, so ordinary people cannot enter at all. It is the top private club in the south of the city and even in the entire Qingshui city. As for the business alliance in the south of the city, it covers 70% of the industries in the south of the city and is the largest business district in the south of the city. Therefore, this business alliance gathering will surely gather most of the wealthy families in the south of Qingshui city. It may also attract the attention of major media. Wang Chung didn't really care about this business alliance gathering. In addition to accompanying He Xiaoyan, he also wanted to see what the top club under his grandfather's consortium looked like. In a blink of an eye, it was the day of the South City Business Alliance gathering. Wang Chung drove to He Xiaoyan's house first, planning to pick her up and then go to Jeju Private Club. At this time, He Xiaoyan was dressing up. Although she was going to attend the South City Business Alliance gathering today, she decided to dress up so that she could see her grandfather and aunt whom she hadn't seen for a long time. "Xiaoyan, your poor boyfriend isn't going today." Lin Yifan didn't want Wang Chung to go with them. Today was a big occasion, and if she brought a poor boy from the countryside, she would probably be laughed at by her father and sisters. Moreover, many wealthy nobles will come today, especially the Su family, the most wealthy family in the south of the city. It is a listed group, which is incomparable to ordinary groups. And if nothing unexpected happens, several of their nobles will also come today. If they can take a fancy to He Xiaoyan from her family, it will really be a great success. Wang Chung, of course he will go. I will also introduce my grandfather to him. He Xiaoyan did not forget to respond to Lin Yifan while putting on makeup. When Lin Yifan heard that Wang Chung was also going, she became unhappy. Why is he going? A poor boy from the countryside. He will embarrass me if he goes. Tell him not to come. Lin Yifan was a little angry. Not only her family members would come today, but also many wealthy people from the south of the city. Some of them were people she knew in the business world. If they knew that her daughter had a poor boyfriend, wouldn't they laugh at her? Especially the wealthy and noble sons of the Su family. If they knew that He Xiaoyan had a boyfriend, what would they think? How could she climb up the social ladder? "Mom, why are you doing this again?" He Xiaoyan was unhappy. Why couldn't she like Wang Chung like her dad? It seemed that she couldn't be like her dad, who was so good at licking Wang Chung. Just at this moment, the doorbell of He Xiaoyan's house rang. It must be Wang Chung. I'll go open the door, He Xiaoyan said happily. However, before she stood up, a figure went to open the door before her. It was her father He Yang. After the door opened, He Yang saw that it was indeed Wang Chung and immediately welcomed him in warmly. "Wang Chung, you're finally here. You must have worked hard on the journey. Sit down and rest for a while. Uncle will bring you some fruit." He Xiaoyan was speechless when she saw her father was acting like a bootlicker towards Wang Chung again. He was completely different from her mother. Wang Chung seemed to be accustomed to He Yang's enthusiasm towards him. He greeted him and walked in. After waiting in the living room for a while, He Xiaoyan, who was dressed in a gorgeous dress, walked down from upstairs. Wang Chung subconsciously turned his head to look over and saw that He Xiaoyan was wearing a purple and pink fairy-like suspender dress with a pink transparent shawl on her shoulders, a pair of sexy red high heels, delicate light makeup on her face, and even her hair was curled by the wind. He Xiaoyan was very beautiful today, like a fairy from heaven. Her temperament and appearance made people obsessed with her. Wang Chung was also stunned. "Xiaoyan, you look so beautiful today, Wang Qing couldn't help but blurt out a compliment, his eyes fixed on He Xiaoyan and unwilling to leave. He Xiaoyan saw Wang Qing staring at her. Her pretty face blushed slightly, but she was very happy in her heart. Wang Qing, let's go. As she spoke, she came closer, took Wang Qing's arm intimately, and leaned half of her body on him. The faint scent of perfume on He Xiaoyan's body was even more fascinating. Do you want to wait for uncle and aunt? Wang Qing asked after he reacted. No need, let's go first. Let them have one car. He Xiaoyan wanted to be alone with Wang Qing. Okay then. Wang Qing responded and took He Xiaoyan out first. When Lin Yifan chased out, the two had already got into the car, which made her angry and anxious. I don't know what Xiaoyan is thinking. She is holding on to a poor boy. Women only have a few years of youth. She doesn't want to marry a rich man, but just hangs out with a poor boy. It makes me so angry. Why are you angry? There is a saying that goes, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't look down on the young and poor. One day they may turn their fortunes around and become rich and noblemen. After packing up his suit, Hyang hurried out. He had finally met Wang Qing, and he had to perform well in front of him. He thinks he can become a rich and noble son? Dream on. It's impossible in your next life. What makes Lin Yifan most angry is that her husband, Hyang, is not on the same side with her. When he sees Wang Qing, he acts as if he is an ancient prince and flatters him without any respect. He is even more shameless than a dog. The few of them drove along and soon arrived at the Jeju private club. Although it was called a private club, it was actually very large. From the outside, it looked more like a manor or a very large private garden. It was said that there was also a golf course inside, which showed that the area was indeed very large. After Wang Qing came down holding He Xiaoyan's hand, he looked from afar and could not see the end of the road. This Jeju private club is so huge, even bigger than a manor. He Xiaoyan opened her mouth in surprise. It's quite big. Wang Qing was also secretly surprised. Any private club under his grandfather's consortium was so large and only accepted top-notch wealthy families from listed groups. It can be seen how rich and powerful his grandfather's consortium is. Wang Qing and his friends did not go in first. If they wanted to attend the Business Alliance gathering in the south of the city, they had to be brought in by Alliance members, otherwise they would not be able to enter. While Wang Qing and his friends were waiting, many luxury cars gradually arrived around the private club, including Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Ferrari, Porsche, etc. Many members who came to participate in the South City Business Alliance got off the car quickly. Both men and women were dressed very elegantly. No one would wear casual clothes to attend such a high-level gathering. Otherwise, they would be looked down upon and laughed at. Wang Qing was probably the one dressed most casually at the scene, but he didn't care what these people thought. Soon Hyang and Lin Yifan arrived by car. After getting out of the car, they saw that Wang Qing was still dressed so casually and felt ashamed. This poor boy, is he really broke? He doesn't even have a decent piece of clothing, and he just wants to embarrass me. You know what? This is called being low-key, Hyang said, and walked towards Wang Qing like a grandson. Lin Yifan was so angry that she almost died. As time went on, members of the Business Alliance began to bring people into private clubs. Lin Yifan was also a member of the Business Alliance, so she could also bring people in. However, when she and Wang Qing were about to enter Jeju private club, someone suddenly called them from behind. This person is dressed too casually. Should we ban him from entering? As he spoke, Lin Yi stood out from the crowd with a sneer on his face, and a large group of Lin family members followed him. This was an obvious provocation, and with the Lin family present, he was more confident than ever before. Moreover, the Lin family was one of the 5 leaders of the South City Business Alliance, so it would be too easy to prevent someone from entering. Chapter 85. I have a diamond gold card and enjoy core benefits. The Lin family is one of the 5 major leaders of the South City Business Alliance. They have a lot of say in the Business Alliance and many privileges. In the face of Lin Ye's provocation, the first person to stand up was He Xiaoyan's father Hyang. When he saw this situation, he immediately understood that his chance to show off in front of Wang Qing had come. Lin Yi, Jeju Private Club doesn't have any specific requirements for formal attire. So why do you care what people wear when they come here? He Xiaoyan couldn't stand it anymore and stood up to speak for Wang Qing. Since there is no explicit order requiring people to wear clothes, why do you care so much about it? It's really annoying. As He Xiaoyan said this, she wanted to pull Wang Qing in, but Lin Yi smiled coldly and refused to give in. Indeed, there is no clothing requirement to enter Jeju Private Club, but there is a clothing requirement for Chungmin Business Alliance gatherings. Hyang and the others looked at each other, especially He Xiaoyan, who was speechless. They were not members of the Business Alliance and were not very clear about their rules. However, At this moment, Lu Beibei and her parents happened to be walking towards this side. When Lu Guozhen heard this, he frowned and quickly walked up to say something. Why do I remember that there is no such rule in the rules of the South City Business Alliance? Or did you, Lin Yi, make it up? Lin Yi was surprised to see Lu Guozhen appear and speak for Wang Cheng, and at the same time, he was furious that Lu Guozhen had exposed his lies. As a person who is about to go bankrupt, what qualifications do you have to speak here? My father and the other 4 leaders have decided to deprive you of your membership in the Business Alliance. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Our Lu Group has just received a 500 million investment from the Dinghe Group and is now doing very well. If you want to expel me from the Business Alliance, you have to get a vote from all members of the Business Alliance. It's not up to your Lin family to decide. Lu Guozhen is not easy to fool. Hearing this, some members of the surrounding Business Alliance all looked at him with envy. To be able to obtain investment from Dinghe Group means not only a replenishment of the capital chain, but more importantly, Dinghe Group will also send special personnel to help promote the transformation and upgrading of the acquired companies. The help of these professional talents is the most valuable. For a moment, members of the surrounding business community began to discuss the matter in low voices, all of them filled with envy. TSK, it looks like Lu Guozhen is really lucky. Why would Mr. Chun like Lu Guozhen's junk? It's really hard to understand. With the investment and help from Mr. Chun, Lu Guozhen is likely to rise in the south of the city. Lin Yi couldn't help but get a little furious when he heard this, but he had nothing to refute. However, his father Lin Jinhua patted him on the shoulder and then walked up to him. Lu Guozhen, how can you, a small member of the alliance, have the right to speak here? I will ban this young man dressed casually from participating in our South City Business Alliance. He is humiliating the image of our business alliance. Lin Jinhua's expression was intimidating without him getting angry, and his tone was unquestionable. Lin Jinhua, you are seeking revenge for your personal gain. Lu Guozhen knew that Wang Cheng and Lin Yi had a grudge. The reason why Lin Yi didn't want Wang Cheng to go in was that he wanted to humiliate him. It was not about clothes at all. What's wrong with taking revenge? Our Lin family is one of the 5 leaders of the Business Alliance and has the right to prohibit a non-alliance member from attending the Business Alliance's gatherings. Lin Jinhua threw away the last fig leaf and revealed his true purpose. He was aggressive and didn't give Lu Guozhen any face at all. Lu Guozhen was so angry that he couldn't speak. Other business people are also unable to help. The 5 leaders do have the right to prohibit non-alliance members from attending alliance gatherings. If you don't want to go in, then don't go in. Wang Cheng, let's go. He Xiaoyan's pretty face turned pale with anger. She pulled Wang Cheng's hand and wanted to leave, but he stopped her. No hurry. Wang Cheng smiled faintly, then took out a golden diamond gold card from his arms, held it in his hand, and said calmly, "Excuse me, I have a diamond gold card from your South City Business Alliance, which allows me to enjoy the treatment of a core member. I wonder if I can go in now." When this gold card came out, everyone present was shocked. You know, this diamond gold card is only available to the leaders of the 5 major business alliances, and this kid actually has one too. He Yang, Lu Guozhen, and even Lin Yifan were all shocked by Wang Cheng. The scene was silent. Lin Jinhua, who thought he had won the game, was slapped in the face by a younger guy, and his face turned pale for a moment. Lin Yi, the pretty boy, was even more unwilling to accept this and started yelling at him. "Wang Cheng, where did you get this gold card? I suspect you forged it." As soon as this was said, some people at the scene began to voice doubts. After all, this diamond gold card was related to their interests. Come and verify whether it's true or not. Wang Cheng said lightly. This diamond gold card was given to him by Fatima Hao, who is also one of the 5 leaders of the South City Business Alliance. The diamond gold card he gave him must be real, but what Wang Cheng did not expect was that he actually used it here. "Okay, let me check it. If it's fake, I will kick you out." Lin Yi walked over angrily and took the diamond gold card from Wang Cheng's hand. However, when he looked left and right, he was shocked to find that it was exactly the same as the real diamond gold card. Could this kid really have a diamond gold card? No, I have to go find my father to check again. While Lin Yi was thinking about it, he turned around and took the diamond gold card to find Lin Jinhua. The latter took the diamond gold card and checked it carefully. It was indeed real, which made him frown. Who gave him the diamond gold card? Lin Jinhua couldn't help but become a little cautious. Before he could figure out the situation, he thought it would be better to let him go. Anyway, he would have plenty of opportunities to deal with him when he got in. If he dared to take the assets and shares of their Lin family, he was looking for death. "You're lucky." Lin Jinhua threw the diamond gold card in his hand directly in front of Wang Cheng with some humiliation, as if returning it to him. Before leaving,
He did not forget to remind Wang Chung. But don't think that you can get in touch with those wealthy businessmen just by going in. I will let you know how powerful our Lin family is, and then you will regret coming in. Let's go. Lin Zhenhua led the Lin family and entered the Jeju private club first. Wang Chung, let's go in too. He Xiaoyan said happily after picking up the gold card. She didn't expect that Wang Chung actually had the diamond gold card of the South City Business Alliance. It was really beyond her expectations. Well, go in. Wang Chung nodded, but he remembered the humiliation inflicted on him by the Lin family. He will show you who regrets coming in later. Chapter 86. Reevaluate this poor boy. After entering Jeju private club, Wang Chung and others truly witnessed the grandeur and luxury of this club. After entering through the door, it feels like entering a garden forest. Large tracts of rare flowers and trees were planted in the garden, and in the middle of the garden there was a cobblestone path where 3 people could walk side by side. On the way to the reception room, there is a stream flowing through, and a small wooden bridge is built over the stream, connecting to the cobblestone road. Wang Chung and his friends stood on the small bridge and looked down into the stream. They could actually see quite a few fish, which was astonishing. It's so beautiful here. I really want to live this kind of garden life every day. He Xiaoyan was dazzled by the sight. It was so beautiful here. Most of the others were visiting the Jeju private club for the first time and were completely shocked by the garden-style architectural style inside. This architectural design is so amazing, integrating the garden and modern architecture into one. It's so refreshing. Hyun couldn't help but sigh. Look, that should be the reception room. Let's go there quickly. Liu Beibei pointed to a building in front of them that looked like a bird's nest and became a little excited. When others saw this, they couldn't help but quicken their pace. Wang Chung was not in a hurry. He walked on the path leisurely, admiring the scenery as he walked, secretly sighing that the Jeju private club owned by his grandfather was really awesome. Wang Chung, let's go quickly. I want to go see my grandpa and the others. He Xiaoyan took Wang Cheng's arm, looking very intimate. Wang Cheng nodded and quickened his pace. After arriving at the reception room, Wang Chengkai found that many people had already arrived. In the huge bird's nest reception room, there were already no less than 200 people, and more people were coming in later. The entire reception room is held in the form of an open buffet cocktail party, with all kinds of food and drinks everywhere, and professional beautiful ladies to provide you with service and guidance. There were already groups of people chatting and talking in the reception room. Some were trying to build relationships, some were discussing cooperation intentions, and some were introducing their children to each other. However, it was rare to see people like He Xiaoyan who came purely to meet relatives. Wang Chung looked quickly. The old man with slightly gray hair and wearing a Zhongshan suit is my grandfather. Next to him are my eldest and second aunts. They are all here. He Xiaoyan pointed at an old man from a distance and introduced him to Wang Chung, her pretty face full of excitement. The old man was Lin Fu, the largest building materials merchant in the south of the city. He was a relatively well-known figure in the building materials industry. Unfortunately, he had 3 daughters, but no sons. 100 years later, he was worried about who would inherit his business. Lin Yifan was also very excited when she saw her father and sisters. But when she saw the poor boy Wang Chung dressed casually out of the corner of her eye, she couldn't help but look down on him. Wang Chung, we are going to meet Xiaoyan's grandfather to get to know each other, so you can just go somewhere else for a walk first. Lin Yifan was worried that she would be embarrassed in front of her sisters. She had no way of expressing her grievances about her daughter finding a poor boyfriend, so she wanted to get him away in advance to avoid being embarrassed again. Mom, what are you doing? I want to introduce Wang Chung to Grandpa. He Xiaoyan was the first to stand up and object, and she was very angry. What do you know? Are you going to embarrass me in front of my 2 sisters again? Lin Yifan retorted angrily. Wang Chung is a handsome man. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Hyun couldn't stand it anymore. This stupid wife disliked Wang Chung again and again. He really didn't know what was wrong with her brain. He immediately took out the demeanor of the head of the family and said, "Listen to me and go meet him openly." Having said that, she took Wang Cheng's hand and walked over. He Xiaoyan proudly raised her chin towards her mother Lin Yifan. Dad is still the best. Mom only knows how to despise the poor and love the rich. You two are so heartless. Lin Yifan was really mad at the father and daughter. When Hyun was pulling Wang Chung over, he couldn't help but lower his head and apologize in a low voice. Wang Chung, my wife is talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. It's okay. I'm used to it. Wang Chung smiled slightly and didn't care. He was really used to the 2 extreme attitudes of He Xiaoyan's parents towards him. Wang Chung and his group came to Lin Fu and his group. The latter was also very happy to see He Xiaoyan and her family. After a brief greeting, he quickly set his eyes on Wang Chung. who was affectionately holding He Xiaoyan's arm with a hint of doubt. Xiaoyan, is this your boyfriend? He Xiaoyan's Aunt Lin Jinjin looked up and down at Wang Cheng's simple clothes, and a trace of contempt and disgust flashed in her eyes. They were used to a life of luxury and could tell whether a person was rich or not just by looking at his clothes. What's more, today was a gathering of the business alliance, and who would dress so casually? Yes, it's my boyfriend. His name is Wang Cheng. He Xiaoyan introduced him happily, completely unaware of the contempt and disgust in the eyes of her elder and younger aunts. Wang Cheng, right? What do you do? What industry are your parents in? Aunt Lin Wan couldn't help but ask. I'm from the countryside and work at Hungfing Entertainment. My parents are farmers. Wang Cheng replied indifferently, pretending not to notice the contempt and disgust in their eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Wan and Lin Jinjin could not help but shook their heads. They were obviously not optimistic about Wang Cheng. This poor boy from the countryside was obviously a gigolo. No one knew how he could catch up with He Xiaoyan, who was so beautiful that she could captivate all women. I didn't expect that Xiaoyan, who is so beautiful, actually found a poor boyfriend. I wonder what my second sister thinks. Aunt Lin Wan glanced at Lin Yifan and expressed her disdain directly to her face. He's not as good as my Xiaosher's boyfriend. He's at least the son of a second-rate wealthy family. His net worth will be at least tens of billions in the future. Aunt Lin Jinjin couldn't help but sneer. Lin Yifan felt like she was being slapped in the face. She was told not to bring it, but she insisted on bringing it. Now, she was embarrassed because of Wang Cheng, but He Xiaoyan couldn't stand it any longer. Aunt, how can you humiliate Wang Cheng like this? He hasn't offended you. So what if he's poor? Grandpa was also a poor boy before. He Xiaoyan was very angry and wanted to pull Wang Cheng away, but fortunately the elder Lin Fu came out to smooth things over. Okay, let the young people deal with their own affairs. Lin Fu didn't think much of this poor boy from the countryside, but he could see that He Xiaoyan liked Wang Cheng very much, so there was no need for him to say anything. Yes, let the young people deal with their own affairs. He Yang also hurried to smooth things over, but secretly thought in his heart, these guys who look down on others will make you regret it one day. Wang Cheng, let's go over there to eat. He Xiaoyan didn't want to see her aunts and uncles now. She hated them very much and wanted to take Wang Cheng away quickly. I'll go later, Wang Cheng smiled. He didn't care about their humiliation. However, since Lin Fu is He Xiaoyan's grandfather, as a junior, he should show some appreciation when they meet for the first time. He then spoke to Lin Fu in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Grandpa Lin, I didn't prepare any gifts for our first meeting. This diamond gold card from the Business Alliance is a gift. I think it should be of some help to you. As he spoke, Wang Cheng handed the diamond gold card given to him by Fatty Ma to Lin Fu. The latter was shocked. He Xiaoyan's two aunts opened their mouths with shocked expressions. Is this the diamond gold card of the South City Business Alliance? Lin Fu took the diamond gold card with some excitement. With this diamond gold card, his power in the Business Alliance is equivalent to that of the 5 major leaders. Moreover, in business cooperation, this gold card gives you the right to negotiate cooperation first. Not to mention that when spending in the Business Alliance, you can enjoy free benefits within 100,000 yuan per day. This gold card was not just a little bit helpful to him in the business world, but a huge help. Lin Fu felt that he had to reevaluate Wang Cheng, the poor boy from the countryside. Chapter 87. The Lin family's crazy revenge. This diamond gold card is actually not very useful in Wang Cheng's hands, because he does not hang out in the business circle in the south of the city. However, Lin Fu does hang out in the business circle in the south of the city. He is in the business of building materials. With this diamond gold card, he can get priority orders from the real estate, construction, and other industries. This gold card can also be used to gain more business connections, which is definitely more valuable than in Wang Cheng's hands. This is one of the reasons why Wang Cheng gave the diamond gold card to Lin Fu. Wang Cheng, huh? Grandpa likes you, kid. It doesn't matter whether you are poor or not. The most important thing is that Grandpa likes you as a person. Lin Fu immediately changed his previous indifferent attitude into a beaming smile. Although this boy was poor, he was quite capable. Moreover, the fact that he could get this diamond gold card showed that he had a wide network of contacts and would have no problem rising in the future. After all, Lin Fu has been in the business for more than 70 years, so naturally, he has a better eye for people than young people. Grandpa really has good taste. He Xiaoyan was also very happy and glanced at her aunt and younger aunt as she spoke. At this time, the two sisters Lin Wan and Lin Jinjin were also surprised that a poor boy could have such a diamond gold card and was willing to give it to Lin Fu. The two of them opened their mouths to say something, but when they saw that the old man suddenly liked Wang Cheng so much, they swallowed their words back. Seeing the two of them being humiliated, Lin Yifan seemed to find a little face and felt a little better. After getting acquainted with He Xiaoyan's grandfather and others, He Xiaoyan took Wang Cheng to other parts of the party to eat delicious food. I have to say that the food prepared for this party was indeed very rich. He Xiaoyan was like a greedy cat, pulling Wang Cheng to eat a little here and a little there, and Wang Cheng also ate a lot. It's so delicious, He Xiaoyan said as she put another small piece of strawberry cake into her stomach. She licked the corner of her mouth playfully. Her cute expression made Wang Cheng slightly stunned. Other people who come to this business alliance gathering are here to build relationships or discuss business, but we are just here to eat, Wang Cheng said with a smile. They put these delicacies out for us to eat. I wanted to introduce my two cousins to you, but they seem to be more interested in chatting with tall, rich, and handsome men. He Xiaoyan glanced at her two cousins in the distance. They were both chatting happily with a group of tall, rich, and handsome men. This made He Xiaoyan give up the plan of introducing Wang Cheng to them, for fear that she would be despised by them again. She didn't want to see Wang Cheng being humiliated again. Wang Cheng didn't care much about these things. He picked up a piece of delicate cake and started eating. However, just as he took a bite, he heard someone calling him from behind, and the tone seemed to reveal contempt and ridicule. You are from the countryside. You are just a poor kid like you. You are only interested in eating at a high-end gathering like the Business Alliance. Only a poor guy like you can do that. Wang Cheng frowned and turned his head to look over, only to see the pretty boy Lin Yu walking towards him with an equally tall, rich, and handsome man. Little white face, why are you here? Do you want to give me some more shares or money? Wang Cheng teased with a smile on his face. Wang Cheng, don't be so complacent. My father has already contacted members of major business alliances and is waiting to vote to kick all companies related to you out of the business alliances. And you are the culprit who caused their losses. Lin Yi sneered. This is the power of the family, and they are a quasi-first-class family with great power. In his opinion, Wang Cheng is just a poor boy from the countryside, with no money and no power, so naturally he cannot fight against their family. Wang Cheng frowned when he heard this. He never expected that the Lin family would bypass him to deal with the business group that was close to him and had a good relationship with him. The first to be affected was He Xiaoyan's father's He's Hotel, but fortunately her family did not have many hotels in the south of the city. The second one to be hit would definitely be Lu Guozhen's Lu Group, and the third one would probably be He Xiaoyan's grandfather's building materials company. Thinking of this, Wang Cheng became a little angry. If you have something to do, come to me. What's the point of plotting against them? The Lin family is so despicable that they actually dared to plot against the people around him and use this to attack him. Haha, I told you, you can't beat me. I will make these people die with you one by one and hate you one by one. It is because of you that they were forced to withdraw from the business circle. And do you think that withdrawing from the business circle is enough? I will also find someone to attack their business group until it goes bankrupt. Dare to fight our Lin family. You are looking for death. Lin Yi said with a sinister look on his face. Pretty boy, don't force me. Wang Cheng was really angry this time. He could attack him, but he could not tolerate attacking the people around him. Haha, what's wrong with me forcing you? What can you do to me? Let me tell you. Poor bastard. I'm going to deal with the people around you, make them hate you, and make you deserted by everyone. After Lin Yi roared, he adjusted his mood and continued. Do you know who this person next to me is? Wang Cheng subconsciously turned his gaze to the tall, rich and handsome man next to Lin Yi and frowned slightly. I'm telling you, he is the eldest son of the Su family in the south of the city, Su Jianghao. The Su family is a first-class wealthy family in the south of the city, and they are also members of the Jiayu Private Club. With the help of the Su family, Wang Cheng, you are doomed to lose this time. Just wait for them to hate you. Haha, Lin Yi laughed proudly. Pretty boy, I advise you not to be too proud too soon. It's still unclear who will win or lose until the end, Wang Cheng said in a cold tone. Haha, this is so funny. A poor boy with no money and no power actually wants to fight with our Lin family and Su family. Okay, then I'll wait to see your tragic ending of being deserted by everyone. After Lin Yi said this, he left with the eldest son of the Su family, Su Jianghao, laughing. Wang Cheng watched them leave with cold eyes, thinking of a countermeasure quickly in his mind. At this moment, Fatty Mahao hurriedly found him and ran over, his face full of sweat, as if something big had happened. Prince Wang, something big has happened. What's the big deal? Wang Cheng seemed to have a premonition of something. The Lin family and the Su family have joined forces and are discussing kicking me out of the business alliance. They are also planning to kick out the He's Hotel, the Lu's Group, and the Linfu Building Materials Company. Now, except for me, the other 4 of the 5 leaders have basically agreed. Fatima took a breath and continued. Moreover, Most of the other members of the business circle have been won over by them. It is estimated that in another hour, they may start voting. According to the rules of the business circle, as long as the voting approval rate exceeds 50% and more than 3 leading parties agree, the proposal will take effect. Wang Qing took a deep breath. He didn't expect the Lin family's revenge on him to come so quickly, so immediately, and so cruelly. However, the current situation was more serious than Wang Chung had imagined. Soon, Lu Guozhen, Yang, and Lin Fu came to find Wang Chung one after another. Wang Chung, have you offended the Lin family and the Su family? They proposed to kick our 3 families out of the business alliance. What should we do? They even sent people to contact us, saying that they want to kick us out because of your relationship. Lin Fu was the most anxious one. He originally thought that after getting the diamond gold card, his business could be further developed. However, he did not expect to get into big trouble. Mr. Wang, don't worry. There is still room for maneuver. As long as the voting rate is lower than 50%, this proposal will not take effect. We also know a lot of people in the business circle, and we can lobby for them. Don't blame yourself too much. Although Lu Guozhen was anxious, he could also think that the Lin family was taking revenge on Wang Chung. However, Lu Guozhen had no confidence at all in competing with the Lin family and the Su family. After all, the other party were first-class wealthy families and quasi-first-class wealthy families. When it came to choosing sides, I was afraid that no one would choose to stand on Lu Guozhen's side. Wang Chung, it's okay. Don't worry, Uncle will stand by you. Yang was the only one with the best mentality. Besides, he only had 2 hotels in the south of the city, so he wouldn't lose much money if he was hit. Wang Cheng's eyes gradually became cold and gloomy. Lin family, you forced me to do this. Don't blame me for being too ruthless. Fatima, Wang Cheng called out coldly. Young Master Wang, I'm here. Manhwa wiped the sweat off his forehead and quickly came to Wang Chung. He felt that young Master Wang was about to erupt like a volcano. You are one of the 5 leaders. Submit a proposal to kick the Lin family out immediately and quickly. Wang Chung said sternly. Is this okay? The Lin family and the Su family have already formed an alliance. If you want to kick the Lin family out, the Su family will definitely not agree. You know, the Su family is a first-rate wealthy family in the south of the city, and there are many people in the business circle who support them. Fatima replied nervously. When Lin Fu looked at Wang Chung, he shook his head at him, extremely disappointed. This boy was still too young and thought too simply about things. He now regretted accepting the gold card from Wang Chung, which had implicated himself. In fact, Lu Guozhen was not optimistic about the proposal to kick back the Lin family. You have to know that if the 2 families join forces, they will be almost invincible in the south of the city. It is impossible for the 4 insignificant families like them to bring them down. Only Yang firmly believed in Wang Cheng. Fatima, Wang Cheng asked you to do it, so just do it now and stop talking nonsense here. Okay, Fatima was helpless. This battle could not be resolved by force, but by power and connections. Seeing Fatima go to make a proposal, Wang Chung found an excuse and left temporarily. Then he came to an empty corner, took out his cell phone, and first called Chun Haoqing, asking all the representatives of Dinghe Group in the south of the city who came to the Jeju private club at the same time to vote for Fatima's proposal. When Chun Haoqing heard Wang Cheng's serious tone on the phone, he knew that the young master was going to do something big this time. So he hurried downstairs to notify people. The industries under the Dinghe Group still have a certain influence in the south of the city, but it is still not enough to counter the combined power of the Lin and Su families. It seems that I have to rely on my grandfather's power this time. Wang Cheng suddenly thought of a counter-espionage plan, which would allow him to kill the Lin family. Chapter 88. The Nobleman's Rebellion Plan Behind the Scenes. Wang Chung had to fight back against the Lin family's crazy revenge, otherwise Lu Guozhen, Yang, and others would be implicated. In the end, he might really be deserted by his friends and relatives, and no one would be willing to help him. This was something Wang Chung did not want to see. After contacting Chun Haoqing, Wang Chung called his grandfather, Wang Guodong, the head of the Morojin Group. The phone rang several times before the other party picked up. The voice from the other end of the phone was very strong, and it seemed that my grandfather was in good health. Stinky boy, why did you think of calling Grandpa today? Hearing this familiar voice, Wang Chung trembled all over. He hadn't seen his grandfather for several years. He hardly saw him since he went to college. At most, they had contacted each other a few times through video during the Chinese New Year. Grandpa, I missed you, so I called you. Wang Chung said with a smile. It's good that you still remember me as your grandpa. Did you receive the black gold card that I asked your mother to send to you? Lin Guodong's words were full of concern. Got it, Wang Chung responded. After the two of them briefly reminisced about the past, Wang Chengkai got down to business. Grandpa, I'm in trouble at the Jeju Private Club under your consortium, and I want to ask you for help. Jeju Private Club? Wang Guodong thought for a long time before he remembered. There are too many clubs. Is it the one in Qingshui City? Yeah, that's right. Wang Chung was a little excited. It seemed that this Jeju Private Club was really a private club owned by his grandfather's consortium. I'll ask the person in charge there to come to you. Just ask him if you encounter any troubles. Wang Guodong quickly arranged a contact person for Wang Chung. After hanging up the phone, Wang Chung waited in the corner for a while, and then a call came in. It seemed that it was the person in charge of Jeju Private Club introduced by his grandfather. Wang Chung told him the location and asked him to come over to see him immediately. Soon, a handsome middle-aged man with an imposing manner, wearing a suit and tie, hurried towards Wang Chung with a hint of nervousness and uneasiness on his face. Excuse me, are you Wang Chung? The handsome uncle was a little unsure when he saw that the young master the old man mentioned was actually a young man wearing cheap clothes. Yes, it's me, Wang Chung said as he took out a black and gold SVIP card from his arms. When the latter saw the Morogen Group's highest-level black-gold SVIP card, he immediately confirmed Wang Cheng's identity. Young master, my name is Zhou Xiang. I'm the professional manager of the Jeju Private Club and the person in charge here. If you have any questions, feel free to come to me. Zhou Xiang asked with a bow, his attitude very respectful, and even a little uneasy in his heart. You have to know that this seemingly ordinary young master in front of you will inherit the Morogen Group in the future. If you don't serve him well, he may be deprived of everything he is now with just one word. The Su family in the south of the city is a member here, right? Wang Chung thought for a moment and asked. Yes, the Su family in the south of the city is indeed an ordinary member of our group. Zhou Xiang nodded quickly in response. That's good. Let the head of the Su family come to see me. Also, prepare a set of high-end clothes and a mask for me. I want to meet him in person. Wang Chung planned to incite the Su family to rebel and then let them support Fatima's proposal. In this way, he could kill the Lin family. With the influence of Dingha Group in the south of the city and the support of the Su family, a top wealthy family in the south of the city, Fatima's proposal will definitely exceed half. In contrast, the Lin family's proposal will definitely fail. Okay, master, I'll take you to the VIP meeting room and wait. As he spoke, Zhou Xiang led Wang Chung to the VIP meeting room of Jeju Private Club and immediately brought Wang Chung a high-end suit and a white mask to cover his face. While Zhou Xiang went to call the Su family over, Wang Chung started to change his clothes. As the saying goes, Buddhas are adorned with gold, and people are adorned with clothes. Wang Chung, who changed into a suit and dress, indeed looked much more handsome. After hiding his original clothes, Wang Chung put on the white mask so that even if the Su family saw him, they would not be able to recognize his true face. I would never associate the rich nobleman in front of me with the poor boy from the countryside. After changing clothes, not long after, Zhou Xiang led Su family's head, Su Nantian, to the VIP meeting room. This is the young master of our Morogen group. He specially asked to summon you. Zhou Xiang introduced solemnly. The latter, Su Nantian, saw that it was the young master of the world-famous Morogen group who wanted to meet him, and he was immediately very excited. You know, the Morogen Group is a top group in the world, rich enough to rival a country, and it is not comparable to their small family like the Su family trapped in Qingshui City. I wonder what business the young master has with me. Although Su Nantian was already in his 50s or 60s, much older than Wang Chung, he still didn't dare to act arrogantly in front of him. After all, there was a huge gap in their status. I want you to support MANHWA in the proposal of the South City Business Alliance. Do you have any objections? Wang Chung said lightly under the mask. This is probably not appropriate. Our Su family and the Lin family have already formed a business alliance. If we turn against them now, it will probably cause a feud between the two families. Su Nantian wiped the sweat off his forehead. He never expected that this young master actually wanted their Su family to turn against them and support MANHWA. The voting will start soon. If the Su family's forces are allowed to temporarily switch to support MANHWA, wouldn't that mean the Lin family will be killed? When the Lin family realizes what's going on, they will probably take crazy revenge on the Su family. Although the Su family believes that they are stronger than the Lin family, if they put all their efforts into retaliating against them, the Su family will probably be seriously damaged. Wang Chung frowned. It seemed that this old guy would not release the eagle until he saw the rabbit. Thinking of this, he said lightly, I can upgrade your ordinary membership in Jeju Club to silver membership. In addition, if the Lin family wants to retaliate against you later, I will let Dingha Group lend you a helping hand. After the success, half of the Lin family's assets will belong to you. Hearing this, Su Nantian was surprised and happy.
Ordinary members of the Jiayu Club can only come in. For financial services such as loans, financing, stocks, etc., ordinary members only have a consultation right. If they can be upgraded to silver members, they can enjoy preferential policies for these services. In addition, if the Lin family retaliates later, Dinghe Group will share the burden, and half of the Lin family's assets will be given after the revenge is accomplished. Su Nantian was tempted by this deal. I'll think about it. Su Nantian was extremely excited, but he still needed to think it over again and again. However, Wang Cheng did not give him much time. I will only count to 3. If you don't agree, your ordinary membership in the Jiayu Club will be cancelled. Wang Cheng said this with a hint of threat. When Su Nantian heard this, he didn't even bother waiting for Wang Cheng to count, and quickly agreed out of fear. Young master, our Su family has agreed. When the vote comes later, all the forces of our Su family will switch to support Ma Hao's proposal. Well, I like people like you who know how to adapt to the times. Wang Cheng smiled slightly. Now the Lin family will see how you can act arrogantly in front of me. Chapter 89. Everything is ready except the east wind. After dealing with the Su family, we need to deal with a few more people. According to the rules of the South City Business Alliance, in order for a proposal to take effect, in addition to the members' voting approval rate exceeding 50%, at least 3 of the 5 leaders must agree, so Wang Cheng still needs to convince at least 2 leaders. Then Wang Cheng asked Su Nantian to privately notify the other 3 leaders to come and see him, and repeatedly told him not to leak the news. Soon, the other 3 leaders of the South City Business Alliance also came to see Wang Cheng. They were Zhang Yuan from the Zhang family, Qin Tianlin from the Qin family, and Yi Fei from the Yi family. They were all middle-aged men in their 50s or 60s, some tall and some thin. I wonder why the young master called us here. Zhang Yuan stared at Wang Cheng, who was wearing a white mask, and asked nervously. This is also the question that the other 2 leaders want to ask. The reason I called you here this time is naturally because I want to give you a benefit. Wang Cheng said lightly. Give us benefits? What benefits? The 3 of them were shocked and suspicious. Right from the start, the young master wanted to give them benefits. What was he up to? However, they had lived for most of their lives and knew one thing. There is no free lunch in the world. I can give each of you an ordinary membership spot in Jiayu Private Club, Wang Cheng said, looking them in the eye. Are you serious? The 3 of them couldn't help but be greatly surprised. You know, only listed companies and local first-rate wealthy families are eligible to be members of the Jiayu Private Club, while second- and third-rate wealthy families like them simply can't have it. Moreover, as long as you become a member of the Jiayu Private Club, you can enter the Jiayu Private Club freely. Not only can you gain top connections, but you can also obtain various inside information about finance, especially stocks, which is very attractive to them. In addition, if their companies need financing, loans, or even listing in the future, it will become quite easy and convenient with this membership. Of course it's true, but I need you to choose Ma Hao in the proposal vote of the South City Business Alliance this time. Wang Cheng went around in circles and finally told them his purpose. After hearing this condition, the 3 of them were slightly surprised and spoke after a moment of hesitation. Young master, the voting is about to begin. If we vote for Ma Hao now, it would be equivalent to killing the Lin family. I'm afraid the Lin family will retaliate against us later. Zhang Yuan expressed their concerns. After today, the Lin family will be hit by a joint attack from the Dinghe Group and the Su family. Why are you still afraid of the Lin family? Without them, wouldn't you be able to take the opportunity to expand your market share? Wang Cheng said with a smile. As soon as the voice fell, the 3 people below took a breath of cold air. The Lin family had offended the young master of the Morogen Group. They actually secretly joined forces with the Dinghe Group and the Su family to strangle them. If they didn't agree now, they might have one more target to strangle. Then we will follow the young master's orders. The 3 of them dared not hesitate any longer and agreed almost in unison. Very good. You must keep it a secret when you get out, and don't even mention that you've met me. After Wang Cheng sent the 3 of them away, he changed back into his original simple clothes, took off his white mask, and took a deep breath. Wearing a mask is really uncomfortable. Wang Cheng felt a little emotional. After tidying up his clothes, he walked out of the VIP meeting room and quickly ran to the reception hall. At this time, the members of the Business Alliance in the reception room were discussing 2 proposals. One was the proposal proposed by the Lin family to kick out Ma Hao, his hotel, etc., and the other was the proposal proposed by Ma Hao to kick out the Lin family. In order to win the final victory of the 2 proposals, both sides were also competing with their own connections and power. However, Ma Hao soon discovered that the 4 of them were no match for the 2 powerful families of Su and Lin, and were in an absolute disadvantageous position. Why hasn't young Master Wang shown up yet? Manhwa was very anxious. Don't worry, Wang Qing may also be contacting other people for help. Yang was the calmest among the four people. Firstly, he believed in Wang Chung. Secondly, he only had 2 hotels in the south of the city. Even if he was kicked out of the South City Business Alliance, the loss would not be great. He's a poor boy from the countryside. How can he contact anyone for help? He Xiaoyan's grandfather, Lin Fu, is a little anxious now. When he thinks that there is a high possibility that he will be kicked out of the business alliance, he greatly regrets getting involved with Wang Chung. Lin Yifan, He Xiaoyan, her 2 aunts and cousins were also present at the scene. Just now, in order to help their grandfather, these women mobilized their connections to help canvass for votes, but the effect was minimal. This damn poor boy, why did he bother the Lin family for no reason? Now look, we are all going to be in trouble together. Lin Yifan became more and more angry as she thought about it, and then she warned He Xiaoyan next to her. Xiaoyan, if your father and grandfather's companies are kicked out of the South City Business Alliance, you and Wang Chung will break up. Do you hear me? I don't want to. He Xiaoyan didn't want to be separated from Wang Chung. I say, are you stupid? If you continue to hang out with him, you will be the one who will be in trouble next time. Look what he has done to our family. Lin Yifan was so angry. Wang Chung had done so much harm to her family. He Xiaoyan's aunt and younger aunt nearby also joined in to persuade her. Yes, Xiaoyan, you'd better leave a poor boy like Wang Chung from the countryside as soon as possible. Now he has ruined our family like this, and I don't know if your grandfather's business can continue in the future. Several relatives talked one after another, belittling Wang Chung to the point of being worthless and even treating him as a jinx. He Xiaoyan felt very aggrieved and tears welled up in her eyes. Fortunately, there was He Yang who protected his daughter. What are you doing? The matter hasn't even been resolved yet, and you're already quarreling among yourselves. What are you quarreling about? Just be quiet. He Yang was also angry. Everyone stopped talking for a while. After a while of silence, Wang Chung finally found them from the crowd. Young Master Wang, you are finally here. We are going to vote soon, but the current situation is very unfavorable to us. What should we do now? Manhwa was the first to run over and asked, looking very anxious. You know, he worked very hard to become one of the 5 leaders. If he was really kicked out of the business alliance today, it would be a huge loss. When Lin Fu saw Wang Qing coming, he snorted coldly and turned away. This time he was badly hurt by him. Wang Qing comforted them when he saw that their morale was low. Everyone, rest assured. I have made all the contacts. Everything is ready. We just need the right support. There will be no problem with the vote this time. Wang Bin wanted to give them good news to boost their morale, but Lin Yifan did not give him a good look. Wang Chung, you're finally here. Auntie, let me tell you something ugly first. If we are kicked out of the South City Business Alliance this time, you and Xiaoyan won't have to continue with your relationship. Lin Yifan was really afraid of Wang Chung. If he continued to be with He Xiaoyan, her daughter would probably be implicated. Wang Chung frowned. He didn't expect that Lin Yifan and the others had already begun to hate him. It seemed that the Lin family's revenge was really cruel. Fortunately, he had made preparations. When the time comes, the Lin family can just wait to be killed by him. Lin Yi, who was not far away, saw all of this. Seeing Wang Chung being despised by everyone, a smug smile appeared on his face. He couldn't help but walk over and challenged Wang Chung. Poor bastard, now you know how powerful our Lin family is. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. There will be more fun waiting for you later. I will make you live a life worse than death. Don't be happy too soon. Until the last moment, you will never know what the ending will be. What if it is your Lin family that is kicked out? Wang Chung said with a slight smile. Chapter 90. Everything is under control. Seeing Wang Chung and the others quarreling, Lin Yi was so happy. Although Wang Chung was still pretending to be tough, Lin Yi, who was sure of victory, didn't want to argue with him anymore. Poor bastard, let's just wait and see. I will make you vomit out everything you have eaten, or even pay you back 10 or 100 times. Lin Yi said, gritting his teeth. He would never forget that day at the Cape of Good Hope Hotel. Being pinned to the ground and slapped in the face in his own territory was the most humiliating day of his life. Okay, then we'll see. Don't let the entire Lin family get involved. Wang Chung has made up his mind to wipe out the roots this time. He must fight Lin Yi and the Lin family until they collapse. Let's see what this pretty boy can use to provoke him in the future. Haha, if you want to destroy our Lin family, forget it in your next life. Lin Yi said with a sneer. After saying this, he walked away. Because the voting on the 2 proposals was about to begin, Ma Hao and the others became subconsciously nervous. A miniature stage rose up in the center of the living room, and a very beautiful young woman took the microphone and stepped onto the stage. This was Su Qingluo, the 3rd daughter of the alliance member Su family.
She was considered a beautiful girl among the younger generation, but she was still a little less attractive than Yi Xiaoyan. She was a broadcaster and host by training and had hosted 2 business alliance gatherings, so she was quite experienced and everyone was convinced. After briefly greeting everyone, Su Qingluo officially got down to business. At this business alliance meeting, 2 proposals were made. One was proposed by Ma Hao to expel the Lin family, and the other was proposed by the Lin family to expel Ma Hao, Yang, Lin Fu, and Lu Guozhen from the membership. Su Qingluo paused for a moment and continued. The 2 proposals are very similar, so after consultation among the 5 leading parties, in order to save time, the voting on the 2 proposals will be carried out simultaneously. The voting papers will be distributed next. A represents the Lin family, and B represents Ma Hao, Yang, Lin Fu, and Lu Guozhen. Just write the letter of the person you want to expel on the voting paper. In order to make everyone hear more clearly, Su Qingluo cleared his throat and said it again. Everyone must remember, if you want to fire someone, write the letter that represents the person on the signature paper. After writing, put it in the wooden box next to me. We will open the box and check the votes on the spot, so there will be absolutely no shady operations. Did everyone understand? Su Qingluo asked again. I understand. A loud response came from the living room. Now that you have heard the rules clearly, members of each business alliance, please come up and get your voting papers. You must fill them out on the spot and then put them in the wooden box next to me. Su Qingluo explained the details of the voting again, and everyone heard it very clearly and understood it. Next, the 128 business alliance members lined up one by one to vote. It's over, it's over. Wang Cheng has screwed you so much this time. When Lin Fu heard that they really had to vote, he panicked and felt regretful. Father-in-law, don't be so pessimistic. What if everyone chooses to support us and expel the Lin family? Yang walked over and patted Lin Fu, the father-in-law, on the shoulder and comforted him. You are calm. You only have 2 hotels in the south of the city. You won't suffer any loss if you withdraw from the business alliance. But my life's career is in the south of the city. Once the business alliance withdraws, I'm afraid my business will plummet. Lin Fu said unhappily. Yi Xiaoyan's aunt and younger aunt couldn't help but come up and scold Wang Cheng one after another. I knew this poor kid from the countryside was unreliable. Now he has caused us so much trouble. Xiaoyan is really something. Why did she have to find someone who loves to stir up trouble and show off when there are so many other people to choose from? Now you have offended the Lin family. I think your family will soon go bankrupt. It's really a bad apple that spoils the whole barrel. Let's all wait for death. Lin Yifan felt uncomfortable listening to this. She was angry and wanted to explode. She thought to herself that after the voting was over, she must make her daughter break up with Wang Cheng. Otherwise, if this continued, sooner or later their family would be implicated by this poor boy Wang Cheng and suffer misfortune. Yi Xiaoyan was very angry when she heard this. But because they were the elders, she couldn't get angry. She could only come to Wang Cheng's side and accompany him silently, with a worried look on her face. It's okay. I'm here. Wang Cheng suddenly held Yi Xiaoyan's soft and boneless little hand tenderly and comforted her in a low voice. Yi Xiaoyan nodded, but still couldn't hide the worry in her eyes. Soon everyone went up to vote, including Ma Hao, Yang, Lin Fu, and Lu Guozhen. Wang Cheng and his friends could only stand below and wait for them. For a moment, the stage in the center of the reception room was crowded with people. Fortunately, everyone was queuing up in a very polite manner, so everything seemed orderly. There are a total of 128 people in the South City Business Alliance, and it takes at least an hour just to queue up to vote. Bored Wang Cheng took Yi Xiaoyan to eat. Xiaoyan, I'll take you to eat something and come back later. When Lin Yifan and the others saw this, they couldn't help but feel contempt and disgust. At this time, you still have the mind to eat. This is your fate of being poor all your life. Wang Cheng, I don't have the appetite to eat. Yi Xiaoyan was now fully concerned about her father and grandfather, and was no longer interested in the delicious food in front of her. Especially since her mother had said that if her father and grandfather were both expelled from the South City Business Alliance, she and Wang would have to break up. This was what she was most worried about. You still have to eat, Wang Cheng said with a smile. At the same time, he grabbed a piece of cookie and put it in his mouth and started chewing, looking very calm. More than an hour later, the voting of the Business Alliance members was almost over, and Ma Hao, Yang, Lin Fu, and Lu Guozhen returned to Wang Cheng one after another. Have you finished voting? Wang Cheng grabbed another piece of cake and started eating, seemingly not worried at all. We've surrendered, but it's useless relying on just the 4 of us. Young Master Wang, have you thought of a way out? The Lin family will not let you go. Lu Guozhen said somewhat dejectedly. It's okay. After today, I'm afraid they will be in trouble. Wang Chung said lightly. While they were talking, Su Qingluo in the center of the stage started talking into the microphone again. All 128 members of this business alliance have voted. Now it's time to count the votes. The vote counters are seconded from JU Private Club, so there is no such thing as secret counting. Upon hearing that the vote counting had already begun, Ma Hao and others became even more disheartened and began to think about their escape route in case they were fired. The people of the Lin family were laughing happily, with an expression that showed they were sure of victory, especially Lin Yi. It seemed that this kid could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Haha, it's finally my turn to slap you in the face, Wang Chung. Get ready for the crazy revenge from my Lin family. This is just the beginning. Wang Chung, on the other hand, was very calm, as if everything was under control. Chapter 91. Expelling the Lin Family. On the central stage of the reception room, dedicated staff were already counting the votes nervously, while the people below each had their own plans. Ma Hao, Lin Fu, Lu Guozhen, and others are already thinking about a way out. The Lin family was full of confidence. Everything had been arranged before, and they were just waiting for the voting results to be announced. At that time, they could completely crush Wang Cheng's arrogance. After crushing him, they would start to ask Wang Chung to spit out the shares he had previously acquired. Amid the tense wait, the counting of votes was quickly completed. Su Qingluo returned to the stage with the microphone, cleared his throat, and announced, "The counting of votes has been completed. Now we are going to announce the results of the vote." As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Hao, Lin Fu, and others, whose fate was related to the business world, felt nervous and desperate. It was like hitting a rock with an egg if the four of them wanted to fight against the Su and Lin families. Now that's bad. I've been really hurt by that Wang Chung. It seems like I have to retire early. Lin Fu already had the idea of retiring early. Once he was expelled from the South City Business Alliance, his business would surely plummet. It would be better for him to sell the company and retire directly. Ma Hao and Lu Guozhen have also thought of a way out. If they are really expelled from the South City Business Alliance, they can only rely on Dinghe Group for protection. Otherwise, their companies may be suppressed by members of other business alliances. Compared to Wang Chung and his friends who were feeling nervous, the Lin family members were all smiling happily and even had champagne prepared for celebration. Year, please prepare a few more bottles of champagne so that we can celebrate later. Lin Manhwa said in a good mood. Okay, let's call the Su family later and have a good celebration. Lin Yi was also very excited. This poor boy was finally going to be stepped on by him. When Wang Chung was deserted by his friends and relatives, he Xiaoyan would also leave him. Just as the Lin family was secretly preparing to celebrate, Su Qingluo on the stage had already begun announcing the voting results. Now let me announce the voting results. A total of 108 families support the expulsion of the Lin family from Group A, and a total of 20 families support the expulsion of Hiyang, Lin Fu, Lu Guozhen, and Ma Hao's private members from Group B. 4 of the other 5 leaders support the expulsion of the Lin family, and only 1 supports the expulsion of Ma Hao's proposal. So, according to the rules of the Business Alliance, the final voting result is that the Lin family will be expelled from the South City Business Alliance, and this result will take effect immediately. When Su Qingluo spread the result throughout the reception room through the microphone, Lin Fu, Ma Hao, Hiyang, and Lu Guozhen were completely shocked. This reversal was so sudden and unexpected that they could hardly believe it for a moment and even thought they had heard it wrong. What's going on here? Why is it that the Lin family was the one that was fired in the end? It seems that the number of households that support expelling the Lin family has reached 108. Could it be that the statistics are wrong? The Su family and the other 3 leaders have already secretly cooperated with the Lin family. How come so many people still support expelling them? Soon, Lin Fu became excited. He thought that the game was bound to be lost, but it turned out to be a shocking reversal. This was really beyond their expectations. Ma Hao and Lu Guozhen did not expect this result. It's too magical. He Xiaoyan's mother Lin Yifan and her 2 aunts opened their mouths wide with expressions of disbelief. No way, the one who was fired was actually the Lin family. Lin Yifan couldn't believe it at all. Under such circumstances, this would be the result. She would never have expected this result. That's great. Wang Chung, He Xiaoyan quickly became excited. Since her grandfather and her father's company would not be expelled from the South City Business Alliance, she and Wang Chung would not have to be separated. This was the reason for her excitement. You can eat now. Wang Chung smiled and handed her a piece of cake. It's delicious, my mood and appetite are indeed better, and everything I eat tastes delicious. Hiyang also secretly breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Wang Chung next to him, who had been calm and composed from beginning to end. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have said something before, saying that he had arranged everything and everything was ready except for the east wind. Thinking of this, Hyang felt that Wang Chung was too mysterious. He could actually turn the tables under such circumstances. It was really amazing. At the same time, he became more determined to stand on Wang Cheng's side. In contrast to Wang Cheng's excitement, the Lin family was also shocked, but after the shock came all kinds of doubts and uneasiness. Impossible, impossible, Su Qingluo must have announced the voting results wrongly. How could there be so many people who support expelling us, but so few of them? Lin Jinhua was already confused at this time. This was a joke. Year, come with me to find Su Qingluo and check the voting paper. At this time, Lin Yi was also confused. What was going on? The Su and Lin families, plus the forces of the other three leaders, with so many forces added together, how could there be such a result? There must be a mistake in the ticket checking. Father, let's go check it together. Lin Jinhua and Lin Yi, father and son, did not accept this result. They hurriedly ran to the stage and questioned Su Qingluo loudly. Su Qingluo, I demand that the vote be checked on the spot. I don't accept this result. Lin Jinhua said angrily. Yes, we want to check the tickets. We suspect you are operating behind the scenes. Lin Yi also came to the stage in a rage. As soon as they finished speaking, everyone else at the scene had an expression of watching a good show. They didn't expect that the Lin family, who had been so arrogant before, would be forced to the point of checking tickets. It was really unexpected. You can check the votes, but don't talk nonsense, Su Qingluo frowned, and was about to ask the staff to give them the ballot box and voting papers for them to check, when the latter father and son rushed up directly. He snatched the voting paper from the staff member's hand, and then checked and looked through them one by one. However, on the voting papers, the vast majority of people indeed chose to support the expulsion of the Lin family. Impossible, impossible, this must be fake. Lin Jinhua was in a panic at this time. Most of their Lin family's business was in the south of the city. Once they were expelled from the business alliance, their resources and advantages would become less and less, and they might even be suppressed by other people in the Chamber of Commerce. The consequences would be disastrous. Father, what should we do now? There seems to be no problem with this voting paper. Lin Yi was also anxious at this time. He never expected that at the critical moment, the leaders of the Su family and the other three families would turn against them and kill them. I have to ask the Su family why they betrayed us. Lin Jinhua angrily tore up the voting papers and wanted to find Su family's patriarch, Su Nantian, to ask him why he was so treacherous. However, as soon as he turned around, Su Nantian appeared behind him. Jinhua, I'm sorry this time. The power behind the other party is too strong, and we can't afford to offend them, Su Nantian said with a hint of apology. Su Nantian, you dare to plot against me. What powerful force could be behind them? Lin Jinhua was extremely angry at this time. He actually killed them at the critical moment. How could the Lin family survive in the south of the city in the future? Wang Chung saw from afar that the Su and Lin families were clashing head-on. He smiled slightly and planned to add fuel to the fire. He immediately called Ma Hao and said, Fatima, submit another proposal, suggesting that the Su family replace the Lin family as one of the 5 leaders. Let the Su family replace the position of one of the 5 leading figures vacated by the Lin family. Ma Hao touched his head and couldn't figure it out for a moment, but Lu Guozhen next to him seemed to have figured it out. Master Wang, this is a brilliant move. This way, Lin Jinhua will think that Su Nantian is plotting against him in order to replace him in the South City Business Alliance. Well, but the good show has just begun. Wang Chung smiled slightly, ready to completely destroy the Lin family. Chapter 92, God Disposes. In fact, Su Nantian did not really want to confront the Lin family. Facing Lin Jinhua's doubts, he was slowly explaining to him, hoping to ease the relationship. However, a new proposal pushed him to the forefront. Dear friends from the business community, we have received a new proposal, suggesting that the Su family replace the Lin family as one of the 5 leaders. We will vote in 1 hour. After receiving the proposal, Su Qingluo picked up the microphone and notified everyone according to the procedure. However, her move completely angered Lin Jinhua. Su Nantian, I'm not done with you, let's go this time. Lin Jinhua was completely convinced in his heart that it was Su Nantian who secretly sent people to plot against them. Brother Jinhua, this is really a misunderstanding. Su Nantian wanted to explain a few more words, but Lin Jinhua no longer listened and had already determined that Su Nantian was the mastermind behind the fatal attack on their Lin family. Watching Lin Jinhua and the Lin family members leaving angrily, Su Nantian felt like crying but had no tears. He was afraid that he would have to take the blame for the conspiracy against the Lin family. Qingluo, come down. Who made the proposal just now? Su Nantian was not a fool.
He actually made such a proposal at this time, obviously intending to thoroughly stir up the fight and hatred between the Su and Lin families. What's wrong with Dad? It was Ma Hao who suggested it. I saw that it would be beneficial to our Su family, so I read it out directly. Su Qingluo was young and inexperienced after all. She didn't even know that she was being used as a tool by someone because of her cleverness. Do you know that you are being used as a gun? Su Nantian was furious. This Ma Hao was really good at playing things. He had the mysterious young master backing him up, but in the end, he was the one who took the blame. So what should we do now? Su Qingluo was quite smart and figured out the problem after a little thought, but now that the matter was done, there was nothing that could be done. Hurry back and prepare for the revenge of the Lin family. Su Nantian is now in a dilemma. He hopes that, as the mysterious young master said, the Dingha group can lend them a helping hand. Otherwise, with the strength of their Su family, although they can withstand the revenge of the Lin family, the losses will definitely be great. Dad, then don't we wait for the vote? Isn't it what you have always wanted for us to become the top 5 leaders of the South City Business Alliance? Su Qingluo woke up the angry Su Nantian with one word. I'm so angry. I've been looking forward to this position for a long time. Su Nantian walked back again. He originally planned to help the Lin family expel Ma Hao and replace him as one of the 5 leaders. But now, he has replaced the Lin family. It is true that man proposes, God disposes. Soon after a round of voting, the Su family won the position of one of the 5 leading persons with a large proportion of votes in favor, which was considered to be what they wanted. However, it brought them a big trouble, which was enough to give them a headache for a while. Seeing that everything was settled and there was nothing fun to do, Wang Cheng decided to go back first. Xiaoyan, let's go. Let's go back. Well, come to our house. I'll cook for you in the evening. Xiaoyan took Wang Cheng's arm, looking intimate, with deep affection in her eyes. Wang Cheng was about to agree when her grandfather Lin Fu interrupted her. Wang Cheng, I spoke a little harshly just now, please don't mind. I will host a dinner tonight and invite Lu Guozhen, Hyang, and Ma Hao to come. We can be considered to have shared hardships, and we can be considered friends in the future. Lin Fu invited Wang Cheng to dinner this time because he wanted to apologize to him. He had been saying that he regretted it just now, and now that the result was out, he felt a little sorry for Wang Cheng. In addition, he had also accepted a diamond gold card from him, so he felt a little guilty. Secondly, Lin Fu wanted to get to know and make friends with Ma Hao and Lu Guozhen. After all, they were all people in the business circle. Especially Ma Hao, he had a certain weight both in the underworld and in the business alliance. Making friends with such a person would definitely be useful in the future. This is a good suggestion. We have all been through hardships together, and we can be considered family members in the South City from now on. Lu Guozhen also stood up and agreed very much with this suggestion. After all, in the business world, one more friend means one more way forward. Okay, it's decided. Xiaoyan, you should go too, otherwise Wang Cheng might not want to go. Hyang also said from the side. He also wanted to establish good relationships with these business friends in the south of the city, which would make it much easier to expand business in the south of the city in the future. Wang Cheng sighed. This group of people really did everything they could to get him to have dinner with them. But Wang Cheng still agreed. Also going with him were Xiaoyan's mother Lin Yifan, her aunt, her 2 aunts, and her 2 cousins. These 2 cousins were pretty good looking, but they didn't look down on a poor boy from the countryside like Wang Cheng. They were only interested in tall, rich, and handsome men. During the meal, Lin Fu looked at Wang Cheng differently and toasted him frequently. He was the oldest here and had the best judgment of people. Wang Cheng, Grandpa supports you in your relationship with Xiaoyan. Don't worry about what her mother says. Lin Fu said as he glanced at his second daughter, Lin Yifan, and secretly warned him with his eyes. Lin Yifan felt discouraged. She didn't know what was so good about this poor boy. His daughter and husband both stood on Wang Cheng's side. Now, even her father stood on his side. Wang Cheng didn't say anything, but Xiaoyan became happy first. Thank you, Grandpa. I'll pour you some wine, Xiaoyan said as she poured wine for Lin Fu. Xiaoyan's little daughter's mentality made everyone laugh, and after she reacted, she couldn't help but blushing. After eating and drinking, Ma Hao and Lu Guozhen said goodbye and left first. The rest are all our own people, Lin Fu said with a serious expression after coughing. Everyone sitting here is considered one of us. Now I have something to announce. It's about the future successor of the building materials company under my name. At this point, Lin Fu's 3 daughters all perked up. Lin Fu had no sons, only 3 daughters. As Lin Fu got older, it was time for him to retire, but the issue of succession had been pending, and the 3 of them had been thinking about it for a long time. I am 76 years old this year. I should have reached the retirement age long ago. What a pity. God does not fulfill my wish.
Lin Fu sighed that he had no son. In his era, it was not easy for him to make the building materials company the #1 in the industry in the south of the city without a son. Everyone listened quietly, especially Lin Yifan and her 3 sisters. Recently, a real estate tycoon has entered the west of the city. It seems to have come from Baishui City. Its name is Rongyuan Real Estate. They bought a large piece of land in the west of the city and are ready to develop a real estate project. Lin Fu paused for a moment and then continued. However, I heard that they haven't signed a contract with any building materials supplier yet. This order is worth at least 1 billion yuan. So whoever of you 3 sisters is capable of signing this order first will be the chairman of Linfu Building Materials Company after I retire. In addition, I will give him 10% of the shares as an additional reward. Hearing this, Lin Yifan and her 2 sisters were secretly surprised. They didn't expect that the old man would really do it today. Don't worry, Dad. I will definitely sign this order for you. The eldest sister Lin Jinjin made the first promise, and Lin Yifan and the third sister Lin Wan also responded without wanting to be outdone. Wang Qing couldn't help but frown when he saw this. Rongyuan Real Estate. This seems to be a real estate company of their Wang industry in Baishui City. Has it become so big now? Chapter 93. It's time for you to shut up. The south of the city has been in turmoil in recent days. The Su and Lin families have been fighting fiercely in all walks of life, and there have even been news reports of employees fighting each other. This has made many headlines in local news in the south of the city and has become a topic of conversation among local people after dinner. However, the Su family, relying on the power of the South City Business Alliance, mobilized other family forces to encircle and suppress the Lin family. However, the latter was like monkeys scattered when the tree fell, and the number of people supporting them was getting smaller and smaller. It would not be long before the Lin family would be completely driven out of the South City. Wang Chung sat on the sofa early in the morning, watching the news about the fight between the Su and Lin families, and he felt really happy. I'm afraid this pretty boy won't have the capital to provoke me again in the future. Young master, Mr. Chin called and said that now is the most appropriate time to launch an offensive against the Lin family. Do we need to launch an all-out attack? And Ning came over with the phone and asked Wang Qingdao. Let's bet everything. We can get a lot of benefits if we enter the market at this time. After thinking about it, Wang Chung called Zhou Xiang, a professional agent of Jeyu Private Club, and asked him to block the Lin family from financial lines such as loans and financing, and not allow any financial institution to provide blood transfusions to the Lin family. After doing all this, Wang Chung stopped. If the Lin family dared to touch the people around him, Wang Chung would never let them go. By the way, and Ning, help me check which group the Rongyuan Real Estate Company in Baishui City belongs to. Who is the person in charge? Wang Chung wanted to confirm whether this Rongyuan Real Estate Company was an industry under their Wang family. And by the way, find out who their person in charge was, so that he could help He Xiaoyan's family. Okay. Young master, wait a moment. And Ning responded and left quickly. An hour later, and Ning came over with a document. Master, this Rongyuan Real Estate Company is a subsidiary of the Ruiqin Group in Baishui City, and the Ruiqin Group is an industry of Wang's industry in Baishui City. The person in charge is Yao Qin, a female president who is only in her 30s. She is very capable. I heard that she was brought up by the big boss of Wang's industry himself. The business has expanded to several cities around Baishui City. Wang Qing nodded. It turned out that Yao Qin was a strong woman brought up by her father himself. No wonder the expansion speed was so fast that she took over Qingshui City in one breath. This strong woman is great. Give me her contact information. Wang Qing suddenly felt a little curious about her and thought he might be able to use her when necessary. In the afternoon, He Xiaoyan called and invited Wang Chung to her house for dinner. Wang Chung wanted to refuse, but couldn't. Now He Xiaoyan invited him to their house for dinner every now and then. In fact, sometimes it was not He Xiaoyan's intention, but her father kept urging He Xiaoyan to invite Wang Chung to their house for dinner. When Wang Chung arrived at their home, He Xiaoyan's mother Lin Yifan was at a loss as to what to do with the building materials order signed with Rongyuan Real Estate Company. Before, she had personally visited Rongyuan Real Estate Company to discuss cooperation, but was turned down every time. At the same time, she also found that not only the 3 sisters wanted to cooperate with Rongyuan Real Estate Company, but many local building materials companies in the west of the city also wanted to cooperate with them, which made her feel anxious and stressed. Wang Chung, you're here, come in quickly. Hyang had been waiting at the door to greet Wang Chungqing early in the morning. When he saw him coming, it would not be an exaggeration to describe him as a bootlicker. He Xiaoyan also came over happily and hugged Wang Chung. When Lin Yifan saw this, she became upset. She was too lazy to pay attention to the father and daughter. During dinner that night, Lin Yifan looked worried all the time, but in the end she was unwilling to give up. Old He, do you know anyone at Rongyuan Real Estate? He thought for a moment and said, Rongyuan Real Estate Company is headquartered in Baishui City. It is a subsidiary of Ruiqing Group. I don't know anyone there. I heard that their president is a strong woman. If I want to sign their orders, I don't think it will be possible with the strength of my father-in-law's building materials company. He had already investigated the background of Rongyuan Real Estate Company early on and felt that it would be impossible to sign a building materials supplier order worth 1 billion yuan from them. Besides, there are many powerful construction material companies in the west of the city. It may not be easy to snatch this piece of meat from their territory. Hearing this, Lin Yifan sighed secretly. It seems that I can only ask some friends in the west of the city for help. Just when she was frowning, good news from her eldest sister and third sister kept coming to her family chat group. They said that through the relationship of her daughter's boyfriend's family, they had contacted the upper echelons of Rongyuan Real Estate Company. This stimulated her even more deeply. Xiaoyan, look at your cousin's boyfriends. They are all rich and powerful. They all use their connections to find upper-class people in Rongyuan Real Estate. Look at your boyfriend again. He has no money or power. He can't even help you when it matters most. Lin Yifan was originally a vain woman, and she was especially afraid of being outdone by others in front of her relatives. Now, this stimulation made her unable to help but complain again. While speaking, he glanced at Wang Chung with disdain, and the more he looked at him, the more he disliked him. Mom, we just need to do our best. Why do you always compare yourself with others? Xiaoyan couldn't stand her mother's vanity. She always compared herself with others, even comparing the type of boyfriend her daughter should find with others. People live for a breath of fresh air. Lin Yifan became more and more angry as she spoke. Besides, this time it involves the issue of the successor to your grandfather's building materials company. Can't we just do it? When Wang Chung saw this, he couldn't help but sigh. Xiaoyan's mother was really competitive and wanted to be better than others in everything. Auntie, I know someone in Rongyuan Real Estate Company. How about I introduce you to someone? Wang Chung wanted to help her a little, but Lin Yifan was not optimistic about him at all. A poor boy from the countryside like you. Who can you know? The cleaners? Or the low-level employees? Is it useful to know these people? Can you have a say when signing the contract? Lin Yifan ridiculed her mercilessly. What if I can have a say? Wang Chung said with a smile. You have a say? Lin Yifan thought quickly and said, if you can help me find someone to sign this order, I won't say anything more about you and Xiaoyan in the future. But if you can't find someone to help me sign this order, you will have to leave my daughter. Lin Yifan was secretly proud in her heart. She had always looked down on Wang Chung, a poor boy from the countryside. Now it would be good if she could take this opportunity to drive Wang Chung away. Mom, this is not fair. Xiaoyan was very angry and anxious. He was the one who brought it up first. What does it have to do with me? Besides, it's up to him whether to agree or not. Lin Yifan said ruthlessly. Okay, I agree. Wang Chung smiled. He was really annoyed with Xiaoyan's mother. It was time for her to shut up. Chapter 94. The competition is fierce, but I am calm. Since agreeing to help Xiaoyan's mother sign the order, Wang Chung called the beautiful president of Ruiqing Group the next day and introduced himself. Yao Qin did not dare to be negligent. After verifying Wang Cheng's true identity, she quickly decided to come to Qingshui City to meet Wang Chung in person, which shows how much she values Wang Chung. I called in the morning, and at noon I met this stunning and beautiful CEO, who came to visit me in person. Wang Chung was very surprised that this beautiful CEO was so efficient. Moreover, this beautiful female CEO is very pretty and has the charm of a mature woman. She had delicate light makeup on her face, seductive red lips, big wavy hair, and a beauty mole at the corner of her eye. She wore a well-cut, slim-fitting white women's shirt on the upper body and a black hip skirt on the lower body. Her two slender white legs were wrapped in black stockings, showing off her perfect figure. On her feet were sexy red high heels. Young master, do you want to ask me for something? Although Yao Qin is an iceberg beauty CEO who has the final say in Ruiqing Group, she still lowers herself in front of Wang Chung, the prince of Wang's industry. I want your Rongyuan Real Estate Company to give me the exclusive supply of building materials for the real estate in the west of Qingshui City. Wang Chung sat on the sofa, took a look at the beautiful female president, and stated his purpose. Yao Qin was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that the prince of the Wang family would actually care about such a trivial matter. But she was quick-witted and quickly understood the young master's intention. No problem. Young master, which company do you want to give this order to? I will let my subordinates prepare it. Yao Qin agreed to Wang Cheng's request without hesitation. It's called Lin Fu Building Materials Company,
but the person who signs the order must be Lin Yifan. Just remember her name. Wang Chung explained everything to her clearly to prevent Yao Qin from giving the order to He Xiaoyan's aunt or uncle. After all, they both represented Linfu Building Materials Company. Okay, young master. I will let the people below remember this. Yao Qin nodded and continued after a pause. I will be investigating in Qingshui City in the next few days. If you have any questions, you can call me directly. Well, that's the best. You come here early in the morning and you haven't eaten yet. Have lunch here with me. Wang Chung said as he asked Ning to prepare lunch. Yao Qin wanted to refuse, but swallowed the words back. Thank you, young master. Yao Qin couldn't help but look at Wang Chung a few more times. In order to compete for the construction material orders of Rongyuan Real Estate Company, all the famous construction material suppliers in Qingshui City have come to the Qingshui City West Branch to discuss cooperation in recent days. Some well-connected construction material suppliers even went directly to the headquarters of Baishui City, Rongyuan Real Estate Company, and visited their general manager to seek cooperation. He Xiaoyan's mother Lin Yifan and her two aunts were also running around to build relationships and discuss cooperation. But it was obvious that He Xiaoyan's two aunts had already contacted the top management of Rongyuan Real Estate Company with the help of their daughter's boyfriend's influence, and it was said that one of them was even at the vice president level. Fortunately, recently the West City branch of Rongyuan Real Estate decided to hold a construction materials investment promotion conference and invited many well-known construction materials suppliers in Qingshui City to attend the conference. They decided to have an on-site competition and choose the one with the strongest strength. Of course, this is shown openly to others, but many people still use connections in private. After receiving the invitation, Lin Yifan immediately started to prepare materials, especially in terms of quotation, service, quality, and after-sales service. In addition to competing with her two sisters, she also had to compete with other building material suppliers in Qingshui City, so the competition was fierce. Soon it was the day of the Construction Materials Investment Promotion Conference held by Rongyuan Real Estate Company. Wang Chung was also invited to attend, but he only accompanied Lin Yifan and the others. He Yang and He Xiaoyan also went with them. Wang Chung, did you get the person you were looking for? Lin Yifan asked unhappily as soon as she got off the car. She didn't have much hope for the person this poor boy was looking for. I've got connections, but she may not be here today. Wang Chung was telling the truth. Yao Qin had gone to other places in Qingshui City for inspection. Hearing this, Lin Yifan said with disdain, I knew you were unreliable, but it's probably useless to come here. You're just a low-level employee, and you can't say anything about the contract. Wang Chung smiled and didn't argue. He would just wait and see the result. However, He Xiaoyan came to Wang Chung anxiously and asked in a low voice, Wang Chung, can your friend help my mother sign the contract? He Xiaoyan was worried that if the contract was not signed, she would be separated from Wang Chung according to the previous bet, which was something she did not want to see. Don't worry, I have arranged everything. Your mother will definitely be able to sign the contract. Wang Chung said in a low voice. That's good. Only He Xiaoyan believed in Wang Chung so much. The four of them followed Lin Yifan straight into the reception room of the investment promotion conference, only to see that many people from the construction materials industry had already arrived. Lin Yifan's eldest sister Lin Jinjin and third sister Lin Wan were also there, also with their daughters and their boyfriends. Compared with Wang Chung, a poor boy from the countryside, their two boyfriends were definitely tall, rich, and handsome. Second sister, you are here at last. The third sister Lin Wan came up to greet them with a smile, and the eldest sister Lin Jinjin also came over after hearing the voice. There was a certain falseness in their smiles. Second sister, why are you here just now? We have been here for a while. I was delayed by traffic jam, Lin Yifan replied with a forced smile. Actually, it doesn't matter whether you come or not, because you will definitely not be the one selected by Rongyuan Real Estate Company this time. Lin Jinjin said teasingly. Lin Yifan got angry and retorted. The election hasn't even started yet. How do you know who will be elected in the end? Lin Yifan is still very confident in the campaign materials she made. Haha. You're not so naive as to think that Rongyuan is really selecting people based on their abilities for this construction materials investment promotion conference. Lin Jinjin couldn't help but sneered. To be frank, my daughter's boyfriend is from the Zhun family in the west of the city. He has been appointed as the vice president of Rongyuan. We went to Baishui City to meet and discuss with him yesterday. This time, my chances of being selected are at least 80%. As soon as the eldest sister Lin Jinjin finished speaking, the third sister Lin Wan also showed off, not to be outdone. Excuse me everyone, my daughter's boyfriend's uncle is the person in charge of the construction materials investment promotion for Rongyuan Qingxi branch this time. so I may be embarrassed this time. I want to get this order. Then we'll see. Lin Yifan was very angry. She felt like she would get sick if she continued talking. He subconsciously glanced at Wang Chung and became even more angry. It's always frustrating to compare yourself with others. My daughter found a poor boyfriend who has no money or power. It's really a waste that I gave birth to such a beautiful girl. But when he thought that if he couldn't sign the order, he would break up with He Xiaoyan, he felt a little better. As time went by, more and more people came to the reception room, including some big leaders in the building materials industry in Qingshui City. At this time, even Lin Jinjin and Lin Wan felt a lot of pressure. In front of so many big guys in the same industry, it was still very stressful to get this order. There must be connections among them, and the people they found would definitely not be worse than them. Soon, almost all the people arrived at the reception room, about 40 companies. If you want to stand out from these 40 companies and don't have any connections, the chance of getting the order is basically zero. After everyone arrived, a person in charge of Rongyuan Real Estate Company came out of the reception room. He was a young man wearing glasses and started speaking to everyone. Now, you can submit the materials you prepared. We will conduct a comprehensive review based on multiple indicators such as price, service, quality, and after-sales service. After the review is completed, we will announce the first round of selected suppliers. As soon as he finished speaking, representatives from more than 40 building material suppliers handed over the materials they had prepared in advance. Lin Yifan was no exception, but she was becoming less and less confident in herself. With so many industry giants around, her materials probably no longer have any advantages regarding price, quality, service, after-sales, and other issues, and there is no one inside who can have a say. It seems like there's really no hope this time. Lin Yifan sighed secretly, but then she thought that it was worth it to separate Wang Chung and her daughter. She has even started thinking about asking a wealthy and powerful person to introduce a second-generation rich guy to her daughter next time. His family background must be more solid than that of the boyfriends of her eldest sister and third sister's daughters, so that she can show off in front of them. Wang Chung was quite calm, but the most nervous person at the scene was He Xiaoyan, whose pretty face even looked a little pale due to nervousness. Wang Chung, is everything really okay? He Xiaoyan asked, still a little worried. Don't worry, this time not only can we get the order, but we will also be the exclusive supplier, Wang Chung said with a smile. After hearing this, Lin Yifan couldn't help but shook her head. It seemed that this poor boy had nothing else to do except pretending to be cool. After nearly 2 hours of waiting, the head of Rongyuan Real Estate Company came out again and announced, everyone, the first round of information review has been completed. A total of 5 suppliers have entered the second round of review. Next, I will report the names of these 5 suppliers and their representatives. Everyone at the scene stretched their necks, waiting for the result to be announced. Lin Yifan and the others also became suddenly nervous, especially He Xiaoyan, who held Wang Cheng's hands tightly with her 2 little hands, as if she was afraid that he would run away at any time. Wang Chung was probably the calmest person at the scene. He even felt like sleeping because he had been waiting for more than 2 hours. Chapter 95. The last spot is. A total of 5 suppliers of building materials were included in the review. Upon hearing the news, the representatives present at the site became nervous. Now I would like to announce the names of the 5 suppliers and representatives that will enter the second round of review. The person in charge of organizing this construction materials supply investment promotion conference cleared his throat and continued to announce. They are Ida Building Materials Company, Limited, represented by Wang Qinglong. Shueha Building Materials Company, Limited, represented by He Yuan. Guakai Building Materials Company, Limited, represented by Zhang Henglu. Jinyuan Building Materials Company, Limited, represented by Lin Yue, and the last one is. At this point, everyone became nervous. This was the last spot. How could they not be nervous? For a moment, the anger in the entire reception room seemed to freeze suddenly, and it was terribly quiet. He Xiaoyan's aunt and younger aunt were so nervous that their heartbeats accelerated and sweat broke out on their foreheads. They had spent a lot of energy here in the past few days and had spent a lot of money just to build relationships to get in. It would be too embarrassing if they couldn't even get into the first round, especially since she had acted so pretentiously in front of Lin Yifan, saying how awesome her daughter's boyfriend was, but in the end she still couldn't get in. Wasn't this a slap in their faces? Lin Yifan no longer had any hope for the last spot. In terms of strength, she was not as good as other famous bosses in Qingshui City, and in terms of connections, she was not even as good as her 2 sisters. What else could she expect? However, she still wanted to see who would get the last spot. If she couldn't be elected, she really didn't want her eldest sister and third sister to be elected. In this way, If none of the three of them were elected and no one could be the chairman, she would feel much more balanced. And she could also separate He Xiaoyan and Wang Chung in a logical way, so it was not a loss. Only He Xiaoyan was the most nervous at this moment. Her pretty face turned pale and her heartbeat was faster than ever before. Wang Cheng's hand was a little painful from being grabbed. Xiaoyan, don't be too nervous. Wang Cheng comforted her a little, but it was of no avail. Soon the person in charge continued to announce. The last spot is Linfu Building Materials Company, Limited, represented by. Before she finished speaking, He Xiaoyan's mother, aunt, and younger aunt all felt suddenly nervous. The first half of the sentence clearly indicated that the last spot would go to one of the three sisters. It's over, it's over. The position of chairman will be taken away by them this time. Lin Yifan was very unwilling. It didn't matter that she didn't have the ability. Naturally, she still hoped in her heart that the three sisters would not be elected. But if one of them was elected, she would find it hard to accept. He Xiaoyan's aunts and uncles listened even more attentively. In their opinion, the last spot must go to one of them. I couldn't help but secretly feel lucky that my daughter found a rich and powerful boyfriend. However, the result was far beyond their expectations. The representative for the last vacancy is Lin Yifan. When the person in charge read out the name of the last representative, He Xiaoyan's aunt and uncle immediately showed shocked expressions. What? It's my second sister. How is this possible? Lin Wan was shocked. Her daughter's boyfriend's uncle was the person in charge of this investment promotion conference. How could he not even make it to the first round? The eldest sister Lin Jinjin was so shocked that she was speechless and her eyes were dull. How is this possible? This must be a mistake. How could my second sister be chosen when she has no connections at all? Lin Yifan herself was also shocked and even couldn't believe it. This last spot is for me. Yeah. Wang Qing nodded lightly. The happiest person was He Xiaoyan. Mom, the last spot is yours. She was very excited and kept shaking Wang Cheng's hand. It really feels like a dream. Lin Yifan really didn't expect that she would be the last one. She was very clear about her own abilities, and there was no internal staff to speak for her. No matter what, she would not be the last one in the first round. But the fact is that she entered the second round of review. Please ask the 5 selected representatives to stay for a while. The others can go back first. The person in charge announced loudly again. As soon as he finished speaking, the other unsuccessful participants left with their people in despair. He Xiaoyan's aunt and uncle had not yet recovered from the shock they had just experienced when they saw that the last spot went to Lin Yifan, the person they least expected. This was something they had never expected. When Lin Yifan saw her eldest sister and third sister preparing to pack their luggage to go back not far away, she felt a little proud and walked up to them and said in a pretentious manner, "Big sister, third sister, are you leaving? By the way, didn't your daughter's boyfriend get an insider? How come he didn't even make it in the first round?" Lin Yifan was in a very good mood at this time. She said to you guys who had mocked her before, "But now, you who had insiders didn't get in, while she who didn't have any connections was selected in the first round." Sisters Lin Jinjin and Lin Wan were both a little embarrassed. "Let's go? Don't be too proud. You will never be able to get this order." Lin Jinjin and Lin Wan wanted to get angry, but couldn't. They were secretly blaming their daughter's boyfriend. Didn't they say that someone inside could take care of it? Now they can't even get into the first round. What a bunch of boastful losers. Watching the two sisters leave, Lin Yifan felt indescribably relieved and finally breathed a sigh of relief. But when she calmed down and thought about it, she also realized that something was wrong. Could it really be that friend that Wang Qing asked to help? Lin Yifan didn't think that she was lucky or that her materials were very good. This level of construction materials investment fair was full of bigwigs, and it was absolutely impossible to get in just by relying on strength and luck. After all, this was China, a society where business depended on personal connections. After thinking about it, I felt it was impossible. It's impossible for him, a poor boy from the countryside, to know any high-level insiders, right? At most, he could be an ordinary employee there. Lin Yifan was still guessing, feeling very nervous. However, He Xiaoyan grabbed Wang Cheng's hand and seemed very excited. "Wang Cheng, let's ask your friend to help in the second round. We'll treat him to a meal after it's over." He Xiaoyan attributed all the credit for her successful entry into the first round to the friend that Wang Cheng found. "No need, she's not here." Wang Cheng didn't want them to know that the person he was looking for was the female president of Ruichin Group, the parent company of Rongyuan Real Estate. If I tell them the truth, they will probably be scared to death. Chapter 96, A Flower Stuck in Cow Dung. Lin Yifan unexpectedly entered the review process. Even she couldn't believe it, but it was indeed the reality. After entering the review, an interview is required,
which is generally to discuss the specific details of the contract, including price, service, quality, after sales, etc. If the negotiation is successful, the contract will generally be signed. If not, it may not be signed. Lin Yifan was very confident about these things, so when reviewing other suppliers, she kept thinking over the details of the contract. However, when she went in for review, the first question the person in charge asked was not about the contract, but about Wang Chung. Ms. Lin, I'd like to ask, who is Wang Chung to you? The person in charge of reviewing Lin Yifan was a shrewd and capable middle-aged man named Sun Liao. He was quite thin and had bright eyes. Wang Chung. Lin Yifan was a little surprised. He didn't ask about the details of the contract, but asked about the person. Could he be Wang Cheng's friend? But Wang Chung said before that his friend was not present today, so it couldn't be him. Besides, how could a poor boy from the countryside like him know the person who was in charge of the review? While Lin Yifan was secretly guessing, Sun Liao, the person in charge on the opposite side, asked again. Ms. Lin, can you tell me what is your relationship with Wang Chung? He is my daughter's classmate, Lin Yifan said subconsciously. She didn't want to admit in front of outsiders that Wang Chung, this poor boy, was her daughter's boyfriend. Okay, I understand. You can go out. Sun Liao nodded in understanding, then signaled Lin Yifan that she could go out. The latter was confused. Wasn't this review to discuss the details of the contract? Why did they let her go after asking about her relationship with Wang Chung? Lin Yifan looked confused and subconsciously stood up and left the room. But after taking a few steps, she felt more and more that something was wrong. It seems that my entry into the first round is really related to Wang Chung. Otherwise, the reviewer would not even discuss the details of the contract and directly ask about her relationship with Wang Chung. Thinking of this, Lin Yifan cried out that she was stupid and then quickly turned around and returned to the room she had just been in. Fortunately, the person in charge of the review, Sun Liao, was still there. Lin Yifan hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, and said with determination, "Actually, Wang Chung is my daughter's boyfriend." She was slapping herself in the face when she said this. She clearly wanted to separate Wang Chung and Yi Xiaoyan, but now she had no choice but to risk it in order to sign the order. Oh, really? The person in charge's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this and confirmed. Well, yes, he is indeed my daughter's boyfriend. Lin Yifan found that when she said this, the person in charge looked at her differently, and she knew that she had made the right bet. Please wait a moment. I'll go out for a moment. After saying this, Sun Liao ran outside to make a phone call. Lin Yifan stayed in the room anxiously, waiting patiently. Thinking about how she had just admitted with her own mouth that Wang Chung was her daughter's boyfriend, she felt like she was slapping herself in the face. More than 10 minutes later, Sun Liao came back in a hurry, apparently having finished his phone call. Can we talk about some details of the contract? Lin Yifan thought that she must sign the contract today, so that she could firmly suppress her eldest sister and third sister. Even if the other party lowered the price, she would not hesitate. Everything is based on getting the order. As for the quotation, it's fine as long as we don't lose money. Well, I spoke to our president Yao on the phone. Since Wang Chung is your daughter's boyfriend, our Rongyuan real estate company will not let you suffer any loss. So, we will give you 10% more of the market price to purchase construction materials from your company. Do you think it is acceptable? Sun Liao's attitude towards Lin Yifan became enthusiastic. What? 10% higher than the market price. Lin Yifan was confused again. She had planned to lower her bid to win the order, but she didn't expect that after the other party learned that Wang Chung was her daughter's boyfriend, they directly offered her a price 10% higher than the market price to purchase their construction materials. This is totally inconsistent with business logic. Well, Ms. Lin, you gave birth to a good daughter. If there is no problem, we can officially sign the contract in 2 days. Sun Liao nodded and said with a smile, "Can we sign the contract?" Lin Yifan was surprised and happy. She didn't expect that as long as she said Wang Chung was her daughter's boyfriend, everything would fall into place smoothly. We will prepare the contract. Since we are the exclusive supplier, we need to draft the terms of the contract. We can officially sign the contract in 2 days. We will notify you then. Sun Liao explained again. Exclusive supplier? This time Lin Yifan was completely shocked. Generally speaking, for such a large real estate project, there must be more than one supplier of building materials, at least 4 or 5. Each supplier provides several types of building materials. This is not only efficient, but also of good quality. It is rare for a construction supplier to take over all the construction materials for an entire real estate project. Generally, only a very trusted or very powerful construction material supplier can single-handedly take on such a real estate construction supply project worth billions of yuan. Are you kidding? You want to sign a contract with us as an exclusive supplier?
Lin Yifan stood up and asked again in disbelief. Well, due to the relationship between your daughter and Wang Cheng, we also trust your company very much, so we will sign a contract with you as the exclusive supplier. Sun Liao confirmed again. Lin Yifan's heart was pounding. She didn't expect that she could actually negotiate such a large order. It was too unbelievable. But she also thought that all the credit went to Wang Cheng. It seems that the friend Wang Cheng contacted holds a high position in Ruiqin Group. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to get the order from the exclusive supplier. Lin Yifan felt like she had been slapped in the face when she remembered that she had mocked him before, saying that the friends he knew were just low-level employees or cleaners. After coming out of the review room and returning to the reception room, He Xiaoyan and the others were waiting anxiously. When they saw Lin Yifan coming out, He Xiaoyan was the first to run over, her pretty face full of anticipation and nervousness. Mom, how is the negotiation going? Did you get the contract? Lin Yifan glanced at Wang Cheng. He was still wearing cheap clothes and looked shabby. Then she looked at her precious daughter. Not only was she as beautiful as a flower and a fairy, she was also wearing famous brands. The two of them just didn't look like a good match. But it was this poor boy from the countryside who was able to win an order worth 1 billion yuan in front of many industry leaders. Although she didn't want to believe it, it was a fact. The contract has been negotiated. According to the prior agreement, I will not interfere in your affairs anymore. Do whatever you want. Lin Yifan sighed. Reality is always so cruel. That's great. He Xiaoyan was very excited and immediately hugged Lin Yifan happily. Chairman Lin, thank you. You little flatterer. Who did you learn this from? Lin Yifan patted her on the back with a smile, but she sighed secretly in her heart, like a fresh flower stuck in cow dung. Chapter 97, There is still room for maneuver. Although Lin Yifan didn't like Wang Cheng, a poor boy from the countryside, after all, he had just helped her get an order worth 1 billion yuan, so she had to thank him no matter what. So that night, I set up a banquet at home to entertain him. Wang Cheng, my aunt was able to get this big order this time, thanks to your connections. But I'm curious, which senior executive of Rongyuan Real Estate Company are you looking for? Lin Yifan was very curious. She still clearly remembers that during the review, the person in charge asked her what her relationship with Wang Cheng was as soon as he saw her. When he learned that they were just ordinary people, he didn't even look at her. But when he learned that he was her daughter's boyfriend, he immediately treated her differently and even offered a purchase price 10% higher than the market price. From this, we can see that the insider invited by Wang Cheng must be of a very high level. Otherwise, the person in charge would not attach so much importance to her. He seems to be an ordinary employee. I have no money or power, so how could I know any senior insiders? Wang Cheng gnawed on a chicken leg and made up an excuse to get away with it. If he told the truth, they would probably be scared to death. Lin Yifan was embarrassed by this. Wasn't this a slap in her face? She had looked down on Wang Cheng before, saying that even if he knew someone in Rongyuan Real Estate Company, he was just a low-level employee or a cleaner. Now, she was slapped in the face. Lin Yifan smiled awkwardly. Since Wang Cheng didn't want to say anything, she didn't ask any further questions. Instead, she picked up her phone and announced the good news in the family group. She said she was announcing the good news, but in fact, she wanted to show off in front of her eldest sister and third sister, and take this opportunity to vent her anger in front of them during the day. However, she also knew very well that she had little experience in the old man's company. Even if she really became the chairman in the future, she would probably not be a match for her elder sister Lin Jinjin and other shareholders. Then he turned to look at his daughter He Xiaoyan and said, Xiaoyan, when I become the chairman, come and help me. Your two cousins are also in Grandpa's company, so we can learn from each other. But I don't know anything about building materials. He Xiaoyan replied with her beautiful eyes wide open. Lin Yifan wanted to persuade her again, but He Yang interrupted with a serious expression. You should go help your mother. She is an outsider and suddenly became the chairman. I'm afraid that many people in your grandfather's company will be dissatisfied. If you go there, maybe you can help a little. He Yang himself is the chairman of the board, and he knows very well that it is lonely at the top. He himself was almost pulled down from the position of chairman several times. Fortunately, Wang Cheng helped him secretly, otherwise his company would have gone bankrupt long ago. Okay. He Xiaoyan nodded in response. At the same time, He Xiaoyan's aunt at home also learned that Lin Yifan had signed a supply contract for Rongyuan building materials. She was shocked and very unhappy. She became even more upset when she saw Lin Yifan showing off in the family group. Now that my second sister has signed the contract, I think my days in the company will be difficult from now on. While speaking, she glanced at her daughter Ma Tingting, with a look of disappointment on her face. She really shouldn't have trusted her daughter's boyfriend. Not only did she waste a lot of money, but the deal still didn't work out.
This made her a little angry. Mom, then we can't get any money from Grandpa's company anymore. Ma Tingting also worked in Lin Fu's company, so she knew what her mother did. Of course, she also became an indirect beneficiary. You still said that. If we hadn't believed your boyfriend this time, would we have lost so badly? What a rich second generation of the Jin family. I think he is not even as good as your cousin's poor boyfriend. He is really useless. When she said this, Lin Jinjin was furious. Humph, how can my second cousin's poor boyfriend compare to my Jin Xiao? I will ask them out tomorrow and give them a good riddance. It will also be a way for you, my mother, to vent your anger. Ma Tingting was very dissatisfied when she heard her mother say that Jun Xiao was not even as good as a poor boy from the countryside. I was thinking of asking them out tomorrow and giving them a good riddance. This is my good daughter. Remember, you are the best. But if this second sister really becomes the chairman and she investigates strictly, I guess we will all have to leave your grandfather's company. Lin Jinjin changed her mind and felt angry but couldn't vent it. The second sister, Lin Yifan, usually does not participate in any operational management activities in the company and only has a figurehead in the company. Usually, it was Lin Jinjin who helped the old man. But now, the chairman of the board of directors was actually her second sister, who was idle. How could she swallow this anger? There's still room for maneuver. The speaker was Lin Jinjin's husband, Ma Biao, from the Ma family, a second-rate wealthy family in the west of the city. He was on a business trip a few days ago and just came back today. When he came back, he heard that his father-in-law's position as chairman of the board was going to be passed on to Lin Yifan, a lazy person, which made him very unconvinced. The contract is about to be signed. Is there still room for maneuver? Lin Jinjin widened her eyes and asked in confusion. The contract has been negotiated, but it hasn't been signed yet, right? Tell the old man to let you sign on her behalf. Then the position of chairman will be yours, right? Ma Biao said meaningfully. That won't work. The old man is not stupid. The contract was negotiated by my second sister. If I sign it, will he agree? Lin Jinjin responded. What if your second sister suddenly loses contact on the day of signing the contract? Grandpa will miss this big order because of her. Ma Biao said viciously. Suddenly lost contact? Lin Jinjin was confused, but she soon figured out what Ma Biao meant. You're not looking for someone. Lin Jinjin didn't say it explicitly, but her meaning was clear enough that she felt a little timid for a moment. That's not good. Don't worry, I won't do anything to her. I'll just let her disappear for a day on the day of signing the contract. I'll let her come back after you sign the contract on her behalf. Ma Biao paused for a moment and continued. But when she comes back, I'm afraid everything will be a done deal. She won't be able to make a fuss even if she wants to. At most, I'll give her the extra 10% of the shares that the old man gave her. That way, she won't have any complaints. But the position of chairman will fall to you. Hearing this, Lin Jinjin's eyes suddenly lit up. This was a good plan. If she were given 10% of the shares, Lin Jinjin could accept it. But the key was that the position of chairman must not be given to her. If she really took the position of chairman, once the investigation began, her acts of making money would be exposed. What's more, once she becomes the chairman, it will be easy for her to make money. My husband is really thoughtful. You should arrange people quickly, but don't let anyone hurt my second sister. Lin Jinjin didn't want to really hurt Lin Yifan. After all, she was her biological sister. But for the position of chairman, she could only let her lose contact for one day. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Ma Biao nodded. He was still very sensible in doing things. Chapter 98, Want to get back at me? The next morning, Wang Chang was awakened by a call from He Xiaoyan, asking him to accompany her shopping, along with her two cousins and their boyfriends. Okay, where are you? I'll be there right away. Wang Chang said with a yawn, as if he had never accompanied He Xiaoyan shopping before. On Mandelo Street in the west of the city. He Xiaoyan quickly gave her an address. Wang Chang was a little surprised after receiving it. This bunch of rich second generations are really rich. They actually chose to go shopping in Qingshui City's famous 24-hour street. This 24-hour street means that it is open 24 hours a day. There will be people on duty in shifts day or night, so you can go there anytime you want to buy something. It is a very famous street in Qingshui City, but the things sold on this street are also quite expensive. International brands, top clubs, and even food are all outrageously expensive. But even so, this street is still crowded from morning to night and from night to morning. Some people take a special bus from other cities to buy things here, which shows that Mandelo Street is famous. I'll be there right away. After Wang Chung hung up the phone, he packed up his things and drove straight to the famous Mandelo Street in the west of the city. When Wang Chung arrived, it was just past 9 in the morning. Most stores on pedestrian streets were closed at this time, but the flagship stores on Mandelo Street were packed with customers and very lively. Wang Chung, you're here. I have prepared breakfast for you. When He Xiaoyan saw Wang Cheng coming, she ran over with joy on her pretty face and handed him a box of exquisitely packaged food. You don't have to go shopping so early. While Wang Cheng was speaking, he casually opened the box that He Xiaoyan handed to her and took out a cake that looked like a puppy. It was still hot. He hadn't had breakfast yet and was a little hungry, so he just opened his mouth and took a bite. I originally thought it would have the sweet and greasy taste of cake, but I didn't expect that it was not pure cake, but something like rice cake. The puppy on the outside was not made of pure cream, but seemed to be mixed with other things. It tasted very soft, and there was sweet juice flowing out of it. It tasted very delicious. It was the first time that Wang Cheng had eaten such a delicious cake. What kind of cake is this? It's so delicious. Wang Cheng couldn't help but eat the puppy cake in a few bites. This is a Michelin-level pastry, but it costs 8,000 yuan each. He Xiaoyan was very happy to see that Wang Cheng liked it. 8,000 yuan each. Wang Cheng was a little surprised. A cake the size of a palm actually costs 8,000 yuan. This is too expensive. Is this just eating money? Wang Cheng's shocked expression was clearly seen by several handsome men and beautiful women nearby. They were He Xiaoyan's 2 cousins and their boyfriends, a group of 4. You are from the countryside. As expected, you are from the countryside. You are so surprised by a cake worth 8,000 yuan. You are really capable. The person who spoke is Zhen Tianyun, a second-rate rich man from the West City, and the boyfriend of He Xiaoyan's cousin Ma Tingting. The sexy and seductive beauty standing next to him is He Xiaoyan's cousin Ma Tingting. She is also very beautiful and has a good figure, but compared to He Xiaoyan, she lacks a bit of purity. He's a poor boy from the countryside, and it's his first time to eat such an expensive cake, so his reaction is understandable. The person who spoke was Zhang Qing, the boyfriend of He Xiaoyan's cousin, the son of the Zhang family, a second-rate wealthy family in the south of the city. The petite beauty holding his arm is He Xiaoyan's cousin, Shi Xiaoyu. She is also a beauty, otherwise the rich second generation would not look down on her. He Xiaoyan's mother's generation had very strong genes. Although all her children were daughters, they were all beauties. It's really magical. Who do you two think you are? Wang Cheng frowned and glanced at the 4 of them, especially the 2 tall, rich, and handsome men. It seemed that when the 2 tall, rich, and handsome men looked at him, there was a hint of hostility. It seemed like Wang Cheng was meeting them for the first time. Why did he feel that they disliked him right away? My name is Zhen Tianyun, the son of a second-rate wealthy family in the west of the city. I heard that it was you who helped Tingting's second aunt get the order, right? Zhen Tianyun was unhappy with him because it was because of him that Tingting and her parents looked down on him. Originally, he had asked someone to contact the vice president of Rongyuan Real Estate Company and was determined to get the order. However, a poor boy named Wang Cheng from the countryside suddenly showed up and tore off his face and trampled on it. This not only embarrassed him in front of his girlfriend Ma Tingting, but also caused him to be scolded by Ma Tingting's mother. Only then did he remember to ask Wang Cheng to come out and get back at him. Oh, so it's you 2 useless rich second generation. Xiaoyan's aunt and aunt said you were good for nothings, and today I see that it's true. Wang Cheng responded with a smile, but his words were full of daggers, and every word pierced his heart. At the same time, Wang Cheng also understood why these 2 tall, rich, and handsome men were so hostile when they saw him. It turned out that he had robbed them of their face and dignity, and today they came to him to get their face back. You are useless. Your whole family is useless. Another rich second-generation Zhang Qing also stood up and retorted with an angry face. From childhood to adulthood, I have never been so humiliated. I was actually pointed at and called useless and trash. This time, I must teach this poor boy from the countryside a lesson. Okay, I get it. Wang Cheng smiled. Since he wanted to get back at him, he would have to pay a price. I'll make a call first. You guys chat first. As he spoke, Wang Cheng ran to the side and made a phone call directly to An Ning and asked him to investigate the properties under the name of Zhen Tianyun, the son of the Zhen family in the west of the city, and the properties under the name of Zhang Qing, the son of the Zhang family in the south of the city, and send the information to his mobile phone after it was thoroughly investigated. Okay, young master, I'll prepare it right away. Wang Cheng asked again before An Ning finished speaking. By the way, does Mandelo Street have membership cards or something like that? Wang Cheng felt that the things on this street were too expensive. Although he was very rich, he was not used to spending money so lavishly. And looking at the situation, there will definitely be a big money competition next, so I have to get a membership card in advance. Otherwise, if they have it and Wang Cheng doesn't, won't he be at a disadvantage? Young master, the highest level membership card of Mandelo Street is the 9-star VIP card. There are probably less than 10 people in the entire Qingshui city who have it. However, Mr. Chen should have one. Do you need me to get it for you? And Ning said on the other end of the phone. What are you waiting for? Come and get it. Wang Qing didn't expect that Chun Haoqing actually had a 9-star VIP card of Mandelo Street. That would be the best. After hanging up the phone, Wang Chung returned to Xiaoyan. At this time, they were discussing where to go shopping. Wang Chung had never been here before, so he just let them go. Wherever they went, Wang Chung would accompany them to the end. Wang Chung, this bank card is for you. The password is your birthday. Xiaoyan secretly slipped a bank card into Wang Cheng's hand when they weren't looking. Bank card. Wang Cheng thought for a while and soon understood why Xiaoyan gave him a bank card. She was probably afraid that he would not be able to pay for the things he bought later and would be embarrassed in front of her cousins. So she secretly gave Wang Chung the bank card so that he would not be embarrassed for not being able to buy things here later. To be honest, Xiaoyan really cares about Wang Chung. Even the password of her bank card is Wang Cheng's birthday. It can be seen that her heart is full of Wang Chung. However, Wang Chung would not use a woman's money. He stuffed the bank card back to Xiaoyan and said in a low voice, I have money, and I also have a 9-star VIP card here, so I don't have to spend much when I make purchases. After hearing this, Xiaoyan opened her mouth in shock. This 9-star VIP card is a membership card that only those who spend more than 100 million yuan a year on Mandelo Street can get. How did Wang Qing get it? We have agreed to go to the Wang Fu building in Mandelo. There are all kinds of international brands there. Zhen Tianyan glanced at Wang Chung, who was wearing cheap clothes. There was a trace of contempt and sneer in his eyes. Wait and see how you make a fool of yourself. I'm afraid some people from rural areas can't afford it and will be scared away after seeing the prices. Zhang Qing also sneered. These two tall, rich and handsome men are now thinking about getting back at Wang Chung and saving face in front of their girlfriends, so they will spare no effort to ridicule Wang Chung in any way they can. Let him also have a taste of being embarrassed in front of his girlfriend. Okay then, I'm afraid you won't be able to afford it and then embarrass yourself in front of your girlfriends. Wang Chung said with a smile. Wang Chung, you poor boy, stop talking big here. You are just a gigolo of my second cousin. How much money do you have coming from the countryside, and you still want to spend money in Mandelo? I'm already giving you face by taking you into Wangfula. You should know that to enter Wangfula, you need to be at least a 1-star member. Shi Xiaoyu also stood up and ridiculed him. Yeah, you poor boy can only cheat your second cousin with your mouth, but you can't afford the palace in Mandelo just by talking, so don't be scared away. Ma Tingting couldn't help but come up to finish the job. Whether it depends on your mouth or not, you'll know soon. Wang Chung smiled faintly. Okay, let's see how long you can keep pretending. Let's go, Zhen Tianyun said with a sneer on his face. Wait a minute, I'm going to the bathroom first. Wang Qing thought that he hadn't received the 9-star VIP card that Ning sent him yet, so it would be better to delay for the time being. After saying that, she hurried away. Half an hour later, Ning brought Mr. Chen's 9-star VIP card. She was wearing a cute and beautiful maid outfit. Walking on Mandelo Street, she attracted a lot of people's attention. Master, here is Mr. Chen's 9-star VIP card for you. This membership card not only offers a discount of up to 10%, but also gives you priority in various activities. There are also several places where you can try new products for free. And Ning said while panting. It seemed that she had run here after getting off the car in a hurry. This 9-star VIP card has many other benefits and rights. I have sent them to your phone. You can check them out yourself when the time comes. In addition, the information about the properties owned by the two young masters has also been sent to your phone. Thank you for your hard work. You can go back first. After Wang Chung put the 9-star VIP into his pocket, he felt relieved. Wait and see how I teach you a lesson. Chapter 99, What if I can buy it? These two rich second generations wanted to gain a sense of existence from Wang Chung, but they ran into a tough guy. Wang Chung is not easy to bully. A few people waited for a long time but didn't see Wang Chung coming back, so they started to mock him again. Why hasn't that poor boy from the countryside come back yet? Did he run away because he ran out of money? Yes, second cousin, this poor boyfriend of yours is no good. Do you want me to find a rich second-generation boyfriend for you? Shi Xiaoyu glanced at Xiaoyan and said with contempt, No need, just take care of your own business. Xiaoyan was a little angry, but at the same time, she was also very worried about Wang Chung. It had been such a long time, and he still hadn't come back. I wonder if something had happened to him. Just when I was about to call him, Wang Chung came back running. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long, Wang Chung said with a smile. It's good that you didn't run away. I thought you ran away because you had no money. Ma Tingting said with disgust and contempt. Let's go, hurry to the palace building. Zhen Tianyan shouted. Wangfula is a well-known luxury shopping mall on Mandelo Street. It sells a wide variety of goods,
all of which are international brands with very high prices. Most people go in there just to broaden their horizons and satisfy their eyes. However, most of those who can buy things there without any scruples are second-generation rich people, as well as some middle-aged wealthy businessmen who bring their lovers to accompany them shopping. When Wang Chung and his companions came in, they saw that everyone shopping here was dressed in fancy clothes. There were almost no people like Wang Chung who came in wearing cheap clothes. Even the waitresses beside the display cabinets were dressed very exquisitely. Some of those who come from rural areas are not even dressed as well as the waiters. Jin Tianyan couldn't help but look down on Wang Chung again. Wang Chung curled his lips and didn't take him seriously. He was thinking about how to trick some assets from them later. Look everyone, it's the LV booth. Ma Tingting saw the booth of luxury brand LV from a distance and immediately ran over excitedly. Shi Xiaoyu also ran over. These rich and beautiful girls were all wearing famous brands, either paid for by their parents or boyfriends, so they didn't care about money at all. They only cared whether they liked it or not. Zhen Tianyun and Zhang Qing, two rich second generations, seemed to have found an opportunity to show off in front of the poor boy Wang Chung and hurried over. Let's go too. Zhen Tianyun urged Wang Chung with a look of contempt. Wang Chung nodded. How much did these two rich second generations want to show off in front of him? It seemed that they were still upset about Wang Chung intercepting their orders yesterday. They were anxious to prove to their girlfriends that they had value in existence and were much more useful than Wang Chung, a poor boy from the countryside. He Xiaoyan was a little worried. Wang Chung, why don't we go to other booths? He Xiaoyan was afraid that Wang Chung would waste money. She usually wouldn't buy luxury goods like LV. At most, she would use the ones left over by her mother. Although He Xiaoyan is born into a wealthy and beautiful family, she is usually very frugal. No, let them show off first, and then I'll let them know how powerful I am. Wang Chung smiled and followed them. Okay, He Xiaoyan had no choice but to agree. After several people arrived at the LV booth, Shi Xiaoyu and Ma Tingting seemed to be very familiar with the place. They looked at this bag and that bag, and were extremely excited. Tingting, take whatever you want to buy, I'll pay. Zhen Tianyun glanced at Wang Chung, who was wearing cheap clothes, and a hint of sarcasm flashed across his face. You can take whatever you want, Xiaoyu. I'll carry it. Zhang Qing couldn't help but feel proud. Only Wang Chung stood there without moving. Haha, poor bastard, why don't you let your girlfriend pick out a bag? Or you can't afford it. Zhen Tianyun is very proud now, and finally found a sense of existence in front of Wang Chung. I don't like bags, He Xiaoyan said unhappily. You don't like bags? Then let's go to the booth next to us. LV also has extended products such as jewelry and clothing. There is always one you like. Zhen Tianyun said with a sneer. He Xiaoyan regretted coming here a little. It would have been nice for her two cousins to ask her out shopping, which could have helped her to keep in touch with them. But she never expected that they tricked her out just to mock Wang Chung. This made her very unhappy. Tianyun, I've made my choice. Let's take this bag. Ma Tingting came to Zhen Tianyun excitedly with a red LV bag. Okay, as long as you like it. Zhen Tianyun didn't ask the price. He just took out a card and gave it to the waitress to pay, looking very generous. Soon Shi Xiaoyu also selected a brown bag and brought it to Zhang Qing. The latter also did not ask the price and paid directly by credit card. The two rich second generations tried to make their presence felt in front of Wang Chung, trying their best to prove that they were more useful than Wang Chung. Wang Chung shook his head. These two big fools. Second cousin, aren't you going to buy it? Are you worried that your boyfriend can't afford it? Shi Xiaoyu couldn't help but sneer when she saw that He Xiaoyan didn't go in to choose. Don't look at her. She has a poor boyfriend. It's strange that she can afford it. Ma Tingting couldn't help but ridicule her. Today's shopping trip was her idea. The purpose was to teach her second cousin a lesson and ridicule her poor boyfriend at the same time. If it weren't for him, her mother's order wouldn't have been snatched away by her second aunt yesterday. So this time of ridicule and mockery was all to vent her mother's anger. Have you said enough? Wang Chung, let's go. He Xiaoyan couldn't stand it. These two cousins were really vicious. No, play with them for a while. Wang Chung said lightly. He finally caught two stupid rich second generations. If he didn't trick them into giving him some assets, it would be a wasted trip. Only after hearing Wang Chung say this did He Xiaoyan swallow her anger. That's right. The fun has just begun, and we're already thinking about going back. That's really disappointing. Let's go to the Chanel booth. Ma Tingting said with a sneer. She wanted to take back the humiliation her mother suffered yesterday on the two of them today. Come on, let's go to the Chanel booth. I've been eyeing a limited edition new perfume for a long time. Speaking of Chanel, Shi Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Before others left, she had already pulled Zhang Qing to the Chanel booth. Others followed, and soon they arrived in front of the Chanel booth. There were quite a few people visiting here, but most of them were women, all of them very good-looking. The people following behind them and paying money were either second-generation rich people or wealthy businessmen. But at this time, they were all gathered around a glass cabinet and looked at it intently. Inside the glass cabinet was the latest limited edition Chanel perfume, Lovers. Wow. Limited edition new Chanel perfume, Chanel Lover. I want this. Zhang Qing, buy it for me quickly. Sure, Xiaoyu had been thinking about this new limited edition Chanel Lover perfume since early morning. Buy. Zhang Qing handed the card directly to the shopping guide, but the latter rejected it and said apologetically, "Excuse me, sir. This brilliant lover is a new limited edition. Only members with 7 stars or above in Mandelo Street can purchase it. Only members with 7 stars or above can buy this." Zhang Qing felt helpless. He also understood the rules here. Some new products or limited edition rare items require senior membership to buy. Tianyan, don't you have a membership card here? How many stars is it? Ma Tingting suddenly remembered something and said, "My membership level is only 4-star, and my annual consumption is not enough." Jin Tianyan was also a little helpless. No wonder those people gathered around the brilliant lover perfume, just looking but not buying. It turned out that their membership level was not enough. Oh, so depressing. Sure, Xiaoyu was a little discouraged. Seeing that none of them could buy it, Wang Qing knew that the opportunity had finally come, so he walked forward and said lightly, "I can buy it." "You can buy it? It's really going to make your father laugh to death. You're a poor bastard, not to mention whether you have the money to buy it. You don't even have a membership card. How can you buy it?" Jin Tianyun sneered mercilessly. Didn't this poor boy from the countryside hear what the shopping guide said clearly? You have to be a 7-star member or above to make this purchase. I don't think he even knows what a membership card is. Ma Tingting also ridiculed. Haha, you poor boy, why don't you come out and show off if you don't have any money? Zhang Qing also came out and mocked. What if I can buy it? Wang Qing didn't care what they said. If you can buy it, I will kneel down and call you dad. Zhang Qing said without giving in. He thought that a poor boy from the countryside would definitely not be able to produce a membership card above 7 stars. Calling me dad is so boring. I heard that you, young Master Zhang, own an entertainment club in the west of the city. If I can buy this brilliant lover, how about you transfer the entertainment club to me unconditionally? Wang Cheng stated his true purpose. Haha, what if you can't buy it? Zhang Qing said unwillingly. Then I'll kneel down and kowtow to you 3 or 9 times, and call you dad. How about that? Wang Cheng responded with a smile. Okay, I'll make a bet with you. I'll wait for you to kneel down and kowtow to me and call me daddy. Don't cheat and run away when the time comes. Zhang Qing was very proud because he guessed that Wang Cheng was bluffing and there was no way he could buy this dazzling lover. I won't run away. Wang Cheng smiled and responded, then turned to Zhen Tianyun and asked, do you want to participate? Even if I can't buy it, I will kowtow to you 3 times and 9 times to become your father. Okay, who's afraid of who? Zhen Tianyun was worried that he couldn't find a chance to teach him a lesson, and now he had delivered himself to the door. He was planning to record the scene when he knelt down and kowtowed to him, and then post it online to make you lose face. Then if I can buy it, you have to transfer the holiday villa in the south of the city to me unconditionally. Wang Cheng had to explain the terms of the bet in advance, otherwise they would not be able to deny it when the time comes. No problem. If you can buy this brilliant lover, we can get whatever you want. Zhen Tianyun was so generous because he didn't believe that Wang Cheng, a poor boy from the countryside, could buy this new limited edition brilliant lover. When Ma Tingting heard this, she couldn't help but stand up and speak. Second cousin, you heard it too. If your boyfriend denies it and runs away, we will have to settle the score with you. Ma Tingting was very mean and wanted to vent her mother's anger. He Xiaoyan frowned. Ma Tingting was really annoying. However, she was still very worried about Wang Cheng in her heart. Wang Cheng patted He Xiaoyan's hand and told her to rest assured. He then walked up to the shopping guide and took out the 9-star VIP card he had taken from Chen Haoqing. Suddenly, the whole place fell silent. Chapter 100. Losing both the wife and the army. That's what they are talking about. When Wang Cheng took out the 9-star VIP card, the whole audience fell silent. I have a 9-star VIP card. Can I buy this brilliant lover perfume? Wang Cheng said to the salesgirl with a smile. And it was obvious that the shopping guide was also stunned. She didn't expect that the young man in front of her, who was wearing cheap clothes, could actually take out a 9-star VIP card. She was really surprised. You know, this 9-star VIP card can only be obtained by spending more than 100 million yuan a year. In the whole Qingshui city, there are no more than 10 people who can own the 9-star VIP card of Mandelo Street. Zhen Tianyun, Ma Tingting, Zhang Qing, and Shi Xiaoyu, who were watching all this happening,
were all stunned and deeply shocked. How could he possibly have a 9-star VIP card? This poor boy actually has a 9-star VIP card. This is incredible. Are you kidding me? How can a poor kid from the countryside afford 100 million? This must be fake. Jin Tianyun seriously suspected that Wang Cheng's 9-star VIP card was fake and wanted to ask the shopping guide to verify the card. Shopping guide, you have to carefully verify this 9-star VIP card. This poor boy definitely can't have a 9-star VIP card. Yes, find someone to check it quickly, preferably a professional. Zhang Qing said unwillingly. He also didn't believe that a poor boy from the countryside could have a 9-star VIP card. The salesgirl didn't quite believe that Wang Cheng, who was wearing cheap clothes, could afford such a 9-star VIP. She immediately spoke to Wang Cheng in an apologetic tone. Sir, wait a moment. I need to find a professional to verify your 9-star VIP card. Go ahead, and come back soon. Wang Cheng nodded and didn't mind their doubts. These people really won't cry until they see the coffin. Then he will make you give up completely. The shopping guide handed the entire booth over to another lady, and she took the 9-star VIP card to Mandelo's professional card inspection center. Zhen Tianyun and the others stayed where they were, waiting anxiously. What should we do? What if this poor boy's card is really his? Ma Tingting was a little nervous. Don't worry, this poor boy's card can't be real. A 9-star VIP card requires an annual consumption of more than 100 million yuan. For a poor boy from the countryside like Wang Cheng, it's already a maximum consumption of 100,000 yuan a year. Jin Tianyun comforted him confidently. Yes, there is no way he can have this kind of 9-star VIP card. Zhang Qing also began to attack Wang Cheng. What a joke. If this was true, then he would have to transfer the entertainment club under his name to him. Wang Cheng looked at them calmly and shook his head slightly. He really didn't give up until he got to the Yellow River. While waiting, Wang Cheng quickly sent a message to Lin Jingya, asking her to bring the acquisition contract to Mandelo Street immediately after drafting it. After Lin Jingya received the message, she immediately took action to deal with it. Half an hour later, the shopping guide came back hurriedly with the 9-star VIP card. She came to Wang Cheng with a respectful look on her face and handed the card back to Wang Cheng with both hands. Dear sir, this 9-star VIP card is real. You have the priority to purchase Brilliant Lover. Would you like me to take it down for you now? The salesgirl's words completely shattered the illusions of Zhan Tianyun and Zhang Qing and also shocked them again. How? How is it possible that this 9-star VIP card is real? This poor boy has less than 500 yuan in total. How could he have a 9-star VIP card like this? Where did this poor boy get the 9-star VIP card? While they were shocked, He Xiaoyan became excited. Wang Cheng, I didn't expect you to have a 9-star VIP card. That's great. When I saw them humiliating you just now, I wanted to beat them up. Don't worry, the fun has just begun. Wang Cheng smiled and then said to the shopping guide, Bring me this dazzling lover. I'll buy it. Okay, sir. The 9-star VIP card can give you a 50% discount. After the discount, the total is 68,000. Do you want to swipe the card or keep a record of the amount? The salesgirl's words made Wang Cheng surprised. This 9-star VIP card was really amazing. It could even keep a record of the amount. However, you should pay for the things you buy yourself so that Xun Haoqing won't have to worry about it. Checking the phone, Wang Cheng smiled slightly. Under the stunned gaze of Ma Tingting and the others, Wang Cheng paid directly with Alipay and bought the Brilliant Lover. When the salesgirl handed the bottle of Chanel perfume to Wang Cheng, he held it in his palm and waved it in front of Zhan Tianyun and Zhang Qing. Excuse me, both of you. I bought this Brilliant Lover. According to the rules, the entertainment club and holiday villa under your name will belong to me from now on. Wang Cheng had a faint smile on his face. While he was talking, Lin Jingyao was already approaching Mandelo Street with the contract. Wang Cheng, you dare to plot against us? Zhen Tianyun also understood at this time that this poor boy obviously wanted to steal the assets under their name. You're from the countryside. You're crazy about money, right? How dare you try to trick us? Zhang Qing also had a ferocious look on his face. No one had ever dared to cheat him since he was a child, but this time he was cheated by this poor boy. He was really unwilling to accept this. Sorry, I admit defeat. Wang Cheng smiled faintly. If he doesn't teach you a lesson today, he would not be named Wang. You, Zhen Tianyun was very angry and wanted to use the family power to scare him. Wang Cheng, aren't you afraid of offending our Zhen family in the west of the city? And our Zhang family in the south of the city? Zhang Qing came up and threatened, not wanting to be outdone. Okay, even if both of you come together, I still can't defeat you. Wang Chenka was not afraid of them at all. Okay, you're brave. Let's go. Zhan Tianyun wanted to just leave, since Wang Qing couldn't do anything to them without any evidence. However, Wang Chung stood in front of him. At this time, Lin Jingyao found Wang Chung with 2 contracts. Cousin, I got the acquisition contract for you. Very good. Thank you for your hard work. After Wang Chung got the contract, he handed it directly to Zhang Tianyun and Zhang Qing. The two of them immediately looked pale. They originally thought it was a joke, but they didn't know that this poor boy was serious. You know, this entertainment club is worth at least more than 10 million. Giving it to him for free would be too wasteful. There is also a holiday villa in the south of the city. Although it is not very famous, it can also bring millions of income to Zhen Tianyun every year. He is really unwilling to lose such a good money-making industry to Wang Chung, a poor boy from the countryside. Wang Chung, what do you mean? Zhang Qing still wanted to deny it. Don't be in a hurry. Wait until we sign the purchase contract before leaving. Wang Chung would not let them go just like that. Words were useless, so they had to sign and seal the contract on the spot before Wang Chung would let them go. You've gone too far. Zhen Tianyun and Zhang Qing completely hated Wang Chung at this time. Even Ma Tingting and Shi Xiaoyu were very angry about Wang Cheng's behavior. Second cousin, please keep a close eye on your boyfriend. He comes from the countryside. So is his quality so low? He must be crazy about money. Ma Tingting directly scolded He Xiaoyan. He Xiaoyan had tolerated them for a long time and didn't want to tolerate them anymore. Wang Chung is right. You have to accept defeat and sign the acquisition contract before you can leave. He Xiaoyan felt relieved after hearing what she said, and at the same time, she vented the anger in her heart. You two are a pair of dogs, Ma Tingting started cursing. Wang Chung was a little unhappy. It seemed that he would have to teach Ma Tingting a lesson later. Sign it. Once you've signed, you can leave, Wang Chung said with a faint smile and handed them a pen. Wang Chung, you have nothing to prove. Why should we sign? Zhen Tianyun was clearly trying to cheat. Zhang Qing next to him didn't want to sign either. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Jingya slapped Zhen Tianyun in the face. Just sign if I tell you to, otherwise I'll kill you. Lin Jingya's cold tone scared Zhen Tianyun and Zhang Qing so much that they shivered. This woman was too violent. Who do you think you are? How dare you hit me? Zhen Tianyun was not convinced and wanted to teach this woman a lesson. However, he was hit by Lin Jingya in just a few hits and the corner of his mouth was bleeding. Okay, Wang Chung, we have a grudge against each other. Just wait and see. After being beaten by Lin Jingya, Zhen Tianyun realized the current situation. It seemed that the other party came prepared and did not give him any chance to cheat. He immediately signed the acquisition contract, and Zhang Qing shivered and signed it as well. We can go now, Zhen Tianyun said with a sinister look on his face. You can go now, Wang Chung smiled slightly. Zhen Tianyun and the others turned around and left with sullen faces, and Ma Tingting and Shi Xiaoyu quickly followed. However, when they were halfway there, Wang Chung stopped them. Tingting, Xiaoyu, wait a minute, I have something to tell you. If you have to fart, do it now. Ma Tingting is very unhappy now. Wang Chung glanced at Zhen Tianyun and Zhang Qing, who were at a distance, and deliberately spoke to Ma Tingting and the others in a voice they could hear. Thank you so much for calling these two fools this time. Next time, I'll bring 2 rich second generations here to kill you. The 1 million I promised you in advance will be deposited into your account later. What? Ma Tingting and Shi Xiaoyu were completely confused and didn't understand what Wang Chung was saying. Zhen Tianyun and Zhang Qing, who were in the front, vaguely heard Wang Cheng's conversation with Ma Tingting and Shi Xiaoyu, and they became furious. They thought that Wang Chung had teamed up with Ma Tingting and Shi Xiaoyu to defraud them of their assets, and they hated them both for a while. Okay, you two stinky bitches, you actually dare to team up to kill us. Zhen Tianyun turned pale and walked away, hating Ma Tingting, the bitch, in his heart. At this time, Zhang Qing also hated Shi Xiaoyu. Wang Chung, what nonsense are you talking about? Who is in cahoots with you? Ma Tingting didn't react for a moment. When she saw Zhen Tianyun and Zhang Qing didn't wait for them, but walked away with angry faces, she realized that Wang Chung had deliberately said that to them. Okay, Wang Chung, you are too insidious. Ma Tingting immediately chased after Zhen Tianyun and the others. He Xiaoyan finally felt relieved after seeing them leave in such a mess. Finally they left. I wanted to go shopping with them to bond with them, but I didn't expect these 2 cousins to come here to humiliate us. I really misjudged them. They lost both the wife and the army. That's what I'm talking about, Wang Chung smiled slightly. Chapter 101, Loss of Contact and Testing. Today is the day that He Xiaoyan's mother, Lin Yifan, goes to the Rongyuan real estate company in the west of the city to sign a contract. So she got up early in the morning and dressed up carefully, even paying attention to the details of her clothing. After all, today is the most exciting day for her in all these years. Mom, This dress looks really good on you. He Xiaoyan looked at Lin Yifan wearing a red formal dress and nodded with satisfaction. That's right. When your mother was young, many men pursued me. If she hadn't been deceived by your father in the end, I would never have married him. Lin Yifan turned around in front of the mirror and was very satisfied with her clothes. Then she felt like something was missing. After thinking for a while, she grabbed a bottle of perfume on He Xiaoyan's dressing table and sprayed it on herself. Immediately, the scent of perfume filled her body. Mom, this is my perfume. He Xiaoyan snatched the bottle of perfume and held it in her arms, appearing very nervous and cherishing it. What's wrong with using a little of your perfume? You're so stingy, Lin Yifan scolded unhappily. This perfume is different. If you want to use perfume, use another bottle. This bottle was given to me by Wang Chang. He Xiaoyan held the perfume in her hand tightly in her arms, fearing that her mother would snatch it away again. Now your mother needs Wang Chang's permission before she can use your perfume? This really peace. It felt like I had been raising a pot of flowers for over 20 years, watering and fertilizing them, and taking good care of them, but in the blink of an eye, someone was going to take away both the pot and the flowers. No, just use this bottle of perfume. He Xiaoyan handed another bottle of perfume on the dressing table to Lin Yifan. I'm not going to rant anymore. I'm so mad. Lin Yifan pretended to be angry and walked away. He Xiaoyan hurried over and coaxed her for a long time before Lin Yifan smiled happily. Okay, I have to go, otherwise I will be too late. I have to go to your grandfather's company first. Some official seals are still with them. While Lin Yifan was speaking, she had already walked towards the door. Watching Lin Yifan drive out and gradually disappear from her sight, He Xiaoyan felt a little depressed, as if something was going to happen today. It seems that I didn't sleep well last night. I'm a little nervous. He Xiaoyan shook her head and turned to rest. At the same time, Lin Fu had been waiting for his second daughter, Lin Yifan, to arrive in the company. On the table next to him, some official seals and materials needed to sign the contract had been prepared. Even an assistant was ready. Lin Fu was afraid that Lin Yifan, who had never run a company, would not understand the process and make mistakes when signing the contract. Why hasn't the second brother come yet? Lin Fu looked at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock. There were only 2 hours left until the signing time at 12 noon. It would take another hour to rush from here to Rongyuan Real Estate Company in the west of the city. If he didn't come soon, he would miss the signing time. Dad, don't be anxious. Wait a little longer. Maybe my second sister is stuck in traffic on the road. Lin Jinjin, who was accompanying him, saw that Lin Fu was very anxious and stepped forward to comfort him. Call her quickly. It will be too late if you don't come. Lin Fu was a little annoyed that such an important day was delayed. How could he hand over the company to her with confidence? Dad, calm down. I'll call her right away. Lin Jinjin was happy to see that Lin Fu was angry, as this was exactly what she wanted to see. She immediately took out her cell phone and dialed the number, but the number showed that the other party's phone was turned off. In order to let Lin Fu hear clearly, Lin Jinjin deliberately turned on the speakerphone. Dad, look at this second sister. This is too much. Today is the day to sign the contract, but she turned off her phone. What if she really misses the signing time? Lin Jinjin said sweetly in Lin Fu's ear. This is outrageous. Lin Fu slammed the table heavily. This was an order worth 1 billion yuan. He, Lin Fu, had been in the building materials business all his life, but had never received such a large order. If this order can be successfully completed, Lin Fu's company will be able to become one of the top leaders in the building materials industry in Qingshui City. His last wish before retirement is to bring the company he founded into the top position in the industry. Dad, calm down. My second sister wouldn't be so reckless. Let's wait a little longer. Lin Jinjin comforted him while secretly rejoicing. Second sister, don't blame me for targeting you. We are all thinking about the development of Dad's company. If you, who don't know how to run a business, become the chairman, won't you force the company into a desperate situation? Wait another hour. If she still doesn't come after another hour, you will take her to sign the contract with Rongyuan Real Estate Company. Lin Fu thought for a moment and said truthfully. He had no choice but to give up the order from Rongyuan Real Estate for Lin Yifan. Lin Jinjin was secretly delighted, but she said, this is not good. My second sister brought the order, but I was asked to sign the contract. Isn't this stealing her credit? She was the one who delayed things. Don't blame others. Besides, she could even delay such an important day. How can I hand over the position of chairman to her with confidence? Lin Fu's heart was burning with anger. Then let's wait a little longer. Lin Jinjin was secretly excited. With Lin Fu's words, it would only take a short time for him to replace Lin Yifan and become the new chairman. Time passed by minute, and Lin Yifan seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. She neither showed up, nor could she be reached by phone. Lin Fu was restless and took out his cell phone to call several times, but it still showed as turned off. He then thought of asking his granddaughter, He Xiaoyan, and second son-in-law He Yang. Thinking of this, Lin Fu first called He Xiaoyan, and the call was quickly connected. Xiaoyan, when will your mother come over? Has she seen it? Mom left early in the morning. Hasn't she arrived yet? He Xiaoyan was originally lying on the sofa to rest, but when she heard the news, she immediately sat up from the sofa, and her expression began to become nervous. Setting off so early in the morning? Lin Fu frowned. This gave him a bad feeling. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fu paced back and forth in the chairman's office several times, and finally decided that it was more important to sign the contract first. No need to wait, Jinjin. Take your people to the Rongyuan real estate company in the west of the city to sign the contract. I'll go find your second sister. This was the only arrangement Lin Fu could make. Okay, Dad, I'll go arrange to sign the contract. Hearing this, Lin Jinjin was delighted. She had finally waited for this moment. She naturally knew why her second sister disappeared. It was her husband Ma Debiao who arranged for Lin Yifan to lose contact temporarily. But after she signs the contract, she will release the second sister. But by that time, it will be a done deal and she can replace the second sister as the chairman. Moreover, after this happens, Lin Fu is no longer at ease passing the position of chairman to Lin Yifan. This is a perfect plan that kills two birds with one stone. After Lin Jinjin took the official seal and necessary documents, she also brought two assistants with her and drove to the real estate company in the west of the city. There was still an hour left before the contract signing time of 12 o'clock, so they could still make it in time if they rushed there. At this time, Lin Jinjin was in high spirits, as if everything was under her control. He Xiaoyan, who was already upset, became even more nervous after receiving the call from her grandfather. The key point was that she couldn't get through to her mother's phone, and it always showed as turned off. What should I do? What should I do? He Xiaoyan was so anxious that she could only think of one person. We can only ask Wang Chung to think of a solution. At the critical moment, He Xiaoyan thought of Wang Chung first. Wang Chung happened to be supervising the production of a program at Hungfeng Entertainment. After hearing He Xiaoyan's call, he quickly found a quiet place. What's going on? Don't worry. Tell me what's going on first. He Xiaoyan on the phone was almost crying with anxiety, and Wang Chung could only figure out the situation first before making a judgment. On the phone, He Xiaoyan told Wang Chung everything that happened to her mother today, including the call from her grandfather. Your mother has lost contact? Wang Chung was shocked. If he remembered correctly, today was the day when Lin Yifan signed the contract with Rongyuan Real Estate. How could Lin Yifan miss such an important day? It seems like something really happened to her. Wang Chung frowned and thought carefully. If nothing happened earlier or later, why did she lose contact on the day of signing the contract? Could it be that her two sisters are causing trouble? Wang Chung couldn't help but think of what happened yesterday when He Xiaoyan's two cousins came to them to vent their mother's anger. However, this was just speculation, and Wang Chung didn't dare to confirm it. He immediately called Lin Fu to ask who signed the contract on behalf of Lin Yifan. It was my eldest daughter who signed the contract. There was no time left, so she had to sign the contract on my behalf. Lin Fu responded truthfully. After hanging up the phone, Wang Chung couldn't be sure for the time being whether they were the ones who did it, but he soon thought of a plan that might be able to test them out. He then called Yao Qin, the beautiful president of Ruiqin Group, and asked her to tell her subordinates that the person who could sign the contract could only be Lin Yifan herself, and any other people who came would be rejected. Chapter 102, A Different Look. Lin Jinjin was sitting in the car feeling very proud at this time. She had been planning to sign the contract in place of her second sister for the past few days, and today she finally got her wish. Second sister, the order you brought in ended up being used to make wedding dresses for me. You have worked so hard. Lin Jinjin seemed to be in a very good mood. Fortunately, with the calculation of her husband Ma Debiao, she was able to replace Lin Yifan as she wished. Vice President Lin, congratulations. Even the assistant Xiao Chun who was driving did not forget to flatter him. Well, when I become the chairman, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. Lin Jinjin replied proudly. In her opinion, signing the contract this time is a sure thing. After this incident, Lin Fu's trust in his second sister will drop to the lowest point. The car quickly and steadily stopped at the gate of Rongyuan Real Estate Company in the west of the city. Lin Jinjin got out of the car in high spirits, accompanied by two assistants, looking like a successful person. When we sign the contract later, you guys have to help me read the terms carefully, because the person negotiating the contract was not her, Lin Jinjin, so she had to read it carefully before signing it. Otherwise, she would not know the specific details of the contract. If I sign the wrong one, I'll be scolded by the old man when I get back. Got it, Vice President Lin. The two assistants nodded in response. Soon, the three of them walked into Rongyuan Real Estate Company. After explaining their purpose to the receptionist, she led Lin Jinjin and others into a conference room. Please wait a moment. Our President Pei will be here soon. The lady at the front desk said this and left. Lin Jinjin and the other two didn't take it seriously and just sat in the conference room waiting patiently. Soon, Mr. Pei Hao walked in with a friendly look on his face, but the first thing he asked after coming in was Lin Jinjin. This must be Miss Lin Yifan. Lin Jinjin was a little embarrassed, but the assistant next to her explained, Boss Pei, this is our Vice President Lin Jinjin. Lin Jinjin. Pei Hao frowned. President Yao had called him personally to instruct him that the person who signed the contract must be Lin Yifan. Thinking of this, Pei Hao's face suddenly turned cold. I'm sorry, we only signed the contract with Representative Lin Yifan. You should go back first and wait for Representative Lin Yifan to come over before signing the contract with us. Pei Hao said this and walked away without mercy, leaving Lin Jinjin and the other three in the meeting room. What's going on? Lin Jinjin was confused and caught off guard, but she quickly realized that Rongyuan Real Estate Company only recognized individuals and not their company when signing the contract. Lin Jinjin was suddenly filled with anger. What the hell? If you don't want to sign the contract, I won't serve you. Vice President Lin, what should we do now? Assistant Chen asked nervously. What else can we do? Let's go back first. Lin Jinjin was very angry at the moment. She never expected that Lin Yifan was so capable that Rongyuan Real Estate Company would only recognize her to sign the contract. This second sister is not easy to deal with. She is the only one that Rongyuan recognizes to sign the contract. Lin Jinjin went back angrily with two assistants, but she was thinking about how to target her next. After returning to the company, Lin Fu came up to inquire about the situation immediately with a serious look on his face. Has the contract been signed? What Lin Fu cared about most was whether the order worth 1 billion yuan was signed. All other things had to be put on the back burner, including finding his second daughter. No, the other party said that my second sister must be present in person to sign the contract. Lin Jinjin shook her head unwillingly. The second daughter must go in person? Why don't you go find someone quickly? Lin Fu was anxious. He originally thought of signing the contract first and then looking for his second daughter, but now it seems that this is not possible. He must find his second daughter first before signing the contract. Dad, don't worry. I'll send someone to look for her right away. Lin Jinjin pretended to comfort him and ran away. She didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so she had to let Lin Yifan go back quickly. At the same time, He Xiaoyan was waiting anxiously at home, looking at a loss as to what to do. Soon her father, He Yong, rushed back in a hurry. Xiaoyan, is your mother back? He Yong also learned from Lin Fu that Lin Yifan had lost contact and hurried back from the company. Not yet. It's been several hours. Why don't we call the police? He Xiaoyan suggested. No, let's see the situation first. He Yong frowned. Today was the big day for Lin Yifan to sign the contract. She would definitely not delay such an important event. It was very likely that something unexpected happened to her on the way. The things going on here are very strange. Sometimes calling the police may not solve the problem, but may make things worse, such as murder. So are we just going to wait like this? He Xiaoyan looked anxious and her face was a little pale. Wait a minute, is someone calling home? If it was a kidnapping, the other party should have called. No, He Xiaoyan shook her head. That's strange, He Yong looked confused. Could it be that there was a car accident? Thinking of this, He Yong didn't dare to imagine any further. The two waited anxiously at home for more than an hour, when suddenly Lin Yifan stumbled in, her face pale. Mom, you're back. I was scared to death. When He Xiaoyan saw Lin Yifan appear, she was so scared that she ran over to support her. Where have you been for the past half day? You didn't even go to sign the contract. He Yong asked anxiously. Don't mention it. When I drove to the Huimin River area, a man wearing a mask suddenly smashed my car window with an egg. I was so angry that I wanted to argue with him, but he sprayed a mist all over my face before I could say a few words. Then I felt dizzy. When I woke up, I found myself lying in my car. I am still dizzy now. Lin Yifan drove back with all her might, and now all she wanted to do was sleep and have a good rest. Are you still taking a break? The contract has been signed by someone else, He Yong reminded loudly and anxiously. From Lin Fu's previous phone call, he had learned that his father-in-law could not find Lin Yifan and had asked his eldest daughter Lin Jinjin to sign the contract on her behalf. What? Lin Yifan suddenly woke up and remembered that today was the day to sign the contract. Yes, I almost forgot. Today is the day to sign the contract with Rongyuan Real Estate Company. I have to go there quickly. Lin Yifan just remembered it at this moment, but after taking a few steps, her footing became weak and she almost fell.
Fortunately, He Xiaoyan supported her, but she was afraid that she could not sign the contract in this state. My father-in-law called just now and asked your elder sister Lin Jinjin to sign the contract on your behalf. Hyang said helplessly. Say it again. What do you mean Lin Jinjin signed the contract on my behalf? Who agreed to that? Lin Yifan was furious. She had finally negotiated the contract with Rong Yuan Real Estate Company, but now, when it was time to reap the fruits, they were plucked away by Lin Jinjin. How could she swallow this? She had been busy for so many days, but in the end she ended up making wedding dresses for her elder sister. How could she swallow this? No, I have to go and argue with her. This elder sister is too bullying. No need to go, she can't sign. Wang Chung suddenly walked in from outside and said calmly, but he was relieved to see He Xiaoyan's mother coming back. Wang Chung, what do you mean? What do you mean she can't sign? Not only Lin Yifan had this question, Hyang and He Xiaoyan couldn't help but become curious. I asked my friend to tell the people in Rong Yuan that you must be present in person to sign the contract for it to be valid. I guess your elder sister Lin Jinjin is very upset at the moment. Wang Chung smiled faintly. Really? Really? Lin Yifan didn't expect that this poor boy from the countryside was so smart and had arranged everything already. Well, if you don't believe me, you can call Xiaoyan's grandfather to confirm it now. Wang Chung responded with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Yifan quickly picked up the phone and called Lin Fu, but as soon as she answered the phone, Lin Fu scolded her and told her to find time to sign the contract. Of course, one thing was also confirmed at the same time. Lin Jinjin wanted to sign the contract for her, but was rejected by the other party. Haha, this elder sister is so calculating now. She actually wants to sign the contract on my behalf. Lin Yifan sneered, but she also felt relieved in her heart. If she really succeeded, wouldn't she have been busy in vain these few days? However, Lin Yifan began to look at Wang Chung, a poor boy from the countryside, with a different eye. Chapter 103, Finally Met My Fiancé. In order to avoid any further complications, Lin Yifan took Hyang to Lin Fu's company the next morning, took the official seal and other materials needed for signing the contract, and went straight to Rong Yuan Real Estate Company. Soon, he signed the contract as he wished and became the person in charge of the supply of building materials to Rong Yuan Real Estate Company. Lin Fu valued him very much. In the chairman's office, Lin Fu was holding the contract signed by Lin Yifan, his mouth almost crooked with smile. This was the largest order he had received since he founded the company. You have successfully signed the contract this time. According to my previous promise to you, I will ask someone to transfer the 10% company stock reward to you in a few days. However, I still need to observe you for a while to take the position of chairman, especially after such a big mistake yesterday. Dad, don't you know that it was my elder sister who plotted against me? Otherwise, I wouldn't have missed the time. If it weren't for Wang Cheng's cleverness, I'm afraid the credit would have been taken away by my elder sister. Lin Yifan was very angry. This elder sister Lin Jinjin was targeting her more and more. It was estimated that she would be unable to stop and plot against her in the future. Don't talk nonsense here if you don't have evidence. Starting next week, the construction materials will be shipped to the construction site in the west of the city. It takes at least an hour to get there from here. You'd better keep an eye on it. There are often gangsters looking for trouble at the construction site in the west of the city, so you'd better be careful. Lin Fu hated the fights between sisters the most and didn't want them to spend their energy on such infighting, so he asked Lin Yifan to focus on the project. Don't worry, Dad. I'll keep an eye on it. Lin Yifan secretly made up her mind that this project must be completed beautifully to show her elder sister, and also to let everyone in Lin Fu's company see that she, the new chairman who was about to take over, was still capable. It can be said that the success of this project will determine whether she can successfully take over the position of chairman. 2 days later, Xiao Mine's concert finally arrived. After thinking about it all night, Wang Chung decided to go and see her. I don't know what to say to her. Wang Chung was just purely curious about his fiancée, and there was no trace of affection. Should I tell her about breaking off the engagement? Wang Chung was a little hesitant. After all, the impact of breaking off the engagement was very big. Maybe even his parents and grandfather would be implicated in the end, which he didn't want to see. After all, the Xiao family is one of the top 10 wealthy families in the country. If someone broke off the engagement with them, wouldn't that be a slap in their face? How could they just let it go? After getting off work in the afternoon, Wang Chung drove straight to the sports plaza in the east of the city. This is the largest sports plaza in Qingshui City and can accommodate 20,000 people at the same time. It can be regarded as a large sports plaza. When Wang Chung arrived, the outside of the sports plaza was already crowded with people, but most of them were young men and women, especially students. I didn't expect there would be so many people at Xiao Mine's concert. Wang Chung felt depressed. Everywhere he looked, he saw young people waiting in line to enter the venue. Wang Cheng's purpose was to meet Xiao Mayan backstage, not just to watch her sing. So while waiting in line, Wang Cheng took out 20,000 yuan in cash from a nearby ATM machine for later use. Sometimes money is omnipotent. At 7:30 in the evening, the concert finally started, and Wang Cheng lined up to enter in an orderly manner. After checking the ticket, Wang Cheng entered the sports plaza smoothly. The ticket Ning grabbed for him was the front VIP top ticket, so Wang Cheng's seat was at the front. After Wang Cheng stood in the front, he looked around and saw that all 20,000 seats in the sports plaza were filled with people. Various glow sticks, light boards, and fan boards were held high. It was obvious that these fans really liked Xiao Mayan. This fiancé is so popular. Wang Cheng swallowed hard. If they knew that Wang Cheng came to Xiao Mayan to break off the engagement, they would beat him to death in this sports plaza. Soon, the 18 neon lights above the sports plaza suddenly lit up. Under the lights, a gorgeous stage slowly rose up, and the surrounding fans began to wave their glow sticks and cheered and screamed. Wang Cheng's ears were almost deafened by what he heard. Is it necessary to be so excited? Wang Cheng couldn't help but complain. After the stage rose, music soon began to play, and Wang Cheng's attention gradually shifted to the stage. As the prelude music gradually sounded, 7 or 8 lead dancers slowly walked out on the stage. Each of them was very beautiful, but there was still no sign of Xiao Mayan. After the prelude ended, a voice like the sound of nature came from the corner of the stage, and through the loudspeakers around the sports plaza, her beautiful voice spread throughout the entire sports plaza. Hearing this voice, all the fans in the stadium screamed with excitement. At the same time, the 16 lights above the sports plaza instantly focused on a graceful figure. Wearing a pink lotus leaf fairy dress with a hint of ancient style, she walked slowly from a distance like a fairy descending to the earth. A lot of white mist floated on the stage at the right time, making the environment of the fairy descending to the earth seem as real as reality. A song called Thousand Sounds, with a soft and ancient melody blended perfectly into this environment. Xiao Mayan walked to the center of the stage. Her heavenly voice sounded like it was kissed by an angel and was very penetrating. Wang Xing couldn't help but be deeply attracted by her singing. It seemed that his fiancée was indeed very talented in singing. Wang Cheng's eyes followed Xiao Mayan on the stage. Although she was a little far away and it was dark, he could still see her beautiful face, graceful figure, and curves with the help of the bright lights. She is truly a beauty so stunning that she is even more beautiful than Xiao Mayan. Wang Cheng murmured to himself. After the song ended, Xiao Mayan on the stage went backstage to change clothes temporarily, but the fans and audience at the scene still seemed to be reluctant to leave. Wang Cheng patiently listened to a few more songs, then looked at the time, and it was already 10 o'clock in the evening, with still half an hour before the concert ended. It's time to get ready. After her concert is over, I can meet her. Thinking of this, Wang Cheng left the front row and prepared to go backstage. Generally, outsiders are not allowed to enter the backstage of concerts, but Wang Cheng came prepared. Wang Cheng sneaked to a door leading to the backstage. As long as he passed through this door, he could enter the backstage, but there were 2 security guards guarding it, and there were surveillance cameras, so it was not easy to get in. Wang Cheng observed for a while and saw that staff members wearing work badges could enter and exit here freely, while those without work badges would be blocked by 2 security guards. Fans in particular were often stopped by these 2 security guards. It seems I have to get a work badge, otherwise I can't get in, Wang Cheng observed in a corner of the door for a long time, and finally saw a young and thin man wearing a work badge walking out from the backstage, and the direction he was walking was exactly where he was. While he was not paying attention, Wang Cheng pulled him into an empty corner and said, "Brother, can I borrow your work badge and this set of clothes?" "Why?" After the thin young man came to his senses, he shook off Wang Cheng's hand and said indignantly, "I'm a diehard fan of Xiao Mayan, and I want to go in and ask her for an autograph." "Of course I won't lend you my stuff for free," Wang Cheng said as he took out 10,000 yuan that he had withdrawn from the ATM machine and stuffed it directly into the young man's hand. When the young man saw the 10,000 yuan, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Since you are Xiao Mayan's diehard fan, money doesn't matter. This work badge and clothes are all yours." The thin man immediately took off his clothes and pants without any hesitation. Wang Cheng didn't expect the young man to be so efficient, so he didn't hesitate. After changing clothes with him and putting on his work badge, I bravely walked towards the door guarded by the 2 security guards. When approaching the 2 security guards, Wang Cheng was very nervous, fearing that he would be recognized by them, but he still pretended to be calm and continued to walk inside. The 2 security guards glanced at the work badge on Wang Cheng's chest
and took the initiative to open the door for him. The latter suppressed his excitement and quickly walked in. After entering the backstage, Wang Qing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I'm finally here backstage. Xiao Mian's concert should be almost over now. I have to find her dressing room quickly. Wang Qing is very anxious now because this backstage is not just Xiao Mian's backstage. There are many dancers and singers who are also putting on makeup backstage. Of course, it is impossible for them to put on makeup in the same room with the big star Xiao Mian. Which room is it? When Wang Qing was looking for a room, Xiao Mian's concert finally ended. Wang Qing was anxious and didn't care about much at this time. He just grabbed a staff member passing by and asked, "Where is Xiao Mian's room?" "I'm very busy. Can you go find it yourself?" The staff member was a little impatient, obviously busy packing up props at the front desk. However, Wang Qing was in a hurry and directly threw the other 10,000 yuan in his arms into his hand. The other party was stunned. "Tell me quickly, where is Xiao Mian's room?" Wang Qing asked again. "Turn left, and it's the third room." After taking Wang Qing's 10,000 yuan, the staff member immediately smiled and didn't care about the other party's intentions. He directly said Xiao Mian's room. But when he turned around to see what the other person looked like, Wang Qing had already disappeared. At this time, Wang Qing had already arrived outside Xiao Mian's dressing room. Hearing the commotion coming from the backstage door, Wang Qing did not hesitate and pushed open the door of the dressing room, rushed in, and then closed the door again. Wang Qing took a quick look around the dressing room and found that the only place where someone could hide was in the closet. He had no choice but to hide in there and come out later. Soon Xiao Mian was surrounded by the crowd and returned to the backstage. Although she was the center of attention, her pretty face was filled with fatigue. She had been singing for 3 hours straight, so it would be strange if she wasn't tired. "Aunt, I'm a little tired and want to rest alone." Xiao Mian's voice was a little weak, and it was obvious that she was really tired. "Okay then, I'll call you after all the fans have left, otherwise you might not be able to leave again. You should take a rest first." The person who spoke was Xiao Jing. She was Xiao Mian's agent and also Xiao Mian's aunt. Most people called her Sister Jing. She had short hair and was very capable in her work. After saying this, Xiao Jing went to do other things, but for safety reasons, 2 security guards were ordered to guard Xiao Mian's door. Fortunately, Wang Qing came into the dressing room first, otherwise it would be difficult for him to get in again. Xiao Mian was wearing a pure white princess gauze dress, looking very beautiful. After entering the dressing room, she took off the jewelry on her head and fell asleep directly on the dressing table. She was really too tired. Wang Qing, who was hiding in the closet, found that there was no movement in the dressing room, so he couldn't help but quietly push open the closet door a little. Looking out through the crack, he just saw Xiao Mian lying on the dressing table to rest. Wang Qing felt a little distressed when he saw the delicate figure and tired body. Then he quietly pushed open the door of the closet and slowly crawled out. In order not to make any noise, Wang Qing tried to move as lightly as possible. Xiao Mian seemed really tired. She didn't hear Wang Qing's movement and fell into a deep sleep on the dressing table with drool all over her face. Wang Qing tiptoed over and was slightly stunned when he saw Xiao Mian lying on the table and drooling. He never expected that this big star with more than 10 million fans would drool even when he fell asleep. Wang Qing subconsciously took out his cell phone and took a picture of the scene. He then picked up a stage dress nearby and put it on her to prevent her from catching a cold. He hadn't thought about what to say to her this time, and it seemed like it would be nice to see her up close like this. "She is so beautiful, just like Xiaoyan. Both are fairy-like," Wang Qing exclaimed inwardly. But soon there was a noise outside the door, as if someone wanted to see Xiao Mian, but was blocked by 2 security guards. "Do you know who I am? If you dare to stop me, you are looking for death." The man who was speaking outside the door was very handsome. He wore clothes from international brands, had the most fashionable hairstyle, and held a bouquet of bright red roses in his hand. It was obvious that he was coming for Xiao Mian. "Mr. Qin, Miss Xiao has just finished singing and is resting inside. Sister Jing has ordered that no one can go in and disturb her." The 2 security guards guarding the door seemed to know this tall, rich, and handsome man. Although they tried to stop him from going in, they did not dare to go too far. It can be seen that Mr. Qin has an extraordinary identity. "If you dare to stop me again, I won't be polite." When young Master Qin was speaking, 2 bodyguards in black clothes stood out from behind him. "Mr. Qin, don't make it difficult for us. We are just trying to make a living." The 2 security guards seemed very embarrassed and had no courage at all in front of this tall, rich, and handsome man. "I'll say it again. Get out of my way." A hint of coldness flashed in Qin Xiao's eyes. "Mr. Qin, we are also fulfilling our duties. We are sorry." Although the 2 security guards were afraid of Mr. Qin, they still knew their duties. "All right then, I'm going to destroy you today." As he spoke, Qin Shao waved his hand slightly, and the two black-clad bodyguards behind him immediately pounced on the two security guards, and the four of them immediately started fighting each other. "You dare to stop me? You're looking for death." Qin Shaochong spat at the two security guards, then pushed the door of the dressing room open angrily. However, he never expected that Wang Chung appeared behind the door and blocked his way, with a pair of cold eyes staring at him. Chapter 104. No matter who you are, I will beat you up. Wang Chung stopped Mr. Qin, mainly because he didn't want this spoiled rich second-generation guy to disturb Xiao Mayan's rest. "Xiao Mayan is resting now. Please do not disturb her." Wang Chung warned coldly that he didn't want to confront this young Master Qin head-on for the time being. But if he refused to retreat, Wang Chung would not be easily provoked. "No matter who you are, if you dare to disturb Xiao Mayan's rest, he will beat you. Who do you think you are? Get out of here." Young Master Qin would never be scared by a kid like Wang Chung. "I'll say it again. Xiao Mayan is resting inside, and no one is allowed to disturb her." Wang Chung warned him seriously again. "Fuck, I'm warning you again. I'll count to 3. If you dare to block my way again, I'll kill you." Qin Shao was very arrogant and confident. There were people who had been arrogant in front of him like this before, but they all ended up in a miserable way. 1. Qin Shao counted loudly. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes, and at the same time there was a warning in his eyes. However, as soon as he counted 1, Wang Chung punched him in the handsome face without saying a word. His move was completely out of the ordinary, and the latter was stunned. "This kid actually dared to hit me?" Qin Shao didn't believe it at all. He was even more shocked. In a place like Qingshui City, someone actually dared to hit him, Qin Shao? But Wang Chung didn't give him a chance to react. After throwing a punch, he pounced on him again, punching and kicking him again. "Bullshit. You dare to hit me? I tell you, you're dead." After being punched a few times, the tall, rich and handsome man began to react and quickly swung his fist to hit back. However, this playboy was usually consumed by alcohol and sex, so he was no match for Wang Chung, who came from the countryside. After a fight, the tall, rich and handsome man was beaten to a pulp by Wang Chung. "Bodyguard, where's my bodyguard? Kill him quickly." Qin Shao was beaten so badly that he had no power to fight back, and the corner of his mouth was bleeding from being hit by Wang Chung. He was anxious and shouted for help. However, his two bodyguards in black were being entangled by the two security guards at this time. In fact, the two security guards deliberately entangled the two bodyguards in black. In terms of one-on-one strength, the two security guards were no match for the bodyguards in black, but they could still entangle them. They also couldn't stand the arrogant young Master Qin. At this time, a brave and fearless young man suddenly appeared to beat young Master Qin, so naturally they had to help him. "Where are my bodyguards? If you don't come over, I'm going to fire you." Qin Shao was also punched in the nose by Wang Chung, and his nose was bleeding. Wang Chung grabbed Qin Shao's hair and warned him sternly again. "I've warned you twice, yet you still dare to go in and disturb Xiao Mayan's rest. You're courting death," Wang Chung said as he slapped him in the face again, not taking this so-called young Master Qin seriously at all. At this time, more and more staff members came back from collecting props on the stage. They were stunned to see Qin Shao being beaten by a young man. "Oh my god, isn't this young Master Qin? He was beaten up?" Many staff members knew this young Master Qin, mainly because he would always be there when Xiao Mayan held a concert and would always come backstage to harass Xiao Mayan. This time he even brought two bodyguards in black, and he was determined to achieve his goal. "Sister Jing, Master Qin was beaten." The staff member quickly turned around and ran to find Xiao Jing. At this time, Xiao Jing just came back. She saw that most of the fans had left, so she wanted to wake up Xiao Mayan and go back. She never expected that as soon as she reached the door, she saw Qin Shao being chased and beaten by a young man. It was a very heavy blow, and I was so shocked that I was speechless. "Who is this guy? How dare he attack young Master Qin? And he did it so hard." Xiao Jing was really surprised. "You have to know that this young Master Qin is the third son of the Qin family, one of the 4 most powerful families in Beijing. Qin Yun is a devil who is not to be trifled with, and everyone stays away from him." Unexpectedly, in Qingshui City, he was beaten by a seemingly ordinary young man. "Pull them apart quickly, or it will end badly if the fight continues." Xiao Jing was also afraid of something happening, so she spoke up quickly. Although she also hated Qin Yun, who came to harass Xiao Mayan from time to time, the Qin family was one of the top 10 wealthy families in the country, so she didn't dare to offend them and could only avoid them if possible. As soon as Xiao Jing spoke, several male staff members present stepped forward and pulled Wang Chung and Qin Yun apart. At this time, Qin Yun's handsome face had been beaten into a pig's head by Wang Chung. There was no trace of handsomeness left. The people around couldn't help but secretly laugh at Qin Yun when they saw how badly he was beaten. Even Xiao Jing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just wait for me, kid. I'll find someone to beat you to death later, after being persuaded away. Qin Yun still had a vicious and unconvinced look on his face. From childhood to adulthood, he had never been insulted like this, and he was determined to avenge himself. Qin Yun waved his hand and walked out the door with a sullen face, and the two bodyguards in black followed him after the security guard let go. After Qin Yun left, everyone at the scene focused their attention on Wang Chung. Although they admired the man who dared to hit Qin Yun, they could imagine that this kid was finished. Having offended this devil, he would be hunted down no matter where he ran. Hey, he doesn't seem to be from our group. So why does he have our group's work badge? The leader of the clothing group had sharp eyes and immediately saw that the work badge on Wang Cheng's chest belonged to their clothing group. And the name on it doesn't match Wang Chung at all. Wang Chung secretly cried out, "Oh no." He was so focused on beating the guy that he forgot there were people around. Well, I'm a fan of Xiao Mayan, and I came here to ask for her autograph. Wang Chung smiled awkwardly, then threw the work badge on his chest back to them, turned around, and wanted to leave, but found that he was surrounded by on-site staff. It seemed like he was going to interrogate her, so Wang Chung had no choice but to turn around and go back. However, as soon as he turned around, he saw Xiao Mayan standing at the door of the dressing room. Her beautiful face was staring at him curiously. In her hand, she was holding a stage dress that Wang Chung had put on her before. "Auntie, let everyone go." Xiao Mayan also saw Wang Chung beating Qin Yun before. This seemingly ordinary young man actually risked being hunted down by Qin Yun to protect her just to let her rest for a while. Go away, go away," Xiao Jing quickly called out to the staff and asked them to disperse. Soon, all the people who were watching the show scattered like birds and beasts, but when they looked at Wang Chung, they couldn't help shaking their heads. They could imagine that Wang Chung might not survive more than 3 days and would be crippled by Qin Yun. "Come in," Xiao Mayan said a little tiredly. Wang Chung nodded and had no choice but to follow Xiao Mayan into the dressing room. Xiao Jing also followed in. The latter directly locked the door of the dressing room and asked with her arms folded across her chest, "Tell me, what do you want to do by sneaking in disguised as a staff member?" "I'm just a fan of Xiao Mayan. I sneaked in just to get an autograph. I don't have any other thoughts." Wang Chung could only firmly make up this excuse. "Then why did you come out of the dressing room?" Xiao Mayan asked with a frown. A man hiding in a woman's dressing room must have some bad intentions. "You guys came, and I hid in because I was nervous." Wang Chung explained awkwardly. "I just wanted your autograph, nothing else." "Then do you know who you beat just now? Why did you beat him again?" Xiao Jing next to him couldn't help but ask. What she was most curious about was that this kid dared to beat Qin Yun violently. Qin Yun was the devil in the capital, and behind him was the Qin family, one of the 4 largest families in the capital. Even the Xiao family didn't dare to offend them. I heard that his name was Young Master Qin, and he wanted to enter the dressing room to disturb Xiao Mayan's rest, so I stopped him. He also arrogantly threatened me that he would beat me to death if I stopped him again. So I had to strike first. Wang Chung recounted the previous scene indifferently, as if he didn't care who this young Master Qin was. Hearing this, Xiao Mayan and Xiao Jing couldn't help but open their mouths in shock. This kid is really fearless. However, in order to let Xiao Mayan rest for a while, he even offended Qin Yun, which still touched Xiao Mayan. "Come here, I'll give you an autograph," Xiao Mayan suddenly said. Wang Chung was a little surprised. Was he really going to sign for him? "Where do you want to sign?" Xiao Mayan blinked again and looked at him. Her beautiful face made Wang Chung stunned. Sign with your hand." Wang Chung couldn't think of where to sign at the moment, so he could only stretch out his hand and let her sign on his hand. Xiao Jing rolled her eyes as she watched from the side. It was really awesome. She had seen too many people asking for autographs. Anyone who wanted an autograph would not be able to help but not wash their hands for several days, just to let the goddess name remain on their hands for a little longer. And this kind of behavior was mostly done by male fans. She didn't know what they were thinking. Xiao Mayan didn't think much about it. Since Wang Chung was trying so hard to protect her, it was acceptable for her to fulfill his little wish. After she grabbed a large fountain pen and signed her name in Wang Cheng's hand, she couldn't help but said with concern, "You have offended Qin Yun. He will not let you go. You'd better leave this city overnight. Otherwise he will beat you to a pulp, or even." Xiao Mayan didn't continue her words, but her meaning was already very clear. "If you offend Qin Yun, you will be hunted down, so run for your life." "No need. It's still unclear who will chase whom at that time." Wang Chung smiled faintly. In this Qingshui city, would he be afraid of a young Master Qin from the capital? "What a big tone you have.
You are really like a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. I think you are just waiting to die. Xiao Jing couldn't help but sneered at the side. Seeing that Wang Chung was unwilling to escape, Xiao Mian hesitated and said, I will be staying at the Glazed Garden Villa in the west of the city for the next month. If you encounter Qin Yun chasing you, you can hide at my place for a few days. He won't dare to be presumptuous to me. As she spoke, Xiao Mian wrote a number on a piece of paper and handed it to Wang Qingdao. This is my cell phone number. You can contact me when the time comes. Xiao Mian was still soft-hearted. After all, Wang Chung offended Qin Yun in order to protect her. She couldn't just watch Wang Qing being hunted down. Muyan, are you kidding me? Can you just expose your address? And can you just give your phone number to a poor loser? Xiao Jing was horrified. You know, Xiao Mian is a big star. Her address and phone number are absolutely confidential. Once she is targeted by paparazzi, it will be endless troubles. That's it. Aunt, let's go back first. I'm tired. Xiao Mian handed the note with the phone number to Wang Chung. By the way, what's your name? My name is Wang Chung. Wang Chung hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell her his real name. He thought she would have some impression of it, but after waiting for a while, she seemed to have no response and had no special memory of this name at all. That's it, you go back first, Xiao Mian said as she stood up tiredly, and then, accompanied by Xiao Jing, she left the dressing room directly. Wang Chung glanced at the signature and phone number in his hand and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The first meeting with his fiancée turned out to be like this, but it didn't matter that she didn't recognize him. Chapter 105, Fate. Wang Chung got up early in the morning. He sat leisurely on the sofa, holding a piece of information about Qin Yun in his hand. This was the information about Qin Yun that he asked Ning to collect overnight. In Wang Cheng's opinion, a rich young man from Beijing like Qin Yun would definitely not let him off if he beat him up, so as soon as he returned to the villa last night, he asked Ning to collect information about him. I didn't expect this kid to have so many assets under his name. The Qin family is indeed very wealthy. It's more than those rich second generations combined. Wang Chung smiled slightly. He was not interested in Qin Yun's extravagant deeds, but he was really amazed by the assets under his name. I have to think of a way to make him willingly hand over his assets to me. Wang Chung frowned and thought carefully. Now he found that the best way to attack a rich second generation is to take away the assets under his name and make him a pauper. This will not only undermine his self-confidence, but also destroy his idea of revenge, killing two birds with one stone. I have to ask Chun Haoqing to find someone to keep an eye on him, so that he can't escape from my grasp. Wang Chung smiled slightly. Instead of waiting for him to come to him, he might as well take the initiative to take Qin Yun under guard first. In this way, even if he wanted to attack him, Wang Chung would know his movements in advance. Thinking of this, Wang Chung quickly took out his mobile phone and called Chun Haoqing, who quickly answered the call. Assistant Chun, I want you to help me keep an eye on someone. His name is Qin Yun. He's from Beijing, and he seems to be the third young master of the Qin family. Please help me find him in Qingshui City, and then send someone to keep an eye on him. If there's any unusual movement, have someone contact me at any time. Okay, master. Although Chun Haoqing didn't know why Wang Chung asked people to keep an eye on Qin Yun, the third son of the Qin family, he still carried out his orders unwaveringly. With Chun Haoqing's connections and strength in Qingshui City, it would be too easy for him to keep an eye on Qin Yun. You still want to seek revenge on me in Qingshui City? You are too confident. Wang Chung smiled slightly. After finishing all this, Wang Chung drove to the company. The new season of Wildlife is about to be recorded in the next few days, so Wang Chung will be a bit busy. However, as soon as Wang Chung arrived at the company, his new assistant Tang Shanshan came to him with an anxious look on her face. Manager Wang, Lu Jieqi's agent said she is sick and can't come to the recording tomorrow. Lu Jieqi is sick? Wang Chung was slightly stunned. Lu Jieqi is the mysterious guest of the latest season of Wildlife. In order to get the first place in ratings, Wang Chung spent a lot of money to invite this first-line star to participate. How could she get sick suddenly? What disease does she have? Have you confirmed it with the hospital? Wang Chung was a little unwilling. Without the appearance of such a first-line star, the ratings of the latest season of Wildlife might drop. The other party replied that it was acute tonsil suppuration and that I needed to rest for at least 3 days. Tang Shanshan replied weakly. Start Plan B. We can't wait any longer. The recording starts tomorrow. It will be too late if we delay any further. Fortunately, Wang Chung prepared Plan B just in case. However, the situation seemed worse than he imagined. Lu Qingqing from Plan B was preempted by Synthetic Entertainment because she hasn't signed the contract yet. After Tang Shanshan said this, she didn't dare to breathe, for fear of being scolded by Wang Chung. You know, The entire department has used up all its resources to produce the latest season of Wildlife, and it's going to be recorded tomorrow. But this situation has happened. Wang Chung frowned. This synthetic entertainment company had a really good timing. This Huching Entertainment Company is the company that the former manager Wu Yong and his uncle Wang Donghui joined after they were kicked out by Wang Chung. In order to avenge Wang Chung, Wu Yong has been looking for an opportunity and finally waited for the latest season of Wildlife. At this moment, the phone in Wang Cheng's office rang. Wang Chung picked up the phone subconsciously and heard Wu Yong shouting proudly on the other end. Wang Chung, you don't have any first-tier stars to hire now, so you can just rely on a few second and third-tier stars to support the latest season of Wildlife. Wu Yong, it was you who did it. Wang Chung was a little angry, but the business world is like a battlefield, and he had nothing to say since someone had taken the initiative. Haha, Wang Chung, the good show has just begun. Our Huching Entertainment's Wild Survival Challenge will also start recording tomorrow. You can just wait for your Wildlife to be surpassed by me. Wu Yong's words were very arrogant and proud. Okay, let's wait and see. Wang Chung hung up the phone directly, his face looking a little unhappy. Wu Yong has become more capable. He actually imitated his Wildlife and invited the first-line stars he had prepared. This is a sure kill for him. Manager Wang, what should we do now? The recording will start tomorrow. If we want to find people now, it may be too late. Relying on a few second and third-rate stars will not be able to support the ratings. Tang Shanshan said worriedly. It's okay. I will take care of finding the top stars. You just do your own thing. Also, don't leak this matter out, so as not to cause panic in the department. Wang Chung suddenly thought of Xiao Mayan. She was the only one he could find now. There would not be enough time to invite other stars. After saying this, Wang Chung immediately left the company and drove to Liuli Garden Villa, a high-end villa area in the west of the city. Wang Chung didn't expect that he would have to visit Xiao Mayan in less than a day. What a twist of fate. After arriving at the Liuli Garden Villa district, Wang Chung got out of the car and directly dialed the phone number Xiao Mayan left him last night. The phone rang several times before it was connected. A lazy and pleasant voice came from the other end, as if the person had just woken up. It seemed that Xiao Mayan was too tired from the concert yesterday and had only woken up now. Hi, I'm Wang Chung. Is it convenient for me to come in and hide here for a while? It's urgent. Wang Chung didn't want to talk about business right away, otherwise he might be rejected without even seeing her. After all, Xiao Mayan promised him last night that he could only hide in her place when he was being chased by Qin Yun. Come in, I'll ask your aunt to pick you up. Xiao Mayan obviously didn't expect Wang Chung to come and hide with her so soon, but she still agreed to his request. Soon, Xiao Jing came to the outside of the villa wearing a mask and looking unhappy. After seeing Wang Chung, she couldn't help but give him a cold look. This loser was really afraid of death. He came to Xiao Mayan so quickly to hide from being hunted down. Come in. Xiao Jing hated Wang Chung. This guy looked like a poor loser. She didn't know why Mu Yin let her in. After Wang Chung responded, he followed Xiao Jing into the glazed garden villa. Although this villa complex is garden style, it is obviously one level lower than the Purple Crown Garden Villa where Wang Chung lives. Wang Chung thought about it and felt that this place also seemed to be a real estate industry under the Dinghe Group, so he would not need to trouble Xiao Jing next time he came in. Once you go in, stay quiet and don't walk around. Xiao Jing led Wang Chung to Villa B13 and reminded him before opening the door. Okay, I got it. Wang Chung replied calmly. After the door opened, Wang Chung followed Xiao Jing in and saw that the villa was decorated quite luxuriously. However, Wang Chung himself lived in the purple gold crown villa, so he was not surprised by the luxurious decoration here. Please sit on the sofa first. Xiao Jing gave him an instruction and left. She was going to find Xiao Mayan. She felt uncomfortable that such a loser had to hide here. Just at this moment, Xiao Mayan came down from the second floor in pink pajamas. She had just finished washing and was still without makeup, but her appearance was still stunningly beautiful. You're here. I hope Qin Yin didn't hurt you. Xiao Mayan said with concern as she walked down. No, he just sent someone outside to keep an eye on me. Wang Chung was lying with his eyes open. It was obvious that he was the one who sent someone to keep an eye on Qin Yun. You've offended this devil. I'm afraid your days will be difficult. But if you hide with me, he won't dare to do anything to you. Xiao Mayan sat down far away from Wang Chung, picked up an apple from the coffee table, and started eating. Wang Chung looked at her from the side and found her exquisite curves very alluring. You poor loser, what are you looking at? Is our Mu Yin someone you can look at? Xiao Jing had been staring at Wang Chung. It turned out that this poor loser had ulterior motives when he came here. Wang Chung was speechless for a while. He took a look at Xiao Mayan's figure. Besides, she was his fiancée. What's wrong with looking at her openly?
But Wang Chung didn't say it after all. Aunt, after all, he offended Qin Yun because he was protecting me. Let him hide here for a month. After a month, I will also leave here, and then it will depend on him. Xiao Mian said lightly. Letting Wang Chung hide for a month was something she had done her best. 1 month. Xiao Jing couldn't stand it. She looked at Wang Chung with a cold look. She couldn't stand the thought of living under the same roof with this poor loser for a month. However, Wang Chung was also slightly stunned. Xiao Mian actually allowed him to hide here for a month. Chapter 106, Tricking You In. Wang Chung came here not to escape Qin Yun's pursuit this time, but to trick Xiao Mian into participating in the recording of his wildlife program. However, he still had to think of a way to trick this top star into joining. It would definitely not work if he just came up and did business in a businesslike manner. Xiao Mian might get disgusted with him and kick him out of the villa, so he had to outsmart her. Xiao Mian lives a simple life. In order to avoid being photographed by paparazzi, she can only hide in the villa. Even if she wants to buy something, Xiao Jing will do it for her. While Xiao Jing was out buying things, Wang Chung secretly sat next to Xiao Mian. At this moment, she was watching a TV series with great interest, eating potato chips, looking like a stay-at-home girl. Seeing this, Wang Chung rolled his eyes and seemed to have an idea. Muyan, have you heard about the recent show Wildlife? Xiao Mian nodded, but her eyes did not look at Wang Chung. Instead, she still stared ahead, watching the TV series attentively. Are you interested in participating in this Wildlife? It's boring to stay at home all the time. Why not go out and relax and have some fun? Wang Chung said with a hint of temptation. Participate in Wildlife? Xiao Mian seemed a little interested. She turned her head and looked at Wang Chung. Seeing that he was sitting very close to her, she couldn't help but keep a little distance from him, but soon she sighed again. My aunt wouldn't let me participate in a variety show like this, especially one that's outdoors. What if your aunt agrees? Wang Chung felt that Xiao Mian was still somewhat interested in this kind of wilderness life. After all, it was too boring to stay at home every day, and going to the wilderness to play was also what she longed for. She won't agree to my participation in this kind of outdoor variety show. If you can convince her, I would be very interested in participating in this Wildlife. After all, staying in this villa for a month is very boring. Xiao Mian stretched lazily, then hugged a teddy bear doll, found a comfortable position on the sofa and lay down, stretching her long, white and delicate legs in front of Wang Chung without any cover. The latter was slightly stunned, but Xiao Mian soon reacted and realized that there was a man sitting next to her. She sat up again and covered her beautiful, white and long legs with a stuffed bear doll. Go and see if your aunt is here, Xiao Mian frowned. It was really troublesome to have a strange man in the house. She couldn't even lie down as she pleased. Wang Chung quickly stood up and waited outside the house. Half an hour later, Xiao Jing, wearing a mask and a baseball cap, finally came back from shopping. As soon as she entered the villa, she couldn't help complaining. Paparazzi are really troublesome nowadays. I don't know how they found out that you live here. They are everywhere. When you go out to buy something, it's like a thief. While talking, Xiao Jing looked at Wang Chung with disdain. She was already in a bad mood when she met the paparazzi outside, and she was even more upset when she saw this poor loser when she got home. She really wanted to kick him out. Sister Jing, I have a way to get rid of these annoying paparazzi. After hearing this, Wang Chung finally thought of a way. Perhaps he could trick Sister Jing into agreeing to let Xiao Mian participate in Wildlife. Do you have a solution? What solution can a poor loser like you think of? Use force to solve it? It's really ridiculous. Xiao Jing looked down on Wang Chung. A poor loser with no money and no power. He thought he could handle everything with his brute force. It really made her laugh to death. What if I can deal with them? I will make sure they don't dare to get close to this group of glazed villas within a month. Wang Chung said with a faint smile. Let them disappear for a month? Xiao Jing looked at Wang Chung with disdain. If you can make them disappear for a month, I can give you 1 million. The reason why Xiao Jing said the amount was so huge was because she was sure that Wang Chung, a poor loser, could not do it. She knew best how powerful these paparazzi were. They can endure and hide, and they are extremely patient. Like psoriasis, and they are squatting there without breaking the law, so they can't be driven away at all. She thinks it is basically impossible to make them disappear completely. I don't want money. If I can drive them away and stop them from waiting here for a month, you can just let Xiao Mian participate in Wildlife. Wang Chung finally told the purpose of his visit. Let Xiao Mian participate in Wildlife? Xiao Jing was stunned. What was this poor loser thinking? He actually wanted Xiao Mian to participate in this kind of outdoor variety show. Then she couldn't help but look at Xiao Mian, who was watching TV, but the latter didn't care at all about what happened to them. Although the show Wildlife is quite popular and its ratings have always been in the top 3 in the same time period, Xiao Jing only wants Xiao Mayan to concentrate on singing, and she has rejected all other variety shows and even refused film and television filming. Xiao Jing thought about it and said through gritted teeth, "What if you can't make the paparazzi disappear? If you can't do it, I will get out of this villa immediately, and I will never bother you again, whether I'm alive or dead." Wang Chung threw out the bait that Xiao Jing cared about the most. Xiao Jing wanted Wang Chung to get out of here the most, so he was confident that if he threw out this condition, Xiao Jing would definitely agree. And the facts were indeed as Wang Chung expected. "Did you say this? I didn't force you. Mayan, you heard it too," Xiao Jing said, and loudly called Xiao Mayan over to ask her to be a witness. "Muyin, this is what he said. He wants the paparazzi waiting outside to disappear for a month. If he can't do it, he will disappear from our villa. Since he did it, can I participate in the show Wildlife?" Xiao Mayan seemed to care about this. She was bored staying in the villa and wanted to go out for some fresh air. Xiao Jing didn't expect Xiao Mayan to want to go out so much, but she could understand it. "Okay, if he can make the paparazzi around here disappear, I'll agree to let you participate in Wildlife." Xiao Jing thought, since this poor loser couldn't do it anyway, she should just agree to it and make Xiao Mayan happy. At the same time, she also let Wang Chung know that she had already expressed her position and let Xiao Mayan testify. When she was chased by Qin Yun, she would never come into the villa again. Seeing that Xiao Jing finally agreed, Wang Chung couldn't help but smile slightly. "In that case, I'll go take care of it." Having said that, Wang Chung immediately left the villa and soon disappeared from their sight. After coming out of the villa, Wang Chung went straight to the service center of the Liuli Villa district. At the same time, he called Chun Haoqing and asked the person in charge of the Liuli Villa district to come to the service center to find him immediately. "Okay, young master." Chun Haoqing immediately agreed to Wang Cheng's request and carried out his orders firmly. Soon Wang Chung arrived at the service center of the Liuli Villa district. He didn't wait there for long before a tall, middle-aged man came towards him with an eager look on his face. "Excuse me, are you Wang Chung, Master Wang?" "Yes, it's me." Wang Chung nodded. It seemed that this person was the person in charge of the glazed villa area. "Hello, young Master Wang, my name is Zhao Zhe. Just tell me if you have anything to say," Zhao Zhe said with his head lowered. "How many security guards do you have here?" Wang Chung asked directly without beating around the bush. "There are about 30 security guards on duty every day. Together with those on shift and those in reserve, there are about 100 security guards in total." Zhao Zhe did not dare to hide anything and told the truth. Wang Chung nodded. This kind of high-end villa area does require 100 security guards, but this is still a little less than the number Wang Chung wanted. "I will bear the cost of temporarily recruiting twice as many security guards." Wang Chung thought about it and thought that with 300 security guards, they should be able to clear out the paparazzi lurking within a kilometer radius of the Liuli Villa complex. Increased by 2 times? Zhao Zhe was a little stunned. If they were added together, there would be a total of 300 security guards. What were they going to do with so many security guards? But Zhao Zhe didn't dare to ask. Let all the security guards go out and clear out all the paparazzi or suspicious persons who are waiting within a 1-kilometer radius around the villa. Wang Chung said with a serious expression. "Okay, young Master Wang, but how long will this last?" Zhao Zhe couldn't help but ask again. "For 1 month, 24 hours a day, send people to work continuously. During this month, do not let any paparazzi, reporters, or suspicious persons enter the 1-kilometer radius around the villa area. If you cannot do this, you will not be the person in charge of the Liuli Villa area. Do you hear me?" Wang Chung was really ruthless this time. "Okay, young Master Wang, I'll go down and arrange it right away." Zhao Zhe wiped the sweat from his forehead and went down to make the arrangements with a determined look in his eyes. After doing all this, Wang Chung smiled slightly and turned back. Chapter 107 done. After Wang Chung finished his plan, he quickly returned to Xiao Mayan's villa. Xiao Jing was a little surprised to see Wang Chung come back so soon. "Why are you back so soon?" She was speechless. She wanted to have some peace and quiet for a while, but he didn't even give her a chance. This poor loser was really annoying. "I have hired someone to clean up the flies. I estimate that they will be all cleared before dinner. There will be no paparazzi within a kilometer of the area within the next month," Wang Chung said lightly. The flies he mentioned are the paparazzi who specialize in taking secret photos of celebrities. "Did you ask someone to clean up those paparazzi?" Xiao Jing couldn't help but be surprised after hearing this. She didn't believe that this poor loser had such ability. "Well, you can go outside and take a look later, and you will know clearly," Wang Chung said after looking at the sky. "Okay, I'll wait."
Xiao Jing didn't believe that Wang Chung could eliminate all the paparazzi waiting outside so quickly. In the evening, Xiao Jing, unwilling to give up, put on a mask and ran out quietly. When she came to the outside of the villa area, she saw a shocking scene. There were many security guards patrolling outside, and the paparazzi who were waiting outside had indeed disappeared. Even if passers-by passed by and stayed for a while, they would be urged to leave by the security guards. If someone wanted to take pictures of the villa complex with a mobile phone or camera, it would be even more impossible. Oh my God, who is this Wang Chung? He can actually call so many security guards to clear the area for him. Xiao Jing was a little shocked. She roughly counted them and found that there were no less than 50 of them at the front door of the villa alone. If it was the same in other places, how many people would be needed to achieve the purpose of clearing the area? Xiao Jing walked forward a few more steps. The paparazzi van that was originally parked at the gate of the villa had disappeared, and the people lingering on the flower bed opposite also disappeared. Even the newsstand was closed to prevent the paparazzi from pretending to buy newspapers, but actually taking secret photos. The place has really been cleared out. Xiao Jing was secretly shocked and quickly turned around and went back to the villa. However, Wang Chung was already waiting for her at the door. So, I said I had cleared all those paparazzi out. Wang Chung said with a smile. How did you do it? You can actually command so many security guards. Xiao Jing began to doubt Wang Cheng's identity. My uncle is the person in charge of the Liuli Villa district. I just need to talk to him, and he will help me get it done. Wang Chung had already thought of an excuse. Is your uncle the person in charge here? Xiao Jing was completely speechless this time. Well, accept the bet and sign the contract. While Wang Chung was speaking, he handed a contract for wildlife to Xiao Jing. This time, not only Xiao Jing was dumbfounded, even Xiao Mayan, who was watching TV, was slightly stunned. How come this kid had prepared the contract? Once this contract is signed, it will no longer be a joke. Before Wang Chung came, he brought the contract with him. It was originally prepared for Lu Qingyan from Plan B, but she was signed by Synthetic Entertainment Company, so this contract happened to be used. Anyway, her name had not been filled in on it. No, no way, you even brought the contract. Xiao Jing and Xiao Mayan were both shocked, and the former even picked up the contract and read it carefully. If you are not satisfied with the appearance fee above, I can ask someone to revise it until you are satisfied. Wang Qing sat down. Now it was time to talk about cooperation. Hearing this, Xiao Mayan also put down the TV and walked over wearing cute slippers. Xiao Jing and Xiao Mayan looked at the contract carefully and found that the terms and conditions listed on it were very professional, and it was definitely not a contract drafted on the spur of the moment. You must have been prepared for this. Xiao Jing finally reacted. It turned out that she was tricked by Wang Chung, the poor loser. Xiao Mayan suddenly understood why Wang Chung mentioned the show Wildlife before. It turned out that he came here with a purpose. Wang Chung, what do you do? Why did you think of asking me to join Wildlife? Xiao Mayan was not a fool. Although she was willing to go to the wild to get some fresh air, she didn't want to sell herself for no reason. I'm the department manager of Hungfeng Entertainment, and I launched the show Wildlife. Wang Chung briefly introduced his identity and occupation, and then he described how the rival company targeted him, adding fuel to the fire. He was just playing the sympathy card, hoping to win their sympathy. I didn't expect you to be the producer of Wildlife. You're quite talented. Xiao Mayan's eyes lit up, and she took a closer look at Wang Chung for the first time. When this program was first launched, it was very popular in China and opened up a whole new direction for variety shows. Moreover, once it was launched, it became popular all over the country. She also took the time to watch a few episodes at that time. Not to mention, Xiao Mayan was quite eager to participate, but she was troubled by the fact that her aunt would not agree to let her participate in such an outdoor program. Just accept the defeat and sign the contract. Wang Chung didn't want to wait any longer and had to strike while the iron was hot and get Xiao Mayan to sign the contract. Sorry, I need to observe for a while. Tomorrow morning, before the paparazzi show up, I can let Mayan sign the contract. Xiao Jing wanted to delay the time a little longer, and at the same time, let her consider the pros and cons. After all, this was Xiao Mayan's first time to participate in a variety show other than singing, and it was an outdoor variety show. It will definitely explode in the public opinion topic, but whether it is good or bad, she still needs to evaluate it specifically. In addition, she didn't watch the program, Wildlife, carefully, and she would have to catch up in the evening before making a decision. She didn't want to ruin Xiao Mayan's good reputation accumulated over the years because of this program. Okay, then you think about it carefully for one night. I'll cook for you, Wang Chung said as he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to cook dinner for the two of them, trying to win some more favor. You, a man, can cook? Xiao Jing and Xiao Mayan were both slightly stunned. They both came from the wealthy Xiao family,
So how could they cook? Even if they cooked occasionally, the food was always terrible, so they mostly chose to order takeout or eat in hotels. Well, the food I cook is pretty delicious. I have a professional teacher who taught me. Wang Qing nodded. He was not being pretentious, but the truth. When he was dating Lin Xianxian, Wang Cheng was the one who cooked. After moving into the Zijingwen villa, although Ning was the professional cook, he still cooked occasionally. And Ning also gave him special instructions several times, so the dishes cooked by Wang Cheng were still delicious. Okay, then, go ahead and do it. The raw materials are all in the refrigerator. You can find them yourself. Xiao Jing was too lazy to pay attention to him, and she took the contract to make up for the show Wildlife. Xiao Mayan was slightly looking forward to the food Wang Cheng would cook. She was tired of her aunt's cooking, which was too bad. After Wang Cheng came to the kitchen, he took out all the usable raw materials in the refrigerator and prepared to make a sumptuous meal today as a way to celebrate his successful signing of Xiao Mayan in advance. An hour later, Wang Cheng had prepared a table full of dishes. He hadn't cooked for a long time, so his hands were a little rusty, but fortunately he managed to make them after some time. Although they were all home-cooked dishes, they looked very good. You made all these? Xiao Jing couldn't believe that a grown man could cook so many dishes. Well, you'll know after you try it. Wang Cheng said as he started eating it. It tasted pretty good. Xiao Jing and Xiao Mayan swallowed their saliva at the sight of the dishes on the table and then started to taste them. This sweet and sour fish is really good. I didn't expect you can cook. Xiao Jing suddenly didn't want to kick Wang Cheng away. With him cooking every day, they would have a feast for the eyes. This braised pork is fatty, but not greasy, and much more delicious than the one my aunt makes. Xiao Mayan couldn't help but praise. Wang Cheng smiled and said, as long as you like it, eat it. At night, Wang Cheng stayed in Xiao Mayan's villa, but the two girls slept upstairs, while Wang Cheng slept on the sofa downstairs. They even locked the door when they went to bed, fearing that Wang Cheng would attack them at night. However, the reality was that they were overthinking. When Wang Cheng woke up the next day, he found a contract next to the sofa where he slept. Wang Cheng opened his eyes and saw that this contract was the one he handed to Xiao Jing last night. He immediately flipped through it and was overjoyed to see Xiao Mayan's name signed on it. It seems that Xiao Jing has agreed to Xiao Mayan's participation in Wildlife. That's great. After so much effort, he finally succeeded in signing Xiao Mayan. And he believed that with Xiao Mayan's joining, the ratings of the new season of Wildlife would definitely explode. But obviously, good things won't be that simple. Wang Cheng originally wanted to pick up his phone to check the time, but he found an unread message. It was sent by Chun Haoqing in the middle of the night last night, and it was about Qin Yun. After clicking it subconsciously, Wang Cheng took a quick glance at it and suddenly smiled slightly. You made such a big move. You didn't expect that everything happened under my nose. Chapter 108, Let Me Make You Happy First. Wang Cheng quickly returned to the company with the contract, and his assistant Tang Shanshan knocked on the door anxiously and came in. Boss, Director Xie is already urging us. When are we going to the shooting location? Tang Shanshan couldn't help but ask. Postpone the recording for one day. I have something important to do today. By the way, this is Xiao Mine's contract. Please arrange to send the script of the latest episode of Wildlife to her email. Wang Cheng pushed the contract in front of Tang Shanshan. The latter opened his mouth with a look of surprise on his face. Yes, it's the top singer Xiao Mayan. Boss, you actually signed her. Tang Shanshan couldn't believe it. Xiao Mayan only sang and didn't take any acting jobs, let alone variety shows. She never expected that the boss had successfully signed Xiao Mayan. If this was promoted, the latest season of Wildlife would definitely be a big hit. Tang Shanshan picked up the contract and flipped through it again. Sure enough, there was Xiao Mayan's autograph on it. This surprised and delighted her, and at the same time, she admired Wang Cheng even more. After Wang Cheng handed the contract to Tang Shanshan, he quickly left the company. He was going to meet someone, the person mentioned in the text message Chun Haoqing sent him last night. However, before going to the appointment, Wang Cheng decided to go back to the Zijingwen villa first and take Lin Jingyao with him to prevent any accidents. After all, the man he was going to meet later was a gangster in the west of the city and had many people under his command. In case the other party does not recognize Chun Haoqing behind him, with Lin Jingyao around, he will be able to protect himself. It's daytime at the Begonia bar in the west of the city, so there are basically no customers here. Wang Cheng and Lin Jingyao drove here quickly. After entering, a waitress came over and said apologetically, "Sir, we are closed now. You can come over to play in the evening. I'm looking for Luo Kong. You tell him that young Master Wang is here to see him." Wang Cheng said calmly. "Okay, wait a moment." The young lady looked at Wang Cheng and Lin Jingyao with a puzzled look on her face,
but still went to find their leader obediently. Soon, a fat, big-eared middle-aged man walked out from the backstage of the bar. When he saw Wang Chung, he greeted him with an eager but nervous look on his face. "Master Wang, you are here. My name is Luo Kong. People in the underworld call me Fatty Luo. Mr. Chun has told me that everything will be arranged by you." Wang Chung saw that there were not many people in the hall, so he found a seat and sat down, then asked him calmly. "Qin Yun came to see you, right?" Chen Haoqing has been sending people to keep an eye on Qin Yun. Last night, a spy saw Qin Yun looking for Fatty Luo in the west of the city, and he immediately notified Chen Haoqing, who immediately sent a text message to Wang Chung and gave a clear warning to Fatty Luo. This is why Wang Chung came to see Fatty Luo. "Yes, he came to me yesterday." Luo Tsong did not dare to hide anything, and even felt a little nervous when answering. Although Wang Chung did not look ordinary, he had Chen Haoqing supporting him behind him, and he even warned him that if he dared to neglect young Master Wang, he would not be forgiven. "What does he want to talk to you about?" Since Wang Chung had arranged spies to keep an eye on Qin Yun, he naturally wanted to know his next plan. "He gave me a lot of money and wanted me to deal with you." After saying this, Luo Tsong looked at Wang Chung nervously. If he made Master Wang angry, he would be in big trouble. Wang Chung smiled. This Qin Yun really wanted to seek revenge on him. Unfortunately, in Qingshui City, it was absolutely impossible for him, young Master Qin, who came from the capital, to use money to deal with him. "How does he want to deal with me?" Wang Chung asked with interest instead of fear or terror. "It seems he bought some shares of Synthetic Entertainment and chose the same recording location as yours. He plans to have me destroy you in the middle of nowhere and ruin your show." Luo Tsong replied nervously, and even secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand, worried that Wang Chung would implicate him with his anger. "It seems like this kid really wants to kill me." Wang Cheng's eyes turned slightly cold. He was not surprised that Qin Yun could find out his identity. After all, this kind of thing can be done with money. Fortunately, his real identity was hidden very deeply and could not be found out by just spending money. The place where Wang Chung and his team were going to record this time was Baimong Mountain, 10 kilometers outside Qingshui City. It was a truly desolate place with few people. As a producer, Wang Chung would definitely go there. Qin Yun had calculated that Wang Chung would also go there, so he planned to find someone to destroy him in the wilderness. This is much safer than looking for trouble in the city. After all, there are not so many cameras outside, and you can create accidents without being noticed. "Now that I'm here, do you want to cripple me?" Wang Chung asked tentatively. If someone really dared to attack Wang Chung now, he would not be afraid. After all, he had Lin Jingya, who was very capable in fighting, with him. "How dare I be rude to young Master Wang?" Luo Tsong was shocked. How could he really dare to attack Wang Chung? If Chen Haoqing knew about it, he would probably be dead on the street tomorrow. And the woman behind Wang Chung, you can tell at first glance that she has practiced martial arts. If they really start fighting, I'm afraid neither of them would be a match for this woman. Although Qin Yun is a wealthy son of the Qin family in Beijing, people from both the black and white worlds in Qingshui City still respect Chen Haoqing. How could Luo Tsong dare to offend someone who is protected by Mr. Chen? "Since you don't dare, then just listen to me." Wang Chung was very satisfied with his attitude. "Young Master Wang, please tell me what you want to say," Luo Tsong responded. "Just pretend to agree to him, and then bring more people with you to make him happy for a while, and then you can act according to the circumstances. After the matter is done, I can give you 3 million and you won't make this trip in vain." Wang Chung said with a slight smile. Qin Yun is a fat guy this time, with more assets under his name than those previous rich second generations combined. Wang Chung has to make a good profit from him. "I dare not ask for money. I just hope that Mr. Wang can say a few good words for me in front of Mr. Chun." Luo Tsong is very smart. As long as he can get close to Mr. Chun, won't the money come soon? "Okay, then I will praise you in front of Chun Haoqing and ask him to give you a few more places in the west of the city." Wang Chung immediately understood what Fatty Luo wanted. "Thank you very much, young Master Wang," Luo Tsong agreed with a smile this time. For those who are in the underworld, what they want is territory. The more territory they have, the more money they can make. This is what young Master Qin, who came from the capital, cannot give him. After dealing with Luo Tsong, Wang Chung returned to the company to prepare for leaving for Baimong Mountain to record the program tomorrow. On the other side, Qin Yun, who lived in the luxurious presidential suite, was holding 2 beauties in his arms. However, his handsome face still had some bruises and redness, which were left after being beaten by Wang Chung. Although he applied medicine, it would take several days for the swelling to completely subside. "Wang Chung, you dare to hit me? I will definitely destroy you." Qin Yun's face was full of viciousness and unwillingness. He had never been beaten like this since he was a child. He must fight back for this humiliation.
Soon his cell phone rang, and Qin Yun picked it up subconsciously. Mr. Qin, I have already called my men and are waiting for your orders. Luo Tsung's voice came from the other end of the phone. Very good. Tomorrow you will wear the clothes of Huching Entertainment Company and pretend to be their employees. Come with me to Baimong Mountain. Then I will find an opportunity to kill Wang Chung for me. Qin Yin felt much better when he heard the good news. I understand, Mr. Qin. I'll go down and prepare. Luo Tsung responded from the other end of the phone. After Qin Yin hung up the phone, he looked very proud. Wang Chung, if you dare to hit me, I'll show you how I'll destroy you. Chapter 109, Waiting for it to come to your door. Baimong Mountain is a mountain range 10 kilometers outside Qingshui City. Its original appearance is well preserved, so there are many wild natural resources here. However, due to the steep mountains and complex environment, few tourists come here to travel. The reason why Wang Qing chose to shoot the new season of Wildlife here is to combine the mysterious adventure with the celebrity's life in the wild. Wang Chung brought dozens of people with him for the filming this time, 7 of whom were stars, and the rest were behind the scenes, including directors, production managers, doctors, etc. It was considered a grand show and a big production. A total of 8 vans slowly stopped at the southern foot of Baimong Mountain. Wang Chung got out of the car, and Lin Jingyao followed closely behind. Just in case, Wang Chung took Lin Jingyao with him. Shan, let them start setting up according to the plan. Before coming, the company had already sent someone to survey the terrain here and develop a corresponding shooting plan, so Wang Chung didn't need to do it himself. As a producer, his job was actually very easy. Okay, boss, Tang Shanshan responded and started to tell everyone to get busy. Wang Chung came to the last van, and Xiao Mayan, supported by Xiao Jing, had already slowly walked down from the car. Wang Chung, is this the location you chose for the new season's filming? After Xiao Mayan stepped on the ground, she looked around. There were green mountains and clear waters, and the air was very fresh. She couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling refreshed. This place is much better than staying in the villa. Xiao Mayan likes this place very much. This is Baimong Mountain, which is rich in wild resources. If you stay here for one day, you will learn more than you would if you read books on natural knowledge in a year. Wang Chung said with a smile. Come on, lead the way. Xiao Jing had a look of impatience on her face. Ever since she was tricked by Wang Chung, she became even more annoyed with him. A poor loser was still talking nonsense there. Well, then follow me. But the mountain here is quite steep, so you have to be careful when walking. Wang Chung reminded them while leading the way. Xiao Mayan and Xiao Jing followed behind Wang Chung. However, Xiao Mayan was not used to walking on this kind of mountain road. She slipped and fell forward. Ah, Xiao Mayan cried out softly. After hearing it, Wang Chung subconsciously turned his head and saw a beautiful figure rushing towards him. Wang Chung didn't have time to think and directly reached out to hug her, which prevented Xiao Mayan from falling on the mountain road. However, the postures of the two at this time were extremely ambiguous. What are you doing? What are you doing, you poor loser, and you still want to take advantage of our Mu Yan? Do you think you can touch our Mu Yan? Xiao Jing was horrified when she realized what was happening, and she quickly stepped forward and pulled Xiao Mayan back from Wang Cheng's arms. Well, she fell down by herself just now, and I just helped her up. Wang Chung wanted to explain, but was scolded by Xiao Jing again. You poor loser better not have any bad intentions, otherwise I won't forgive you. Xiao Jing said angrily, pulling Xiao Mayan forward. However, Xiao Mayan turned around and said softly to Wang Chung, Thank you. Wang Chung sighed. These days, if you help your fiancé, you will be scolded. It's really hard for me. When the fairy-like Xiao Mayan appeared in the crew camp, the whole crew became lively. Although they had already heard some news from Tang Shanshan, they still couldn't believe it. You know, Xiao Mayan has only sung since her debut and has not participated in other programs or film and television shoots. But now they really participated in their wildlife, which made them very excited. Some people even ran to Xiao Mayan to take photos and get autographs. Didn't I tell you a long time ago that our boss has already signed Xiao Mayan? You still didn't believe it. Tang Shanshan raised her chin proudly like a white swan. Yes, your boss is still the best. People from other departments couldn't help but flatter her. Wang Chung couldn't help but smile when he saw it. Soon Wang Chung and his party set up camp on the south side of Baimong Mountain and began to busy themselves with their own affairs. I wonder if the people from Synthetic Entertainment have arrived yet. Thinking of this, Wang Chung sat down under a big tree and sent a message to the undercover Fatty Luo. Soon Wang Chung received a reply from Fatty Luo, which roughly meant that the people from Huching Entertainment were on the north side of Baimong Mountain, and Qin Yun had also come with them. Fatty Luo brought 30 people with him, and would send Wu Yong to investigate the situation later. Once they had a clear understanding of the situation, they would be ready to take action. I didn't expect Wu Yong to become Qin Yun's running dog. Wang Chung smiled slightly. It seemed that Wu Yong had managed to get someone powerful enough to deal with him. In the evening, Wu Yong really brought 2 people to Wang Cheng's crew on the south side of Baimong Mountain to investigate the situation, looking quite proud. As soon as he appeared, he was discovered by the crew, who then reported him to Wang Chung. Boss, Wu Yong from Synthetic Entertainment is bringing people here. Tang Shanshan ran to Wang Chung breathlessly. Got it. Go ahead and get busy. Wang Chung didn't expect Wu Yong to come to him so soon. But Wang Chung was waiting for him, and then he took Lin Jingya and walked towards where Wu Yong was standing. At this time, the guy was peeking into the crew, and when he saw the fairy-like Xiao Mayan from afar, his face was shocked. Wang Chung actually invited Xiao Mayan here. How much money will this cost? I have to report this to young Master Qin right away. This is big news. After Wu Yong found out the important information, he did not go back immediately. Instead, he greeted his former colleagues in a familiar way, hoping to get some inside information from them. However, no one paid attention to him, and there were even special security guards who pushed them out of the cordon. Wu Yong was so angry that he started cursing. What are you doing? What are you doing? You guys are ignoring me today. Tomorrow, I will have someone acquire Hongfeng Entertainment. I will be back in a minute. Don't flatter me then. Ever since Wu Yong hooked up with Qin Xiao from Beijing, he has become more assertive. When he heard that Qin Xiao was going to deal with Wang Chung, he felt that he was going to be successful, and his return to Hongfeng Entertainment was just around the corner. While he was daydreaming, Wang Chung came over, followed by Lin Jingya. Wu Yong, have you found some noble person? You are so arrogant when you speak. When the two meet, it's like they're destined to meet again. Haha. Wang Chung, let me tell you, you can't mess with my current backers. When Wu Yong saw that the person coming was Wang Chung, his face was full of pride and arrogance. What kind of backer do you have? Wang Chung asked knowingly. Why should I tell you? Do you think I'm stupid? Haha. But you wait. You won't be able to be proud for many days. After saying this, Wu Yong went back with his 2 followers. Wang Chung looked at Wu Yong's back and smiled slightly. After Wu Yong returned to the crew camp on the north side of Baimong Mountain, he immediately came to Qin Yun. Mr. Qin, guess what I saw in Wang Cheng's crew? What did you see? How many people did he bring here? Qin Yun asked impatiently. The environment in the wilderness was so bad, and there were so many mosquitoes that he couldn't stand it. I saw the big star Xiao Mayan in Wang Cheng's crew. This guy actually invited a top female star to come over. If he can successfully finish filming and broadcast it, the ratings of the new season of Wildlife will explode. Wu Yong said with some envy and jealousy. What did you say? Xiao Mayan is also in their crew. Qin Yun had an expression of disbelief. As far as she knew, Xiao Mayan only sang and didn't take on acting or TV shows. How could she possibly join Wildlife? Yes, what I said is true. I even took photos. Wu Yong said as he handed the phone to Qin Yun. The latter quickly took it, and after looking at it carefully, he was immediately overjoyed. I didn't expect that Xiao Mayan was also in this wilderness. That's great. A bold idea suddenly popped up in Qin Yun's mind. Since this was the wilderness, he might as well rape Xiao Mayan and then take a few photos. Even if she wanted to seek revenge from the family afterwards, she probably wouldn't be able to say it. Haha, God is really helping me. Okay, Wu Yong, you did a great job this time. After I deal with Wang Chung, I will acquire Hongfeng Entertainment, and you will be the general manager. Qin Yun said with a big laugh. Really? Thank you, Mr. Qin. Wu Yong was overjoyed. The Qin family was really generous. They didn't even take the Dinghe group seriously. The wealthy nobles from Beijing were really not simple. He was going to be rich now. Go down. Be sure to send more people to keep an eye on them. If they make any unusual movements, report to me immediately. Qin Yun was in a very good mood. When he thought that Xiao Mayan was about to be obtained by him, the blood in his body was boiling. Okay, Mr. Qin, I'll go down and arrange it right away. Wu Yong was very excited now. When he thought that he would soon become the general manager of Hongfeng Entertainment, he felt that the day of rapid success was about to come. Wang Chung, on the other hand, was very calm. With Fatty Luo as his undercover agent, he knew Qin Yun's situation very well. He was just waiting for them to come to him. Chapter 110, it's time to get started. The first night after arriving at Baimong Mountain was spent in peace. Qin Yun did not seem to be in a hurry to attack Wang Chung, or he wanted to wait until Wu Yong found out the situation before taking action. After the sky brightened, Wang Chung walked out of the tent and stretched himself. He took a deep breath and felt that the air in the mountains was much fresher than in the city. However, there were also more mosquitoes than in the city. Those female stars, including Xiao Mayan, actually ran to the car after sleeping in the tent after recording last night. This made Wang Chung speechless, but it was not their fault. How could such delicate beauties stand being bitten by mosquitoes? Cousin, there were shadows wandering around us last night. They must be Wu Yong and the others. Lin Jingya didn't get much rest last night, as she was on duty outside. Although there were 10 security guards taking turns on duty around the place at night, Wang Chung still asked Lin Jingya to stay outside and monitor the situation in case of any accidents. Well, if they don't come close, we don't need to worry about them for the time being, Wang Chung said after thinking for a while. Fatty Luo didn't send any message, so it seems that Qin Yun has no plans to attack them for the time being. All Wang Chung has to do now is to sit back and wait. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. If the enemy moves, I will kill him. After daybreak, the crew began to continue filming and recording. Xiao Mayan is a delicate beauty. It is her first time filming in the wilderness. She should have been uncomfortable with it, but she seems to like this kind of life very much, except for the mosquitoes here. Early in the morning, she took a sharpened bamboo and ran to the mountain stream to catch fish. The cameraman followed her and hurriedly took pictures. This was not originally in the script. Xiao Mayan went to catch fish on a whim. Many crew members who had nothing to do also ran over curiously to watch Xiao Mayan catching fish. Wang Qing couldn't help but smile when he saw it. It seemed that Xiao Mayan was bored in the villa, and after being released, she became a curious baby and wanted to play with everything. But this made the cameramen very busy. They carried heavy cameras and followed Xiao Mayan to take pictures all the way. After playing for a whole day, Xiao Mayan was exhausted and lay in the car, not wanting to move. Xiao Jing was massaging her legs and feet when she couldn't help but complain. I wonder what your dad would think if he saw you playing like this? You've ruined your image as a lady. If I go crazy once in a while, he won't say anything. But since I was a child, I have never gone crazy like this. Didn't you see that I caught 2 fish? Xiao Mayan said with a sense of accomplishment. Did you catch that fish? The crew members saw that you didn't catch any fish in half an hour and couldn't stand it anymore, so they helped pour a basket of fish upstream. You only caught 2 fish, and you're still here feeling smug. Xiao Jing teased half-jokingly. Anyway, I caught those 2 fish. Xiao Mayan was a little proud. More than 20 fish fell down, but only 2 were caught. The crew was really trying hard to make Xiao Mayan happy. However, on the 2nd and 3rd days, Xiao Mayan's interest in playing gradually faded, and she began to shoot and record according to the script step by step. At the same time, after several nights of observation, Wu Yong finally got some useful information and ran to see Qin Yun happily. Master Qin, I have already investigated the movements of Wang Chung and the others. Well done. Tell me about it. Qin Yun was sitting in a super large tent at this time, enjoying the massage and service from the female colleagues in the crew, eating fruit in his mouth, looking like a rich young man out for a trip. There are a total of 10 security guards in Wang Cheng's crew who take turns to maintain the surrounding security. It may be a bit difficult to force them. However, after observing Wang Chung for a few nights, I found that he would go to the toilet outside in the middle of the night. We can take this opportunity to sneak attack Wang Chung. Wu Yong was somewhat impatient to kill Wang Chenggong as a revenge for the humiliation of being fired in public by him before, and then his meteoric rise to fame was just around the corner. Well done. Have you found out where Xiao Mayan lives? Qin Yun is very concerned about Xiao Mayan now, even to a certain extent, more than his attention to Wang Chung. She and her agent live in the last van at the foot of the mountain at night. They are easy to find. Wu Yong naturally observed Xiao Mayan's movements in detail. How could he forget what young Master Qin had emphasized to him? She lives in the car at the foot of the mountain at night? A sneer flashed across Qin Yun's lips. There were few people at the foot of the mountain, which was a good place for him to use force. God was really helping me. Let's start the action tonight and call Fatty Luo. Qin Yun was ready to act. Wu Yong was even happier when he saw this. He had finally waited for this day. Okay, I'll go call Fatty Luo right away. After Wu Yong responded, he went downstairs to call in the fat and big-eared Fatty Luo. When Qin Yun saw him, he immediately gave him an order. At night, you take your men and follow Wu Yong to wait for Wang Chung. When he comes out to urinate in the middle of the night, cripple his hands and feet. Be careful not to attract other people's attention. Also, give me 2 of your men. They will be of great use to me. Qin Yun quickly put the idea in his mind into practice. He asked Wu Yong and Fatty Luo to take people to kill Wang Chung, while he took 2 of his men to find Xiao Mayan. As for Xiao Mayan's aunt, Qin Yun didn't take her seriously at all. Being in the wilderness, he was much bolder. Okay, Mr. Qin, I'll let my men prepare right away. Fatty Luo nodded in response, thinking that he would have to report the news to young Master Wang later. You go down. After Qin Yun sent Fatty Luo away, a sneer flashed across his lips. Wang Chung, You will pay the price for daring to hit me. But sending Xiao Mayan here is not bad. At this time, Wang Chung was watching Xiao Mayan and several other stars recording a program with great interest. Suddenly, he received a message from Fatty Luo. He clicked it subconsciously and a slight smile appeared on his face. Qin Yun finally couldn't help himself and attacked me. I'll teach you a lesson tonight. Then he called Lin Jingyao over. Have you prepared the acquisition contract I asked you to prepare? Wang Chung was ready to teach him a profound lesson and make him poor overnight. However, he seemed to remember that Qin Yun had acquired a portion of the shares of Huching Entertainment Company. If he acquired this, wouldn't that make Wu Yong go away again? Thinking of this, Wang Qing thought this was a good idea. It's ready, and Ning has already sent someone to deliver the purchase contract. Lin Jingyan nodded truthfully. Very good, you will sleep in the car with Xiao Mayan and the others tonight. Someone may come to attack in the middle of the night. Protect Xiao Mayan and the others, and be careful too. To be on the safe side, Wang Chung assigned Lin Jingya to Xiao Mayan. With her around, Qin Yun would probably be beaten into a pig's head again. Chapter 111. Reversal of Situation. The night was dark and windy, and the evening breeze came. Wang Chung lay in the tent and was not in a hurry to go out. Let Wu Yong and the others get some cold wind halfway up the mountain first. Wang Chung was not very nervous. Instead, he felt like teasing them. Wu Yong, who was squatting not far from Wang Cheng's tent, was very anxious and even sneezed a little because of the cold wind blowing from the mountains. Achio, Wu Yong rubbed his nose with his hand. He was afraid that he would catch a cold if he continued to endure it. Are you okay? Fatty Luo stayed beside him and pretended to be concerned. It's okay. It's more important to catch Wang Chung. Once he comes out, we'll kill him. Wu Yong reminded him again. He finally got a chance to take revenge on Wang Chung, and he was so excited that he didn't care about the cold. Another 2 or 3 hours passed, and Wang Chung looked at the time. It was almost 1 in the morning. It's time to lure them out. Wang Chung smiled slightly, and then a man walked out of the tent, pretending to go to pee and walked in one direction. Wu Yong, who was hiding in the bushes, was overjoyed when he saw Wang Chung finally come out of the tent. Finally, he came out. It's my chance to take revenge. Wu Yong was so excited as he watched Wang Chung approaching them. All the humiliation he had suffered before would be returned to him from now on. Brothers, it's time to go ahead. Surround Wang Chung for me. Wu Yong saw that Wang Chung was less than 5 meters away from them, and immediately shouted to Fatty Luo next to him. As soon as he finished speaking, Fatty Luo led his men to surround him quickly. Within 2 minutes, Wang Chung was surrounded by more than 20 of them and could not escape even if he wanted to. Haha, Wang Chung, you finally fell into my hands. Wu Yong jumped out of the bushes with a big laugh, his eyes full of pride. Wu Yong, why are you running here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Wang Chung asked knowingly, looking very calm, without a trace of panic. Why are you here? Of course I'm going to kill you. I've tolerated you for a long time. Today I finally get a chance to take revenge. Fatty Luo, kill this guy for me. Wu Yong shouted and ordered Fatty Luo around, feeling very excited. However, the latter did not move. Wu Yong thought that Fatty Luo did not hear clearly, so he shouted again. Fatty Luo, go and cripple Wang Chung for me. This is what young Master Qin instructed us to do before. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you order me around? Fatty Luo finally stopped pretending and slapped Wu Yong in the face with a ferocious look. Wu Yong was stunned all of a sudden. What was going on? Although he was slapped by Fatty Luo, he still suppressed his anger and spoke kindly. Brother Luo, let's quickly follow the instructions given by young Master Qin. Why are you wasting your words? Don't I know? Fatty Luo slapped Wu Yong again, leaving half of his face swollen. Fatty Luo, are you crazy? Young Master Qin asked us to beat Wang Chung. Why are you beating me? Wu Yong was panicked and frightened. There were more than 20 people here who were Fatty Luo's men, and he couldn't resist even if he wanted to. I'm going to hit you. Brothers, kill this chatterbox. After Fatty Luo gave an order, more than 20 people rushed forward and beat Wu Yong half to death. Stop, Wang Chung shouted at the critical moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Fatty Luo and his men stopped, and Wu Yong, who was knocked to the ground, was holding his head, with injuries all over his body. Wu Yong, you are still too young to deal with me. Wang Chung smiled slightly, and then took Fatty Luo and others down the mountain. Wang Chung didn't want to do anything to Wu Yong. He was just a dog beside Qin Yun and had no assets under his name. It was enough to teach him a lesson. The next thing to do was Qin Yun, which was the highlight. At this time, at the foot of the mountain, Qin Yun sneaked with 2 of Fatty Luo's men and sneaked into the van where Xiao Mayan was sleeping. Qin Yun tried to push open the car door with his hand, but found it was tightly closed. He then shouted sternly to the 2 men who followed him. Open the car door for me. Quick! Qin Yun was already getting impatient. When he thought about having sex with Xiao Mayan soon, the excitement in his heart was about to burst out. Yes, young Master Qin. The two men each held an iron rod in their hands. After looking at each other, they did not try to pry the car door, but took a step back at the same time. What are you doing? Why are you standing there? Pry open the car door for me. Qin Yun was a little anxious. What kind of subordinates were these? They were not obedient at all. However, the two men still did not move. However, the door of the van opened by itself. Before Qin Yun had time to get excited, a graceful figure jumped in front of him, stretched out her hand, and grabbed Qin Yun's neck. You're so slow. I almost fell asleep waiting for you. Lin Jingya yawned while speaking and closed the car door. Xiao Jing and Xiao Mayan inside had no idea that Qin Yun would come to attack them tonight. In order to let them sleep peacefully, Wang Cheng did not tell them the truth, but sent Lin Jingya to protect them. Who are you? Qin Yun had a bad feeling in his heart. I'll destroy your man, Lin Jingya said, and slapped him, making his face, which had just regained its fair and handsome appearance, turn red again. Bullshit. You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? I'm from the Qin family in Beijing. If you mess with me, you will die miserably. Qin Yun yelled hysterically. Really? A familiar voice came from the darkness not far away, followed by many messy footsteps. Qin Yun's pupils shrank when he heard this. This familiar voice was too familiar to him. It was Wang Cheng. Wasn't he crippled by Fatty Luo and Wu Yong at this time? Why did he come here? Qin Yun was shocked at this moment. Wang Cheng finally walked out of the night with Fatty Luo. Behind him, Fatty Luo and more than 20 people followed closely with great momentum. Luo, Fatty Luo, you took my money, but you want to rebel? Qin Yun is not stupid. If he can't see the truth from the current situation, then he would be a real fool. I'm sorry, I have always been Mr. Wang's man. It was you who was wishful thinking and put yourself in danger. So I had no choice but to go along with it. Fatty Luo looked at Qin Yun with contempt. What? How is this possible? Qin Yun was extremely shocked. He thought his plan was flawless, but he never expected that all his calculations were under the eyes of others. In other words, he had been fooled by others over the past few days. How is it possible? I, the third young master of the Qin family, am actually being played around like this. Qin Yun's pupils were dull for a moment, and his so-called self-confidence was shattered at this moment. While he was denying himself, Fatty Luo had already directed his men to quietly surround Qin Yun. Mr. Qin, I heard that you have a lot of assets under your name. Is that right? Seeing that he was surrounded by Fatty Luo's men, Wang Qing knew that the time for him to take action had finally come. What does my assets have to do with you? Qin Yun didn't understand Wang Cheng's purpose at this time, but responded stubbornly. If you don't want to waste time here, you'd better help me sign these share transfer agreements. While Wang Cheng was speaking, Lin Jingya took out several documents from her body and handed them to Qin Yun. What? Share transfer agreement? Are you kidding me, poor bastard? Qin Yun didn't even look at them. He just threw the documents to the ground with a flick of his hand. This poor bastard must be crazy about money. He actually wanted to use this method to get the assets under his name. What a joke. It seems that you haven't fully understood the current situation, or you don't believe that I will really destroy you. Well, I'll show you my methods. Jingya, Wang Cheng's eyes turned cold. Lin Jingya took action without hesitation and broke one of Qin Yun's arms. With a crack, Qin Yun's arm seemed to have no strength left and immediately fell down. Qin Yun also turned pale with pain in an instant, covering his arm and howling in pain. I'll give you 5 seconds to think about it. If you don't sign, I'll have someone break your third leg and make sure you will never have any children or grandchildren. Wang Cheng sneered. Wang Cheng, aren't you really afraid of offending our Qin family in Beijing? Qin Yun wanted to make one last effort and use the power of his family to force him to surrender. However, Wang Cheng didn't seem to take him seriously at all and didn't even take their Qin family seriously. 5. Wang Cheng started counting down. 4, 3, 2. When he counted to this point, Wang Cheng took out a dagger from his body. In the reflection of the moonlight, the cold light flashed, which was very terrifying. Qin Yun was also having his final ideological struggle. If he lost all the assets under his name, what qualifications would he have to mix in the circle of wealthy aristocrats? If he lost so much assets overnight, I'm afraid no one in the family would let him go. But compared to being castrated and turned into a useless person, losing some assets is nothing. As long as you have the resources, you will have a chance to survive. 1. Just as Wang Cheng finished counting the number, Qin Yun seemed to have made up his mind and shouted, I'll sign it. Wang Cheng, you're so cruel. Qin Yun endured the pain in his arm, picked up the pen with his other hand, and signed all the share transfer agreements on the ground.
The total value of these assets was at least 4 or 5 billion. Qin Yun lost everything in one night and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 112, Let Him Live Here. Qin Yun's calculations were not worth mentioning in Wang Cheng's eyes. He thought his plan was a sure win, but it was ultimately reversed. Not only did he fail to get revenge, but he also lost 40 to 50 billion in assets overnight. He didn't know how to explain this to his family when he returned. That night, Qin Yun and Wu Yong abandoned the crew and fled back to the city in a panic overnight to plan their next move. Wang Cheng thanked Fatty Luo very much. Master Wang, I'll be leaving first. If you need me in the west of the city, you can always call me. As soon as the sun rose, Fatty Luo wanted to say goodbye to Wang Cheng. Well, thank you, Brother Luo. I will put in a good word for you with Mr. Chun. Wang Cheng would naturally not forget what he had promised him. Thank you very much, young Master Wang. I'm leaving first. After saying this, Fatty Luo drove back with his nearly 30 men. Wang Cheng looked at several vans going away from the foot of the mountain and sighed slightly. He was lucky to have Luo Tsung's help this time. Otherwise, he might have been in trouble. Wang Cheng. Who are they and how come they appeared overnight? Xiao Mayan suddenly walked out from behind Wang Cheng, very curious about where so many people came from overnight.